God Level Farm Chapter 855 to Chapter 898. So be it. Xiao Ruofei said nonchalantly as he slowed down the car. It'll be bad if they check for drunk driving. Ling Xianxia said anxiously. You drank so much white wine last night. Even if you're sober, your alcohol level must be over the limit. Her worst fears came true. As the police got closer, Ling Xianxia saw that they were holding a blowout alcohol tester. What should she do? Ling Xianxia subconsciously looked back. At this time, Ling Xiaotian was drunk and was sleeping soundly in the back seat. He knew nothing about what was going on outside. Ruofei, let's change seats. Ling Xianxia said hurriedly. It's not too late. In fact, Ling Xianxia also drank a few glasses of Semelon last night. However, she still thought that she would be fine after a few hours. At least compared to Xiao Ruofei, the possibility of her being found to be over the limit was much lower. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, silly girl. I said it's fine, there's no need to change seats. It would be terrible if they changed seats. He was sure that he would be fine, but if Ling Xianxia was found to be over the limit, wouldn't it be troublesome during Chinese New Year? While they were talking, the car stopped beside the police. It was too late to change seats now. Ling Xianxia was very anxious. Her hands were tightly clasped together as she looked at the police outside the window. Xiao Ruofei smiled as he rolled down the window. The Night XV's chassis was very high. He had to lower his head slightly to see the police outside the car. Officer. You've worked hard. It's Chinese New Year and you're still on duty. Xiao Ruofei said. The police officer heard Xiao Ruofei's voice and couldn't help but look up. She said in surprise, Xiao Ruofei? Why are you here? The police officer looked up. Xiao Ruofei naturally saw her face. He couldn't help but laugh. Officer Qin? Aren't you a police officer? Why are you on duty on the road? Have you adjusted your job? This police officer was Qin Xiaoyu, the policewoman who had interacted with Xiao Ruofei several times. When the police officer beside Qin Xiaoyu opened the car window, he smelled the smell of alcohol in the car and felt that they must have caught a drunk driver. At this moment, he saw that the driver actually knew Qin Xiaoyu. He couldn't help but hesitate for a moment before whispering, Captain Qin, why don't we let him pass? He felt that if he let the driver blow, he would most likely be caught red-handed. That would put Qin Xiaoyu in a difficult position. It was better to pretend that they did not encounter this car and just let it pass. Qin Xiaoyu also smelled the strong smell of alcohol. She glared at her subordinate and said, Do you know what you are saying? Don't forget who you are. Today, the entire police force was sent out to support the traffic police and patrol officers. This was a unified operation by the police station to prevent people from taking risks on New Year's Eve, such as drinking and driving after the reunion dinner. In fact, every year during the New Year period, drunk driving was on the rise. Even if the crackdown on drunk driving was unprecedentedly strong, there were still people who had wishful thinking. Qin Xiaoyu was famous for not recognizing her own family. Not to mention that her friendship with Xiao Ruofei had not reached that level. Even if he was her good friend, if he committed a crime, she would definitely not be biased. So the words of the police officer just now made her feel a little angry. Xiao Ruofei was still smiling and chatting. Oh right, is Simao okay? Don't let it suffer, or else I will take it back. Simao was one of the dogs that Xiao Ruofei raised in the space. Last time, under Qin Xiaoyu's pleas, Xiao Ruofei gave her a dog. This dog was Simao. Qin Xiaoyu's expression was slightly sluggish. Simao grew up in the Ring 2 space, so its intelligence was not just a little bit better than the average dog. In these few months, she had cultivated a very good relationship with Simao. At this time, Qin Xiaoyu thought that Simao was given to her by this guy in front of her. If it was confirmed that he was drunk driving, Qin Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a little conflicted, especially when she saw the gentle smile on Xiao Ruofei's face. She, who was jokingly called the Iron Lady by her colleagues, couldn't help but hesitate. However, she quickly hardened her heart and said with a straight face, I'm on duty now, let's talk about unrelated things later. After that, Qin Xiaoyu signaled her subordinate to take out the blowing alcohol tester, and then saluted Xiao Ruofei as a routine and said, Comrade, routine inspection, please cooperate with blowing. You really don't recognize your own family. Xiao Ruofei teased. Xianxia secretly bit her lips and personally took the alcohol tester from her subordinate's hand and handed it up. Although she didn't say anything, her meaning was already very clear. Xiao Ruofei smiled and went over to blow with all his strength. At this time, Ling Qingxue didn't dare to look over there, her heart was beating very fast. When she saw Xiao Ruofei and the police on duty just now, she still had some hope in her heart. She didn't expect this policewoman to actually insist on the alcohol test. Qin Xiaoyu sighed inwardly. She took the alcohol tester and glanced at the results. She was stunned. The results of the test were that it was still very far from the 20 mg standard for drunk driving, and it was far from the 80 mg standard for drunk driving. This result made Qin Xiaoyu a little surprised, but she secretly let out a sigh of relief. Qin Xiaoyu calmly saluted Xiao Ruofei and said, "Thank you for your cooperation." Then she made a gesture to let him go. Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved at Qin Xiaoyu, then slowly started the car. Just as the car was driving forward, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly said, "Simao is living very well at my house, you can come and see him when you're free." Qin Xiaoyu saw that the Night 15 that had already driven past her had reached out a hand from the window and made an okay gesture. This guy. Qin Xiaoyu's mouth couldn't help but curve up. The police officer beside her couldn't help but be stunned. Cold Captain Qin can actually smile? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? He couldn't help but rub his eyes. Qin Xiaoyu unhappily stuffed the alcohol tester into her subordinate's hand and said, "What are you looking at? Aren't you going to record the results?" The police officer took the alcohol tester and only then did he see the numbers on it. His feelings were the same as Qin Xiaoyu's and he secretly let out a sigh of relief. He quickly recorded the car number, the results, the time of the inspection, and so on in his notebook. As for the strong smell of alcohol in the car, it wasn't like they hadn't encountered this kind of situation before. Most of the time, there were drunk passengers in the car. The space in the car was limited, and the windows were all closed in the winter, so there wasn't enough air circulation. As long as there was a drunk passenger, the car would definitely be filled with the smell of alcohol. In the Night 15 off-road vehicle, Ling Qingxue looked at Xiao Ruofei in disbelief and said, "He passed just like that?" Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, "What else could it be? If it wasn't for the fact that there was a lot of alcohol in the air in the car, he would have inevitably inhaled a little. Then the test result would have been even lower, or even zero. He had used his vital energy to force all the alcohol out of his body." Ling Qingxue looked at Xiao Ruofei with a half-smile and said, "Could it be that the beautiful policewoman deliberately went easy on him?" "Ruofei, you actually know such a beautiful policewoman, how come I didn't know?" Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at Ling Qingxue and said, "Honey, what are you thinking about? Qin Xiaoyu has always been a woman who doesn't care about her family when it comes to work. If she wanted to go easy on me, she could have just let me go. Why would she need to make me blow on her?" "Qin Xiaoyu? That's a nice name," Ling Qingxue said with a smile. "It seems that you know her quite well." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. Trying to reason with a jealous woman, he was really out of his mind. Seeing Xiao Ruofei's embarrassed look, Ling Qingxue couldn't help but laugh and say, "I'm just kidding. Look at how scared you are." It was difficult to distinguish between what a woman said and what she was telling the truth. Xiao Ruofei didn't dare to take it lightly. He quickly said, "Anyway, I don't have any abnormal relationship with Officer Qin. Qingxue, the person I love is you. The sun and the moon can bear witness to this." Ling Qingxue couldn't help but blush. She looked back with a guilty conscience. Seeing that Ling Xiaotian was still sleeping soundly and was even snoring softly, she gently hit Xiao Ruofei and said softly, "Do you want to die? My dad is still in the car. You're saying such mushy things." "That's mushy?" Xiao Ruofei smirked and said, "I have something even more mushy." "I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear it." Ling Qingxue reached out her hand to cover Xiao Ruofei's mouth. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, "Stop it, I'm driving." Ling Qingxue stopped and glared at Xiao Ruofei. She couldn't help but laugh again. The location of the inspection wasn't far from Ling Qingxue's riverside villa. After the two of them laughed and joked, The car quickly drove into the villa area and stopped in front of Ling Qingshue's house. Xiao Ruofei was going to carry Ling Xiaotian in, but when the car stopped, Ling Xiaotian woke up on his own. He asked sleepily, Ruofei, Qingxue, have we arrived? Ling Xiaotian didn't drink too much today, and the slight shaking of the car had a hypnotic effect on him when he was slightly drunk. Now that the car stopped, he also woke up from his light sleep. Yes. Uncle Ling. Xiao Ruofei turned around and said with a smile. Ling Xiaotian sat up straight, unbuckled his seatbelt, and got out of the car with Ling Qingxue. Xiao Ruofei also got out of the car. Ling Xiaotian was completely awake at this time. He said with a smile, Ruofei, it's too late today. I won't invite you in. You should hurry up and go back to rest early. Okay, Uncle Ling. Xiao Ruofei said. Qingxue, I'll go in first. Ling Xiaotian said to Ling Qingxue. It's cold outside. Don't stay too long. Got it, Dad. Ling Qingxue said. Ling Xiaotian walked into the villa first, while Ling Qingxue held Xiao Ruofei's hand and stood at the door. She gently snuggled up to him, feeling a little reluctant to leave. At this time, it was probably the midnight of the new year. Suddenly, there was a burst of firecrackers in the distance. Colorful fireworks began to bloom in the sky, and the dark sky was suddenly lit up. However, fireworks were also prohibited in the villa area, so the fireworks were relatively far away, and the sound was a little weak. It's so beautiful. Ling Qingxue looked up at the sky and said in surprise. Qingxue. Happy New Year. Xiao Ruofei said loudly. Happy New Year. Ling Qingxue looked at Xiao Ruofei with a smile. Looking at Ling Qingshue's beautiful face, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but gently hold her face, then lowered his head and kissed her heavily. Under the illumination of the fireworks, a pair of lovers kissed passionately in the night, completely forgetting about the clamor around them. After a long time, Ling Qingxue blushed and broke away from Xiao Ruofei's arms. She lowered her head and said, You should go back, Xiao Ruofei said, I want to see you go back home. Home is here. How can I get lost? Ling Qingxue said with a mischievous smile. No, I must see you go home safely. Xiao Ruofei said. You're like a child. Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes at Xiao Ruofei, but her heart was warm. She let go of Xiao Ruofei's hand and walked into the villa's courtyard step by step. When she entered the door, she turned around and waved at Xiao Ruofei with a smile. Xiao Ruofei was leaning against the Knight 15 and waved back at Ling Qingxue. When he saw Ling Qingxue enter the house, he drove back to Dogguan World Community. When he returned to Huzi's mother's house, she had already gone to rest in her room. Lin Xiao was still in the living room watching the Spring Festival Gala, which was coming to an end. Is Godmother asleep? Xiao Ruofei asked softly. Yeah. Lin Xiao said while peeling an orange, she wants you to rest early too. What about you? Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. I'm going to stay up late. Lin Xiao said. You finally have a reason to stay up late, right? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. No way. Lin Xiao said coquettishly, it's very important to stay up late, okay? Ruofei bro, why don't you stay up late too? Let's stay up late together? Xiao Ruofei quickly said, you should stay up late by yourself. I'm going back to my room. On the way back, his phone had been ringing with text messages and WeChat notifications. They must be from his friends or business partners. Xiao Ruofei was about to go back to his room to reply to them one by one. Boring. Lin Xiao pouted, then broke half of the peeled orange and stuffed it into Xiao Ruofei's hand. Xiao Ruofei smiled and took out a red envelope that he had prepared beforehand. He said, you know how to share with me when you have food to eat. Our chower has grown up. Come, this is your New Year's money. Take it. When Ling Xiaotian gave Lin Xiao a red envelope, she would hesitate for a while. However, when it came to Xiao Ruofei's red envelope, Lin Xiao would definitely not be polite. She took it and opened it on the spot. Wow. Another big red envelope. Lin Xiao shouted happily. I'm going to be rich this year. Lin Xiao's voice was a little loud. Xiao Ruofei quickly pointed at Huzi's mother's bedroom and gestured for her to be quiet. Lin Xiao quickly covered her mouth, then quickly let go of her hand. She stuck her tongue out at Xiao Ruofei and said softly with a smile, "Thank you, Ruofei bro. You're the best to me." Xiao Ruofei patted Lin Xiao's head affectionately and said, "You little girl, you're so sweet with red envelopes. You should sleep early too. Don't really stay up all night." "I know," Lin Xiao said. Xiao Ruofei received a lot of WeChat messages. In addition to Liang Weiman and some other business partners, Liang Qichao, Peng Hao, and other friends, as well as his old comrades in the army, including Wolf King, also sent him well wishes. What moved Xiao Ruofei was that old master Tang He, Tang Yitian and his wife, and Ma Xiong's family from Hong Kong all sent him messages of blessings at midnight. The United States and Australia had a time difference with Huaxia, so Tang He and Tang Yitian must have sent him messages at the right time. Xiao Ruofei also saw an English message. It was very simple, only Happy Spring Festival had 3 words. This was different from Happy New Year, which was different. Spring Festival specifically referred to the Spring Festival in Huaxia, while the former meant Happy New Year in the world. Most of the time, it referred to the Gregorian New Year, which was New Year's Day. After looking at the sender, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile. This message came from Monica, who was far away in Europe. Thinking of this foreign beauty who had a few happy nights with him, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little moved. He quickly tapped on the virtual keyboard on his phone and replied to the messages one by one. Most of the business partners sent him polite greetings. Xiao Ruofei also wrote a message of thanks and blessings and sent it back. As for Tang He, Tang Yitian, and the others, including his old comrades and friends, Xiao Ruofei seriously replied to them one by one. His reply to Monica was also very simple, "Thanks. Miss you, thank you. Miss you." Monica quickly replied. There were no words, just a picture emoticon. The picture was a seductive and delicate red lips. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. He thought to himself, this little vixen, after replying to all the messages, it was already 1:30 in the morning. At this time, he would occasionally receive a few messages. Xiao Ruofei simply turned off his phone and went to sleep. At 5 o'clock, Xiao Ruofei opened his eyes on time. Even though it was the first day of the new year, Xiao Ruofei did not slack off. After a simple wash, he sat cross-legged on the bed and felt the rich heaven and earth spirit qi. He began to seize the time to cultivate. After finishing his cultivation, Xiao Ruofei opened the door and walked out. Huzi's mother was already preparing breakfast. Lin Xiao, who had stayed up all night, was still sleeping upstairs. "Ruofei, come and eat when you're up." Huzi's mother called out. Xiao usually sleeps until late in the morning, and she slept so late last night. I don't know what time she will wake up. "Godmother, Happy New Year," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Happy New Year, Happy New Year." Huzi's mother was also in a good mood. She said, "We'll have leftovers today. Get over it." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, I know. It's New Year's Eve dinner." This was also an old custom in the Three Mountains. On the first day of the new year, they did not cook new dishes. They had to eat leftovers from the night before, which meant that they had more than enough to eat every year. Of course, this was also prepared by Huzi's mother in advance last night. It was not really leftovers. Huaxia was so big, and the customs of different parts of the country were different. For the Three Mountains, the first day of the new year basically meant that they did not sweep the floor, take out the trash, take a bath, or travel far. In addition, they had to go to bed early at night. It was commonly known as the night light battle. As a native of the Three Mountains, Xiao Ruofei naturally knew about these customs. Huzi's mother did not need to bother to explain. Although breakfast was a New Year's Eve dinner, it was still sumptuous. There were golden taro rice cakes, Taiping rice noodles, and so on. Xiao Ruofei quickly ate a big bowl of rice noodles and a few pieces of taro rice cakes. Huzi's mother was happy to see him eat so happily. Xiao Ruofei treated this place as his second home. It was a custom to not travel far on the first day of the new year. He might as well not go out. He stayed at home and chatted with Huzi's mother. Usually, when he was busy, he could only visit the Forestry Bureau's dormitory occasionally. There were not many opportunities like this to sit and chat without being disturbed. Although he took good care of the mother and daughter, Xiao Ruofei knew that this was far from enough. Especially after Lin Xiao went to university on Heron Island, Huzi's mother would feel more lonely and need the company of the elderly. This was also the reason why she was happy to help Lin Yue send Nan Nan to school. Although it was tiring, she was not tired. Lin Xiao slept until 10 o'clock before coming downstairs with sleepy eyes. Huzi's mother urged her to wash up quickly while she was busy reheating breakfast. Xiao Ruofei looked at Huzi's mother, who was busy and sighed in his heart. Poor parents. Xiao Ruofei stayed at Daguan Tianxia community for the entire first day of the new year. Huzi's mother urged them to go back to their rooms to rest early that night. According to the Three Mountains customs, they should go to bed early on the first day of the new year. The earlier, the better. For young people who were used to staying up late, this was a little uncomfortable. Xiao Ruofei did not know if Lin Xiao would go to bed obediently after returning to his room. He guessed that he would probably hide under his blanket and secretly play with his phone because he did not feel sleepy at all. At midnight, he simply sat up and cultivated. On the morning of the second day of the new year, Huzi's mother had already prepared a gift for Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei was going to visit Ling Xiaotian today. The second day of the new year was the day the son-in-law of the Three Mountains would visit. After breakfast, Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao sent Xiao Ruofei to the door and handed him the prepared gift. They then tidied up his clothes and said kindly, "Ruofei, when you go to the in-laws' house, you have to be sweet. Try to marry Xianxia this year." Xiao Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, he still nodded and agreed. When they arrived at Ling Xiaotian's house, they naturally drank and chatted merrily. Moreover, they drank twice in a row until 10 o'clock in the evening. Ling Xiaotian, who was very drunk, did not forget to ask Xiao Ruofei to stay at home. Naturally, Xiao Ruofei could not ask for more. Ling Xingshua's face was like a ripe apple. She first helped her father back to his room to rest. Then, she rolled her eyes at Xiao Ruofei and brought him to the guest room that had already been prepared. How could Xiao Ruofei miss such a heaven-sent opportunity? The nanny of the Ling family had also gone back to celebrate the new year. In such a large villa, there were only Ling Xiaotian, her father, and Xiao Ruofei. Now that Ling Xiaotian was easily drunk by Xiao Ruofei and was sleeping soundly, how could Xiao Ruofei restrain his flame of desire? When they were still at the door of the guest room, Xiao Ruofei hugged Ling Xingxue, whose face was as red as fire, and kissed her deeply. Ling Xingxue did not even try to resist. She immediately began to respond passionately to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei even boldly picked Ling Xingxue up by the waist and walked out of the room straight to her room. Ling Xingxue was shy and nervous. After a soft cry, she closed her eyes tightly. Although she knew that Ling Xiaotian was unconscious, she could not help but feel shy when she thought of her father in the bedroom not far away. Xiao Ruofei easily carried Ling Xingxue to her room and gently placed her on the bed. "The door is not closed," Ling Xingxue said weakly. "Don't worry. Even if it thunders outside, Uncle Ling won't be able to hear it." Xiao Ruofei smiled evilly and lowered his body. Ling Xingxue giggled and struggled for a while. She struggled to stand up and staggered over to lock the door. Before she could turn around, she felt a hot body hugging her tightly from behind. Suddenly, she felt her whole body go limp. The song of the Luan and the Phoenix played in the warm girl's room. After a long time, Ling Xingxue lazily curled up in Xiao Ruofei's arms. The flush on her face had not completely faded. "You bad guy, you must have gotten my father drunk on purpose, right?" Ling Xingxue asked coquettishly. "Hee hee. Uncle Ling was in such a good mood. How could I ruin his mood?" Xiao Ruofei was determined not to admit it. "Don't drink like that next time." Ling Xingxue pouted and said, "My father is old. Drinking is bad for his health." "Don't worry," Xiao Ruofei said casually. "Uncle Ling's body is fine. I'll help him adjust his health tomorrow. He will definitely be full of energy." "Really? Don't forget what your husband does," Xiao Ruofei said. "My dear wife, how dare you question your husband's ability? It seems that you need to be punished." After Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, his hands began to move. Ling Xingxue screamed and curled up in the quilt with a smile. However, Xiao Ruofei had not been intimate with Ling Qingxue for a long time. At this time, he was still full of energy. How could he let Ling Qingxue escape? He chuckled and got into the quilt. Soon, the sound of blushing and heartbeat beating began to echo in the bedroom again. The next morning, Ling Qingxue woke up from a sweet dream and lazily opened her eyes. Thinking about how the two of them had gone crazy 3 times last night, her beautiful face could not help but blush. However, when she noticed the sunlight coming in through the gap in the curtains, the remnants of her sleepiness disappeared. She sat up in bed nervously. Now that the sky was bright, she did not know if her father would wake up early. If her father caught her red-handed, it would be really awkward. After Ling Qingxue sat up, she suddenly realized that there was no one beside her. Xiao Ruofei had left at some point. Ling Qingxue's face revealed a trace of amusement. She reached out her hand to touch the quilt that was still warm as she muttered to herself, "This guy, I thought he had a lot of guts." Knowing that Xiao Ruofei had left the crime scene first, Ling Qingxue was relieved. She began to get up and put on her clothes slowly. Looking at her underwear scattered all over the boudoir, Ling Qingxue could not help but blush. Why didn't he help me tidy them up? Ling Qingxue said to herself as she walked over to pick up her clothes. She imagined Xiao Ruofei sneaking out of bed in the morning, quickly putting on his clothes, peeking out like a thief to observe, and then quickly sneaking away. She could not help but laugh. Girls who woke up early always took a long time to tidy up. After more than half an hour, Ling Qingxue finished washing up, opened the door, and walked out. Coincidentally, Ling Xiaotian also seemed to have just woken up. She walked out of another bedroom not far away. "Qingxue, you're up." Ling Xiaotian yawned as she greeted her. "Yeah. Dad, you just woke up too?" Ling Qingxue looked at Ling Xiaotian, whose face was slightly pale. She asked worriedly, "You drank so much last night. Are you feeling uncomfortable now?" Ling Xiaotian laughed and said, "I'm fine. I'm just a little tired. Our own wine will never go to the head." Ling Xiaotian was not blowing her own trumpet. Other than the mellow taste and fragrance of Zui Ba Xian wine, it would never go to the head. No matter how drunk one was the day before, they would never have a headache the next day. At most, they would just be a little tired. For example, Ling Xiaotian would usually wake up about an hour ago and exercise for a while every morning. However, today, he overslept. After waking up, he felt a little tired, but he did not have any hangover symptoms, such as a headache. "Oh yeah, where's Ruofei?" Ling Xiaotian asked. Ling Qingxue's face blushed slightly. She said guiltily, "I don't know. I also just woke up." "Is he still sleeping?" After saying that, Ling Qingxue glanced at the closed door of the guest room as if she wanted to cover it up. At this time, Xiao Ruofei's voice came from downstairs. "Uncle Ling, Qingxue, you guys are up. Come down and have breakfast." Ling Qingxue and Ling Xiaotian looked down through the railing and saw Xiao Ruofei wearing an apron, holding 2 bowls of soup in his hands. The table was already filled with a sumptuous breakfast. Ling Xiaotian laughed and said, "Ruofei, how can we let you make breakfast for us? You are a guest." "Uncle Ling, are you treating me as an outsider?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "I don't treat myself as an outsider." Ling Xiaotian looked at her daughter happily and said, "Yes, yes, yes, you are not an outsider." After saying that, Ling Xiaotian walked down the stairs in big strides. Ling Qingxue smiled charmingly. She thought to herself, "This guy's mouth is really sweet. He even knows how to please his future father-in-law." The two of them went downstairs to the dining room. Xiao Ruofei pointed at the bowl of black medicinal soup on the table and said, "Uncle Ling, drink this bowl of hangover soup before breakfast. I brewed it especially for you." "Ruofei, you are so considerate," Ling Xiaotian said with a smile. She picked up the bowl and gulped it down. "Qingxue, this bowl is yours." Xiao Ruofei said, "This is nourishing soup." Xiao Ruofei then moved closer to Ling Qingxue's ear and whispered, "It is specially used to quickly replenish physical strength." Ling Qingxue blushed and couldn't help but secretly glare at Xiao Ruofei. Then, she quickly looked at Ling Xiaotian. At this time, Ling Xiaotian had finished drinking the hangover soup. He wiped his mouth, then looked at Ling Xianxia and asked curiously, Xianxia, why don't you drink it? Ruofei worked so hard to get up so early to make the soup. Don't let him down. Oh. Ling Xianxia answered and picked up the bowl to drink the soup guiltily. In fact, when she woke up this morning, she felt that her legs were weak. Last night was really too crazy. Miraculously, after drinking Xiao Ruofei's specially brewed soup, she first felt a warmth in her stomach. Soon, this warmth seemed to have begun to spread to her limbs and bones. She really felt that she had recovered quite a bit of her strength. The effect was simply immediate. Ling Xianxia couldn't help but look at Xiao Ruofei. She saw that Xiao Ruofei was winking at her, as if to say, praise me. Quickly praise me. After breakfast, Xiao Ruofei said goodbye and left the Ling family. After all, it was the first lunar month and they had to visit friends and relatives. At the same time, with Ling Xiaotian's current status, there would definitely be many friends, relatives, and apprentices coming to visit. In addition, Xiao Ruofei had not returned to the farm since New Year's Eve, and Feng Jing was still at the farm for the new year, so it was reasonable for him to go back and visit. Back at Taoyuan Farm, Xiao Ruofei went to visit all the on-duty stations as usual and expressed his condolences to the employees who were working hard during the new year. He even went to the office upstairs and saw that Feng Jing was not in the office. Most importantly, Dong Yun was not working overtime either. Only then did he nod his head in satisfaction. Xiao Ruofei took out his phone and called Feng Jing. He laughed and asked, Manager Feng, where are you? Chairman. Feng Jing hesitated for a moment before saying, I'm at Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory now. Xiao Ruofei could not help but be stunned for a moment. He smiled bitterly and said, why aren't you resting during the holidays? I saw that you were not in the office just now and wanted to call and praise you. Consultant Dong wanted to investigate the pharmaceutical factory's situation. I have nothing to do anyway, so I came with her. Feng Jing said. Great. These two strong women had gotten together again. Chairman, what's the matter? Feng Jing asked again. Nothing, nothing. Xiao Ruofei said, but, you can just take a look. It's still the holidays now. If there's anything, wait until after the new year. Got it. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Feng Jing said with a smile. Obviously, she did not take Xiao Ruofei's words to heart. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and stopped trying to persuade them. Anyway, he knew that it was useless unless he went to the pharmaceutical factory and took them away by force. However, that would dampen their enthusiasm for work. Since they were enjoying it, he might as well ignore it. After walking around for a while, Xiao Ruofei decided to go back to the small villa and play with Lightning and Little Black in the courtyard. Bathing in the warm winter sunshine, they enjoyed this rare leisure time. That evening, at Guda Street in the old district of the Three Mountains. There were many food stalls here, and the narrow streets looked a little dirty and messy, but it was very popular. Peng Hao strolled in from the corner of the street and arrived at the entrance of a food stall with ease. He looked around. A skinny youth was sitting behind an oily table. Seeing the obvious target of Peng Hao, he immediately stood up and beckoned, little fatty, over here. Peng Hao's small eyes immediately narrowed into slits. He quickly walked over, the fat on his body jiggling with each step, looking quite funny. Ping Zi, you're early. Peng Hao sat down and lightly punched the shoulder of the skinny young man opposite him. This person was Xiao Ruofei and Peng Hao's classmate, Guan Ping. Peng Hao had mentioned to Xiao Ruofei that Guan Ping was unhappy recently. Xiao Ruofei had asked Peng Hao to invite Guan Ping out for a chat. Peng Hao knew that Xiao Ruofei intended to let Guan Ping work in the Taoyuan company, so he actively contacted Guan Ping and made an appointment for today. Guan Ping's eye bags were a little deep, and his face looked tired. It seemed that he had been working hard recently. However, Guan Ping was still very happy to see his good friend from high school. He smiled and said, "It's my treat today. As the host, naturally, I have to come early." You brat. Peng Hao smiled and continued, "That guy Ruofei should be here soon. I made an appointment with him at 6 o'clock sharp. He's always been punctual. It's not easy to find here, and it's not convenient to park nearby," Guan Ping said with a smile. "Let's chat while we wait." Nonsense. We ate skewers here every day when we were in high school. How could he not find it? Peng Hao said. It's 5:50 now. I bet he'll be here in 10 minutes. As the two were talking, they heard a voice behind them. Fatty. Are you talking bad about me behind my back? Peng Hao turned around. Wasn't it Xiao Ruofei? Speak of the devil. Beside Xiao Ruofei was a young man with a cold expression. It was Yi Linyun. Xiao Ruofei had specially brought Yi Linyun along. Firstly, it was to let him get closer to Peng Hao and Guan Ping. They were all his good friends. Secondly, it was to let Yi Linyun be his driver. He definitely had to drink today. Although he could use his true qi to force the alcohol out of his body, it wasn't easy to explain. If he insisted on driving after drinking, it would inevitably be a bad example. Peng Hao quickly put on a flattering look and said exaggeratedly, "Great boss Xia, I wouldn't dare to talk bad about you. I was just telling Ping Zi that you've always been punctual." Xiao Ruofei glanced at Peng Hao, speechless. Then, he looked at Guan Ping and said with a smile, "Ping Zi, it's been a long time since we got together." "Ruofei, you're here." Guan Ping stood up and said with a smile, "Come and sit down." "Who is this brother?" "Oh, let me introduce you. This is Yi Linyun, my comrade from the old army." Xiao Ruofei said, "He's now in charge of my company's security." "Linyun, this is Guan Ping, one of my best friends in high school." "Hello, Mr. Guan." Yi Linyun bowed slightly and said. Guan Ping quickly said, "Brother, you don't have to be so polite. We're all Ruofei's brothers. You can call me by my name or Ping Zi." All right, everyone sit down," Xiao Ruofei said. "Xiao Peng, don't stand there. Even if you stand, you won't be able to show your height." Peng Hao said gloomily, "Don't expose me." Everyone sat around the small square table. The stools were ordinary plastic stools, and the table was the cheapest folding table. It was shiny with oil. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't mind at all and sat down. When Guan Ping saw this, he felt a sense of relief. It seemed that this brother of his didn't develop those bad habits just because he was rich. At least in front of him, he was still the good brother who used to eat skewers and play games together. "Ruofei, my financial ability is limited, so I can only treat you to a food stall. I hope you don't mind," Guan Ping said with a smile. "If you say such things again, I'll beat you up." Xiao Ruofei grabbed a handful of boiled peanuts and said as he peeled them, "Did you forget that the three of us used to drink a bottle of beer?" Their high school was nearby. When they were in school, they used to go to Gouda Street to eat barbecue. Sometimes, after self-study at night, they would meet up to eat skewers together. In fact, when they were students, they almost didn't drink. However, when they were teenagers, they always felt that drinking was a cool thing. So, although they were a little short of money, they would sometimes order a bottle of beer and share it with the three of them. When Xiao Ruofei talked about the past, Peng Hao and Guan Ping showed a trace of reminiscence. "Haha. You haven't been here for a long time, right?" Guan Ping said with a smile, "My house is not far from here. Sometimes, after work, I would come here to eat something. Let me tell you, the barbecue here is still the same as before." "Really? Then I'll have to eat a few more skewers later," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "By the way, have you ordered?" "I've already ordered." Guan Ping said, "Don't worry, I've ordered a lot of mutton and beef tendon that you like." "You know me well, Ping." Xiao Ruofei laughed. The three of them chatted for a while, and the boss had already served the barbecue skewers. Soon, the small square table was full. Then, they ordered another case of beer. Although it was winter, eating skewers was only fun when drinking beer. Except for Yi Linyun, who had to drive, Xiao Ruofei and the other two poured beer. After the three of them drank a large glass of beer together, Xiao Ruofei wiped his mouth and said with a laugh, "Great." Then, he reached out and picked up a skewer of beef tendon and began to eat heartily. To be honest, the ingredients used for the beef tendon were ordinary, and the heat didn't seem to be very good. It definitely couldn't be compared with the exquisite delicacies of the big hotels. However, even though Xiao Ruofei was used to eating Taoyuan vegetables, he still felt that it was very delicious. It was the same taste that he had eaten in high school. The four of them chatted while eating, and the topic unconsciously turned to Guanping's work. After Xiao Ruofei and Guanping had a drink alone, he asked faintly, "Ping, I heard from Fatty that he hasn't been very happy recently?" Guanping's smile became a little bitter, and he said, "Fatty is still the same as before. He doesn't keep his mouth shut at all." "You're talking nonsense." Xiao Ruofei pretended to be angry, "So I'm not your brother? You're treating me differently from Fatty? Are you out of your mind?" Peng Hao laughed at the side, ignoring the quarrel between the two of them. He just lowered his head and ate. Yi Linyun naturally wouldn't interrupt, and he also ate the skewers in his hand very seriously. Guanping smiled bitterly, "Ruofei, I didn't mean it that way. Aren't you usually very busy? It's just a small matter. I'm the boss of the company. How busy can I be?" Xiao Ruofei said, "Fatty works longer than me every day." "Ping, these aren't excuses. You're treating me like an outsider." "Fine. I was wrong," Guanping said, "I'll punish myself with a drink." After that, Guanping poured the wine, raised his head, and drank it. He then wiped his mouth and said, "Ruofei, it's actually not a big deal. It's just that I wasn't very happy at that time, so I poured out some bitterness when I drank with Fatty. What's going on?" Xiao Ruofei looked at Guanping and asked. "Yeah. What's going on?" Peng Hao also asked, "The last time I asked you, you wouldn't tell me." Guanping wanted to say something but stopped. Yi Linyun immediately stood up and said, "Brother Xia, Brother Guan, I'm going to the washroom." "Linyun, it's okay," Guanping said quickly, "I'm not trying to avoid you. Don't misunderstand." Yi Linyun smiled and said, "Brother Guan, I really need to go to the washroom." Xiao Ruofei could also see that Guanping seemed to have something that he couldn't say, so he said to Yi Linyun, "Linyun, you go." "Oh right, this food stall doesn't have a washroom. You have to go to the McDonald's across the street." Guanping couldn't help but laugh, "Not bad. I haven't been here for a few years, so I'm quite familiar with the place. This old street hasn't changed for so many years. Once you enter Gouda Street, it's like a few years back," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Yi Linyun nodded and walked out of the food stall. "Tell me." Xiao Ruofei stopped smiling and looked at Guanping. "What's going on?" Guanping sighed and said, "It's a bit melodramatic. I'll tell you, don't laugh. I say, when did you become so wishy-washy?" Peng Hao couldn't help but say, "I'm so worried." I'll tell you. Guanping said quickly, "Actually, a new supervisor came to our store last autumn. She's a woman. She's interested in me." Peng Hao and Xiao Ruofei were stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. This was a food stall, so everyone was talking loudly and drinking and chatting. So, the two's exaggerated behavior didn't attract any attention. Guanping said gloomily, "I told you. The two of you." Xiao Ruofei held back his laughter and said, "I'm sorry, Ping. I couldn't help it just now." Peng Hao also said, "I didn't expect that you're not as strong as me, and not as handsome as Ruofei, but your luck with women is pretty good. But isn't this a good thing? Why are you gloomy?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "It's not necessarily a good thing. Fatty, have you forgotten about Zhao Xueqing?" Zhao Xueqing was the domestic agent entrusted by the landlord of the overseas villa when Xiao Ruofei bought the villa. At that time, Guanping was in charge of the miscellaneous matters of the transfer of ownership of the villa, so he had a good impression of Zhao Xueqing. Guanping smiled bitterly and said, "Ruofei, what does this have to do with anything? You've broken off contact with Zhao Xueqing?" Xiao Ruofei asked, "That can't be, right? I saw that you were very determined at that time." "I'm still in contact with Xueqing," Guanping said. "You even called Xueqing. Seems like you're making good progress," Peng Hao said with a smile. "How long has it been?" "If there isn't any progress, Ping might as well find a piece of tofu and kill himself," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Guanping looked helplessly at his two bad friends and said, "This isn't the main point, okay? Do the two of you want to hear it or not? I think your concern for me is fake, but you're gloating over my misfortune." Xiao Ruofei and Peng Hao quickly held back their laughter and said at the same time, "We want to hear it." We want to hear it. Xiao Ruofei asked, then what's the main point? Even if you're not interested in her, it's not a bad thing to have someone like her. Do you have to be so haggard because of this? Guanping smiled bitterly and said, the main point is, this female manager is a married woman. Peng Hao said with a bitter expression, Ping, did you come here today to attack me on purpose? I'm so handsome, and I'm considered a senior employee. I don't have a girlfriend yet, but you're so lucky in love. Is there any justice in this world? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but say, Guanping, aren't you a bit too explosive? Guanping heard the ridicule of his two bad friends, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He picked up the glass and drank a large glass of beer, and began to pour out his grievances. It turned out that the real estate agency that Guanping worked for had several teams in each store. The store manager was in charge of all the teams, and the supervisor of each team had several salespeople under him. Guanping had been working very hard since he joined the company. He completed several big orders in the first half of last year, so he was promoted to deputy supervisor. His future was bright. However, since the supervisor who had been training him was transferred to another store as the deputy store manager, his life became a little difficult. Originally, the supervisor recommended him to take over, but the company headquarters sent a female supervisor. The female supervisor's surname was Bai, and she was a charming young woman in her early 30s. It was said that her husband was the deputy supervisor of another store in the company. There were many rumors about Supervisor Bai in the company. Many people said that she relied on her body to get to where she was. When she was just an ordinary saleswoman, she often flirted with customers for sales. Later, she jumped to a real estate agency and quickly won the favor of many leaders in the company's headquarters. There were also people who said that Supervisor Bai's husband was also a man whose status depended on his wife. His performance was mediocre, but he became the deputy supervisor of a big store. In addition, his personality was a little cowardly, so he turned a blind eye to his wife's lifestyle. Guanping had naturally heard of these rumors, but he didn't take it seriously at first. It was harder for women to survive in the workplace compared to men, especially outstanding women. There were all kinds of rumors and slanders around them. When Supervisor Bai first took office, she was in a hurry and gave him the impression that she was quite outstanding. However, after getting along with her for a while, Guanping felt that something was wrong. Supervisor Bai seemed to care a little too much about him. She often called him to the office to talk alone, and sometimes intentionally or unintentionally, she would do some intimate actions. Guanping had worked his way up from an ordinary sales consultant, so he was naturally quite tactful when it came to dealing with people. Therefore, he tried his best to keep a certain distance from Supervisor Bai without falling out with her. He didn't expect that Supervisor Bai also didn't know what she saw in him. This kind of hidden harassment was getting more and more intense. There was even a time when Supervisor Bai specifically asked Guanping to send her home after a team dinner. In the car, under the influence of alcohol, she touched Guanping and said a lot of explicit things. Guanping could not avoid it and could only choose to sternly refuse. From then on, Guanping's days in the company began to suffer. Supervisor Bai's meticulous concern for him in the past had suddenly turned into a nitpicky attitude, and she would often criticize him severely. In any case, Guanping was a deputy supervisor. How would he have any prestige in the team? Furthermore, after a period of time, Guanping was transferred to another store without any warning. Although he was also a deputy supervisor of a team, compared to his original store, whether it was the size of the store or the location, it was a lot worse. Naturally, the performance could not be compared. For a real estate agent whose main income was based on performance commission, this was undoubtedly cutting off Guanping's source of income, and his income suddenly decreased by a lot. Moreover, Supervisor Bai, who was very resourceful, seemed to have greeted Guanping's new leader. Guanping's new store was not doing well. Not only did the store manager and deputy store manager not have a good attitude, but other teams often openly snatched their orders, causing the sales consultant and his team to complain. During this period of time, Guanping's days could be said to be quite difficult. After listening to Guanping's complaints, Peng Hao said with some anger, "How can there be such a shameless woman? Is no one going to teach her a lesson?" Guanping said with a bitter smile, "This woman has a godfather in the headquarters, and she has a good relationship with many store managers. I'm just a deputy supervisor, barely a sales backbone. To put it bluntly, I'm just an ordinary employee. What do I have to fight with her? Xiao Ruofei sat there quietly, and when he heard this, he asked, Ping, what's the future of this company? Guan Ping pondered for a moment and said, the real estate agent industry. How do I put it? The profits are definitely good, but the competition is also very fierce. The biggest disadvantage is that the influence of policies is too obvious. Often, the country or the local government will introduce one or two regulatory measures, and many small agencies will go bankrupt. The industry standards also need to be improved. When they can't do it, there are cases where they abscond with the user's money to buy a house. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, understood. Seeing that Xiao Ruofei didn't say anything, Peng Hao couldn't help but say, Ruofei, since Ping isn't happy in this company, why don't we just… Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and interrupted Peng Hao. He looked at Guan Ping and asked, Ping, if I remember correctly, the company you work for is called Vanguard Real Estate, right? Yes. Guan Ping said, and then asked, what's wrong? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, I just feel that it's a little familiar, like I've heard it somewhere before, but I can't remember where. Peng Hao laughed and said, where else could you have heard it before? Ping Zi must have told you about it. It wasn't Ping. Xiao Ruofei said, let me think. Peng Hao saw this and said with a smile, then take your time to think. Ping, let's drink. Don't worry too much, you can just resign and leave. If this place doesn't want you, there will be a place for you. After that, Peng Hao winked at Xiao Ruofei. Guan Ping naturally knew what Peng Hao meant, but he just smiled and raised his glass to Peng Hao. He said, let's drink, let's drink. At this time, Xiao Ruofei suddenly stood up and said, Fatty, Ping, take your time drinking. I'll go out and make a phone call, come back quickly. Peng Hao said, don't try to avoid drinking. Don't worry. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. The two of you together are no match for me. Why would I need to avoid drinking? You're bragging. Peng Hao said, we're classmates who know each other very well. How could I not know your alcohol tolerance? Ruofei might have trained his alcohol tolerance in the army. Guan Ping said with a smile. He can't be that good. Peng Hao said stubbornly. Xiao Ruofei laughed and walked out of the food stall with his phone. He stood by the roadside and used his phone to call Liang Qichao, who was far away in Australia. The phone rang 4 or 5 times before Liang Qichao picked it up. His voice was full of helplessness. My boss Xia. Do you know that there's a time difference between Australia and Huaxia? Do you have any important instructions for calling so late at night? Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment and quickly apologized. Sorry, I forgot. Xiao Ruofei subconsciously raised his hand to look at his watch and said, Brother Liang, it seems that Australia is 3 hours faster than Huaxia. That means it's not even 10 o'clock over there. Why did you go to bed so early? I know. I must have disturbed you when you were working, right? Tell me honestly, is there another person on your bed? Is it Defra? Liang Qichao said with a guilty conscience, can't you be a little healthier? Do you think it's like back in China? Hunter's Valley is frighteningly quiet when it's dark. What else can I do other than sleep? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, that's hard to say. Australian girls are very passionate. There's still a lot of things you can do at night. Liang Qichao was a little angry and said, Boss Xia, you're not calling so late. Just to check on me, are you? If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. No, I have something to ask you. Xiao Ruofei said quickly. No kidding, I really have something to ask you. What is it? Say it. I remember that Uncle Liang has invested in a real estate agency company, right? Xiao Ruofei said, what's the name of the company? Liang Qichao said, Vanguard Real Estate. I didn't invest much, about 15% of the shares. It's kind of an industrial layout. Why are you suddenly asking about this? You're such a big boss, do you still need to buy a second-hand house? Although Liang Weiman's Jianda Group wasn't a giant real estate development company in the country, he was deeply involved in the local market. In Sanshan City, or in the southeast province, the industrial layout was still in place. From their own real estate development to the surrounding property, renovation, and even radiating into the real estate industry, they had a lot of investments. They complemented each other's strengths. For example, the Jianda Group's real estate would definitely use their own Jianda real estate. If there were real estate agents' shops around the real estate, then the best shops would definitely be reserved for Vanguard Real Estate, which the Jianda Group had a stake in. In addition, the real estate company was also owned by their own family. If some owners intended to sell their houses, they would often get the news one step ahead of their competitors. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Nothing, I just feel that the name of the company is a little familiar. It seems that Uncle Liang mentioned it to me last time." "Then I won't disturb you. If you're not scared by the ringing of the phone, continue." After that, Xiao Ruofei laughed and hung up the phone. He faintly heard Liang Qichao curse on the other end of the phone, "Damn you." After getting the answer, Xiao Ruofei walked back to the food stall. He sat down, picked up his glass and drank with Guan Ping. Then, he said seriously, "Ping, I have two solutions to your problem. It's up to you." Peng Hao clapped his hands and laughed. "I knew that Ruofei wouldn't sit back and do nothing. Ping, you should have told Ruofei about your problem long ago. But you just want to save face." Guan Ping looked at Xiao Ruofei and Peng Hao gratefully. He smiled and said, "Ruofei, tell me about it first." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "The first one is naturally to resign and leave. I, Xiao Ruofei, didn't have many friends in high school. You and Fatty are my best friends. Now that my company is developing well, and you have experience in sales, how about you come to my company and help me after you resign? Your position may not be too high at the beginning. You can be a manager under the marketing or e-commerce department. You can lead a team by yourself." Now that the Taoyuan company was getting bigger and bigger, the management was moving step by step towards regularization, especially after the implementation of the staff classification system. Even if Guan Ping was Xiao Ruofei's good friend, his starting point couldn't be too high when he first entered the company. Otherwise, it would be unfair to the employees who were promoted step by step. And in this way, Guan Ping could easily attract criticism, and it would be difficult for him to carry out his work. Xiao Ruofei didn't want his company to develop to such a scale and still be like a family business. He believed that as long as Guan Ping was capable, he could quickly stand out. Guan Ping wasn't surprised by Xiao Ruofei's first proposal. He smiled and said, "Ruofei, I'd like to hear your second plan." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "The second plan is to stay in Vanguard Real Estate." Peng Hao couldn't help but say, "Ruofei, that won't do. Didn't you hear what Ping said? That woman is pressuring Ping Zi step by step and using all kinds of methods to squeeze him. He can't stay in the company anymore." Guan Ping smiled and said, "Fatty, listen to Ruofei. I think he must have his reasons for proposing this plan." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Fatty, look at Ping Zi. He's calmer than you. Don't think that you're the leader of the company now. If he goes to our company in the future, he might develop better than you." Okay. Don't keep me in suspense. If you have something to say it in one breath." Peng Hao said gloomily. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Ping Zi, if you want to stay in Vanguard Real Estate, it's not a problem. I can find a friend to help you talk to them. I promise that those messy things won't disturb you in the future. You can focus on your career." After that, Xiao Ruofei looked into Guan Ping's eyes and said, "There are two solutions. It's up to you to choose." Guan Ping said gratefully, "Ruofei, thank you for being so considerate for me. We're brothers in this life." "You don't have to be so polite," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Guan Ping nodded heavily and said, "Okay, then I won't treat you as an outsider. But I might need to think about it seriously. I can't give you an answer now." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded, saying, "I understand. After all, this is a serious matter. It's better to think about it carefully. Don't make a hasty decision. Call me when you've made up your mind." "Okay." Guan Ping said, "Come, Ruofei, let me toast you. The three of you together." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Fatty, didn't you say that you wanted to get me drunk? Bring it on. Who's afraid of you?" Peng Hao said, "Don't think that you're my boss now. I won't go easy on you. At 9:30 in the evening, Xiao Ruofei and the others left the food stall. After that, they didn't talk about Guanping anymore. Xiao Ruofei understood. After all, Guanping had been working for many years. It wasn't easy to resign. He would give Guanping enough time to think about it. The four of them consumed 4 boxes of beer. Yi Linyun had to drive, so he didn't touch any. In fact, more than 40 bottles of beer were drunk by Xiao Ruofei, Peng Hao, and Guanping. Peng Hao didn't get Xiao Ruofei drunk. Not only that, Xiao Ruofei didn't look drunk at all. His eyes were still clear. In fact, Xiao Ruofei drank no less than the other two. Peng Hao's footsteps were a little weak. Although the alcohol content of beer wasn't high, it couldn't withstand drinking so much. Guanping was also a little drunk, but he was much better than Peng Hao. He was still supporting Peng Hao. Guanping was calmer than Peng Hao. He wouldn't drink so much. Moreover, he had been working in sales for a long time, so his alcohol tolerance had improved a lot. Guda Street was relatively narrow, and there were many stalls on the side of the road. Coupled with bicycles, motorcycles, and so on, the traffic was more chaotic. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei asked Yi Linyun not to drive in after getting the car, but to wait at the end of the street. He definitely had to send Peng Hao and Guanping back first. Therefore, he and Guanping supported Peng Hao and walked slowly to the end of the street. It wasn't easy to find a parking space nearby. When they arrived, Xiao Ruofei parked the car quite far away, almost 2 streets away. Therefore, when the three of them reached the intersection, Yi Linyun hadn't arrived yet. The three of them stood by the side of the road and waited. Xiao Ruofei took out a cigarette and handed it to Guanping. When he handed it to Peng Hao, he saw that Peng Hao's eyes were blurred. He didn't even react to the cigarette in front of him. It seemed that after coming out, the cold wind blew, and the alcohol went to his head. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Ping, I think we should take a picture of Fatty's current appearance. Let's see if he dares to provoke me when drinking in the future." Good suggestion. Guanping laughed and said, "Come on, let's give him a pose." After saying that, the two bad friends helped Peng Hao sit down on the curb. After getting drunk, people's bodies were especially heavy, and without support, they would definitely fall down. The two of them couldn't stabilize themselves after 2 tries. Xiao Ruofei looked up and helped Peng Hao to a nearby trash can. They sat down on the roadside and Peng Hao leaned against the trash can. "Ha ha ha. This style is good," Guanping said. Peng Hao was not done yet. He even mumbled, "Come on. Ping Zi, let's drink with Ruofei again." Xiao Ruofei and Guanping couldn't help but laugh. They took out their phones and took photos happily, recording all of Peng Hao's ugliness. At this moment, a voice came from behind them. "Guanping?" After hearing this voice, Guanping's movement stiffened. He slowly straightened his body and looked back. The smile on his face disappeared. He said faintly, "Supervisor Bai, Manager Liu." When Xiao Ruofei heard these 3 words, he stopped taking photos and turned to look with interest. He saw a man and a woman standing opposite Guanping. One of them was a young woman in her early 30s. She was probably the supervisor Bai that Guanping mentioned. In fact, this woman was quite beautiful. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to open a path with her body. However, in Xiao Ruofei's eyes, she was just a mediocre beauty. After all, there were many beautiful women around him. His girlfriend, Ling Qingxue, was even more beautiful. Moreover, Supervisor Bai's makeup was quite thick, which made her look a bit flirtatious. Plus, her lips were very thin. People with this kind of face were generally more mean. No wonder Guanping didn't like her at all. The man beside Supervisor Bai was about 35 or 36 years old. He was wearing a suit and leather shoes. He had the style of a successful person. However, he shouldn't be Supervisor Bai's husband. Xiao Ruofei heard Guanping call him Manager Liu just now. Xiao Ruofei still remembered that when they were eating at the food stall, Guanping said that Supervisor Bai's husband relied on her connections to become a deputy manager. He was still far from being a manager. This Manager Liu's hand was still around Supervisor Bai's waist. His position was slightly higher, basically sticking to the lower edge of the mountain range. This posture was quite ambiguous. Xiao Ruofei saw Supervisor Bai described by Guan Ping for the first time. He immediately had an eye-opening feeling. This woman's private life was really debauched. Supervisor Bai and Manager Lu didn't seem to avoid anything. Even when they met an acquaintance like Guan Ping, the two still maintained this ambiguous posture. Manager Lu even had a bit of flaunting on his face. The corner of Supervisor Bai's mouth twitched slightly. She said, "Just now when I saw your back from afar, it was really you. I thought it was a couple of drunkards." Guan Ping frowned slightly and said, "Supervisor Bai, it's okay to have a meal with friends after work, right?" "It's okay. Of course it's okay." Supervisor Bai laughed exaggeratedly. Then, she changed the topic and said, "But coming to this kind of place to eat, isn't it a bit low class? You are our company's sales star. Why are you only hanging out at the food stall now?" After that, Supervisor Bai looked at the lively Gouda street with a look of disgust. "It's our freedom to eat wherever we like. Supervisor Bai, you don't have to worry about this," Guan Ping said, neither servile nor overbearing. Supervisor Bai's expression changed slightly when she heard this. A cold light flashed in her eyes, but she quickly put on an aggrieved expression and said coquettishly, "Manager Lu, your new subordinate seems to have a problem with me." Manager Lu saw this and patted the back of Supervisor Bai's hand. He glanced at Guan Ping with some disgust and cleared his throat. He said, "Guan Ping, although the company doesn't prohibit employees from drinking after work, if you drink like this, how can it not affect tomorrow's work? What's more, how could there be working hours in sales? Many colleagues from other teams are still bringing customers to look at houses at this time. Your team's performance this month is at the bottom. Don't you have any sense of urgency?" Guan Ping looked shocked and said, "Manager Lu, today is the third day of the first lunar month. There are still 3 days before work starts." Only then did Manager Lu realize that he had misspoken. He said angrily, "I'm talking about this. The sales performance is a mess and you still have the mood to drink? So what if it's the third day of the first lunar month? Guan Ping's team's bilingualing is still bringing customers to look at houses on the first day of the first lunar month." Bilingualing was Supervisor Bai's cousin. She also worked in the store where Guan Ping was working now. She was also taught by Supervisor Bai. Every day at work, she would dress up beautifully. Coupled with her relationship with Supervisor Bai, she was also deeply liked by the supervisor and the store manager. However, to say that she was bringing customers to look at houses on the first day of the first lunar month was pure nonsense. Who would receive people to look at houses on the first day of the first lunar month? Even if they were in a hurry to buy a house, it wouldn't be during the first lunar month, right? Moreover, this was the off-season for second-hand houses. There weren't many orders, let alone during the spring festival. Guan Ping curled his lips and didn't explain anything. This store manager Lu was obviously looking for trouble. He had nothing better to do, so he criticized him to please Supervisor Bai. Anyway, he had to listen to whatever store manager Lu said. Supervisor Bai said with a smile, "Manager Lu, it seems that little Guan is not convinced. I think your prestige in the store is just SOSO. Even a deputy supervisor dares to give you a hard time. This kind of situation would never happen in our store." Manager Lu was even more annoyed. He glared at Guan Ping and said, "Guan Ping, what's with your attitude? You can't say anything, right?" He didn't like Guan Ping, and Supervisor Bai had specifically asked him to teach Guan Ping a lesson. Therefore, he often criticized Guan Ping. Now that Guan Ping didn't give him face in front of Supervisor Bai, he was naturally even more annoyed. Guan Ping held back his anger and said, "Manager Lu, I didn't say anything. Whatever you say is the truth. What's with the attitude? Look at you now. Do you still look like a subordinate?" Manager Lu said unyieldingly, "Don't you even know the most basic manners when meeting a superior? How did you pass the induction training? Also, you look bitter and hateful in the store all day long. Who are you trying to show your attitude to? I'm telling you, if you don't want to work, then get out of here. Vanguard Real Estate doesn't lack so-called sales stars like you." Guan Ping felt the anger in his chest burning fiercely, and his eyes became somewhat sharp. He was in the sales industry, and he usually faced all kinds of customers. He was often bullied, and it could be said that he had been trained. During this period of time in the store, Manager Lu often scolded him for no reason. Sometimes, his words were worse than this, but he endured it. But today, it was clearly after work, and these two people still looked for trouble to disgust him, and it was in front of his brother, Xiaoruofei. Guanping couldn't stand it anymore. Just when Guanping was about to explode, Xiaoruofei, who had been watching the show, finally couldn't stand it anymore. He said lazily, "You two, that's enough. Have you had enough of showing off? Go where you're supposed to go, every moment of the spring night is worth 1,000 gold." After Xiaoruofei finished speaking, he glanced at Supervisor Bai, and a sarcastic smile hung on his face. "Who are you?" "Supervisor." Bai glanced at Xiaoruofei, then glared at Guanping, and said, "Little Guan, this is your friend. Tell him to watch his words. I can sue him for slander." Manager Lu also said, "I think Guanping must be spreading some groundless rumors behind our backs. It's getting more and more outrageous." Xiaoruofei couldn't help but laugh. These two people were really shameless to a certain extent. Manager Lu's hand was about to touch Supervisor Bai's breasts, and Supervisor Bai's entire body was glued to Manager Lu's body. The two of them were walking openly on the street, and they actually dared to say that it was a groundless rumor. "Could it be that the two of you are husband and wife?" Xiaoruofei smiled and looked at Manager Lu's irksome devil's claws. "What does it have to do with you? Are you from the Public Security Bureau or the Civil Affairs Bureau?" Supervisor Bai spat out like a cannon, "Since when is it your turn to care about my business? You're just a pauper who can only afford to eat at a food stall. You should care if your mother is cheating or not." Xiaoruofei's face suddenly turned cold. This Supervisor Bai was born with a mean face, but he didn't expect her to be so harsh. Her words were really unpleasant to hear. Guanping couldn't help but burst out, "Bai Jingjing. Clean your mouth. If there's anything, come at me. Did my brother offend you? Guanping, what's with your attitude?" Manager Lu also scolded with a sullen face, apologized to Supervisor Bai immediately. Guanping's neck stiffened, and just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by Xiaoruofei. He coldly glanced at Bai Jingjing, and said, "Your mouth is really dirty." Bai Jingjing fiercely blurted out, "Dirty your mother, Pa." Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by a crisp slap on the face. Bai Jingjing covered her face and was stunned. After a while, she screamed, "You bastard, you dare to hit me? If you say another swear word, I'll hit you again." Xiaoruofei lightly said, "If you don't believe me, you can try." "You." Bai Jingjing's next swear word was forcefully held back. She turned to look at Manager Lu and said, "He hit me, are you just going to watch? Are you still a man?" Manager Lu was also tall and strong, but he didn't expect Xiaoruofei to suddenly hit someone, so he didn't react for a moment. After hearing Bai Jingjing's words, he suddenly felt a surge of blood. Plus, after Xiaoruofei's cultivation, he looked white and clean, which made him even more confident. Manager Lu let go of Bai Jingjing's waist, strode over and said, "Little bastard. You even hit a woman. If I don't teach you a lesson today, my surname will be Lu." When Xiaoruofei saw Manager Lu's weak footsteps, he knew that he definitely hadn't practiced martial arts. At most, he had a little brute force. Manager Lu rushed over aggressively, but Xiaoruofei still looked calm. When Manager Lu's fist was almost in front of him, Xiaoruofei easily sidestepped and easily dodged the reckless punch. Then, he stretched out his foot and gently tripped Manager Lu. Store Manager Lu had used so much strength that his center of gravity was already unstable after he missed. Xiaoruofei tripped him, and he lost control of himself and fell to the ground with his mouth full of mud. During the whole process, Manager Lu didn't even touch Xiaoruofei's clothes, and Xiaoruofei didn't use any strength at all. He was easily put down. Before Manager Lu could stand up, Xiaoruofei walked over, grabbed him by the collar with one hand, and lifted him up easily. Xiaoruofei threw Manager Lu in front of Bai Jingjing and said calmly, "Now, can you apologize to my brother?" Bai Jingjing was shocked. Store Manager Lu weighed more than 170 kilograms. But this young man in front of her picked him up with one hand, and it was as if he was carrying a small bundle of straw. It didn't take any effort at all. How scary was his strength? Manager Lu was dizzy from the fall and didn't recover for a long time. Guanping looked at the couple with some disgust and shook his head. Ruofei, forget it. There's no point in arguing with this kind of people. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Whatever. Let's go. Night XV's off-road vehicle could be seen not far away. Xiao Ruofei glanced at Bai Jingjing and Manager Liu. He smiled faintly and said, "It's good that you've made your decision. It's good that you don't want to stay in such a company." Yes. Guanping seemed to have made up his mind. He said, "I'll hand in my resignation after work." Bai Jingjing heard this and couldn't help but sneer. "You're finally willing to resign? Little Guan, let me tell you, a person like you is nothing if you leave the company. Don't end up on the streets." Xiao Ruofei's sharp eyes glanced at Bai Jingjing. Bai Jingjing was so scared that she shrank to Manager Lu's side. She said fiercely, "What do you want to do? I'm warning you, this is a lawful society. If you dare to touch me again, I'll definitely call the police." Xiao Ruofei sneered and said, "I'm afraid of dirtying my hands if I hit you. I just want to tell you that even if the two of you end up on the streets, my brother will live a good life." Bai Jingjing saw that Xiao Ruofei had no intention of hitting her, so she seemed to be emboldened. She sneered and said, "Then I'll wait and see." After that, Bai Jingjing glanced at Guanping and said, "By the way, I still have a lot of acquaintances in the industry. You'd better give up on the idea of applying to other real estate agencies. Unless you leave Sanshan, there will be no place for you in this industry." Although Guanping had decided to work in Xiao Ruofei's company, he couldn't help but feel angry when he heard Bai Jingjing's words. She was forcing him to a dead end. If Guanping didn't have Xiao Ruofei as his brother, even if he resigned from Vanguard Real Estate, he would definitely have to apply to other real estate agencies. After all, he had worked for so many years and was familiar with this industry. Bai Jingjing was obviously going to shut him out. In that case, he could only leave his hometown or change to a new industry and start from scratch. Seeing Guanping's livid face, Bai Jingjing couldn't help but feel a little proud. She said condescendingly, "Little Guan, I've always appreciated people with integrity, but it's not good to be young and frivolous. Tell me, if you don't have a job, how are you going to support yourself? Just relying on your pauper friends?" Store manager Lu also sneered and said, "Supervisor Bai, what's there to say to this kind of impulsive young man? Wait until he hits a wall in society, then he will understand these principles. Without a source of income, he will know what it means to be poor." Xiao Ruofei and Guanping couldn't help but look at the two of them speechlessly. They really couldn't understand where their sense of superiority came from. Wasn't he just a small leader of a second-rate real estate agency? "Hirako, let's go." Xiao Ruofei was a bit dispirited. What's there to say to a frog at the bottom of a well? Guanping couldn't help but smile and say, "That's true, who are you calling frogs at the bottom of a well?" Bai Jingjing raised her eyebrows and said, "You poor bastards who eat at food stalls? Don't think that you can spout nonsense just because you have some brute strength." Xiao Ruofei couldn't be bothered to deal with such a weirdo. He only smiled faintly. At this time, Yi Linyun drove the Night 15 to the end of the street. Seeing the domineering super off-road vehicle, Bai Jingjing's eyes couldn't help but light up. She pointed at the car and said to Xiao Ruofei, "Do you see it? This is the life of a real rich person. Do you know what brand this car is and how much it costs? Just one of its headlights is enough for you to eat hundreds of food stalls. Don't you think about your own status? How dare you call me a frog at the bottom of a well? I think you're worse than a toad." Xiao Ruofei glanced at Bai Jingjing faintly. Looking at this woman who kept on pestering him, he couldn't help but feel a trace of anger in his heart. When Guanping saw that Bai Jingjing actually used Xiao Ruofei's car as evidence to attack Xiao Ruofei, his expression became very interesting. At this time, Yi Linyun had already slowed down the car. He immediately opened the door and jumped out. He had already seen the conflict here from afar, so he quickly walked towards Xiao Ruofei as soon as he got out of the car. When Bai Jingjing saw the young man driving a luxurious off-road vehicle towards her, she thought that she met a rich second generation on the street. She couldn't help but feel excited. She didn't even care that her lover was beside her. She kept throwing flirtatious glances at Yi Linyun. She even purposely stuck out her chest to show off her proud assets. Yi Linyun's face was cold. He didn't even look at her. Instead, he went directly to Xiao Ruofei's side. He bowed slightly and asked, "Brother Xia, what happened? Do you need me to deal with it?" After that, Yi Linian's sharp gaze swept towards Manager Lu and Bai Jingjing. "It's nothing. They're just two clowns." Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "Let's go. You go and get Fatty in the car first." "Yes," Yi Linian said and immediately walked towards Peng Hao. Manager Lu and Bai Jingjing, who were standing at the side, were already dumbfounded. Their faces turned red and then white. Bai Jingjing's words of scolding Xiao Ruofei were still ringing in her ears. She didn't expect that this $10 million luxurious car was actually Xiao Ruofei's car. She thought that the cool second-generation rich guy was actually Xiao Ruofei's bodyguard and driver. Bai Jingjing wished that there was a hole in the ground for her to hide in. Manager Lu was even more terrified. How could someone who could afford to drive such a luxurious car have a low status? He had drunk a little today, and with Bai Jingjing's incitement, he might get into trouble. Xiao Ruofei glanced at Manager Lu and Bai Jingjing with a faint smile. He walked straight to the Night 15 and opened the door. Xiao Ruofei's sarcastic gaze seemed to have irritated Bai Jingjing. However, she was no longer as arrogant as before. She just muttered in a low voice, "So what if you have some stinky money?" Manager Lu wanted to slap her. He didn't even want to pursue the matter. What's the point of talking so fast? Although Bai Jingjing's voice was very soft, Xiao Ruofei's hearing was very sharp. He heard her and gently closed the door. He turned around and said indifferently, "It's not a big deal to be rich. There are many rich people in the world. I don't think I'm better than others, but," at this point, Xiao Ruofei changed the topic and her tone became a little cold. "I remember that just now you kept saying that my brother would be homeless after leaving Vanguard Real Estate. You just wanted to use money to threaten my brother so that he would stay in your company even if he had to endure the humiliation. Now you're telling me that you're great just because you have money? You think you're worthy?" Bai Jingjing gritted her teeth. Her face was red, but she couldn't refute him. Xiao Ruofei didn't seem to be in a hurry to get into the car. He looked at Bai Jingjing and smiled faintly. "By the way, it seems that other than money, there's also power, right? Just because you have a higher position than my brother, you can pick on him and find all kinds of reasons to make things difficult for him and suppress him. Is that right?" Bai Jingjing seemed to have thrown caution to the wind. She raised her head and said coldly, "So what? I'm going to suppress such an unappreciated person. So what if you have money? Won't he still have to get out of Vanguard Real Estate?" Guan Ping's eyes were burning with anger. He clenched his fists tightly, and his heart was filled with humiliation. Xiao Ruofei patted Guan Ping's shoulder gently and said, "Ping, calm down." After that, Xiao Ruofei looked at Bai Jingjing again. This time, there was a trace of ridicule in his eyes. "Well said. The higher the position, the higher the position, the higher the authority, right?" Xiao Ruofei said sarcastically. "This logic is pretty good. It's simple and crude. I like it." Bai Jingjing had a bad feeling, but she still snorted and said, "Humph." Deliberately mystifying. Store manager Lu pulled Bai Jingjing's clothes and said, "Supervisor Bai, don't talk so much." Manager Lu had completely sobered up by now. He could tell that Guan Ping's friend seemed to have a strong background. Except for the two fights just now, Xiao Ruofei looked amiable the rest of the time, but he had a temperament that made people look up to him. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Xiao Ruofei looked at the two of them with a faint smile. He took out his phone and dialed Liang Weiman's number without hesitation. It wasn't too late, and Liang Weiman wasn't asleep yet. He quickly picked up the phone. He laughed heartily and said, "Ruofei, Happy New Year." It was the third day of the first lunar month, and the New Year's greetings were basically exchanged when people met or called each other. Xiao Ruofei also laughed and said, "Uncle Liang, it's so late. I hope I didn't disturb your rest." No, I'm watching TV." Liang Weiman said. "Chi Chao didn't come back for the New Year. The house is quiet. There's nothing to do except watch TV. Uncle Liang, you're criticizing me." Xiao Ruofei said, "Brother Liang can take a vacation anytime. I didn't restrict him." Liang Weimin laughed and said, "It's this kid who doesn't want to come back. How carefree he was when he was alone abroad. Why would he want to come back and listen to our nagging? He's mainly busy with his business. The farm's business has been busy recently. Please understand." Xiao Ruofei smiled and helped Liang Qichao explain. Liang Weimin was also in a good mood. How could he not know that Liang Qichao had been doing well in Australia recently? Because of this, Elder Tang he even called Liang Weimin and praised Liang Qichao. This made Liang Weimin very happy. Haha. I'm just saying. We can't be happier that Qichao can do a proper business. It doesn't matter if he doesn't come back for the new year. Liang Weimin said. When Uncle Liang isn't too busy, you can bring Auntie to visit Brother Liang. Xiao Ruofei smiled gently and said, "The environment of Paradise Farm is very good. You can take it as a vacation." Okay. I'll definitely go there when I have time. The main thing is to check if that kid is slacking off. Liang Weimin said with a smile. Then, he asked, "By the way, Ruofei, why are you calling me so late at night? Is there something wrong?" Xiao Ruofei heard him and looked at Bai Jingjing and Manager Liu. In fact, when the two of them saw Xiao Ruofei take out his mobile phone, they had a bad feeling in their hearts. However, they heard Xiao Ruofei chatting on the phone, and they didn't know what Xiao Ruofei was up to. The key was that Xiao Ruofei called the other party Uncle Liang. There didn't seem to be a leader with the surname Liang in their company's senior management. Bai Jingjing was a famous social butterfly in the company. She quickly went through the company's senior management in her mind and confirmed that there was no one with the surname Liang. She couldn't help but feel relieved. When she saw Xiao Ruofei looking over, she couldn't help but snort coldly. Bluff, Xiao Ruofei glanced at Bai Jingjing lightly and asked, "Uncle Liang, I want to ask you how much power you have over at Vanguard Real Estate." Liang Weimin was stunned for a moment, but he quickly said, "This is a real estate agency that our group invested in. Our group owns about 15% of the shares. As for power of speech, it should be okay. Our group has sent 2 executive directors. In addition, the general manager of Vanguard Real Estate has a very good personal relationship with me." Speaking of this, Liang Weimin couldn't help but ask curiously, "Ruofei, you didn't specifically call just to ask this, right? Don't tell me you want to buy a second-hand house? That's not right. If you want to buy a house, you should be looking for me. We have 2 new properties that are very good." Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Liang Weimin and Liang Qichao were indeed father and son. Their thinking patterns were so similar. "Uncle Liang, I don't want to buy a house," Xiao Ruofei explained, then said, "It's just that there are 2 employees in Vanguard Real Estate who have bad character. If it's convenient for Uncle Liang, can you help me remind them and say hello?" When Liang Weimin heard this, his heart suddenly thumped. He didn't even ask Xiao Ruofei what had happened. He said directly, "Ruofei, tell me their names and positions. I'll give you a satisfactory explanation within 10 minutes. Liang Weimin knew Xiao Ruofei very well. He knew that Xiao Ruofei was never an overbearing person. Today, Xiao Ruofei called him in the middle of the night and said that the 2 employees had bad character. This meant that the 2 ignorant employees of Vanguard Real Estate must have made Xiao Ruofei angry, and very angry. Xiao Ruofei was a benefactor of Liang Weimin's family. Not only did he help Liang Qichao a lot, but he also had a good relationship with the old man Tang He. He was a very important friend of Liang Weimin. No matter what the positions of the 2 employees were, even if they were senior executives of Vanguard, Liang Weimin would stand on Xiao Ruofei's side without hesitation. Even if the Jianda Group withdrew their investment from Vanguard in the end, he wouldn't frown. Xiao Ruofei turned to look at Guan Ping. He covered the phone and asked, "What are the positions of these 2 people?" Bai Jingjing and Manager Liu's faces suddenly turned pale, and they became more and more nervous. Guan Ping said without hesitation, "One is the manager of the Jianbin store, and the other is the supervisor of the Qingshui store." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said to Liang Weimin, "Uncle Liang, one of them is the manager of the Jianbin store, surnamed Liu, and the other is the supervisor of the Qingshui store, named Bai Jingjing." Liang Weimin said seriously, "I've noted it down. Ruofei, I'll call you back later." When Liang Weimin heard Xiao Ruofei say that they were only a manager and a supervisor, he didn't have the slightest hesitation in his heart. Although Vanguard real estate wasn't particularly large, there were at least hundreds of stores in the province, which meant that there were at least 100 or 200 managers and reserve managers. As for a supervisor like Bai Jingjing, it was several times more. For the entire company, people of this level were insignificant. Since they were blind enough to make Xia Ruofei angry, what else was there to say? Xia Ruofei said with a smile, then I'll have to trouble Uncle Liang. I hope you can give him a more profound lesson. At this point, Xia Ruofei looked at Bai Jingjing and Manager Liu. For some reason, his calm gaze seemed to have a kind of intimidating power, making the two of them not dare to look directly at him. Their hearts were in a mess, and a trace of regret gradually began to grow. Xia Ruofei glanced at them and added, "Oh right, they once threatened my brother, saying that even if he resigned from Vanguard Real Estate, he wouldn't be able to work in the real estate industry in Sanshan." So, Liang Weiman said without hesitation, "I understand. Banning the entire industry isn't a big deal. Ruofei, give me a few minutes, and I'll give you a satisfactory explanation." "Uncle Liang, thank you." Xia Ruofei said, "I'll treat you to a drink later." "Haha. It's a piece of cake." Liang Weiman laughed heartily, "But I won't be polite when it comes to drinking." "Who asked you to have so much good wine?" Xia Ruofei didn't chat with Liang Weiman for too long and hung up. After the call, Xia Ruofei didn't look at Bai Jingjing and Manager Liu again. At this time, Yi Linyun had helped Peng Hao into the car. Xia Ruofei patted Guan Ping's shoulder and said, "Ping, let's go." "Okay." Guan Ping didn't care about Bai Jingjing and Manager Liu. He opened the back door and got into the car. Yi Linyun was as silent as ever. Since Xia Ruofei said that he didn't need to deal with this, he would do his best. He got into the driver's seat without saying a word, started the car, and left. Bai Jingjing and store manager Liu stood where they were and watched Night 15 leave. Their hearts were filled with anxiety. The two of them were silent for a while. Bai Jingjing finally couldn't help but say, "Liu, this person is probably bluffing, right? That Uncle Liang, there's no senior manager with the surname Liang in the company." Manager Liu said angrily, "You ask me? Who should I ask? What should I say to you? You already know that he's not an ordinary person, and he's not going to do anything. What's the point of saying that? Now that you're like this." Bai Jingjing's eyes turned red. She said sadly, "I'm just angry." "What right does he have to say that to me?" Bai Jingjing was full of charm. She almost subconsciously made a coquettish expression. Usually, Manager Liu would be infatuated, but now he felt a little disgusted. Bai Jingjing saw that Manager Liu didn't say anything. She couldn't help but comfort herself, "It's definitely fine. He's just a young man with some stinky money. How powerful can he be? He must be looking for a way out." Manager Liu was annoyed. He said, okay, no matter what, you can't go wrong in the future. Let's go back. I'm a little tired today." Manager Liu had already booked a room in a nearby hotel. He was going to have sex with Bai Jingjing that night, but after what happened, he was no longer in the mood. He just wanted to go back home. Bai Jingjing pouted and said, "Fine, I'll go back. You're the one who asked me out, and now you're the one who wants to leave, humph." Manager Liu secretly shook his head. He thought that it was better to stay away from this brainless woman. Although she was naturally charming and good in bed, she was easy to get into trouble. He didn't know whether today was a blessing or a curse. The two stood by the roadside and prepared to go back home. While waiting for the taxi, their phones, and Liu's phones, their phones. One after the other. The two looked at each other and saw a trace of unease in each other's eyes. They took a quick glance at the caller ID. "It's Vice President. Store." The two set up. Up, Bai was up, Liu's directly was, and the SSSSSS were direct were their S and said ping T. "Pick it. Answer. Answer. Dons hear him. He. Quickly. What can I do for you?" Store manager Liu unconsciously spoke in a flattering tone, but Vice President Jiang on the other end of the phone obviously didn't buy it. Before Manager Liu finished speaking, Vice President Jiang scolded him, "Lu Qingdong, you bastard. Don't drag us down with you if you don't want to work anymore. Manager Lu was stunned by the scolding. He stuttered, Mr. Jiang. What did I do wrong? Please tell me. Xiao Ruofei's figure unconsciously appeared in Manager Lu's mind, but he quickly forced himself not to think in that direction. He felt lucky and thought that it must be a coincidence. Even if the young man had a certain background, the company couldn't have reacted so quickly. It had only been a few minutes. And it was on the third night of the new year. But Vice President Zhang's next words completely shattered Manager Lu's wishful thinking. Vice President Jiang said, Lu Qingdong, how do you want me to tell you? Don't you know what you've done? Where are you now? Are you with that vixen by Jingjing? What did you do just now? Manager Lu's vision went dark, and he almost fainted. He timidly said, Mr. Jiang, we just had a small misunderstanding with a gentleman, but I don't want to hear any explanations. Vice President Jiang interrupted Manager Lu. I want to see your resignation letter tomorrow. This is an order from Director Kai. Manager Lu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Director Kai was the chairman of Vanguard Real Estate and the company's biggest shareholder. This young man's phone call had only lasted for less than 10 minutes, and even Director Kai was alarmed. What kind of monster had he provoked? Manager Lu's intestines were about to turn green with regret, and his mind kept replaying the words that Xia Ruofei said to that Uncle Liang on the phone. They once threatened my brother that even if he resigned from Vanguard Real Estate, he wouldn't be able to survive in the real estate industry in Sanshan. Then, thinking of this, Manager Lu felt his legs go weak. Sure enough, Vice President Jiang said coldly, let me remind you, don't even think about applying for jobs at other companies in the same industry. Don't forget that you've all signed a non-competition agreement. Even without the non-competition agreement, Director Kai still has some influence in the industry. If he says so, no one will want you. Manager Lu's face turned pale. His mind was buzzing. He didn't even know when Vice President Jiang hung up the phone. It took him 8 years to go from an ordinary salesman to the position of store manager. Manager Lu's education level wasn't high. How many hardships had he experienced to get to where he was today? Now, because of a moment of impulse, everything was gone. Besides, he didn't know anything other than real estate. It was impossible for him to compete with young people in a new industry when he was almost 40 years old. Manager Lu thought of his monthly mortgage and car loan. He thought of his family. If he didn't have this job, how could he survive in the future? He heard the beeping sound from the phone. He put the phone in his pocket and slowly turned to look at Bai Jingjing. Not far away, Bai Jingjing had finished the phone call. He didn't need to ask. He knew the answer just by looking at Bai Jingjing's expression. Bai Jingjing smiled bitterly at Manager Lu and said, I've been fired, and banned from the industry. Just now, they had threatened Guan Ping that even if he resigned, he wouldn't be able to work in the real estate industry. Now, all the consequences were on them. It was a huge irony. Manager Lu was regretting it now. Why did he have to provoke this vixen? If it wasn't for Bai Jingjing, he would still be a manager. Not only would he enjoy a high salary, but he would also get a share of everyone's performance. Now, everything was gone. There was a knife above the character of lust. Manager Lu had this thought in his mind. Then, a bolt of lightning flashed across his mind. He thought of Guan Ping and couldn't help but tremble. The one who started the trouble should end it. That young man was Guan Ping's friend. If Guan Ping could say something, maybe he could let him go. Thinking of this, branch manager Lu seemed to have grasped at a life-saving straw. Without hesitation, he took out his phone and quickly dialed Guan Ping's number. Bai Jingjing didn't react for a while, but she heard manager Lu mumbling, Guan Ping, pick up. Please pick up the phone. Bai Jingjing finally realized that she had Guan Ping's phone number, but she was one step behind store manager Lu. Even if she did the same thing now, she couldn't reach Guan Ping's phone. Therefore, Bai Jingjing could only walk to manager Lu with her eyes flickering. No one knew what she was thinking. In the Night 15 off-road vehicle. After Xiao Ruofei told Ji Linyan Penghao's address, he leaned against the passenger seat and closed his eyes to rest. Penghao's income this year was quite good. He had bought a 130 square meter apartment with a mortgage at the end of the year. It was also a property developed by the Jianda Group. After Xiao Ruofei told Liang Weimin about it, Liang Weimin gave him a big discount. The apartment was well furnished. Peng Hao added some furniture and appliances, and the whole family moved in. They lived in the new apartment this year. Peng Hao's parents were quite satisfied with him, and he held his head high in front of his relatives and friends. Ping, call uncle and auntie and ask them to go downstairs to pick up Fatty. Xiao Ruofei suddenly turned around and said, "It's late. Let's not go upstairs." "Okay." Guan Ping said with a smile, then took out his phone. Just as he was about to make the call, his phone vibrated. Guan Ping looked at the caller ID, and his face became a little ugly. He snorted and said, "It's Lu Qingdong." Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows and asked, "Is that Manager Lu?" "Yes." Xiao Ruofei revealed a look of understanding. It seemed that Uncle Liang's work efficiency was really high. "It's only been 10 minutes. Answer it. Let's hear what he wants to say." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Guan Ping nodded. After pressing the answer button, he said coldly, "Manager Lu, is there anything else you want to say?" On the other side of the phone, Manager Lu no longer had the arrogant attitude he used to have in front of Guan Ping. He said repeatedly, "No, no. Little Guan. No, 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 Guan Ping. Today's matter is our fault. During the time you've been in the store, my work style has been too rough. Many times I've wronged you. I'm really sorry." Guan Ping's face showed a trace of surprise. If it weren't for the number and voice, he would have thought that it was an imposter. He had been transferred to Manager Lu's store for 2 or 3 months, and he had never seen Manager Lu talk to his subordinates in such a tone. Even though Guan Ping had made it clear that he was going to resign, Branch Manager Lu was still acting all high and mighty. Why did his attitude suddenly change completely? "Manager Lu, are you making fun of me?" Guan Ping frowned and said, "I don't have time to joke with you. Guan Ping, I really know that I'm wrong." Manager Lu's attitude became even lower. "Please help me put in a good word for your friend. I really can't lose this job. My old mother is old, and she is sick all over. My wife doesn't have a job, and my child is about to go to primary school. I also have a mortgage and a car loan. If I lose my job, this family is really finished." Guan Ping was shocked and looked at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei turned back and smiled, asking, "This guy is scared?" Guan Ping nodded, covered the phone and said, "He's completely scared. He's directly wagging his tail and begging for mercy." "Ruofei, what does your Uncle Liang do? How can he be so powerful? He's also one of the major shareholders of Vanguard Real Estate." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "But his main business isn't a real estate agent. He just invested a little money in it to form the ecosystem of the industry." Then Xiao Ruofei said, "You don't have to worry about that. It's up to you. If you want to let him go, I definitely have no objections." Guan Ping's heart was filled with emotions. He knew that Xiao Ruofei was very capable now, and his business was thriving, but he didn't expect that he still underestimated Xiao Ruofei's influence. They used to be good friends in high school, but now, with a casual phone call, he could decide the fate of the person who used to ride roughshod over him. Just as Guan Ping was lost in thought, Manager Lu couldn't help but call out nervously, "Guan." "Guan Ping." Guan Ping came back to his senses and said coldly, "Manager Lu. What's the use of begging me now? If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place?" When he thought of how Manager Lu had suppressed and humiliated him before, Guan Ping's compassion disappeared without a trace. Manager Lu begged bitterly, "Guan Ping, I was blind before. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this time. Not only is Director Kai going to fire me, but he's also going to ban me from the entire industry. If that's the case, I really have no way to survive." When Guan Ping heard the words Director Kai, the muscles on his face couldn't help but twitch. At the same time, he felt a trace of warmth in his heart. Banning him from the entire industry was exactly what Bai Jingjing and Manager Lu had just threatened him. Now, Xiao Ruofei was venting his anger for him, putting all the consequences on the two of them. Xiao Ruofei was really good to his brothers. Then, Guan Ping thought of Manager Lu's child. She was a beautiful little girl who had come to the store before. She spoke with a childish voice and was very cute, just like a porcelain doll. All the staff in the store liked her very much. As for what Manager Lu said about his old mother taking medicine all year round and his wife not working, it couldn't be ruled out that he was pretending to be pitiful. However, such a cute little girl was enough to make Guan Ping feel bad. He took a deep breath and said coldly, "Manager Lu, I can talk to my brother. After you leave Vanguard Real Estate, you can try to apply for a job at another real estate agency." Letting Manager Lu lose his job was a lesson for him. He had been a store manager for so many years, so his family must have some savings. It wouldn't be difficult for him to find a job during this period of time. It was already very kind of him not to ban him from the entire industry. Manager Lu was also very satisfied with this result. He was overjoyed and said, "Guan Ping, thank you. Thank you for your magnanimity." As for the non-competition agreement, he didn't even mention it. As long as Xiao Ruofei didn't ban him, the non-competition agreement was nothing. As long as Vanguard Real Estate didn't pursue the matter, there wouldn't be any problems. At this time, Guan Ping seemed to have heard that Bai Jingjing, who was next to Manager Lu, also wanted Manager Lu to pass the phone to him. Guan Ping hated this woman from the bottom of his heart. This kind of hatred had reached the extreme. He said coldly, "Manager Lu, please tell Bai Jingjing that I don't want to talk to her. She only has herself to blame for what happened to her today. No one will pity her." After hanging up the phone, Guan Ping told Xiao Ruofei about his decision to let Manager Lu off the hook. Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't have any objections. This time, he was just helping Guan Ping vent his anger. Otherwise, Guan Ping could just resign directly. It wouldn't affect him at all. Soon, Liang Weimin called Xiao Ruofei and told him about the situation with Manager Lu and Bai Jingjing. Xiao Ruofei naturally expressed his sincere gratitude. At the same time, he also said that Manager Lu was an accomplice and that he could resign voluntarily. As for being banned from the industry, it would be fine. Liang Weimin naturally agreed. As for Bai Jingjing, who Xiao Ruofei didn't even mention at all, Liang Weimin naturally knew what to do. After a while, the car drove to the neighborhood where Peng Hao's house was. Peng Hao's parents were already waiting downstairs. When they saw Peng Hao so drunk, they couldn't help but complain a little. However, Xiao Ruofei and Peng Hao were good friends, and at the same time, Peng Hao's boss. They didn't want to blame Xiao Ruofei. However, Xiao Ruofei was a little embarrassed and apologized to Peng Hao's parents. After all, the three of them went out to drink and Peng Hao was the only one who got drunk. Peng Hao's parents would inevitably misunderstand. Fortunately, Peng Hao's parents knew about the relationship between the three of them. In addition, it was the new year, so they naturally didn't say anything. They just took Peng Hao from Yi Linyun and supported him. They even invited them upstairs to sit. Xiao Ruofei and the others naturally declined. After watching Peng Hao's family enter the elevator, they got in the car and left. Then, Xiao Ruofei asked Yi Linyun to drive Guan Ping home. At the entrance of Guan Ping's neighborhood, Xiao Ruofei said to Guan Ping, "Ping, you should rest well at home these few days and calm yourself down. After Chinese New Year, resign your job first. I'll talk to Vanguard Real Estate. They definitely won't make things difficult for you. After you submit your resignation letter, you can directly report to my company. I'll arrange it in advance. When the time comes, just look for Peng Hao." "Okay." Guan Ping nodded and said, "Ruofei, you don't have to arrange any position for me. I'll start as an ordinary employee." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I have my own plans. You don't have to worry about it." "Alright, it's getting late, let's go in. It's time for me to go back." After that, Xiao Ruofei got into the car and gestured for Yi Linyun to drive. Guan Ping watched as Night 15 walked away. Then, he turned around and walked back into the neighborhood. 5th day of the first lunar month, Sanshan Airport. Xiao Ruofei was wearing a low-key casual outfit and a pair of Ray-Ban aviator sunglasses. He dragged a simple suitcase out of the car. He rejected Yi Linyun's offer to help him carry his luggage and said with a smile, "Linyun, you can drop me off here. This is a temporary parking area. If you park here for too long, you'll be photographed. Just go back to the farm." Alright, brother Xia, I'll be leaving then. Yi Linyun nodded and said. Alright, call me if anything happens at the company, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. He waved his hand at Yi Linyun, then dragged his small suitcase into the domestic departure hall. Today's journey was smooth. There was still some time before boarding time, so Xiao Ruofei found a bench to sit down and rest for a while. He was a little excited. 2 days ago, he contacted Song Wei and the two of them agreed to go to Xiangnan to explore the ancient tomb where Song Wei was poisoned. Xiao Ruofei knew that there was a high possibility that there was a world stone in that ancient tomb, so he was filled with anticipation for this trip. The spiritual map space had not leveled up for a long time. At its current scale, devouring jadeite would consume a huge amount of jadeite every time it leveled up. Even if Xiao Ruofei was rich now, he could not afford it. Even if Xiao Ruofei had enough money to buy jade, jade was formed after countless years of changes in the Earth's crust. It was a non-renewable resource. It wasn't realistic to rely solely on jade to upgrade the space. The amount of jade that could be bought on the market was limited. Moreover, if he continued to buy large amounts of jade over a long period of time, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Therefore, the best way to upgrade the space was to find boundary stones. Not only was it efficient, but it also wouldn't attract attention. However, the existence of boundary stones didn't follow any rules. Even if Xia Qing had carved a sensing formation for Xiao Ruofei, it would only react within a few kilometers. Compared to the vast world, this was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Therefore, a definite clue about boundary stones like the ancient tomb was very valuable. Xiao Ruofei had to grab hold of it no matter what. In order to not attract attention, Xiao Ruofei only told his friends and even Ling Qingxue that he was going to inspect a project in another place. He even booked the plane ticket himself. Even Yi Lingyun, who had sent him to the airport, didn't know where he was going, let alone that he would be traveling with Song Wei. Xiao Ruofei sat on the long bench for a while. Then, he received a WeChat message from Song Wei on his phone. I've already gotten off the car. Have you arrived? Xiao Ruofei immediately replied. I'm at the departure hall. I haven't checked in yet. I'm waiting for you. He raised his head and looked at the departure hall entrance. Through the glass door, he saw Song Wei getting out of a black car. Song Wei also refused the driver's help with his luggage. He took out his boarding box from the trunk and sent the driver back. Song Wei dragged her suitcase and walked into the domestic port departure hall. She immediately looked around. Xiao Ruofei sent a WeChat message to him. I'm at your 3 o'clock. Song Wei immediately looked to the right and quickly found Xiao Ruofei. She dragged her luggage and walked over. The two of them didn't greet each other very familiarly. Song Wei directly sat down next to Xiao Ruofei, like an underground gang meeting. Although the probability of meeting acquaintances at the airport was very low, the two of them tried to keep a low profile. Xiao Ruofei flipped through a magazine and said to Song Wei, "Give me your ID. I'll get my boarding pass done first." Okay. Song Wei quickly handed his ID to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei took it without a trace. He stood up and tidied his clothes. Then, he walked to the check-in counter slowly. Soon, he got his boarding pass done. The two of them didn't have any large luggage to check in, so the procedures were naturally very fast. Xiao Ruofei looked back and saw that Song Wei had already dragged his luggage and walked in the direction of the security check. So, he also walked over. When the two of them passed by each other, Xiao Ruofei accurately stuffed his boarding pass and ID into Song Wei's hands. The two of them found 2 different security checkpoints, lined up, passed through the security check, and entered the departure hall. Compared to the bustling hall outside, there were much fewer people in the departure hall. The two of them naturally walked together. Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei showed their first-class boarding passes at the door of Heron Island Airlines VIP lounge and went directly into the VIP lounge with fewer people. The VIP lounge was very quiet, and all the seats were placed randomly. There were also some bonsai and screens to separate them from each other. The privacy was quite good. The two of them found 2 leather seats next to each other and sat down. Then, they couldn't help but look at each other and smile. We're kind of like a spy movie, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Song Wei couldn't help but smile and say, "Isn't it all to help you run errands? This is the first time I've lied to my parents." Song Wei naturally didn't dare to tell her parents that she wanted to return to the ancient tomb. Otherwise, Song Qiming would definitely lock her up at home without hesitation and send people to watch over her. Last time, Song Wei was poisoned, and her whole family was scared out of their wits. If they hadn't met the miraculous Xiao Ruofei, Song Wei would have died. Now, Song Qiming and his wife didn't even support Song Wei's participation in some of the normal outdoor archaeology activities organized by the school, let alone Song Wei's desire to explore the terrifying ancient tomb again. So, Song Wei told her parents that she would travel to other places to relax while there were still a few days left during the holidays. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Actually, you don't have to take the risk with me. You just need to tell me the location of the ancient tomb and some of the specific situations inside." Song Wei snorted softly, raised her head and said, "You want to get rid of me? No way." Hee hee. Xiao Ruofei smiled and didn't say anything. Song Wei said with some vigilance, "Ruofei, when we get there, you can't leave me behind and go in alone. Otherwise, I'll really cut ties with you." Until now, Song Wei hadn't told Xiao Ruofei the specific location of the ancient tomb. He just asked him to buy a ticket to Xiangnan province's capital, Tanzhou City. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "Do I look like a dishonest person?" "That's hard to say." Song Wei chuckled and said, "Anyway, I want to go in with you." Okay. Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, "But you have to promise me that once you enter the ancient tomb, you must listen to my orders. Don't act recklessly. In addition to the poison, there may be other risks." "No problem." Song Wei agreed readily. The two of them sat and chatted for a while in the VIP lounge. Then, the announcement that their flight had started boarding sounded. The VIP lounge was a little earlier than the economy class passengers. The two of them quickly boarded the plane through the covered bridge. Under the guidance of the beautiful first-class flight attendant, they came to the first-class area at the front of the cabin and found their seats. After putting the luggage away, Xiao Ruofei put on his headphones and began to listen to music. His eyes looked out of the oval porthole, and his mind had already flown to Xiangnan province. Song Wei sat in the aisle seat. This was also her own request. Every time she took a plane, she didn't sit by the window. Song Wei leaned against the back of the soft first-class seat. She turned her head slightly and looked at Xiao Ruofei's profile. Her beautiful eyes revealed a strange brilliance. It would be a lie to say that she was not afraid of entering the ancient tomb again. However, at this moment, Song Wei was more excited than nervous. She and Xiao Ruofei secretly flew to another place without telling all their family and friends. This gave Song Wei a feeling of excitement. After all the passengers boarded, the flight attendant closed the cabin door. After waiting for a while, the plane trembled slightly and was slowly pushed back by the tractor. After arriving on the taxiway, Xiao Ruofei saw through the porthole that the tractor was far away from the plane. The ground crew showed the pilot the latch in their hands and then waved their hands. Xiao Ruofei immediately felt the plane tremble slightly and began to move forward. After a taxiway, they crossed another runway. Finally, the plane stopped at the takeoff position of another runway. After a short pause, the plane began to accelerate. At this time, the engine had been adjusted to the takeoff thrust. Xiao Ruofei could clearly feel the pushback, indicating that the plane's acceleration was very large. Soon, the plane rose lightly into the air and drew a perfect arc in the sky. The 2-hour flight was neither long nor short. Fortunately, the first-class experience was very comfortable. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei had a lot in common. The two chatted all the way and felt that they had a deeper understanding of each other. At noon, the flight of Heron Island Airlines finally landed smoothly at Huanghua International Airport in Tanzhou. Coming to an unfamiliar place, Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei didn't have to hide from others. They dragged their suitcases and walked out of the domestic departure hall of Huanghua International Airport side by side. Breathing in the air of Xiangnan province, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Song Wei, can you tell me where the destination of this trip is now?" Song Wei pursed his lips and said with a smile, "There's no hurry. Let's take a taxi to the hotel first. We'll rest for half a day today and visit the scenic spots of Tanzhou." We'll leave early tomorrow morning. Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said with a wry smile, "You're really tight-lipped." Song Wei chuckled and said, "Of course, such an important thing has to be kept secret. Otherwise, what if you sneak away tonight?" "Okay." Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The two of them stood on the side of the road and prepared to take a taxi to the hotel they had booked in advance. Just as Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei walked out of the airport departure hall, both sides of the airport's VIP passageway were full of police forces. There were uniformed police officers and plainclothes police officers. A group of people walked out of the VIP passageway, surrounded by the crowd. It was the head of Xiangnan province, Song Rui's father, Song Jingping. Since he was promoted to the head, Song Jingping had been even busier. During important holidays like the Spring Festival, as the secretary, he had to stay in Xiangnan province. On New Year's Eve, he had to go to the frontline personnel who were guarding their posts. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, he began to visit his old comrades and so on. He had been busy until yesterday, when he finally took a day to return to the capital to pay his New Year's greetings to his father and gather with his relatives and friends. After a day, Song Jingping hurried back to Xiangnan province with his secretary. The people who accompanied him out of the VIP passageway, except for his secretary, were all sent by the provincial party committee to pick him up. As the head of Xiangnan province, Song Jingping's security level was also very high. Everyone escorted Song Jingping out of the hall and into a black car with a red flag parked at the entrance. The security personnel and the pickup personnel also got into the car. A small motorcade slowly started and drove in the direction of the provincial party committee. In fact, Xiao Ruofei had already seen the motorcade, but he didn't react for a moment. The plate number of the provincial party committee's number 1 car didn't necessarily belong to Xianxia 00001. Unless it was someone from the local system, they wouldn't be able to recognize Song Jingping's car at a glance. When Xiao Ruofei saw the police cars clearing the way and realized that it might be the car of a leader of the provincial party committee, it was already too late to avoid it. Song Jingping was naturally quite surprised when he saw Xiao Ruofei. He even rubbed his eyes, and the car slowly drove past Xiao Ruofei. He hurriedly shouted, "Stop the car." The experienced driver almost subconsciously stepped on the brakes, and the Hongqi car slowly came to a stop. The chief's car could be said to be a slight change in the situation. The cars behind naturally stopped in turn, and the police cars clearing the way also quickly stopped after driving forward for a short while. The security guards all got out of their cars and walked toward the Hongqi car. According to normal procedures, they would never stop at this time. Something must have happened. Song Jingping didn't pay attention to the nervous attendants, but immediately pressed down the window. When Xiao Ruofei saw the Hongqi car stop, he already felt that something was wrong. When the window slowly rolled down, revealing Song Jingping's figure, Xiao Ruofei secretly smiled bitterly. He and Song Wei deliberately kept a low profile. They even pretended not to know each other at Sanshan Airport, making it seem like an underground gang meeting. He didn't expect to be caught red-handed by Song Jingping as soon as he landed in Tanzhou. This was awkward. Song Qiming was also a powerful member of the Song faction. As an important member of the province, he must have some connection with Song Jingping. If Song Qiming knew about this, how big of a misunderstanding would it cause? He could only hope that Song Jingping wasn't so gossipy. Xiao Ruofei took the initiative to bow slightly and said, "Hello, Uncle Song." Song Jingping laughed and said, "Ruofei, it's really you. I couldn't believe it just now. Why didn't you call me first when you came to Tanzhou?" "Eh? Wei Wei is also here? You guys are." Song Jingping's secretary sat upright in the passenger seat. When he heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little moved. He couldn't help but look at the two people outside the car from the corner of his eyes. Secretary Song spoke in such an intimate and casual tone, he must have an extraordinary background. Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei looked embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. Song Wei was a little embarrassed as she called out, "Hello, Uncle Song." Then, she blushed and glanced at Xiao Ruofei. Clearly, she threw this difficult question to Xiao Ruofei. The awkwardness on Xiao Ruofei's face deepened as he said, "Uncle Song, we're just here to travel. We don't have a clear destination and we'll just go wherever we want to go, so we didn't want to disturb you." A meaningful look appeared on Song Jingping's face. Looking at the young man and woman before him, this was without a doubt the best interpretation of a perfect match. Although Song Jingping had heard that Xiao Ruofei already had a girlfriend, he naturally wouldn't ask. Deep down, he even hoped that Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei could be a couple. After all, Song Wei was half a family Song. In this way, Xiao Ruofei and family Song would have a closer relationship. Xiao Ruofei was definitely a person of great ability. His miraculous deeds had shocked Song Jingping. In addition, Master Song also liked Xiao Ruofei very much, so Song Jingping naturally hoped that Xiao Ruofei and family Song could get closer. Now it seemed that this was about to become a reality. The two young men and women were traveling thousands of miles away to a strange place and keeping a low profile. Obviously, they didn't want others to know. How could there be no story behind this? Thinking of this, Song Jingping couldn't help but show a smile of understanding. When Xiao Ruofei saw Song Jingping smile, he smiled bitterly in his heart. He hurriedly explained, "Uncle Song, it's not what you think," Song Jingping said with a smile, "I know. I know. Ruofei, since we've met, you can't pretend that you haven't been to Tanzhou. Get in the car first." Song Jingping also knew that it wasn't good for the motorcade to stay here for too long, so he invited Xiao Ruofei to get in the car first. Xiao Ruofei also knew that he had been caught red-handed by Song Jingping and it was impossible for him to leave quietly. Thus, he nodded lightly at Song Wei and the two of them walked over. Song Jingping's secretary was also very clever. He quickly turned around and said, "Secretary, I'll go to the back of the car." Although the back could seat 3 people, he couldn't occupy the front passenger seat alone and let the secretary and his 2 juniors squeeze in the back, could he? Song Jingping nodded slightly and said, "Okay. Tell the driver that we won't go back to the provincial party committee. We'll go straight home. Also, call home and ask Nanny Huang to prepare some good dishes." The secretary immediately said, "Yes, secretary." After that, he opened the door and got out of the car. He also made an inviting gesture to Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei. He was very polite. Song Wei sat in the front passenger seat, while Xiao Ruofei naturally accompanied Song Jingping in the back seat. The motorcade slowly started again and left Huanghua Airport. They changed their plan and drove toward the villa area of the provincial party committee. Song Jingping was an official of a high level, and he came from a big family, so his EQ was naturally not too low. Therefore, after the two of them got in the car, Song Jingping didn't continue to ask about their sudden appearance in Shannan province. In front of Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei, Song Jingping was like an ordinary honest elder. He didn't put on any airs and just chatted with a smile. As they talked, their topic turned to Song Ruei. This was normal. One of them was Song Rui's father, and the other was Song Rui's best brother. Naturally, this was a topic that couldn't be avoided. "Have you been in contact with Song Rui recently?" Song Jingping asked with a smile. "I heard that he's lingering in the capital and rarely goes to Sanshan. We haven't seen much recently, but we're still in contact," Xiao Ruofei said. He was secretly amused. If Song Jingping knew that Song Rui stayed in the capital to pursue a girl, he would probably be angry again. "Yes. That kid is too playful. You should talk to him more often." Song Jingping said, "Although you're a little younger than him, he'll still listen to you. Song Rui is actually quite career-oriented. He's just young and lively." "Uncle Song, you don't have to worry too much," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "If he was half as steady as you, I wouldn't have to worry," Song Jingping said with emotion. Xiao Ruofei accepted this kind of praise calmly. He was especially happy when he was compared to Song Rui. It was a pity that Song Rui wasn't present. Otherwise, he would be even happier. Although he was secretly happy, Xiao Ruofei was very humble. "Uncle Song, you're flattering me. I'm a poor man's child. I'm already in charge early. I've been through a little more than Song Rui." Then Xiao Ruofei said, "Actually, we're good friends. Recently, we've been preparing to do something together. Song Rui is also actively participating." "Really?" Song Jingping was a little surprised. "He's never mentioned it to me. Maybe it's not done yet, so he doesn't want to let you know too early," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Maybe he wants to give you a surprise." I'm already thankful that he can behave himself, Song Jingping said. Song Jingping said. Then he looked at Xiao Ruofei with admiration and continued, but if he can do something with you, that's also very good. Ruofei, take care of him. Don't worry. I will, Uncle Song. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Song Jingping chatted with Xiao Ruofei and didn't neglect Song Wei. From time to time, he would chat with Song Wei. After a while, the car drove into the villa area of the provincial party committee. The driver's car, the security personnel's car, and the other pickup personnel's car all stopped at the entrance of the villa area and turned back. In the villa area, which was heavily guarded, there was naturally no problem with safety. Moreover, Song Jingping's secretary knew that the two young people who had met at the airport were very close to Secretary Song. Since Secretary Song was going to entertain them with a family banquet, he very sensibly arranged for everyone to leave and not disturb Song Jingping's private time. Although he had been promoted, Song Jingping still lived in his original villa number 2. In fact, the building number didn't mean anything. He was the highest leader of Xianxia province. Naturally, wherever he lived was naturally villa number 1. Song Jingping's wife also followed him to Xianxia province to take care of Song Jingping's life. When she saw Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei, she was naturally very surprised and quickly invited them into the house. Song Jingping only told his wife that Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei were traveling to Xianxia province. He didn't say that he was actually the one who caught them at the airport. Because he had asked his secretary to call in advance, Song Jingping's housekeeper, Mother Huang, had already prepared a sumptuous lunch in advance. After everyone exchanged a few pleasantries, they went to the dining room to eat together. Song Jingping and his wife naturally didn't put on any airs in front of Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei. Today, they were just ordinary elders, so the atmosphere of the lunch was naturally very warm. If it weren't for Song Jingping and Mrs. Song's meaningful gazes and Mrs. Song's indirect questions, it would be even more perfect. However, it was obvious that the two of them misunderstood. After all, a man and a woman going on a trip together. Everyone understood what this meant. However, Xiao Ruofei couldn't explain it. He could only laugh bitterly in his heart. After lunch, Mrs. Song still wanted to ask Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei to stay at home. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, Uncle Song, Auntie Song, we already booked a hotel before we came. Song Jingping immediately smiled knowingly. He winked at his wife and said, since you've already booked a hotel, we won't ask you to stay. Mrs. Song also came back to her senses and said, oh. Yes. Then you should stay at the hotel. Xiao Ruofei glanced at Song Wei and smiled bitterly. This time, the misunderstanding was even deeper. Song Wei's pretty face was slightly red, but the corners of his mouth curved up beautifully. He glanced at Xiao Ruofei with a faint smile and didn't say anything. After lunch, everyone made tea and chatted in the living room. After sitting for a while, Xiao Ruofei said goodbye. Song Jingping and his wife personally sent the two of them to the door and arranged for a driver to take them to the hotel. At the door of the villa, Song Jingping handed Xiao Ruofei a piece of paper with a phone number written on it. He smiled and said, Ruofei, this is the phone number of my secretary, Xiao Chao. If you need anything in Xianxia, you can find him and ask him to run errands for you. Of course, you can call me directly. You have my number. Xiao Ruofei took the phone number and put it in his pocket. He said, okay, thank you, Uncle Song. Why are you being so polite with me? Song Jingping said, oh right, if you need a tour guide during your time in Xianxia, just ask Xiao Chao to arrange one for you. Don't be polite with me. If I need anything, I'll call Secretary Chao. Uncle Song, we'll take our leave then. Xiao Ruofei said. Uncle Song, Auntie Song, goodbye. Song Wei said. Goodbye. Song Jingping and his wife waved goodbye to the two of them. Song Jingping didn't forget to remind them, if you have time in the next 2 days, come and visit us. Without Song Rui around, the two of us are quite lonely. Okay. The two of them got into Song Jingping's Hongqi car. The driver started the car steadily and drove away from the villa area. Because Song Jingping's driver was in the car, the two of them didn't talk about what happened today. Soon, the car drove to the Kempinski hotel that Xiao Ruofei had booked in advance in Sanshan. After Xiao Ruofei got out of the car, he politely declined the driver's help with the luggage. He took out a pack of unmarked cigarettes from his bag and gave it to the driver. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Master, thank you for your hard work." The driver was able to drive Song Jingping, so his eyes were obviously quite sharp. When he saw the packaging of the cigarettes, his eyes couldn't help but light up. However, he still refused and said, "It's my pleasure. I can't accept this." Xiao Ruofei directly stuffed the cigarettes into the driver's hand and said with a gentle smile, "It's just a small token of my appreciation. Don't refuse it. We're going in. Drive slowly when you go back." "Oh. Thank you." The driver smiled and put the cigarettes in his pocket. Looking at Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei walking into the hotel through the revolving door, the driver couldn't help but take out the pack of cigarettes and look at it for a long time. Then, he said to himself, "Special cigarettes. This is rare. It seems that the two of them aren't simple. But their attitude is really kind. People from big families are really well educated." After that, the driver carefully put the cigarettes in his pocket, turned around, got into the car, and drove away. After Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei walked into the hotel together, Song Wei couldn't help but laugh. "How can you still laugh?" Xiao Ruofei said with a helpless face. "If this gets to your father's ears, will he cut me into pieces? What do you think?" Song Wei said with a smile. "Probably. Maybe. Maybe. He won't." Xiao Ruofei didn't have much confidence. He then straightened his chest and gave himself courage. "Anyway, I didn't do anything wrong. I'm not afraid." Song Wei was amused by Xiao Ruofei and said, "Okay. Let's go check in first." When they were in Sanshan, Xiao Ruofei had booked the hotel directly through the internet, so the check-in procedures were very simple. After showing his ID card, he swiped his card and paid the deposit. Soon, he got the room card. Although they were only staying in Tanzhou for a short time, Xiao Ruofei still booked 2 luxury suites. Now, travel and accommodation expenses were nothing to Xiao Ruofei, so he naturally couldn't let himself be wronged. They took the elevator to the floor where the suites were located. They first went to the door of Song Wei's room. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "You rest in the room for a while in the afternoon. I'm going out to do something." Song Wei blinked and said with a smile, "Do you have friends in Tanzhou? Are you going to meet your lover?" Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Don't forget what we are doing in Xiangnan province. I have to buy some things and make some preparations in advance." "Oh." Song Wei said, "How about I go with you?" Xiao Ruofei quickly said, "No, no, no. You are tired from the journey today. You also drank some wine at noon. Have a good rest in the afternoon. We have to hurry tomorrow." Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei's eyes narrowed slightly and he asked, Is our final destination very close to Tanzhou? Or is it simply in Tanzhou?" Song Wei mischievously winked at Xiao Ruofei and said, "I won't tell you. I'm going to rest. Take care. I won't see you out." After that, Song Wei turned and went into the room, immediately closing the door. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said to himself, "This girl is really tight-lipped." However, since they were already in Xiangnan province, Xiao Ruofei was not in a hurry. Song Wei would definitely take him to the ancient tomb. He dragged his small suitcase to his room. The luxury suites on each floor were located at the end of the corridor, and they had the best view. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei's room and Song Wei's room were separated by the entire corridor. Xiao Ruofei put his luggage in the room and left the hotel. He first took a taxi to an outdoor equipment store and bought some outdoor equipment. At the same time, he also went to the supermarket to buy a lot of water and food. After transporting these things back to the hotel, Xiao Ruofei went out again. This time, he went to a street that sold incense and candles. This time, they were entering an unknown ancient tomb. Although Xiao Ruofei didn't know much about tomb exploration, under Xiaqing's suggestion, he still decided to purchase some items in case of an emergency. Although he didn't understand, Xiaqing did. The water in this industry was really deep. Xiao Ruofei went to a few shops. In the Ring 2 space, Xiaqing sneered at the things in these shops. Finally, in an inconspicuous small shop, he finally found something that Xia Qing was satisfied with. Xia Ruofei bought a few pieces of yellow joss paper, some cinnabar, incense, peachwood swords, peachwood nails, and other things. He even bought a small bucket of black dog blood. Xia Ruofei found a place where no one was around and put the black dog blood into the ring 2 space. Otherwise, it would be too conspicuous to carry it into a magnificent 5-star hotel. He took a taxi back to the hotel for the rest of the things. He didn't plan to put these things into the space. After all, they might be useful in the tomb. If he made them appear out of thin air, it would be hard to explain in front of Song Wei. Xia Ruofei specially bought a relatively large backpack from the outdoor equipment store. He sorted out the things in the hotel room and put them into the backpack along with the outdoor equipment. It was packed to the brim. 2 outdoor tents were tied to the top of the backpack, and a portable military shovel was inserted into the side of the backpack. It could be said that everything that could be equipped was equipped. Xia Ruofei looked at the time. He had been busy for almost the entire afternoon. He went to the bathroom to take a shower and changed into a clean set of clothes. Then he put the clothes he changed into a laundry bag and prepared to go downstairs to find Song Wei for dinner. Xia Ruofei was still dressed in outdoor casual clothes. He was wearing the top outdoor casual brand in Northern Europe, Bajel. It had not entered the domestic market, and the logo was quite low-key. It didn't look conspicuous. The Bajel brand had been deeply involved in the high-end professional outdoor market. Although it was relatively niche, there were many people in the professional circle who favored this brand because the quality was indeed very high. Of course, the price was also quite touching. A windbreaker cost a few €1,000s. It could be called a luxury item. It was much more expensive than the domestic popular Archaeopteryx and Geezer head. Xia Ruofei's main consideration was to explore the tomb, so the clothes he brought were mainly for outdoor purposes. The most important thing was to facilitate movement. Soon, Xia Ruofei called Song Wei. The two of them took the elevator downstairs and prepared to have a simple meal in the hotel restaurant. They would leave some space for the night to stroll around Tanzhou and taste the local snacks. Song Wei was also dressed in sportswear. A full set of Adidas sportswear and sneakers. At Song Wei's level, he naturally didn't need to rely on branded clothes to show his status. The two of them chatted casually as they walked out of the elevator on the first floor. The hotel's buffet restaurant was set up on the first floor. Eating buffet in the hotel restaurant could be directly registered with the room card. The fees would be listed under the hotel room fee and would be settled when they checked out. Xia Ruofei took their room cards and registered with the staff at the entrance of the buffet restaurant. Song Wei stood aside and waited. At this moment, an uncertain voice sounded. Song Wei? Song Wei heard this familiar voice and couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he turned his head abruptly and widened his eyes when he saw who it was. Yuan. Song Wei exclaimed in surprise. Why are you here? Xia Ruofei saw that Song Wei had met an acquaintance, so he asked the staff not to register first. He took back the room card and walked towards Song Wei. Xia Ruofei saw a girl about her age standing opposite Song Wei. Her face was delicate and pretty, but she was a little thin and weak. Her face didn't look rosy enough. It seemed that there was a trace of sallow. Obviously, her health wasn't particularly good. Next to the girl stood a young man in his 20s. He wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses and looked older than his actual age. The girl was holding Song Wei's hand in surprise and said, Wei, I went back to Xianxia after graduation. I want to ask you. Why did you suddenly come to Tanzhou? At this time, the girl also noticed Xia Ruofei standing quietly beside Song Wei. She immediately raised her eyebrows at Song Wei and said with a smile, Oh. I know. You're traveling with your boyfriend. Don't talk nonsense. Song Wei blushed slightly and said, We're just friends. We came to Xianxia to do something. Do something? The girl asked with a smile, What do you want to do? Song Wei was at a loss for words. She and Xia Ruofei came to Xianxia to do something, so she couldn't just tell others. Seeing Song Wei's embarrassed look, the girl couldn't help but laugh and say, You're still so shy. Okay, I won't ask. You have to introduce him to me. Song Wei came back to his senses and quickly said, His name is Xia Ruofei. He's my just friends. I know. The girl giggled and then took the initiative to reach out her hand to Xiao Ruofei and said, "Hello, I'm Su Yuanyuan, Weiwei's college classmate. Nice to meet you." Xiao Ruofei smiled gently and shook hands with Su Yuanyuan. After Su Yuanyuan greeted Xiao Ruofei, she smiled and said to Song Wei, "Not bad, not bad. His eyes are very clean and his temperament is very amiable. He's worthy of our talented Song Wei." Song Wei and Xiao Ruofei looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They couldn't clear their names even if they jumped into the Yellow River. However, Song Wei didn't reject such a misunderstanding. He even faintly felt a little happy. But when he thought about how the two of them had been sneaky when they left Sanshan, afraid of being discovered by others, and how they had coincidentally met Song Jingping and Su Yuanyuan after arriving in Tanzhou, the two of them were speechless. Was Tanzhou really that small? Song Wei's gaze fell on the young man next to Su Yuanyuan. He suddenly smiled and said, "Yuanyuan, what about the person next to you? Why don't you introduce him to me? Could it be?" Su Yuanyuan smiled and took the young man's arm. She said to Song Wei generously, "I'm not as secretive as some people. Introduce him. This is my husband. His name is Zhuang Yan." Song Wei couldn't help but open his eyes wide and reveal a look of disbelief. He asked, "Husband? Yuanyuan, don't tell me, you're already married? How long has it been since we graduated?" Su Yuanyuan glanced at Zhuang Yan next to her. A trace of happiness flashed in her eyes. She said with a smile, "Yes. If I feel that he's suitable, I'll marry him. Otherwise, if I become a leftover woman, won't I be even more unable to get married?" Song Wei pretended to be angry and said, "Yuanyuan, are you mocking me?" Su Yuanyuan giggled and said, "No. No. Haven't you found the right person?" After that, Su Yuanyuan glanced at Xiao Ruofei again. Song Wei's pretty face turned slightly red. He covered it up and said, "Why didn't you tell us that you were getting married? You could have just sent a message in the classmate group." Su Yuanyuan held Zhuang Yan's arm tightly and said with a smile, "We're so far away, and we're so far apart. I don't want to trouble everyone. You." Song Wei couldn't help but point at Su Yuanyuan and say, "Since I know, I have to give you a red packet." Su Yuanyuan giggled and said, "There's really no need for that. You're still in school. Giving me a red packet is the same as spending my parents' hard-earned money." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but look at Song Wei deeply. It seemed that Song Wei was quite low-key when he was in college. Her classmates, whether it was Zhui Yi or Su Yuanyuan, who she had met today, didn't know about her prominent family background. At this time, Zhuang Yan smiled and said, "Yuanyuan, let's not stand here. You haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's sit over there and chat for a while." It could be seen that Zhuang Yan was very good to Su Yuanyuan. Seeing that his classmate had found her own happiness, Song Wei was happy from the bottom of his heart. The four of them went to the lounge area in the hotel lobby and found two empty sofas to sit down. Su Yuanyuan and Song Wei hadn't seen each other for more than half a year, so naturally, they had a lot to talk about. Xiao Ruofei and Zhuang Yan were left out in the cold. However, they naturally didn't mind, especially Zhuang Yan. When Su Yuanyuan was talking, he would look at her face from time to time, his eyes full of love. It was obvious that the two of them were quite loving. Song Wei naturally couldn't help but ask about Su Yuanyuan's recent situation and why she had married him so quickly. It turned out that after Su Yuanyuan had graduated from her undergraduate degree, she had returned to her hometown, Xiangnan. She had passed the public service recruitment examination and joined the Cultural Relics Bureau of Tanzhou City. Zhuang Yan was also an employee of this unit, and had been admitted 2 years earlier than Su Yuanyuan. Zhuang Yan had graduated from the Department of Archaeology of Jinling University, and Su Yuanyuan had graduated from Beijing University. The two of them were students from famous universities with similar majors, so naturally, they had a lot in common in the government office that was so free that it made people panic. After a while, the two of them had gotten along well. Zhuang Yan was an honest and simple person. He was usually a little taciturn, and he was a little slow on the uptake when it came to matters between a man and a woman. The two of them were able to get married because Su Yuanyuan had taken the initiative in the beginning. After Song Wei heard this, he couldn't help but chuckle and say, "This is really Yuan Yuan style." Song Wei knew that with Su Yuan Yuan's grades at that time, she had the opportunity to continue her postgraduate studies. Even if she wanted to find a job, the chances of her working in Beijing were very high. Su Yuanyuan had chosen to go back to her hometown and joined a government office like the Cultural Relics Bureau. There must be a hidden story. However, since Su Yuanyuan didn't say anything, Song Wei naturally wouldn't ask. Who didn't have some privacy? Also, today, Su Yuanyuan and Shuang Yan had appeared at the Kempinski Hotel. This itself was a little unusual. Xiangnan was an inland province, and the treatment within the system was already average. Furthermore, there was no extra income from a unit like the Cultural Relics Bureau. At the very least, the economic strength of a five-star hotel shouldn't be enough. However, Song Wei wouldn't ask such a silly question. When classmates met by chance, they just wanted to catch up on old times. Just as everyone was chatting happily, a fashionably dressed young woman walked into the hotel lobby through the revolving door. She looked around and quickly found Su Yuanyuan and Shuang Yan sitting on the sofa. A hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. The young woman walked over and frowned slightly. She said, "Shuang Yan, Yuanyuan, why are you still sitting here? Division Chief Jiang and Bureau Chief Wang are about to arrive. If they come in and see you sitting there so casually, what will they think? Their first impression is already bad, and you still want to ask for help." Shuang Yan quickly stood up and said, "Sister-in-law, Yuanyuan just met her college classmates. We haven't seen each other for a long time, so we came over to chat." The young woman glanced at Song Wei and Xiao Ruofei faintly, then said to Shuang Yan, "Can't classmates catch up with each other any other time? Why do you have to pick this time?" "Shuang Yan, Yuanyuan is insensible. Are you going to mess around with her?" Su Yuanyuan suddenly showed a hint of grievance. She gently bit her lower lip with her pearly white teeth. When she saw Shuang Yan's smiling face, she swallowed back the rebuttal that was about to come out of her mouth. Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei looked at each other and felt a little confused. How could she be insensible when sitting down with her classmate for a while? Although Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei were a little unhappy, even the person involved, Shi Yuanyuan, didn't say anything. They didn't know the situation, so naturally, they couldn't do anything. Shuang Yan still cared about his wife. Hearing his sister-in-law's words, he couldn't help but say, "Sister-in-law, the leader hasn't arrived yet, right? Yuanyuan's body isn't good. She needs to rest after standing for a long time. It's okay to sit for a while, right?" The young woman looked at Shuang Yan and said, "Xiao Yan, you've really grown up after marrying a wife. You've learned to talk back, haven't you?" Shuang Yan was originally an honest person. After being scolded by his sister-in-law, his face turned red and he couldn't say anything for a while. Shi Yuanyuan's eyes were a little red. The young woman's words were insinuating that she had led Shuang Yan astray. It was really uncomfortable to listen to. However, Shi Yuanyuan obviously didn't want to make things difficult for Shuang Yan. So, although she felt very wronged, she stood up and walked to Shuang Yan's side. She gently pulled his sleeve, indicating that he should stop arguing. Shi Yuanyuan said to the young woman, "Sister-in-law, it's our fault. Please don't lower yourself to Shuang Yan's level." The young woman snorted and glanced at Shuang Yan again. Then, she said, "Yuanyuan, I'm not scolding you. If you don't care about your own matters, how can others help you?" "Yes, I'll have to trouble you, sister-in-law," Shi Yuanyuan said. "Wait here." The young woman curled her lips and said, "Zhuangqing has already received Bureau Chief Jiang and is on his way." "Got it," Shi Yuanyuan whispered. Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei looked at Shi Yuanyuan's thin back and couldn't help but have a trace of sympathy. Shi Yuanyuan and Shuang Yan stood not far behind the young woman. From their position, they could see the hotel entrance's revolving door at a glance. If the leader they were waiting for arrived, they would be the first to notice. Song Wei looked a few times and whispered to Xiao Ruofei, "I'll go and ask about the situation." Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and said, "Let's go together." The two stood up and walked to Shi Yuanyuan's side. Song Wei pulled Shi Yuanyuan's clothes and took her to a slightly remote place and whispered. The young woman turned her head and looked coldly. She saw that Shi Yuanyuan didn't go too far, so she didn't say anything. She just frowned slightly, then turned back and stood there looking. Although Xia Ruofei did not go near them, his hearing was much better than the average person, so he could still hear the conversation between Song Wei and Su Yuanyuan. She was, as her university classmate her. And, as her university classmate, her university. And as her university. And, as her was. At first, Su Yuanyuan didn't want to talk about it, but under Song Wei's persistent questioning, she told Xia Ruofei the whole story. Xia Ruofei had a general understanding of the situation. When Xu Yuanyuan graduated last year, it was mainly because of her family that she didn't choose to study or work in Beijing. Her mother's health wasn't very good. She had retired and recuperated at home. Her father was very busy and often needed to work at night. So, the two elders hoped that she could come back to her hometown to work. That way, she could take care of her family. In the old man's opinion, a girl having a stable job was better than anything else. Instead of staying in Beijing, where the competition was fierce, it was better for her to go home and have a stable life. It would be better if she could marry a good husband. In fact, what happened next was very much in line with the old man's expectations. After Xu Yuanyuan and Zhuang Yan met and fell in love at work, their relationship quickly heated up. After a few months of dating, they couldn't wait to get married. Zhuang Yan knew that Xu Yuanyuan wasn't willing to waste her life in a government office like the Cultural Relics Bureau. Moreover, Xu Yuanyuan had just graduated. She still had her homework foundation. So, he was very supportive of Xu Yuanyuan taking the postgraduate exam at Beijing University. Xu Yuanyuan's grades were very good in university. If she reviewed systematically for a period of time, the probability of her passing the exam was very high. Zhuang Yan even took the responsibility of taking care of the old man. He said that as long as Xu Yuanyuan passed the exam, he would take care of everything at home. Xu Yuanyuan didn't need to worry. Xu Yuanyuan's last bit of worry was dispelled. Her desire to continue her studies grew stronger. However, she was now part of the system. She couldn't just take the postgraduate exam as she wished. She still needed the approval of her unit. Of course, Xu Yuanyuan could also resign from her job and go all out for the postgraduate exam. But her parents didn't agree. They felt that it was too risky. Moreover, they didn't want Xu Yuanyuan to lose her job. Xu Yuanyuan wanted to go back to her alma mater for her postgraduate studies. The only way was to keep her job in the Cultural Relics Bureau. She could go to postgraduate studies in the name of the Cultural Relics Bureau. Of course, she had to come back to work after she graduated. Xu Yuanyuan naturally didn't want to go back to the Cultural Relics Bureau. But she had to take it one bite at a time. She had to get her postgraduate studies first. As for what happened after she graduated, she could consider it a few years later. So, the problem went back to the long term. Every year, there were many people who wanted to go out to further their studies. Xu Yuanyuan's experience was very shallow. She hadn't even worked for a year. The unit wouldn't approve such a situation. So, she could only hope that the leader would be lenient. That was why today's dinner was held. The young woman's name was Yao Na. She was the wife of Zhuang Yan's brother, Zhuang Qing. She and Zhuang Qing both worked in Tanzhou City's finance bureau. Compared to Zhuang Yan and his wife's jobs, Zhuang Qing and Yao Na's jobs were much more glamorous. Working in the finance bureau, which had a lot of power, and the Cultural Relics Bureau, which only had a cup of tea and a newspaper every day, were totally different. Moreover, Zhuang Yan was very honest. So, the couple's position in the family was much lower than his brother and sister-in-law. Yao Na's father was the old leader of the finance bureau. He had retired. But Yao Na's family background was good since she was young. So, she looked down on Xu Yuanyuan, who came from a normal working family. This time, Zhuang Yan and Xu Yuanyuan put in a good word for Yao Na, who reluctantly agreed to help. Zhuang Qing and Yao Na worked in the finance bureau, so they had a lot of friends. Today, they made an appointment with Wang Yaokuan, the deputy director of the Cultural Bureau, through Jiang Ben, the deputy director of the finance bureau. The Cultural Relics Bureau was a second-level bureau under the Cultural Bureau. Normally, the director of the Cultural Relics Bureau was the deputy director of the Cultural Bureau. Although Wang Yaokuan wasn't in charge of the Cultural Relics Bureau, he was a member of the Cultural Bureau's party group, just like the director of the Cultural Relics Bureau. Obviously, he had a lot of power. If Wang Yaoquan was willing to help say something, then the Cultural Relics Bureau wouldn't have any objections about Xu Yuanyuan's test. Of course, whether she could pass or not still depended on Xu Yuanyuan's ability. To Xu Yuanyuan, the unit test was the most difficult. If she really relied on her ability to pass the test, she wasn't afraid at all. On the other side, Yao Na saw that Xu Yuanyuan kept talking to Song Wei. Finally, she couldn't help but frown and say, "Yuanyuan, the leader will be here soon. Come over first." "Oh," Xu Yuanyuan said. She said to Song Wei apologetically, Wei, I'll go over first." After Yao Na said that, she whispered to Zhuang Yan, who was beside her, "Yuanyuan, why is this classmate so blind?" She kept talking to others when they had something important to talk about. "One look and I can tell that she's a country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world." Zhuang Yan looked back awkwardly at Song Wei and Xu Yuanyuan. Seeing that the two of them were still some distance away and probably couldn't hear what Yao Na said, he then let out a sigh of relief. However, Zhuang Yan didn't expect that although Song Wei didn't hear what Yao Na said, Xiao Ruofei heard every single word. He frowned slightly and looked at Xu Yuanyuan, then looked at Zhuang Yan. He thought for a while and held back his words. Xu Yuanyuan didn't have it easy. He didn't want to make things difficult for Xu Yuanyuan. Song Wei also walked to Xiao Ruofei's side. She saw that Xiao Ruofei didn't look too good and couldn't help but ask, "Ruofei, what's wrong?" Xiao Ruofei looked at Yao Na and said softly, "Nothing, your classmate's sister-in-law's mouth is a bit smelly." As soon as Song Wei heard that, she knew that Yao Na probably said something unpleasant that Xiao Ruofei heard. She smiled and said, "Forget it, don't lower yourself to her level. As for Yuanyuan, I want to help her. Well, I'll give Uncle Song's secretary a call later." Xiao Ruofei said lightly. This kind of thing was a piece of cake for Song Jingping's secretary. He didn't even have to show up personally to get it done easily. At this moment, a group of 3 people walked into the hotel lobby through the revolving door. Yao Na, who had been very arrogant just now, instantly put on a flower-like smile on her cold face. She left Zhuang Yan and Xu Yuanyuan behind and quickly walked up to them. "Division Chief Jiang, Chief Wang, welcome," Yao Na said with a smile. When Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei saw Yao Na's overly enthusiastic attitude, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Just this change in attitude made Xiao Ruofei secretly speechless. Division Chief Jiang was a man of 36 or 37 years old. He wore a pair of highly myopic glasses and gave off the feeling of an intellectual. On the other hand, Chief Wang's figure was a bit out of shape. His pot-bellied appearance was simply the standard image of a bureaucrat. Beside the two of them was a man in his early 30s. His eyebrows were somewhat similar to Zhuang Yan's. This was Zhuang Yan's brother, Zhuang Qing. When Division Chief Jiang saw Yao Na, he also smiled and said to Chief Wang, "Chief Wang, this is Yao Na, the deputy director of the office of Tanzhou's finance bureau. She's a famous career woman in our province's finance system." "Division Chief Jiang, you flatter me," Yao Na said with a smile. "Chief Wang, it's an honor to meet you." Chief Wang squinted his small eyes and glanced at Yao Na. He also had a smile on his face. He reached out his hand to Yao Na and said, "Director Yao, nice to meet you." Yao Na quickly reached out both hands to shake hands with Chief Wang. Chief Wang seemed to be a little absent-minded as he held Yao Na's smooth hand. It was obvious that the handshake lasted longer than normal. Zhuang Qing's expression only froze slightly when he saw this, but he quickly returned to normal. Seeing Chief Wang reluctantly let go of Yao Na's hand, Zhuang Qing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly said, "Two leaders, the private room is ready. Please come in." Yao Na looked at Zhuang Yan and Xu Yuanyuan who had followed them. She didn't have any intention of introducing them. Instead, she said directly, "Zhuang Yan, Yuanyuan, quickly go to the private room and tell the waiter to serve the dishes." "What are you waiting for?" "Oh," the honest Zhuang Yan quickly said. He pulled Xu Yuanyuan and quickly walked to the stairs. Xu Yuanyuan could only turn her head and look at Song Wei with an apologetic expression. Song Wei smiled and waved at Xu Yuanyuan. Then, he made a phone call gesture. Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei looked at Yao Na and her husband, who were passionately leading Division Chief Jiang and Chief Wang upstairs. They shook their heads at the same time. "Let's go," Xiao Ruofei said. "Let's go eat first. If Su Yuanyuan succeeds, then forget it. If she can't, then we'll just help her." Song Wei sighed and said, "Yuanyuan is too honest. Sisters-in-law are equal. Yao Na makes herself seem like an elder. She's so aggressive. I don't like it. Even if she wants to control the world, she can't control her own family." Xiao Ruofei said, "Anyway, she's living with Shuang Yan. I can see that Shuang Yan is very good to her. If Shuang Yan doesn't treat her well, then she's really living in an abyss of suffering." Song Wei said, "Let's not talk about it. Let's eat first." The two of them went to the buffet restaurant again. After registering at the door, they walked in. After a simple dinner, Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei didn't go back to their room. Instead, they went to the lounge sofa in the hotel lobby and sat down to chat. They were going to wait for Su Yuanyuan to come out and ask about the situation. If it didn't work out, they would help her say hello and get it done. That way, she wouldn't have to smile at Yao Na. In a private room on the second floor, the atmosphere was very warm. However, Su Yuanyuan felt very uncomfortable. Looking at Zhuangqing and Yao Na, who were constantly toasting the two leaders, she felt a little at a loss. Her husband, Zhuang Yan, was also an honest man. He didn't know how to socialize at all. In Yao Na's words, Zhuang Yan was a bookworm. Su Yuanyuan even saw Director Wang caressing the back of Yao Na's hand when he was talking to her. This made her want to run away immediately. The key point was that, while they were toasting, Yao Na and Zhuangqing didn't mention anything about helping to approve the postgraduate entrance examination. Instead, they talked a lot about their financial system with Director Jiang. Furthermore, Yao Na had also asked Division Chief Jiang to take care of Zhuangqing. It seemed that there would soon be a group of selected finance officials from various cities in the province coming to the provincial office for an exchange. Yao Na was also actively fighting for Zhuangqing. Su Yuanyuan couldn't help but feel bitter. Yao Na said that she was working for them, but in the end, she didn't say a word. After all, Su Yuanyuan and Zhuangqing were paying for this meal. This meal would cost them a month's salary. Thinking about it, Su Yuanyuan felt distressed. Yao Na glanced at Division Chief Jiang and Director Wang, who were talking to Zhuangqing. Seeing that they weren't paying attention to them, her face darkened slightly. She put the wine glass on the table and said, "Yuanyuan, why are you so insensible? Is it so easy to ask the leaders for help? Shouldn't you liven up the atmosphere first? You can't wait to ask the leaders for help. That's too eager for quick success." "But," Su Yuanyuan said, "we've drunk a lot of wine, and it's getting late. Today's dinner party was a bottle of Zui Ba Xian, which cost 888 yuan per bottle." Nowadays, Zui Ba Xian had become the first choice for many people in social gatherings. At the same price, the taste was better than those famous white wines. They had already opened the second bottle. Thinking of this, Su Yuanyuan couldn't help but feel distressed. Her and Zhuang Yan's monthly salary was less than 7,000 yuan. Today, they had eaten a few thousand yuan. The key was that there was no progress at all. "Are you worried about the money?" Yao Na glanced at Su Yuanyuan and said in a sarcastic tone, "Who doesn't spend money these days? You can't bear to spend money on a meal. What else do you want to do?" Su Yuanyuan frowned and said, "Sister-in-law, I didn't mean that. I just want you to mention my matter to Director Wang at the right time, I know," Yao Na said. Then she stopped talking to Su Yuanyuan and immediately picked up her glass with a smile. Her face changed faster than flipping a book, because Division Chief Jiang raised his glass to her. Seeing the big brother and sister-in-law beside the two leaders, Zhuang Yan and Su Yuanyuan looked at each other and saw a trace of helplessness in each other's eyes. The social event made Su Yuanyuan and Zhuang Yan uneasy. They were not used to it. Under Yao Na's instructions, Zhuang Yan went to pay the bill in advance. When he saw the number on the bill, he felt even more distressed. The key was that they had spent so much money, but there was no progress at all. When the social event was about to end, Yao Na casually mentioned Su Yuanyuan's postgraduate entrance examination to Director Wang. Director Wang picked his teeth and nodded. He said, well, it's a good thing. I'll go back and find out the situation. Yao Na thanked Su Yuanyuan profusely and even asked Su Yuanyuan to come over and toast her to thank her. In the end, Yao Na didn't mention this matter again until the end of the meal. Naturally, Director Wang and Division Chief Jiang wouldn't take the initiative to promise anything. Instead, they started to talk about dirty jokes as if no one else was around. They didn't care that there were still 2 ladies in the room. Su Yuanyuan felt that she couldn't hold on any longer. She couldn't wait to escape from here. Finally, everyone got up and prepared to leave. Only then did Su Yuanyuan breathe a sigh of relief. A group of people walked down the stairs. The more Su Yuanyuan thought about it, the more depressed she felt. She had spent so much money to treat the 2 leaders to a meal with a smile, but in the end, there was no result. It was just an understatement. Su Yuanyuan finally couldn't help but walk up to Director Wang and ask, Director Wang, about my postgraduate entrance examination. Director Wang was stunned for a moment, because Yao Na didn't care about it and he had forgotten about it. Then he said in an official tone, Xiao Su. Didn't I say it already? I will go and find out the situation about your matter. Then he changed the topic and said, but don't get your hopes up. Since the unit has a rule on the working life, it's best to abide by it. Otherwise, if everyone wants to go to further their studies, who will work? Isn't the unit a mess? Su Yuanyuan couldn't help but be stunned. She had treated him with good wine and good food. Not only had there been no progress in the postgraduate entrance examination, but she had also been criticized. Yao Na quickly walked over and said with a smile, Director Wang, Yuanyuan just graduated from school. She doesn't know anything yet. Please don't lower yourself to her level. Director Wang laughed and said, Director Yao has spoken personally. How can I be angry? But young people are still a little too impatient. There's no harm in training in the unit for a few more years. Yes, yes, yes. Yao Na quickly agreed. Then she pulled Su Yuanyuan aside and said unhappily, Yuanyuan, what's wrong with you? Su Yuanyuan said, Sister-in-law, Director Wang doesn't want to help at all. Just now in the private room, he kept beating around the bush. He didn't answer directly at all. How do you want him to answer directly? Yao Na said sarcastically, you want him to pat his chest and promise to help you? Who do you think you are? Even the leader has to leave some leeway when speaking, do you understand? Su Yuanyuan was speechless for a moment. But she just didn't understand. Director Wang didn't have any sincerity at all. Why did Yao Na have a different interpretation? Yao Na continued, Yuanyuan, you keep asking Director Wang questions like this. How can he not be angry? It was about to be done. If it's not done now, then you have only yourself to blame. Su Yuanyuan couldn't help but be stunned. She didn't know that Yao Na had actually begun to shirk responsibility. In fact, Yao Na didn't support Su Yuanyuan's postgraduate study at all. She thought that women should just stay at home and take care of their husbands and children. Especially when she heard that Zhuang Yan had to help Su Yuanyuan take care of the elderly at home after Su Yuanyuan went to study, she didn't support it even more. So, Yao Na didn't mention anything about Su Yuanyuan in the private room today. Instead, she was quite concerned about her husband, Zhuangqing, going to the provincial finance department for an exchange. At this moment, a voice sounded, Su Yuanyuan, since your sister-in-law is having a bit of trouble, I'll help you say hello. The person who spoke was Xiao Ruofei. He and Song Wei were sitting in the hotel lobby chatting because they were waiting for Su Yuanyuan. Xiao Ruofei saw the scene just now, and he also heard everything that Yao Na said to Su Yuanyuan. Yao Na's expression changed slightly. She frowned and said, why is it you guys again? We're paying to stay in the hotel. Is there a problem with that? Xiao Ruofei said lightly, is this Kempinski owned by your family? Even if it's owned by your family, are you going to drive your guests out? Yao Na snorted and said, you really have a sharp tongue. I've never seen someone as shameless as you. You want to say hello? Do you know what Yuanyuan is going to do? You're going to take care of everything. Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, isn't it just the postgraduate entrance exam? Their movements also alarmed Bureau Chief Wang, Division Chief Jiang, and the others. They were about to leave the hotel, but they stopped when they heard Xiao Ruofei's words. Especially Bureau Chief Wang, there was a trace of displeasure on his face. Yao Na had asked him to do this. He had just said a lot of official words and said that the difficulty was very high. In the end, this young man had downplayed it. Wasn't this deliberately slapping him in the face? Division Chief Jiang and Bureau Chief Wang turned around and walked over. Division Chief Jiang said, "Young man, the postgraduate entrance exam isn't a simple thing. The rules of every unit are different. Comrade Su Yuanyuan's situation doesn't meet the requirements." As for Bureau Chief Wang, he glanced at Xiao Ruofei. His face was a little dark, and his eyes were very cold. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said with a smile, "Yes. If she meets the requirements, she doesn't need to spend 2 months' salary to treat you two to a meal." Bureau Chief Wang snorted and said, "What do you mean? We're greedy for her meal? What a joke." Division Chief Jiang also frowned and asked, "Xiao Yao, who are these 2 people? They speak so irresponsibly. If this spreads, they'll really think that Bureau Chief Wang and I are here to cheat." Yao Na's face was almost pale. She had tried so hard to curry favor with Division Chief Jiang of the provincial department. If Division Chief Jiang had a grudge because of Xiao Ruofei's first words, then their days in the city's finance bureau would be difficult. Yao Na quickly said, "Division Chief Jiang, Bureau Chief Wang, these 2 are Yuanyuan University classmates. They come from the countryside and don't know anything. Please don't lower yourself to their level." After that, Yao Na stared at Xiao Ruofei and said coldly, "Apologize. Apologize to Division Chief Jiang and Bureau Chief Wang immediately." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and said, "Apologize? I was talking to Su Yuanyuan, and you rushed over. Now you want me to apologize? You slandered 2 leaders." Yao Na said, "Shouldn't you apologize? What a joke." Xiao Ruofei sneered and said, "Did I slander them? Isn't it true that Su Yuanyuan invited them to dinner?" After that, Xiao Ruofei said to Song Wei, "Let's go." Then he looked at Su Yuanyuan and said, "You and Zhuang Yan come too. Don't worry, it won't affect your postgraduate entrance exam." Su Yuanyuan's heart sank to the bottom. She knew that she had completely offended Bureau Chief Wang this time. Not to mention that she didn't meet the requirements of the exam. Even if she did, it would be impossible for the unit to approve her to take the exam. Su Yuanyuan thought to herself, "I didn't expect that Wei Wei's boyfriend, who looks gentle and weak, would speak so rudely." However, she and Zhuang Yan were both kind people, and they knew that Xiao Ruofei was speaking up for her. Even if the matter was ruined, they wouldn't blame Xiao Ruofei. Hearing Xiao Ruofei say that there was no problem with the postgraduate entrance exam, Su Yuanyuan smiled bitterly. She thought that Xiao Ruofei was trying to save face. When Yao Na saw that Xiao Ruofei was about to leave, she was even angrier. She grabbed Xiao Ruofei without caring about her image and said, "Don't try to run away without making things clear." Zhuang Yan's brother also looked cold and said, "I'll give you a chance. Bow down and apologize to the 2 leaders immediately. Don't forget that this is Tanzhou." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help laughing and said to Song Wei, "Is he threatening me?" "Probably," Song Wei said with a smile. Song Wei couldn't help laughing when he thought of how Xiao Ruofei, who had been drinking and chatting with the number 1 figure of Xiangnan at noon and was even Master Song's guest, had been threatened by a small cadre of Tanzhou's finance bureau. Xiao Ruofei looked at Zhuangqing calmly and said, "I advise you to let go of your wife immediately. I don't want to hit a woman." When Yao Na heard this, she tightened her grip and said, "Hit me? Why don't you try hitting me? Do you really think Tanzhou is your rural place?" Minister Jiang saw that many people had looked over. As an official, he naturally paid attention to his personal image, so he couldn't help but frown. Minister Jiang said, "That's enough. Xiao Zhuang, Xiao Yao, let him go." Director Wang also looked at Xiao Ruofei coldly and said to Yao Na, "Since you know such a capable friend, I won't be a busybody." "That's right." Director Wang said coldly, "Comrade Xiao Su, remember to give me your account number. I will transfer the money to you, so that people won't say that I'm a scammer." After that, Division Chief Jiang and Chief Wang walked out. Yao Na and Zhuangqing couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This time, they had offended both of them. Moreover, it was obvious that the 2 leaders were blaming Zhuangqing and Yao Na as well. Director Wang didn't care. After all, the Ministry of Culture wasn't a real power unit, and he couldn't control them. But Minister Jiang was the deputy minister of the provincial department with real power. He was the leader of the superior unit that controlled the finance bureau. Yao Na's face became very ugly. She looked at Su Yuanyuan with hatred and said coldly, "Su Yuanyuan, this is the result you want. In the future, Zhuangqing and I will have no future in the unit. Are you satisfied now?" At this moment, Minister Jiang and Director Wang, who had already walked a few steps, stopped at the same time and looked straight at the door. Following their gazes, an extraordinary middle-aged man was walking into the hotel lobby. Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei also saw this man and couldn't help but smile at each other. The man was Chao Jin, Song Jingping's secretary. Xiao Ruofei was going to call him about Su Yuanyuan. Although it was a bit overkill to ask the secretary of the provincial party committee to do such a trivial thing, there was no other way. Besides Song Jingping, Secretary Chao was the only person Xiao Ruofei knew in Shannan province. He couldn't ask Song Jingping to do it in person, could he? Yao Na naturally noticed the abnormality of Minister Jiang and Director Wang. She couldn't help but look over. She felt that Chao Jin was a bit familiar, but she couldn't remember him at the moment. Yao Na couldn't help but ask, "Zhuangqing, that man." Zhuangqing was also thinking hard. Suddenly, he trembled slightly and said, "Nana, that seems to be Director Chao of the provincial party committee." Director Chao? Yao Na was stunned at first, then she immediately recognized the name and said, "Director Chao, Secretary Song's secretary? It must be. Look, Minister Jiang and Director Wang have already gone over," Zhuangqing said. Division Chief Jiang and Director Wang almost trotted over to greet him. Seeing Chao Jin look in their direction and quicken his pace with a smile on his face, the two of them became even more excited. It seems that Director Chao still remembers me. With that thought in mind, the two of them stretched out their hands from afar. However, what they did not expect was that Chao Jin did not even look at them and directly walked past them. Their outstretched hands were suspended in midair, and their faces were filled with awkwardness. At the same time, what made Minister Jiang and Director Wang a little confused was that they clearly saw the look on Chao Jin's face become very humble, and his footsteps were obviously faster than normal. Did Director Chao meet a higher leader? Could it be that Secretary Song is also in the hotel? Division Chief Jiang and Director Wang saw Chao Jin walk straight toward Zhuangqing and Yao Na. They couldn't help but feel shocked. Could it be that these two young cadres of the Tanzhou Finance Bureau were still in contact with Director Chao? The two of them thought of their resentful words just now and couldn't help but feel a little regretful. In fact, they were all people in the system, and most of the time, they were harmonious. However, today, the two of them were really angry because of Xiao Ruofei's words. In addition, Zhuangqing and Yao Na were young cadres with very low levels, so they couldn't help but vent their anger on them. Division Chief Jiang and Director Wang looked at each other and walked toward Zhuangqing and Yao Na. On the one hand, they hoped to get close to Chao Jin, and on the other hand, they hoped to ease their relationship with Zhuangqing and his wife. On this side, Zhuangqing and Yao Na's attention was all on Chao Jin. Naturally, they also noticed that Chao Jin was walking straight toward them. The two of them couldn't help but feel a little excited. They also thought in their hearts, "Does Director Chao still remember us?" The more they thought about it, the more they felt that it was possible. On the eve of the Spring Festival, Chao Jin had accompanied Song Jingping to inspect the Tanzhou Finance Bureau. At that time, Yao Na, as a staff member of the bureau, had participated in the reception work, and Zhuangqing had also participated in a small discussion. Yao Na even imagined that Chao Jin had a deep impression of her because of her good looks. She was still very confident in her looks. At least in the Tanzhou Finance Bureau, she was considered a flower. Therefore, as Chao Jin got closer and closer, Yao Na couldn't help but reach out to tidy up her hair and try to show what she thought was her most charming smile. Zhuangqing also quickly straightened his back and stared at Chao Jin intently, as if waiting for the highest leader to come and meet him. As Chao Jin got closer and closer, the two of them became more and more excited. There was no mistake. Director Chao was really walking toward them. When Chao Jin came over, the two of them naturally showed a humble smile and, like Division Chief Jiang and Director Wang, also reached out their hands from afar. Seeing the smile on Chao Jin's face, the two of them became even more excited. Not only did Director Chao come over to talk to them, but his attitude was also so kind. What a great honor, they even saw Division Chief Jiang and Director Wang coming over from the corner of their eyes. They felt even more elated. Just a moment ago, they felt as if their parents had died and their future was bleak, but now they felt as if there was a light at the end of the tunnel. However, as soon as Chao Jin spoke, the smiles on Zhuangqing and Yao's faces suddenly froze. Chao Jin said with some respect, "Mr. Xia." Mr. Xia? Zhuangqing and Yao Na's hearts skipped a beat. At this moment, Chao Jin had already walked past them, completely treating them as air. The two of them turned their heads with great difficulty and saw a scene that they would never forget. Chow's he's. Then, they saw a faint smile on Xia Ruofei's face as she gently said, "Hello, Secretary Chao, TTs." Chao Jin was the #1 secretary of the Provincial Party Committee, and he was also the deputy director of the Provincial Party Committee office. It was a common practice in the system to call him Director Chao. Even the leaders of the Provincial Party Committee, unless they were very senior, would probably call him Little Chao. Most of the others would also call him Director Chao. If he was called Secretary Chao, Chao Jin might not hold a grudge, but he would definitely feel uncomfortable in his heart. However, Zhuangqing and Yao Na didn't show any displeasure when they saw Chao Jin. Instead, they became more respectful. Chao Jin smiled and said, "Mr. Xia, I just finished working overtime, so I wanted to visit you and find out if you need any service during your stay in Tanzhou." After hearing this, Zhuangqing, Yao Na, Division Chief Jiang, and Director Wang almost fell over. Secretary Chao actually took the initiative to visit, and his attitude was so humble. What on earth did this young man do? Director Wang and Division Chief Jiang's faces were a little pale. When they thought of their attitude towards Xia Ruofei just now, they felt a chill in their hearts. Zhuangqing and Yao Na were completely dumbfounded. Their minds were almost blank. Director Jiang also remembered that Yao Na seemed to have casually introduced these two people as Su Yuanyuan's college classmates and that they were from the countryside. It was because of this preconceived notion that they felt so superior in front of Xia Ruofei and spoke so arrogantly. He didn't expect that he would unknowingly offend such a big shot. Thinking of this, Director Jiang couldn't help but look at Zhuangqing and Yao Na with a trace of coldness. These two people are going to get me killed today. Director Jiang secretly gritted his teeth. Xia Ruofei naturally didn't care about the reactions of Zhuangqing and the others. He smiled and said, "Secretary Chao, you're too polite. We're just here to take a look. You're so busy with work, so you don't have to specially come." Chao Jin hurriedly said humbly, "This is my job." "Mr. Xia, you don't have to be so polite." "Then, Secretary Chao, why don't you come back to the room with us?" Xia Ruofei said. "Of course." Chao Jin hurriedly said. This time, he had specially come to visit Xia Ruofei because he knew how much Song Jingping valued Xia Ruofei. In the afternoon, Song Jingping had specifically ordered that if Xia Ruofei contacted him, he should try his best to satisfy any needs of Xia Ruofei. Therefore, after Chao Jin accompanied Song Jingping to a meeting and sent him home, he hurriedly ate some dinner and rushed to the hotel. Xia Ruofei and Song Wei had taken Song Jingping's car back to the hotel at noon, so Chao Jin didn't need to ask at all. He only needed to ask Song Jingping's driver. At this time, Xia Ruofei seemed to suddenly remember and said, "Oh right, Secretary Chao, let me introduce you to two friends. This is Su Yuanyuan. She is Song Wei's university classmate. This is Su Yuanyuan's husband, Zhuang Yan." Xia Ruofei said, "These two work in Tanzhou City's Cultural Relics Bureau." Then Xia Ruofei said, "Zhuang Yan, Su Yuanyuan, this is Chao Jin. He works in the Provincial Party Committee's general office." When Song Wei saw Xia Ruofei's expression, he couldn't help but feel a little funny. They had clearly just discussed to let Chao Jin help to ask about Su Yuanyuan's matter, but Xia Ruofei seemed to have just remembered. Chao Jin didn't put on airs at all. He smiled and said, "Hello. Secretary. Secretary Chao, hello." Su Yuanyuan said. She didn't know Chao Jin's position. After hesitating for a while, she could only follow the way Xia Ruofei addressed him just now. Chao Jin naturally didn't have any displeasure. He shook hands with them very gently and said, "We all work in Tanzhou. If the two of you have any difficulties in the future and need help, you can call me. Qiao Jin certainly understood the intention of Xiao Ruofei to introduce these two people, so he also expressed his attitude very straightforwardly on the spot. Zhuangqing and Yao Na on the side were so envious that they were going crazy. Su Yuanyuan obviously didn't realize how precious Qiao Jin's attitude was. She thought it was just a casual remark. So Su Yuanyuan wasn't very excited. She just said politely, "Thank you, Secretary Qiao." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Secretary Qiao, speaking of which, Yuanyuan really has a small matter that may need to trouble you." "Oh? Please say it." Qiao Jin said without hesitation, "I will do my best to do it." Qiao Jin couldn't wait to have the opportunity to help. His predecessor had served Song Jingping for many years. After Song Jingping was promoted from the position of a governor, his predecessor was also smoothly demoted and directly entered the standing committee of a prefecture-level city. Qiao Jin also got the opportunity to take over. However, Qiao Jin hadn't been with Song Jingping for very long. Usually, he was like walking on thin ice at work, afraid that the chief wouldn't be satisfied. If he could guarantee Xiao Ruofei's service, it would undoubtedly be a huge plus. Su Yuanyuan then came back to her senses. Could it be that this Secretary Qiao could help her with the postgraduate entrance exam? Wasn't he in the general office of the provincial party committee? And he was just a secretary. Could he be in charge of Tanzhou's Cultural Relics Bureau? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "It's like this. Yuanyuan is a top student who graduated from Beijing University. Now, she hopes to take the postgraduate entrance exam while retaining her staff. However, her working years may not meet the requirements of the work unit, so she is stuck." At this time, a hurried voice interrupted Xiao Ruofei's words. "Mr. Xia, Comrade Su Yuanyuan's postgraduate entrance exam won't have any problems. I will immediately coordinate and implement it." The person who spoke was Director Wang. He and Director Jiang had been listening for a long time. Seeing that Xiao Ruofei had indeed directly mentioned this matter to Qiao Jin, Director Wang was afraid that Xiao Ruofei would also mention that he had accepted the banquet invitation but didn't do anything, so he hurriedly took the initiative to express his opinion. Qiao Jin was listening carefully to Xiao Ruofei's words. He didn't expect someone to interrupt him halfway, so he was a little unhappy in his heart. However, he didn't know the relationship between Xiao Ruofei and this person, so he didn't show it. He just asked lightly, "You are?" Director Wang quickly said, "Director Qiao, hello. I am Wang Yaokuan, the Deputy Director of Tanzhou City's Cultural Bureau." "Oh, it's Director Wang," Qiao Jin said lightly. One was a deputy director, and the other was a secretary. It seemed that there was a big difference in status, but in fact, it was the opposite. Qiao Jin, the secretary, was a real deputy director, while Wang Yaokuan was just a deputy in a government office in the lower city. His rank was only deputy director, so Qiao Jin naturally didn't need to be too enthusiastic. At this time, Xiao Ruofei said, "Director Wang, do you know that it is very impolite to interrupt others?" Wang Yaokuan suddenly looked embarrassed, and Qiao Jin seemed to have noticed a hint of subtlety. His eyes began to turn cold. The Cultural Bureau was the management unit of the Cultural Relics Bureau. Wang Yaokuan, as a member of the leadership of the Cultural Bureau, could naturally easily handle Su Yuanyuan's postgraduate entrance exam. However, Wang Yaokuan's sudden appearance at this time made Qiao Jin read some different information. Wang Yaokuan said very fearfully, "Mr. Xia, I was wrong just now. I shouldn't have interrupted you, but I also want to solve the problem for Comrade Su Yuanyuan as soon as possible." Xiao Ruofei was still the same Xiao Ruofei just now. His tone was also very impolite, but in Wang Yaokuan's eyes, it was completely different. The tone of the country boy just now only made Wang Yaokuan feel that this person didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Now, even Director Qiao had to treat Mr. Xia with respect. This was the most reasonable way of speaking. If he was polite to everyone and didn't have any temper, it would be abnormal. Director Wang didn't say that just now, right? Xiao Ruofei said, "I remember you said that this matter was not easy to handle, that it violated the principles, and that it would even cause chaos in the unit." Wang Yaokuan's forehead was oozing with sweat. The words he said to Su Yuanyuan just now were all returned to him by Xiao Ruofei, and it was in front of Qiao Jin. Qiao Jin had been in the system for so many years, and he had been polished by big organizations. How could he not know what had happened when he heard this? He glanced at Wang Yaokuan and said lightly, "In that case, there is no need to trouble Director Wang with this matter. I will call Comrade Xing Jianming later and ask him to consider Su Yuanyuan's actual situation and approve her application for the postgraduate entrance examination." Xing Jianming was the head of the Municipal Bureau of Cultural Affairs, and Wang Yaokuan's immediate boss. Wang Yaokuan's forehead was full of sweat, and he was regretting it. If he had known that Su Yuanyuan had such a strong background, he wouldn't have been so reserved. It was originally a matter that could be solved with a phone call, but now there was a big problem. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Yuanyuan, why don't you thank Secretary Chao?" Su Yuanyuan quickly said, "Thank you, Chao." Director Chao. Su Yuanyuan didn't have much work experience in the system, but her EQ wasn't low. She saw that even Director Wang was so respectful to Chao Jin, and Yao Na and Xuanqing, who were always arrogant, were completely reduced to background. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. How could she not know that Chao Jin's identity was definitely not ordinary? Since he had spoken, he would definitely be able to help her with this matter. Moreover, she heard Wang Yaokuan call Chao Jin Director Chao, so she naturally didn't dare to call him Secretary Chao like Xiao Ruofei did. Chao Jin said with a smile, "It's nothing. If Yuanyuan can be admitted to Beijing University as a postgraduate student, it will also be good for the construction of the unit. For a special talent like you, special things should be done specially. How can you stick to the rules?" Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but secretly laugh. The leader's words were really good. No matter whether it was positive or negative, he could say something reasonable, and it was impossible for people to refute. "Secretary Chao, let's not stand here and talk. Let's go to the room and have a seat," Xiao Ruofei said. "Yes, Yuanyuan and Zhuang Yan should also go upstairs and sit for a while," Song Wei said with a smile. So the group of people walked towards the elevator, leaving Zhuangqing, Yao Na, and the others looking at each other. They stood there, feeling uneasy. If they just left like this, their hearts would be in a mess. Xiao Ruofei saw that Yao Na and the others wanted to follow them but didn't dare to. He whispered a few words to Chao Jin and asked Song Wei to lead them upstairs first. Director Wang and the others saw Xiao Ruofei walk over, and a glimmer of hope rose in their hearts. They quickly walked over to greet him. Director Wang couldn't wait to say, "Xia Xiao. Previously, I was blind and unintentionally offended you. Please forgive me. Mr. Xia, today's matter was a misunderstanding. We were blind, please don't take it to heart." Xiao Ruofei saw the four of them trying to explain themselves, and his eyebrows furrowed slightly. Seeing Xiao Ruofei's displeased expression, the four of them shut their mouths at the same time as if a switch had been flipped. They looked at Xiao Ruofei uneasily. Xiao Ruofei looked at Director Jiang and Director Wang and said coldly, "Take the initiative to return the money for tonight's meal to Su Yuanyuan." "Yes, yes, yes." Director Jiang and Director Wang replied. Even if Xiao Ruofei didn't say it, they would have done so anyway. Tonight's meal wasn't going to be good. "Go," Xiao Ruofei said lightly. Then, "Xiao Xiao, about Director Chao?" Director Jiang asked carefully. Xiao Ruofei looked at him and asked calmly, "Director Jiang, do you want me to praise you in front of Chao Jin?" "I wouldn't dare." Director Jiang smiled embarrassedly. Xiao Ruofei said impatiently, "I don't have the time to let Chao Jin go in and mess with you guys." Director Jiang and Director Wang were slightly relieved. Although Chao Jin would inevitably have a bad impression of them, it was better than deliberately targeting them in the future. With the influence of Chao Jin's position, he didn't even need to do anything. All he needed to do was hint at the right time, and perhaps their careers would suffer a heavy blow. If Chao Jin used more force, people like Director Jiang and Director Wang wouldn't be able to withstand the investigation at all. Perhaps they would lose their jobs and go to jail in a matter of minutes. Xiao Ruofei said, "Let me give you two a piece of advice. Whether you're an official or a person, it's best to have a bottom line. If you walk by the river often, your shoes will definitely get wet." Director Jiang and Director Wang felt that their backs were already soaked in cold sweat. Xiao Ruofei's simple words made them tremble in fear. They probably had a guilty conscience. "Yes, yes, yes." Division Chief Jiang hurriedly said, "We will definitely remember young Master Xia's instructions. We will be honest and honest officials. Thank you Xiao for your advice." Director Wang also said. "Go." Xiao Ruofei said. "Then we'll leave." "Thank you, Xiao." Director Jiang and Director Wang left the hotel as if they were escaping from something. Xiao Ruofei looked at their backs thoughtfully. In fact, he knew that these two people were probably not clean, but he didn't have the time to care so much. He wasn't the savior of the world. Besides, if the water was too clear, there would be no fish. No matter how powerful Song Jinping was, it was impossible to guarantee that there wouldn't be a single parasite in the cadres of the province. After the two junior leaders left, Zhuangqing and Yao Na were still standing there, trembling in fear. Xiao Ruofei was still the same old Xiao Ruofei, but before Chao Jin appeared, Yao Na felt that he was a country bumpkin who hadn't seen the world. However, now Xiao Ruofei was still so indifferent, but Yao Na and Zhuangqing felt an invisible pressure in front of him. They felt that he was full of power. "Xiao." Yao Na called out nervously. Xiao Ruofei glanced at her lightly and asked, "What's the matter?" Compared with Director Jiang and Director Wang, Xiao Ruofei was more disgusted with Yao Na. At most, those two took the benefits but didn't do anything, and put on airs. However, Yao Na was a bit nasty. If you didn't want to help, then don't agree. After agreeing, you didn't have any sincerity. You were just fooling Su Yuanyuan, and your words were so unpleasant. As for Zhuangqing, he wasn't a good person either. Just now, he even threatened Xiao Ruofei. He was full of banditry. It was unknown how such a person got into the system. Yao Na said in fear, "Xiao, just now Xiao Ruofei waved his hand directly and asked, "If I didn't know Chao Jin, were you not going to let me leave Tanzhou in one piece?" No. Those were just words I said in a moment of confusion." Zhuangqing said submissively. "Xiao, we didn't recognize Mount Tai. You are a big shot in the upper class, so don't lower yourself to our level," Yao Na said pitifully. Seeing Yao Na's coquettish appearance, Xiao Ruofei was even more disgusted. At the same time, he was a little dispirited. He thought to himself, why should I lower myself to the level of such a small person? He waved his hand and said, "Okay. You guys can leave too." Then Yao Na still wanted to try to ease the relationship, but she was interrupted by Zhuangqing gently pulling on her clothes. They should be thankful that Xiao Ruofei didn't pursue the matter. What else did he want? As for this incident, Director Jiang had a very bad impression of them, and it was irreversible. Could they still expect Xiao Ruofei to help them? Zhuangqing said first, "Xiao, I'm sorry again." "Then, we'll leave too." After that, Zhuangqing pulled Yao Na and the two of them walked to the door in a daze. Xiao Ruofei said loudly behind them, "If I find out that Su Yuanyuan has been wronged at home in the future, you know the consequences." Zhuangqing and Yao Na trembled slightly. They quickly turned around and said, "We wouldn't dare. Yuanyuan is also our family. We'll get along well as a family from now on." Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and said, "Take care." After that, he turned around and walked to the elevator, ignoring Zhuangqing and Yao Na, who were having mixed feelings. Xiao Ruofei took the elevator upstairs and went to Song Wei's room. Everyone was in the small living room of the suite. Because of Chao Jin's presence, Zhuang Yan and Su Yuanyuan seemed a little restrained. "Done?" Song Wei asked with a smile. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "I sent them away." Chao Jin's eyes flashed and he asked, "Mr. Xia, do you need me to?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. "Forget it. They're just a few small bureaucrats. There's no need to argue with them." Chao Jin nodded with a smile. Since Xiao Ruofei had spoken, he wouldn't pursue these people. However, he still needed to teach them a lesson when the time was right. In Chao Jin's position, he might not be able to help people get things done, but if he wanted to ruin something, it was simply too easy. To give a simple example, the difference in the order in which different documents were placed could have a great impact on the reading of documents. It was directly related to Song Jinping's attention. It was too easy for Chao Jin to control a deputy director and a deputy director of a government office. Xiao Ruofei talked with Chao Jin and the others gently for a while. Chao Jin also took the initiative to call the director of the Municipal Bureau of Cultural Affairs in front of everyone and told him about Su Yuanyuan's matter. Director Xing Jianming usually found it difficult to talk to Chao Jin, so how could he hesitate for such a simple thing? He patted his chest directly on the phone and promised that it would be done immediately. As long as Su Yuanyuan could be admitted as a postgraduate student, she could be admitted with a staff and enjoy the benefits of tuition reimbursement. When Su Yuanyuan heard that her matter was settled so easily, she felt like she was in a dream. She had been through a lot of trouble for this postgraduate entrance examination. She even humbled herself to beg Yao Na and was reprimanded by Yao Na. In the end, there was no progress at all. The young couple hurriedly expressed their gratitude to Chao Jin. Of course, they didn't forget to thank Xiao Ruofei. They all knew that Chao Jin was doing this for Xiao Ruofei's sake. Chao Jin sat for a while and took the initiative to leave. He came here today to make friends and try to leave a good impression on Xiao Ruofei. Now it seemed that he had overachieved his task. Chao Jin even wondered if he should thank those two little bureaucrats for this. Chao Jin knew that Song Wei and Su Yuanyuan hadn't seen each other for a long time. They must have a lot to talk about. It wasn't convenient for them to talk with him here, so he tactfully said goodbye. Xiao Ruofei personally walked Chao Jin to the door of the room. Chao Jin hurriedly said, "Mr. Xia, please wait. Please wait." He didn't dare to let Xiao Ruofei walk him downstairs again. This was Secretary Song's distinguished guest, and it could be seen that Secretary Song treated him like a junior in his family. He couldn't afford such a person personally walking him downstairs. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said to Chao Jin, "Secretary Chao, thank you for today. Please tell Uncle Song that we will go back to visit him before we leave Xiangnan. During this period, we don't need to trouble you. We can just walk around and have a look." Chao Jin's heart was slightly happy, and he hurriedly agreed. Xiao Ruofei letting him pass the message was a kind of praise for him. This way, Song Jingping would know that he had taken the initiative to visit Xiao Ruofei. And Xiao Ruofei obviously hinted that he would put in a good word for him the next time he visited Song Jingping. This was the biggest surprise for Chao Jin. After Chao Jin left, Su Yuanyuan and Zhuangqing were obviously relieved. Xiao Ruofei went back to the room. Su Yuanyuan smiled and asked, "Wei Wei, what does Secretary Chao do?" Even Director Wang and Director Jiang were like mice seeing a cat when they saw him. And he settled my matter with one phone call. Just a few minutes after Chao Jin called Director Xing Jianming, Su Yuanyuan received a call from the director of the Cultural Relics Bureau. On the phone, the director, who was usually serious, was very kind. He personally expressed to Su Yuanyuan that the bureau fully supported her to take the postgraduate entrance examination. He also told her that she didn't have to go to work from tomorrow onwards. She could focus on studying at home for the exam. Of course, her salary would still be paid. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "You know that he is Secretary Chao." "Of course, he is a secretary." Su Yuanyuan said, "A secretary has so much power? Don't tell me that he is the secretary of the Provincial Party Committee's Secretary Song." Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, "Your guess is quite accurate." Su Yuanyuan couldn't help but open her eyes wide and said, "Classmate Xiao Ruofei, are you kidding?" Then she looked at Song Wei. Seeing that Song Wei also smiled and nodded, she murmured, "He is really Secretary Song's secretary. No wonder." Then Su Yuanyuan looked at Xiao Ruofei in surprise and said, "So, the Uncle Song you mentioned to Secretary Chao at the door just now." Xiao Ruofei nodded with a wry smile, and Song Wei quickly said, "Yuanyuan, Ruofei and Secretary Song's family have some relationship. It's enough that you know about this. Don't tell anyone. It's not good for the reputation." While Song Wei was reminding Su Yuanyuan, she also cleverly drew a line between herself and Su Yuanyuan. Most of her classmates did not know about her family background, so she did not want to taint their friendship because of these factors. Su Yuanyuan didn't doubt him. She looked Xiao Ruofei up and down, and then said, "Wei Wei, it seems that you have hooked up with a rich husband. He is much more capable than our Zhuangyan." Zhuangyan smiled and looked at Su Yuanyuan dotingly, without the slightest anger. Song Wei blushed and said in a low voice, "Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. We don't have that kind of relationship." I know. Su Yuanyuan said with a smile, "You even booked 2 rooms." What a waste. You spent so much money to book a room, and then you were idle all night. Song Wei was speechless. Now he couldn't explain it clearly. Su Yuanyuan smiled and said, "Why don't you just let me and Shuang Yan stay in one room? Anyway, you won't be able to use it. We haven't experienced the luxury of a 5-star hotel yet." "You little girl, how dare you say anything?" Song Wei said coquettishly. "I am a married woman now," Su Yuanyuan said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei couldn't stand it anymore. He quickly said, "Shuang Yan, let's sit in my room." They haven't seen each other for a long time, and they must have a lot to talk about. Let's not disturb them. Shuang Yan habitually looked at Su Yuanyuan, asking for her opinion. After seeing Su Yuanyuan nod, he stood up. Xiao Ruofei saw the scene and couldn't help but laugh. Shuang Yan is also a strong man, but it's a pity that he is henpecked. Xiao Ruofei left the space for the two friends and took Shuang Yan to his room. Xiao Ruofei gave Shuang Yan a cigarette, and the two of them sat in the suite's reception room and chatted. Shuang Yan was also a heavy smoker. Because there was a woman around, he felt very uncomfortable holding it in. Cigarettes could quickly close the distance between the two of them. Even Shuang Yan, who was somewhat reticent, was no longer so restrained. "Brother Xia, your cigarette tastes so good. What brand is it?" Shuang Yan asked. "The elders in my family gave it to me. There is no label." Xiao Ruofei smiled, then opened his bag and rummaged through it. There were still 2 packs of unopened special cigarettes. He took them out and gave them to Shuang Yan. He said, "There are only 2 packs left. If you don't mind, you can keep them." Shuang Yan didn't recognize the special cigarettes, but as an old smoker, he could tell that it wasn't a normal cigarette after taking a few puffs. So he smiled and said, "How embarrassing is that? Just take it. It's not something valuable." Xiao Ruofei said. "Thank you, Brother Xia." Shuang Yan put the 2 packs of cigarettes into his pocket as if he had found a treasure. Xiao Ruofei took a puff and asked, "Shuang Yan, is there any fun place in Xiongnan province? Give me some suggestions." Xiao Ruofei seemed to be chatting, but he actually wanted to ask about the ancient tomb. After all, Shuang Yan was from the Cultural Relics Bureau. When the archaeological team was in danger and someone died, although they took into account the factor of social panic and implemented a news control, people in the system like Shuang Yan should still know about it. Shuang Yan smiled embarrassedly and said, "Brother Xia, you asked the wrong person. I usually stay at home, and I haven't even been to many places in Tanzhou City." "That can't be. Aren't you born and raised in Tanzhou?" Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. "I don't like to go out. I like to stay at home and read books, surfing the internet," Shuang Yan said, scratching his head. Xiao Ruofei asked calmly, "Don't you work in the Cultural Relics Bureau? Don't you usually go out to do archaeology?" Xiao Ruofei knew that the ancient tomb was not within the boundaries of Tan Province. If it was, then the Tan Province Cultural Relics Bureau would have participated in the inspection. If that was the case, Song Wei would not have met Xiao Yuanyuan only now. However, he just wanted to get some information from Shuang Yan. Who knew how long the 2 women would talk anyway? He had nothing to do anyway. Shuang Yan smiled honestly and said, "Occasionally, there will be outdoor archaeology activities. The main thing is that there will be construction and some ancient tombs will be excavated. In this case, we need to carry out rescue excavations. Other than this, there are also tombs that have been opened by tomb raiders. We also need to carry out inspections and excavations. Otherwise, for the purpose of protection, we will not take the initiative to excavate ancient tombs." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "I understand. I heard that the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang in Shan Province was later backfilled." "Yes. The best way to preserve cultural relics is to seal them in tombs." Shuang Yan was not so stingy when it came to professional matters. As long as it is excavated and exposed to oxygen, no matter how good the protective measures are, it will be damaged. The mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang that you mentioned just now was actually filled with colorful terracotta soldiers. However, once exposed to oxygen, the layer of paint on the surface was oxidized within a few minutes and became what it is now. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Your profession is quite professional. There are specializations in the profession. It's just that, Xianxia said humbly. Actually, our profession is quite boring. Didn't you see that Yuan has only been working for half a year and she's already thinking about taking the postgraduate entrance exam? Most of the time in the unit is just a waste of time. No way. Listening to you, I feel that it's quite interesting. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Xianxia, tell me about some interesting things you've encountered in your work. Xianxia saw that Xiao Ruofei was in high spirits, so he could only rack his brains to think of the interesting things that happened during their work. However, their work was indeed quite boring, so there was nothing to talk about. After thinking for a while, Xianxia smiled and said, Brother Xia, last year, there was a very exciting thing in our Shangnan cultural relics system. However, it was not in Tanzhou City, and I did not participate in this matter. It was all hearsay. Xiao Ruofei's eyes lit up and he asked calmly, Oh? Tell me about it. Xianxia said, At that time an ancient tomb was found in Yuezhou. Experts speculated that it should be from the Ming dynasty. It was also opened by grave robbers. After being discovered by the villagers, it was reported to their superiors. Later, it was found that the tomb was very large. The National Cultural Relics Department, the Museum of History, the Department of Archaeology of Beijing University, and other units formed a joint investigation team to prepare for a rescue excavation of the tomb. Speaking of this, Xianxia paused for a moment. After taking a drag of his cigarette, he continued, In the process of excavating the ancient tomb, something happened. Xiao Ruofei was secretly happy. Song Wei had always refused to tell him the specific location of the tomb. Now, he had inadvertently found out about it. Now, the scope had been narrowed down to Yuezhou City. Could it be that the mummy in the ancient tomb has been resurrected? Xiao Ruofei joked. No, Xianxia said. But it was a very serious accident. I heard that several members of the archaeological team who entered the tomb had symptoms such as dizziness and nausea. They quickly ended the operation, but it was already too late. I don't know what kind of filthy things are in the tomb. Anyway, I heard that several members of the archaeological team successively fell ill and died. Xiao Ruofei could not help but secretly laugh. Xianxia had indeed only heard about it from rumors. A lot of the information was not accurate. For example, one of the members of the archaeological team, Song Wei, was still alive and had just met with them. Then what about the ancient tomb? How is it now? Xiao Ruofei asked. I heard that the experts suspect that there is an unknown poison in the ancient tomb. At the moment, they have not found an effective treatment, Xianxia said. In order to prevent the poison from spreading and causing a large-scale epidemic, the Yuezhou government immediately backfilled the ancient tomb and sent people to guard it. Xiao Ruofei could not help but secretly frown. It seemed that it would take some effort to enter the ancient tomb. Especially since they had Song Wei with them. After Xiao Ruofei heard the news, he did not continue to talk about this topic. He did not want to arouse Xianxia's suspicions. He also did not want people to associate their coming to Shangnan with the ancient tomb. Of course, Xianxia did not suspect him. To him, this was just a topic to talk about after dinner. At around 10 o'clock at night, Su Yuanyuan came to Xiao Ruofei's room accompanied by Song Wei. She had asked Xianxia to go home with her. Su Yuanyuan winked at Xiao Ruofei and said, We won't be third wheels. But, this room will be empty tonight, right? Song Wei's pretty face flushed red as she said, You blabbermouth damned girl. Why aren't you leaving? Su Yuanyuan giggled and said, I know. It seems that Weiwei can't wait any longer. Xianxia, let's go quickly. Don't be an eyesore here. After that, Su Yuanyuan really did leave quickly with Xianxia. She also insisted that Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei not go downstairs to see them off. After the two left, the atmosphere in Xiao Ruofei's room became a bit ambiguous, especially after Su Yuanyuan's joke. Song Wei blushed and said in a mosquito-like voice, I'll go back to my room first. Oh. Xiao Ruofei also felt a bit awkward. Rest early, N. Song Wei said. Although she also knew that Xiao Ruofei would certainly not be so ridiculous as to let her stay here, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. When they walked to the door, Song Wei turned back and said, "Right, Yuan said that she would take us around Tanzhou tomorrow. Let's postpone it for a day." "Okay," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei also knew that Song Wei and Su Yuanyuan hadn't seen each other for a long time. Moreover, they had announced that they were traveling to Xiangnan. Since Su Yuanyuan had offered to take them around Tanzhou, it was naturally hard to refuse. Otherwise, it would seem very unreasonable. He then said, "Anyway, it's very convenient here in Yuezhou. It's not far away." "Yes," Song Wei said without thinking. Then he suddenly raised his head and looked at Xiao Ruofei. "You? How did you know?" Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "I can predict. Don't think that I don't know anything just because you don't tell me." Song Wei was not in a hurry to leave. He looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked with a faint smile, "Since you know the place, you won't leave me and run over alone, right?" "Why would I?" Xiao Ruofei said, "I'm a man of my word. Why don't I believe you?" Song Wei said, "If you leave me alone tonight and secretly run to Yuezhou, who can I reason with? Can't we trust each other?" Xiao Ruofei said with a bitter smile. "No," Song Wei said with a smile. "Then what should I do?" Xiao Ruofei spread his hands and said, "My legs are on my body. If I really want to leave, you can't stop me." Song Wei smiled and said, "Why don't I just stay here tonight and wait for you? Let's see how you run." Xiao Ruofei was shocked and quickly said, "Don't joke around. I'll tell you the truth. Actually, I was just trying to get information from Zhuangyan. Isn't he also in the cultural relics system? That thing is not a secret in the cultural relics system of Xiangnan province. You're so insidious." Song Wei said coquettishly, "You even tricked an honest man like Zhuangyan." "I didn't trick him. It was really just a casual chat," Xiao Ruofei said, "and I know what I'm doing. I didn't ask too much. I only know that the ancient tomb is in Yuezhou. I don't know anything else. So, you can go back to your room and rest. Without you as a guide, I can't even move an inch." "Really?" Song Wei asked. "I swear to God." Xiao Ruofei raised his hand and realized that they were indoors. So, he changed his words and said, "I swear to the light." "Okay. Then I'll believe you for the time being." Song Wei said, "Don't lie to me. Otherwise, I'll never forgive you." Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly. Why does this sound a bit ambiguous? Song Wei didn't notice anything wrong. After warning Xiao Ruofei, he went back to his room with a smile. The next day, Xu Yuanyuan came to the hotel very early. Then, she took Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei to tour around Tanzhou. Zhuangyan didn't come because he had to go to work. He only showed up for dinner. As for Xu Yuanyuan, she didn't need to go to work. The previous night, the director had said that she could stay at home and study for the exam. Xu Yuanyuan was the host for dinner. First, her classmates had come from afar, so she wanted to be a good host. Second, she wanted to thank Xiao Ruofei for helping her with her postgraduate entrance exam. After dinner, Xu Yuanyuan drove Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei back to the hotel in a polo that she had just bought when she got married. Originally, Xu Yuanyuan wanted to take them to some scenic spots the next day. However, Song Wei didn't want to waste any more time in Tanzhou, so he politely declined. Xu Yuanyuan knew that when Song Wei and Xiao Ruofei went back, they would have to come to Tanzhou to take the plane. So, when they were saying goodbye at the hotel entrance, she reminded Song Wei to remember to look for her and get together again. After resting in the hotel for another night, Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei finally embarked on their journey to Yuezhou the next day. The two of them rented an SUV to go to Yuezhou. For safety reasons, Xiao Ruofei even used a fake ID. The car rental company's car had a global positioning system, and the car's driving trajectory was all recorded. Xiao Ruofei had to avoid leaving any clues that would lead people to connect him to the ancient tomb incident. Although the possibility was very low, Xiao Ruofei didn't allow any mistakes. Of course, Song Wei didn't know about this. Xiao Ruofei went to rent a car alone and drove back to the hotel to pick her up. Yuezhou was located on the coast of Dongting. It was built in 505 BC. It was an ancient city with a history of more than 2,600 years. It was only about 100 kilometers away from Tanzhou. After more than 2 hours of driving, the two of them had arrived in Yuezhou City. After the car drove out of the highway toll booth, Xia Ruofei asked with a smile, "Song Wei, can you tell me the specific location now?" Song Wei chuckled and said, "Along the way, I was wondering when you would ask. Now it seems that you are quite patient." Xia Ruofei was speechless. He looked at Song Wei innocently. Song Wei chuckled and said, "Okay. I will set up the navigation system for you. Just drive forward." "Yes, sir," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Soon, Song Wei set the destination on the car's navigation system. Xia Ruofei glanced at it. It turned out that the ancient tomb was located in Hualien County, which was in the west of Yuezhou City. It was still a few dozen kilometers away. Xia Ruofei looked at the time. It was a little late to rush to Hualien County for lunch. So he said, "Song Wei, let's just have lunch in Yuezhou before we leave." "No problem. I will follow your arrangements. I am only responsible for leading the way," Song Wei said. "Okay," Xia Ruofei said. Song Wei had already set up the navigation system. He didn't bother to adjust it. He drove directly to Yuezhou City according to the signs along the way. He found a restaurant that looked cleaner. The two of them had a simple lunch, then got in the car and continued on their journey. Since they were very close to their destination, Song Wei naturally didn't want to hide anything. She introduced the ancient tomb of the Ming dynasty to Xia Ruofei on the way. The tomb was located in Mount Yu, which was in the south of Hualien County. Legend had it that Yu the Great climbed the mountain when he was controlling the flood. The Yu King Temple was built on the mountain. It was also a local scenic spot. The ancient tomb was on the other side of the mountain, facing Dongting Lake. It was surrounded by mountains and water. From the perspective of feng shui, it should be a place with good feng shui. In addition, Song Wei also introduced some of the things that she had learned when she participated in the archaeological work. After all, she had gone down to the tomb and experienced many things herself. After Xia Ruofei heard everything, he frowned slightly and said, "Song Wei, according to the information that I heard from Xuanyan 2 days ago, the problem now is that the ancient tomb has been backfilled by the local government. In order to prevent it from being opened again and causing the poison to leak out, there should be people guarding it all year round. When we left, there were armed policemen guarding it." Song Wei nodded and said, "But half a year has passed. The security shouldn't be so strict anymore, but there should still be people guarding it." Song Wei glanced at Xia Ruofei and said, "Okay, I'll try my best to remember. However, I'm not very familiar with the terrain here, so it might not be accurate. I hope it'll be of help to you." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Song Wei, no matter what the outcome is, thank you." Song Wei said with a smile, "I'm very curious about why you insist on entering the ancient tomb again. Let's not talk about the danger. Other than professionals like us, no one else would like such a gloomy place, right?" Xia Ruofei was in a difficult position. He didn't want to lie to Song Wei, but the matter of the boundary stone was related to the Ring 2 space. He couldn't reveal it even to the people closest to him. Song Wei saw Xia Ruofei's expression and immediately said with a smile, "Forget it, forget it. I won't force you to tell me, but you have to promise me that you won't leave me behind and sneak in alone. This is my only request." Xia Ruofei nodded without hesitation and said, "I promise." He felt that with him by his side, Song Wei's safety shouldn't be a problem. Besides, Song Wei had already followed him here. If he didn't bring her to the tomb, it would be more dangerous for her to barge in alone. Then, Xia Ruofei looked at Song Wei gratefully and said, "Thank you for understanding." Song Wei smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, he took out a pen and paper from his bag and began to draw a sketch of the tomb according to his memory. Xia Ruofei didn't rush him. He directly parked the car by the side of the road to prevent the bumpy driving from affecting Song Wei. While waiting quietly, Xia Ruofei suddenly heard Xia Qing's voice in his mind. This was Xia Qing taking the initiative to communicate with him through telepathy. "Master, before exploring the ancient tomb, I suggest that you try to break the seal in the spiritual map world," Xia Qing said. Ever since they embarked on the journey to the ancient tomb, Xia Ruofei had asked Xia Qing to keep an eye on the situation outside through telepathy. This time, Xiaqing took the initiative to contact Xiao Ruofei and gave his suggestion. Xiao Ruofei naturally attached great importance to it. The seal in the spiritual map world? Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then he remembered the jade talisman that had greatly benefited him. In the cave in the mountain sea territory of the Ring to Space, there were still 3 things sealed. 2 of them were probably the jade talisman with the word earth and the word heaven. There was also a jade box that Xiao Ruofei himself didn't know what was inside, but it was sealed in the strongest transparent barrier. This meant that its value was greater than the jade talisman that stored a large number of precious books and the Tao formula. Xiaqing wanted Xiao Ruofei to try to break the seal in the jade talisman with the word earth. Ever since he started cultivating the Tao formula, Xiao Ruofei would persist in cultivating every day at midnight and at dawn unless there were special circumstances. Moreover, under Xiaqing's plan, he would occasionally enter the Ring to Space to absorb spiritual energy without harming the foundation of the Ring to Space. The spiritual energy here was too rich, and his cultivation speed was at least several times faster than the outside world. Through this period of hard work, Xiao Ruofei's cultivation had already broken through to the 5th level of qi refinement. However, the most important thing to break the seal was spiritual energy. The strength of his spiritual energy was related to his compatibility with the entire Ring to Space. Naturally, it was also related to the scale of the invisible space force that he could use. Of course, Xiao Ruofei seemed to be more talented in terms of spiritual energy. Now, his spiritual energy had successfully broken through from the spirit throttle stage to the spirit yin stage. Moreover, he was now at the middle stage of the spirit yin stage. This level was equivalent to a cultivator at the 7th level of qi refinement. Xiao Ruofei hadn't tried to break the seal for a while, so there was no harm in trying. However, Xiao Ruofei still had some doubts. He communicated with Xiaqing through divine thought. Xiaqing, do you want me to take out the jade talisman with the word earth? Yes, master. Xiaqing said. But I remember you said that the jade talisman with the word earth and the word heaven only have the last 6 levels of the cultivation method of the Tao arts, Xiao Ruofei said. With my current cultivation, the last 6 levels of the cultivation method are completely useless. As a supreme cultivation method, the first 3 levels of the Tao arts were enough for cultivators at the qi refinement stage to use. The last 6 levels could only be cultivated by high-level cultivators. Xiaqing explained, Master, although the earth word jade talisman only records the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels of the Tao arts, there are also some ancient books that assist in the cultivation of these levels. However, compared to the vast amount of inheritance in the human word jade talisman, there are only a few auxiliary inheritances in the earth word jade talisman. They are almost negligible. At this point, Xiaqing changed the topic and said, however, it just so happens that among these auxiliary inheritances, there should be something that Master needs to explore the tomb this time. Xiao Ruofei could not help but focus his gaze. As long as his cultivation was not at a level where he could understand the secrets of the Ring to Space, Xiaqing would definitely keep it a secret. For example, Xiao Ruofei was very curious about what was inside the jade box in the last protective halo. He had asked Xiaqing before, but Xiaqing was tight-lipped and was unwilling to reveal any information. This time, Xiaqing took the initiative to remind him, so Xiao Ruofei naturally took it seriously. He used his divine thought to tell Xiaqing, alright, then I will find a chance to enter the spiritual map world as soon as possible. I hope I can successfully open the seal. Xiaqing smiled and said, Master's spiritual power cultivation has already reached the mid-stage of Ling Yin. There is still a high chance of opening the seal. After Xiao Ruofei ended his divine thought communication with Xiaqing, he glanced at Song Wei, who was seriously sketching, and said, Song Wei, how about this? Let's go to Hualien County City and find a place to stay. Tonight or tomorrow, we will find a time to visit the site and discuss the next step of the plan. Is that all right? Song Wei thought about it and said, all right. I saw that you brought 2 tents, so I thought we were going to camp in the wilderness. That's for emergencies. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, at that time, I didn't know that this ancient tomb was so close to the county city. Naturally, I had to prepare everything. Song Wei smiled and said, then let's go find a hotel first. I will slowly sketch the rest of the sketches at the hotel. I will try to draw it as complete as possible. All right. Xiao Ruofei said, I'm counting on you. Xiao Ruofei drove to Hualien County City. He found a place to park the car and searched for the local hotels on his phone. This small county city in Xiangnan province was not very economically developed. Naturally, there were no 5-star luxurious hotels in it. In fact, the best hotel here was only a 3-star standard. Xiao Ruofei clicked on a hotel called Tianhao and found that there was a presidential suite in the room list. The room price was only 800 to 900 yuan. He couldn't help but be stunned. Xiao Ruofei clicked on the details and laughed. It turned out that this presidential suite was actually equivalent to a family room. There was a living room and 2 bedrooms, and it could accommodate up to 4 people. His heart skipped a beat. This room was quite suitable. Because this was where the ancient tomb of the Ming dynasty was located, Xiao Ruofei naturally wanted to leave as little trace as possible. Therefore, it was best to use the fake ID card that he had prepared to check in. One ID card could only book one room. This room could have separate bedrooms, which satisfied the needs of him and Song Wei staying at the same time. This is it, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he directly booked this room on the internet and opened the navigation system. He entered the name of Tianhao Hotel and began to plan the route. Song Wei also came over to take a look curiously. Xiao Ruofei smiled and explained the presidential suite to her. Song Wei couldn't help but chuckle. At the same time, there was a faint expectation in her heart. Although there were 2 separate bedrooms, did this count as 2 people staying in the same room in the hotel? Song Wei's pretty face was slightly hot from the sudden idea that popped up in her head. Xiao Ruofei didn't notice Song Wei's unnaturalness. After planning the route, he started the car and drove to Tianhao Hotel. Song Wei, wait for me in the car for a while. I'll check in, Xiao Ruofei said to Song Wei after arriving at Tianhao Hotel. Now, the hotel system was connected to the public security network. Xiao Ruofei's fake ID card cost a lot of money, so it passed the verification without any problem. However, if 2 people went to the front desk to check in together, the hotel must register their ID card information. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome if they were found out. If only one person went to register, then naturally, they would turn a blind eye. As for how many people stayed in the hotel in the end, the hotel couldn't control it. Many lovebirds who stayed in the hotel did this. Song Wei nodded gently and said, okay. Xiao Ruofei opened the door and got out of the car. He smiled and said to Song Wei, I'll send you a WeChat message after I'm done. You can go directly to the room. Don't move our things. Put them all in the car. Song Wei also felt a little excited in his heart. He smiled and said, got it. Go quickly. Xiao Ruofei waved to Song Wei and walked quickly into Tianhao Hotel. At the front desk, his fake ID card didn't show any flaws. After showing his online reservation information, he used this ID card to go through the check-in procedures and get the room card. Xiao Ruofei went straight to the elevator and sent a WeChat message to Song Wei on his mobile phone. 4th floor, room 8418. I'm going up first. After receiving Xiao Ruofei's WeChat message, Song Wei couldn't help but smile. He picked up his carry-on bag and pulled out the car key from the driver's seat. After getting out of the car, he locked the car and walked into the hotel. He took the elevator to the 4th floor and quickly found room 8418. The door was ajar. Song Wei knocked gently and heard Xiao Ruofei say loudly from inside, come in. Stepping on the soft carpet, Song Wei walked into the presidential suite. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a small living room. On both sides of the living room, there was a door that led to 2 bedrooms. Xiao Ruofei was filling the kettle with water. He turned to look at Song Wei and said with a smile, one of the 2 bedrooms has a king-sized bed and the other has a double-sized bed. Ladies first. You can stay in the master bedroom with the king-sized bed. Song Wei didn't stand on ceremony with Xiao Ruofei. She turned around and closed the door. She said with a smile, okay. I'll go draw the sketch first. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Xiao Ruofei took the water and went to the entrance. He put the kettle on the seat and began to boil the water. Xiao Ruofei glanced at Song Wei, who was seriously sketching at the coffee table in the living room. He said with a smile, after the water is boiled, you can pour it yourself. I'll go back to my room and take a shower first. N. Song Wei said without raising her head. Xiao Ruofei smiled, walked into his bedroom, and locked the door. After entering the bedroom, Xiao Ruofei immediately released his psychic power and explored the whole room to make sure that there was no hidden camera installed. The security of this kind of small hotel was not good enough. It was hard to say if someone would secretly install a pinhole camera or something. Fortunately, everything in the room was normal. Xiao Ruofei also let out a sigh of relief. He walked over to check if the window was locked. Then, he drew the 2 curtains. Only then did he take a deep breath and summon the ancient spiritual map scroll from his palm. Originally, under these circumstances, Xiao Ruofei would never take out the spiritual map scroll, let alone enter the Ring 2 space. But since Xiaqing specially suggested it, he had to go in no matter what. Xiao Ruofei put the spiritual map scroll on the bed. Then, he walked to the bathroom and turned on the shower head. Only then did he return to the bedside. With a slight thought, he suddenly disappeared from the room. Only the ancient spiritual map scroll was left on the bed. If Song Wei saw this scene, he would probably be scared out of his wits. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, Xiao Ruofei also specifically asked Xiaqing to pay attention to the room outside through his divine sense. Because breaking the seal required full concentration, he could not split his divine sense to be on guard. He asked Xiaqing, regardless of whether he was at a critical moment in breaking the seal, to inform him immediately if there was any movement in the outside world. No matter what, safety was the first priority. The spiritual map scroll was Xiao Ruofei's top secret. After instructing Xiaqing, Xiao Ruofei went to the cave in the Mountain Sea realm. He did not have much time. Because the flow of time in the Mountain Sea realm was the same as in the outside world, it did not take long for a man to take a bath. Xiao Ruofei's gaze fell on the 3 green protective halos on the stone platform. 2 jade tablets and a jade box lay there quietly, waiting for their owners to come and take them when their cultivation was strong enough. Xiao Ruofei walked straight to the seal on the earth jade talisman. After taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and adjusted himself to the best state. After a long time, Xiao Ruofei suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of determined light shot out from his eyes. His palm gently pressed on the halos of the protective halos. At the same time, his spiritual energy madly revolved, continuously mobilizing the invisible power of space and gathering it in his palm. When Xiao Ruofei's palm touched the seal, he immediately felt a huge repulsive force. He lightly snorted and stood there motionlessly, quickly stabilizing his position. After waiting for a moment, Xiao Ruofei's hand slowly but firmly pressed inside. As the halo swayed, fine beads of sweat began to appear on Xiao Ruofei's forehead. The invisible spatial energy was acting on the light curtain through his palm. Under the pressure from the inside and outside, he felt as if the bones in his palm were creaking, as if they would break at any time. This light curtain was very tough. Xiao Ruofei's palm had almost completely sunk into it, but it still didn't break. And the further he pushed, the stronger the reaction. Xiao Ruofei felt a little powerless even if he used all his mental strength. But Xiao Ruofei's character was very tenacious. He was never a person who gave up easily. And he faintly felt that this jade talisman was very important to his exploration of the ancient tomb. If he failed this time, he probably wouldn't be able to break it again in a short period of time. First of all, he would be afraid of difficulties, and second of all, he didn't have enough time. So even though his whole body was trembling, Xiao Ruofei still slowly and firmly pushed his palm forward. He didn't care whether the strong pressure would hurt him or not. He continued to gather the invisible spatial energy. The trembling of the light curtain became more and more intense. Xiao Ruofei's expression even became somewhat ferocious. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Although the quality of his willpower was very strong, the human body had a stress response. If the pain reached a certain degree, coupled with the overdraft of his mental strength, Xiao Ruofei was afraid that he would faint. He already felt his vision turning black. His vision seemed to be narrowing. The light curtain became a little blurry in his eyes. Xiao Ruofei tightly clenched his teeth, roared with all the strength in his body, and pushed with all his might. With a soft pop sound, the light curtain finally couldn't withstand the pressure and broke. It turned into specks of light and quickly disappeared from the stone room. Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt his whole body relax. All the pressure disappeared without a trace. He staggered a little. In just a few minutes, he even felt that he had lost all his strength. His whole body was almost soaked in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of water. Xiao Ruofei also felt a piercing pain in both of his foreheads due to the overdraft of his spiritual power, as if thousands of needles had pierced into his head at the same time. With a wave of his hand, a small bottle of spirit heart flower petal solution that he had prepared beforehand slowly floated to his side. Xiao Ruofei picked up the bottle and unscrewed the cap with his weak hands. He gulped down the entire bottle of flower petal solution. Without another word, he sat cross-legged on the futon and began to recover. The effect of the spirit heart flower petal solution was very fast. Almost as soon as he drank it, Xiao Ruofei felt the pain in his palm and head begin to ease. His strength also gradually recovered. Due to the urgency of time, Xiao Ruofei did not wait for his body to fully recover. He stood up and strode to the front of the stone platform, reaching out his hand to pick up the ancient jade talisman. In order to save time, Xiao Ruofei did not look at the jade talisman in detail. He directly held the jade talisman in his hand. With a thought, he returned to the primordial realm, where time flowed 30 times faster. Xiaqing waited quietly in the primordial realm. Most of his attention was focused on the outside world through his spiritual sense. When he saw Xiao Ruofei appear in the primordial realm with the jade talisman, he immediately said, "Congratulations, Master. You successfully obtained the Earth Jade Talisman." Xiao Ruofei still had a trace of fatigue on his face. He smiled and said, "My luck is not bad. I almost failed at the last step. Fortunately, I managed to hold on." Following that, Xiao Ruofei asked, "Xiaqing, can you tell me what this Earth Jade Talisman is for my trip to the tomb?" Xiaqing smiled and said, "Master, you will naturally understand after you unlock this Jade Talisman." Xiao Ruofei could not help but roll his eyes. He picked up the Earth Jade Talisman and carefully examined it. This Jade Talisman's size and shape were exactly the same as the human Jade Talisman. However, the seal script on it was the word Earth. In addition, it was also the same as the human Jade Talisman. Mysterious patterns were engraved on it. These patterns were clearly much more complicated than the human Jade Talisman. Xiao Ruofei found it extremely difficult to simulate them in his mind. After all, his spiritual power had improved greatly. Furthermore, he could easily engrave the unlocking runes on the human Jade Talisman with a thought. It was obvious how difficult it was to unlock the Earth Jade Talisman. However, the most difficult part, breaking the barrier, had been completed. Unlocking the talisman was naturally imperative. All he needed to do was practice more. Xiao Ruofei calculated the time. He should be able to stay in the Ring 2 space for another 4 to 5 hours. The flow of time here was 30 times faster than the outside world. 5 hours was about 10 minutes. Including the time he spent breaking the barrier in the cave in the Mountain Sea realm, he would only be in the Ring 2 space for about 20 minutes at most. It was basically a normal bath time. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei did not waste any more time. He sat down cross-legged on the ground and seriously studied the unlocking runes on the Earth Jade Talisman. As he analyzed, he extended his finger and drew. Time passed bit by bit. Xiaqing quietly guarded Xiao Ruofei's back, constantly paying attention to the situation outside. As for Xiao Ruofei, he was fully immersed in studying the unlocking runes. Gradually, Xiao Ruofei began to use his mental strength to carve the runes. As Xiao Ruofei's finger moved, mysterious patterns appeared out of thin air in front of Xiao Ruofei. They shimmered with a faint golden light. However, these patterns didn't seem to be coordinated. There seemed to be some imperfections in the details. Sometimes, Xiao Ruofei would only carve 1 or 2 strokes before waving his hand to disperse them. Then, he would proceed to the next attempt with a calm heart. In the second hour, the patterns that Xiao Ruofei carved became more and more complicated. Although they still didn't form a system, the intersecting and complicated golden patterns indicated that he was progressing very quickly. In the third hour, Xiao Ruofei carved a complete unlocking rune for the first time. However, he wasn't satisfied. After taking a look, he casually wiped it away and continued with the next carving. In the 4th hour, Xiao Ruofei's carving speed became faster and faster. The number of times he succeeded also increased. Of course, the runes that he carved each time weren't close to perfection. At least, Xiao Ruofei wasn't satisfied. In the 5th hour, the runes that Xiao Ruofei carved gradually seemed to have a charm. Moreover, as his proficiency increased, the process of carving became easier. With a slight tremble of his fingertips, several mysterious patterns would appear in front of him. With the experience of unlocking the human jade talisman, Xiao Ruofei learned the unlocking runes of the earth jade talisman very quickly this time. Soon, the 5th hour passed. Xiao Ruofei felt something. He put away the earth jade talisman and stood up from the ground. Master. Xiaoqing looked over. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "It seems that it will be very difficult to unlock it in a short period of time. I have to go out first." In fact, Xiao Ruofei could already easily carve this complicated unlocking rune. However, he still felt that it wasn't as perfect as when he unlocked the human jade talisman. He knew that he didn't practice enough and that his proficiency still needed to be improved. When the human jade talisman was unlocked, the massive amount of information almost made Xiao Ruofei's brain explode. This was under the condition that he was well prepared. If his requirements for the quality of the unlocking rune had been lower, and his control of the mind hadn't reached the inheritance requirement, the result would have been very tragic. Therefore, although Xiao Ruofei was very anxious, he still didn't dare to take any chances. He had to make the unlocking rune infinitely close to perfection before he could accept the inheritance information in the Earth Jade Talisman. Xiaoqing smiled and said, "Master's speed has already exceeded my imagination. I believe you will be able to successfully obtain the Earth Jade Talisman's inheritance soon." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "From the looks of it, I can only find another time to come in. This Earth Jade Talisman has to be unlocked." He had already made up his mind. In a while, he would tell Song Wei that he wasn't going out to scout the area tonight due to his tiring journey. He would rest in the hotel and wait until tomorrow. An entire night should be enough for Xiao Ruofei. If he stayed in the Origin Realm, he would have about 10 days of time. With a thought, Xiao Ruofei returned to the outside world and quickly stored the spirit map scroll in his palm. Then, he took off his clothes and went to the bathroom to take a shower as quickly as possible. After changing into a clean set of clothes, he opened the door and walked out. Song Wei was sitting on the sofa watching television. When he saw Xiao Ruofei come out, he said with a smile, "Ruofei, I've drawn all the parts that I can recall. Take a look." "Thank you for your hard work," Xiao Ruofei said with a chuckle. He walked over and picked up the sketch on the coffee table. At that moment, Song Wei looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked, "Why do you look a little pale? Are you feeling unwell?" In fact, Xiao Ruofei had expended too much energy when breaking the barrier. Later on, he had tried to carve the unlocking rune before he had fully recovered. It had consumed a lot of his mental strength, so he looked a little dispirited. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I'm fine. Maybe I didn't rest well. In addition, I drove for another hour or two. I feel a little tired." "Then quickly go back to your room and rest," Song Wei said. "Have a good sleep in the afternoon. Let's not go out at night. Let's discuss the plan to enter the tomb together. We'll talk about other things tomorrow." Xiao Ruofei was waiting for Song Wei to say that. He thought for a moment and said, "That's fine. Since we're already here, a day or two won't matter." "Okay. You go and sleep for a while." Song Wei said, "Your face is frighteningly pale now." "Okay." Xiao Ruofei said, "I'll take this sketch in and have a look." Before Xiao Ruofei could finish speaking, Song Wei came over and snatched the sketch. He carefully folded it and put it in his pocket. She said reproachfully, "I told you to rest well and adjust your mental state first. I'll keep this sketch first. Your task in the afternoon is to sleep well and recover your mental strength." "Okay. You don't have to watch TV. Let's go back to the room and sleep for a while," Xiao Ruofei said. After that, Xiao Ruofei returned to his bedroom. After quickly locking the door, Xiao Ruofei summoned the spiritual map scroll again. With a thought, he returned to the space. Now that he had more time, he didn't immediately continue practicing the complicated rune. Instead, he sat down on the recliner beside the spiritual pool. He waved his hand and a bottle of spiritual heart flower petal solution appeared in his hand. He gulped it down. Then Xiao Ruofei turned to Xiaoqing and said, "I'll sleep for an hour. If I don't wake up by myself, wake me up. Also, pay attention to the situation outside. If there's any movement, wake me up immediately." "Okay, master," Xiaoqing said. Xiao Ruofei closed his eyes. His whole body was bathed in this mist-like spirit qi. He felt like he was floating in the air. In addition, his spiritual energy was almost overdrawn. He was indeed mentally exhausted, so he quickly fell into a deep sleep. After an hour, Xiaoqing woke Xiao Ruofei up on time. Xiao Ruofei stretched his body. Facing the clear spiritual pool, he took a deep breath and felt refreshed. After an hour of rest, he was full of health and was now in a very good condition. Xiao Ruofei washed his face with a small basin of spiritual pool water. Then, taking advantage of his good condition, he immediately began to study the unlocking rune. Time passed by minute by minute. Xiao Ruofei's speed of inscribing runes became faster and faster. His success rate also became higher and higher. The quality of the runes also increased rapidly. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Ruofei's fingertips trembled in the air. Mysterious runes gushed out and formed an incomparably complicated pattern in the air. This pattern faintly flickered with a pale golden light. After Xiao Ruofei glanced at it, a trace of joy appeared on his face. He muttered to himself, "This is about right." Xiao Ruofei casually erased this rune. Then, he immediately inscribed it again. The third time, the fourth time. Xiao Ruofei inscribed it again, and erased it again and again. He found that his inscribing of runes was basically stable now. Every rune produced was basically above standard. At least, he was quite satisfied with it. Xiao Ruofei was not in a hurry to unlock the Earth Jade Talisman immediately. He knew that once the Jade Talisman was unlocked, the inheritance would begin immediately. So, he had to adjust his mental strength to its peak state. Only then could he resist the impact of the transmission process. So, he drank another bottle of Spirit Heart Flower Petal Solution. Today, he was not stingy at all. He used several bottles of the precious Spirit Heart Flower Petal Solution. After resting for a while by the spiritual pool and adjusting his mental state to its peak state, Xiao Ruofei finally took out the Earth Jade Talisman. At the side, Xiaoqing also revealed a trace of nervousness. Xiao Ruofei calmly inscribed the complete unlocking rune. It was still close to perfect quality. With a slight thought, the unlocking rune immediately floated toward the Earth Jade Talisman. Then, it accurately embedded into the patterns on the Jade Talisman. These patterns immediately emitted a pale golden light. The light was like flowing water. It flowed along the patterns on the Jade Talisman. Soon, the entire rune was lit up. Xiao Ruofei was prepared and adjusted to his best state, but when the massive amount of information poured into his mind, he couldn't help but groan. The veins on his forehead suddenly bulged, and he showed a very painful expression. He guarded his heart and kept his mind clear, but his body trembled slightly. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei already had the experience of receiving the Jade Talisman inheritance once, so he didn't panic. He relied on his tenacious will to persist. The process of inheritance might be fast, but Xiao Ruofei felt like 100 years had passed. His whole body was soaked in sweat again. After the inheritance was over, Xiao Ruofei let out a long sigh of relief. His whole body relaxed. Xiaoqing's eyes focused. He came in front of Xiao Ruofei, bowed slightly, and said, "Congratulations, Master, for successfully receiving the inheritance of the Earthward Jade Talisman." Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said weakly, "This process is really too painful. Thinking that I have to go through it again in the future, I want to die." Xiaoqing smiled and said, "This is an unparalleled opportunity for a cultivator. If a cultivator from the outside world could get such an opportunity, even if it was 100 times more painful, it would still be a pleasure." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand weakly and said, "I'll rest first and take a look at this time's harvest." "Yes." Xiaoqing bowed and said, and then quietly retreated to the side. Xiao Ruofei came to the reclining chair beside the spiritual pool and sat down. He crossed his legs comfortably and began to organize his harvest from receiving the inheritance this time. The most important content was naturally the 4th to 6th level of the Great Way technique. In fact, he only needed to cultivate the first level of the Great Way technique in the Qi cultivation stage. This set of techniques pointed directly to the Great Way of heaven and earth, and could allow him to cultivate to a very high realm. Therefore, these contents were useless to Xiao Ruofei now. He skimmed a little and felt that it was too profound and obscure. He knew that his realm wasn't high enough, and even if he read it, he wouldn't be able to understand it, so he directly gave up. Apart from these 3 levels of cultivation methods, the Earth Jade Amulet didn't give him many miscellaneous ancient books like the Human Jade Amulet did. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't gain anything. Xiao Ruofei checked and found that in addition to the 4th to 6th level of the Dao Arts, there were a total of 6 books in the inheritance of the Earth character Jade Talisman. The contents of these inheritances were directly projected into Xiao Ruofei's mind. With a thought, he naturally knew the contents of these 6 ancient books. Without exception, they were all related to arrays. Could it be that the last 3 levels of the cultivation method required knowledge of array Dao? Xiao Ruofei pondered. However, this was a matter for the future. Xiao Ruofei didn't think too much about it. What he considered was Xia Qing's suggestion to work hard to break the protective enchantment of the Earthward Jade Talisman. He probably already knew the contents of the Earthward Jade Talisman. Therefore, at this stage, what was useful to Xiao Ruofei was undoubtedly the knowledge of array Dao. Xiao Ruofei didn't think too much about it. Anyway, there was no harm in having more skills. Without much hesitation, he began to flip through these ancient books in his mind. Due to the characteristics of the inheritance, these ancient books had already been projected into his mind. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei read them very quickly. Mysterious words appeared in his mind. It should have been quite obscure, but Xiao Ruofei didn't have any difficulty understanding them at all. It was as if this knowledge was innate and he had already mastered it. Reading through all of it was just to let the knowledge become more integrated and truly become his own knowledge. After learning the knowledge of array Dao, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but sigh. The path of cultivation was really unfathomable. Just this knowledge of array Dao made Xiao Ruofei feel as if a door was slowly opening. If it were in the past, according to the education Xiao Ruofei had received since he was young, these magical things would undoubtedly be pseudoscience. But now, his entire knowledge system had clearly been overturned. The Dao of array Dao was as vast as the sea. The array Dao manuals in the Earthward Jade Talisman were all top-notch. After Xiao Ruofei received so many high-end manuals, his array Dao level had undoubtedly gone from basic to extremely proficient. Array Dao covered a very wide range of content. According to their different functions, they could be divided into trapping arrays, killing arrays, illusion arrays, concealment arrays, soundproof arrays, and so on. Of course, the spirit-gathering array and protective jade talismans that Xiao Ruofei had previously come into contact with were actually a type of array Dao. It even included the fact that the flow of time in the primordial realm of the spirit map world was 30 times faster than the outside world. In fact, it was also the effect of array Dao. However, such an array Dao was at a level that Xiao Ruofei could not touch at his current level. In essence, every array Dao was formed by countless array runes. These array runes were like the molecules and atoms that made up matter. They were the basic components of an array Dao. It was the arrangement of various array runes that made the functions of an array Dao completely different. After Xiao Ruofei completely digested this knowledge, he couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence for array Dao. This was actually a huge system. Its scale was in no way inferior to the scientific system of human society. Xiao Ruofei didn't doubt that the array Dao he had grasped could really be used. He opened his eyes, stood up, and walked to the side of the spirit pool. After stretching, he turned to look at Xia Qing. Xiao Ruofei asked, "Xia Qing, you suggested that I take out the Earthward Jade Talisman because of the array Dao knowledge stored in it, right?" Xia Qing nodded and said, "Yes, Master. I believe that the tomb that Master is about to head to isn't as simple as an ordinary tomb. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a realm stone to appear. Furthermore, there's a yin attribute substance. It's even more impossible for it to appear in an ordinary tomb. In such a place, there's a high chance that array down knowledge will be used, so. I understand. Xiao Ruofei smiled. I hope there's no need for it. I just want to smoothly take away the realm stone. As long as Master masters the array Dao knowledge in the Jade Talisman, ordinary array Dao won't be able to threaten Master's safety, said Xia Qing. Xiao Ruofei nodded and extended his finger. Mental energy seeped out of his fingertip as he gently drew a few lines, smoothly carving out a small rune. When Xiao Ruofei carved out the last stroke, a magical phenomenon occurred. The mist-like spirit energy around the rune seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand as it surged towards the rune. For a moment, the mist evaporated and waves rolled. The spirit energy around Xiao Ruofei clearly increased by a level. The spirit energy at the center of the rune was so dense that it was compressed into a liquid state. Xia Qing's gaze focused as he smiled and said, using a thought to create an array, and it's a small spirit-gathering array that's rather difficult to master. Master must have mastered the array Dao knowledge. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand to disperse the small spirit-gathering array. He smiled and said, as long as you can hold on during the inheritance process, anyone can easily master it. But it's not easy to be so proficient. Xia Qing said, this has a lot to do with Master's constant practice of unlocking the Jade Talisman's rune. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, Xia Qing, I'm going out. Tomorrow, I'll go to the site first. I should be able to enter the tomb as soon as tomorrow night. At that time, you have to pay attention to the outside world and remind me at any time. Yes, Master. Xia Qing said. Xiao Ruofei's mind moved as he flashed out of the Ring 2 space and returned to the bedroom in the outside world. Only a few minutes had passed in the outside world, so Xiao Ruofei simply turned the act into reality. He lay down on the bed and slept for a while. He didn't get up until evening. After a simple wash, he walked out of the bedroom. Xiao Ruofei watched TV in the living room for a while. Then he heard the door behind him open and Song Wei came out. Did I wake you up? Xiao Ruofei asked with a hint of apology. Song Wei smiled and said, it's about time to get up. How was your rest? I'm fully recovered. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, I feel like I'm in great shape. Song Wei pursed his lips and said, that's good. But let's stay in the hotel tonight and rest. If there's anything else, we can talk about it tomorrow. Okay. Xiao Ruofei nodded in agreement. The two chatted for a while and then went downstairs for dinner. They weren't interested in going out to look for delicious food, so they ordered a few dishes at the hotel restaurant. After dinner, they returned to the room. The two sat on the sofa in the living room. In front of them was the sketch that Song Wei had drawn during the day. The drawing was divided into two parts, with Song Wei in the middle separated by a line. Song Wei pointed to the drawing and said, this is the structure of the tomb. Of course, it's definitely not complete. It only shows the place we were at that time. Xiao Ruofei nodded and looked at the drawing. Although the layout of the tomb was relatively simple, Song Wei had put a lot of effort into it. Starting from the entrance, every passage and tomb was clearly drawn. She had even used beautiful handwriting to mark them out. Song Wei said, we speculate that the tomb is very large. It's just that the inspection time was too short. After everyone felt uncomfortable, they immediately left. So, the main tomb marked now may not be the real one. There are still too many unknown areas that have not been explored. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, so, this may be an underground palace, it's very possible. Song Wei said seriously, so, it's not too late for you to give up now, because there may be a lot of unknown dangers. Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile, are you afraid? Song Wei was stunned for a moment and then said, you'll protect me, won't you? You trust me that much? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, what if I can't even protect myself? Then I'll accept it. In any case, this life of mine was saved. Song Wei said, it was a pity that I couldn't continue to inspect this ancient tomb. The officials definitely won't take any more risks. Since you're going in, I'll definitely go with you. Xiao Ruofei also put away his smile and said seriously, Song Wei, don't worry. No matter what danger we encounter, I'll do my best to ensure your safety. Song Wei smiled and said, okay. I believe in you. The layout of the tomb was not complicated, and Xiao Ruofei quickly memorized it. Then, he turned his gaze to the next diagram. Song Wei said, "This is the topographic map of the tomb. Of course, I drew it based on my memory. I don't know if it will be different from reality." This drawing was the key. It was related to whether they could enter the tomb without being noticed. Xiao Ruofei looked at the drawing seriously. From the point of view of a special warfare commando, Song Wei's drawing was undoubtedly unqualified. It was not drawn according to the standard contour lines, but more like a sketch. However, Song Wei was not a professional scout. It was good enough that he could draw it like this. Anyway, it was enough that he could understand it. In fact, Song Wei's drawing was very vivid. He should have some painting skills. Song Wei pointed to the drawing and said, "At that time, the opening of the tomb was in this position. Our archaeological team's base camp was set up on a flat ground east of the entrance. There were 2 roads from the foot of the mountain. One was barely passable for cars, but the road was very narrow and could not cross. The other was on the side of the Yuan temple. There was a small road leading here, but not many people used it. The road was overgrown with weeds." She took a sip of water and continued, "After the accident, the gap was immediately filled in. The area was also thoroughly disinfected, but the armed police force in charge of security was left behind to guard it to prevent anyone from breaking in. As for the current situation, I'm not sure." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "We'll know tomorrow when we go there." "Okay. We'll pretend to be tourists going to climb the mountain," Song Wei said with a smile. He also felt a little excited. She continued, "This range is the range of the underground tomb that we have explored. The dotted part is the range of the entire tomb that I inferred. If we want to enter the tomb, we can't enter from the original entrance. There must be someone guarding there, so we need to find a way from other places. I hope this map will be helpful to you. It's very useful." Xiao Ruofei said, "Song Wei, thank you." Song Wei's pretty face blushed slightly and said, "Why are you suddenly so polite?" Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "You've helped me so much. It's nothing for me to say thank you. I don't know if it will work." Song Wei said, "Besides, my life was saved by you. Shouldn't I be thanking you all the time?" Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt a little overwhelmed and said quickly, "Okay. Then let's not be polite." The 2 of them talked for a while about the details of the next day's exploration. After that, they both felt that it was a little awkward for a man and a woman to be alone in a room, so they tacitly went back to their rooms to rest. It was a quiet night. After breakfast the next day, Xiao Ruofei drove straight to Mounji with Song Wei. As a famous local scenic spot, people often went there to climb the mountain. Occasionally, tourists from other places would come. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei, who were dressed up outdoors, did not look out of place. Now that the jade leaf had sensed it, he could confirm that there was indeed a world stone here. His original guess had strong evidence. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy. Song Wei also felt it. She smiled and asked, "Did you find anything?" "Not yet," Xiao Ruofei said, "but I have a feeling that we will definitely gain something from this trip." Song Wei smiled and said, "Isn't it said that a woman's 6th sense is the strongest? I didn't even feel it, but you have a premonition?" Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "What does this mean? You're a tomboy? You're asking for a beating." Song Wei glanced at Xiao Ruofei coquettishly. The 2 of them chatted and laughed as they walked to the Yuqing temple. They were no different from ordinary tourists. However, they didn't enter the temple. Instead, they strolled around, as if they were very interested in the nearby scenery. The Yuqing temple was just a small local attraction. Usually, not many people came here. Therefore, the 2 of them secretly went to the side of the temple. There was a small path here that was overgrown with weeds. It meandered into the mountain. "This is the path," Song Wei said. "We came to the Yuqing temple from the base camp at the entrance of the tomb. Let's go," Xiao Ruofei said immediately when he saw that there was no one around. The 2 of them stepped onto the small path and walked forward in the weeds. Xiao Ruofei took out his hiking stick and opened the path in front. This path seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. The weeds on both sides were very tall, almost covering the road. Moreover, there were thorns that blocked the path from time to time. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei was strong. He waved his hiking stick and opened a path. Moreover, the two of them didn't move slowly. Song Wei was traveling lightly while Xiao Ruofei was full of energy. Therefore, the two of them were able to walk on this small path as if they were flying. Soon, they turned a corner and the Yu King's temple disappeared from their sight. During the journey, Xiao Ruofei also paid close attention to the jade leaf situation. The jade leaf was indeed getting hotter and hotter. When they were in the Yu King's temple, it was only a little warm. If it wasn't for Xiao Ruofei's sensitive senses, he might not have noticed it. But now, the temperature had obviously increased. This meant that he was getting closer and closer to the world stone. The two of them walked for more than half an hour before they arrived at the other side of Mount Yu. Xiao Ruofei had already memorized the two maps Song Wei had drawn, so when he walked to a place, he naturally matched the topographic map. At this moment, Song Wei also said, "Not far ahead is our former archaeological base, yes. Dongting Lake should be at 9 o'clock. Your base camp was at 2 o'clock, and the entrance of the tomb was at 12 o'clock, Xiao Ruofei said. Song Wei was stunned and asked, "How do you know?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "If the map you drew is accurate enough, then what I said shouldn't be wrong. There are many reference points here. Marking the location according to the map and reference points is the basic skill of a scout." "Okay." Song Wei said a little embarrassedly, "Actually, I don't really remember it myself. After all, she had only stayed for a few days and had never been to Mount Yu before." To be able to draw that topographic map showed that her memory was very good. The two of them continued forward. Because they knew that there might be guards here, Xiao Ruofei remained vigilant and paid close attention to the surrounding situation. The place was overgrown with weeds. If the two of them were discovered, it would be difficult to explain. After all, there wasn't much scenery in this place. Even tourists from other places wouldn't set foot here. As usual, Xiao Ruofei led the way in front while Song Wei followed closely behind him. Suddenly, Xiao Ruofei's gaze froze. He subconsciously raised his right hand and gestured for them to stop moving forward and hide. At the same time, he squatted down. However, he forgot that Song Wei hadn't received military sign language training, and her vigilance was naturally not as strong as his. Therefore, Song Wei didn't know what Xiao Ruofei's gesture meant. In addition, it was so sudden that she didn't have time to react. She was following very closely, so she directly bumped into Xiao Ruofei. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei was already squatting down, so only his right hand was raised. As a result, Song Wei's chest bumped into Xiao Ruofei's hand, causing an obvious deformation. Song Wei was also stunned, and her pretty face instantly turned red. Xiao Ruofei was originally observing the front with burning eyes, but he didn't expect to feel a soft and ecstatic touch on his arm and palm. He couldn't help but be stunned. Xiao Ruofei turned his head and saw Song Wei's red face. She was about to scream subconsciously. How could Xiao Ruofei still have the time to savor that wonderful taste? He quickly reached out and wrapped his hand around Song Wei's neck to cover her mouth. At the same time, he took the opportunity to squat down with her. "Don't make a sound. There's someone," Xiao Ruofei whispered in Song Wei's ear. Song Wei's ears were already red. She was held in Xiao Ruofei's arms in such a position. The strong masculine scent that assaulted her senses made her feel weak all over. Song Wei looked at Xiao Ruofei with watery eyes and nodded gently. Xiao Ruofei then let go of his hand. Song Wei squatted beside Xiao Ruofei and looked in the direction of Xiao Ruofei's gaze. She vaguely saw two people patrolling back and forth about 100 meters away. That location was their archaeological base, and not far ahead was the entrance to the tomb that had been opened at that time. Song Wei didn't expect that Xiao Ruofei would be able to detect people from so far away. At this time, Xiao Ruofei said softly, "Just now. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Everything was an accident." "Stop talking," Song Wei whispered with a red face. Xiao Ruofei smiled embarrassedly and obediently shut his mouth. Song Wei was also shy at this time. He looked straight ahead, but in fact, he didn't dare to look at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei, on the other hand, did not have any romantic thoughts. He quickly took out a small notebook and used a pen to mark on it. Song Wei was a little curious. He suppressed his shyness and turned his head to look. He saw Xiao Ruofei scribbling some strange symbols on the notebook without any pattern. "What are you drawing?" Song Wei couldn't help but ask. Xiao Ruofei observed the notes and said, "It's a common password marking method in our army. Only we can understand the content of the notes. This way, even if we are captured during a mission or the notebook is lost, the secret won't be leaked." Song Wei nodded and asked again, "What are you recording now?" "The terrain here, the number of guards, the distribution, the patrol route." Xiao Ruofei said, "You stay here and don't move. I'll go over there and take a look." "Ah?" Song Wei said, "Where are you going?" "The investigation isn't comprehensive enough. I have to change my position to observe." Xiao Ruofei said, "Don't worry, it's very safe here. I'll be back soon. Just don't move and don't make a sound." Song Wei opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He just watched Xiao Ruofei nimbly dash into the grass like a leopard cat and quickly disappear. In this desolate mountain, and under the ground was most likely a huge mausoleum. As a girl, Song Wei naturally felt a little scared. Moreover, it was especially quiet here. Occasionally, one or two crows could be heard, and a chill seeped into his heart. Although the sun was shining brightly, Song Wei couldn't help but pull his collar together and squat in the grass, not daring to move. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei didn't leave for too long. He came back about 10 minutes later. "Let's go back," Xiao Ruofei said. "Have you investigated everything?" Song Wei asked. "Yes." Xiao Ruofei nodded. "Have a good sleep in the hotel during the day. We'll come back tonight." "Okay," Song Wei said softly. Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Wei's pale face and couldn't help but say, "Why don't you rest in the hotel tonight? I'll be alone, don't even think about it." Song Wei flatly refused. "Okay." Xiao Ruofei smiled helplessly. The two of them carefully lowered their bodies and retreated until they were 20 to 30 meters away. When they were sure that the patrolling people couldn't see them, they straightened up and went back the way they came. The two of them successfully returned to the Yuwang Temple. No one noticed that they had secretly climbed over the small path to the other side of Yu Mountain. After going down the mountain to get the car, Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei drove back to the hotel. The two of them didn't talk much on the way back. After returning to the room, Song Wei couldn't help but ask, "How's the situation? Is the security tight?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "The situation is better than I thought." After that, Xiao Ruofei took out the topographic map that Song Wei had drawn and corrected a few places that she had remembered wrongly. Then, he began to mark it with a pen and explained to Song Wei at the same time. First of all, from the way they walk and the arrangement of the patrol route, they shouldn't be professional soldiers. We can be sure that the armed police force that was guarding the tomb has been withdrawn. These people may be security guards hired by the local government. Xiao Ruofei said, "There are a total of 6 guards. We can't rule out the possibility that there are more people in the temporary housing. They are in groups of 2, and the main area they patrol is this area." Xiao Ruofei drew a circle on the topographic map with his hand and said, "The focus should be on the tomb entrance that has been backfilled, and the area about 10 meters around it. In other words, if we want to enter the tomb, we have to find another entrance and avoid this area?" Song Wei asked. "That's for sure." Xiao Ruofei said, "It's not clear how often they patrol at night, but the original intersection is too close to the temporary housing they live in. We can't dig the entrance without them noticing. Do you have a plan?" Song Wei asked. Xiao Ruofei said, "I believe in your judgment. The tomb is very large. We will first confirm the patrol pattern of the guards at night, and then try to find a place far away from their activity area where we can enter the tomb and dig directly in." Song Wei hesitated and said, "Isn't this a lot of work? The two of us are barehanded." "It's just me." Xiao Ruofei said, "With a man like me here, how can I let you do the rough work of digging a hole?" Song Wei pursed his lips and said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to be so chauvinistic. I studied archaeology. In field archaeology, women are always used as men. Men are used as animals?" Xiao Ruofei added. "Correct." Song Wei chuckled, and I'm a professional at digging tombs. Have you heard of a Luoyang shovel? Of course, I've heard of it for a long time. Xiao Ruofei said, but this thing is not easy to buy. I didn't prepare it this time. Song Wei smiled and took out a small rectangular bag from his backpack and said, open it and take a look. After Xiao Ruofei opened it, he suddenly laughed. I didn't expect you to have prepared this in advance. It was an exquisite Luoyang shovel. The shovel head was a traditional semi-cylindrical shape, and it was very exquisitely made. The shovel handle was also made of sections of metal with threads on it. It could be disassembled for easy carrying, and it could be connected when in use. This is not only a grave robber's tool, but also an archaeological tool. Song Wei said with a smile, it's very convenient to use it to identify the quality of the soil. This is a necessary skill for archaeologists. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said, with this, we can save a lot of time. An experienced grave robber could accurately explore a buried tomb with a Luoyang shovel, and archaeologists often used Luoyang shovels to identify the quality of the soil. Using it to explore a tomb was naturally much more efficient than using a shovel with a flat mouth. Of course, Xiao Ruofei was not searching aimlessly. He also had the help of the sensing jade leaf. At least he would not be too far away from the tomb without knowing. For the entire day, Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei stayed in the hotel. Other than going downstairs for a while during mealtime, they spent the rest of the time in the room. After lunch, the two of them even went to sleep for a few hours to ensure that they had plenty of energy for the night. After dinner, the sky gradually darkened. Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei packed their things, carried the heavy backpack, and checked out of the hotel directly. The two of them drove to the foot of Mount Yu. This time, Xiao Ruofei did not park the car in the parking lot at the foot of the mountain. Instead, he hid it in a small forest. Then, the two of them directly got out of the car and walked up the mountain through a path made by the local villagers. When they were climbing the mountain during the day, Xiao Ruofei had already surveyed the area. There were several surveillance cameras on the normal path, so he chose another path. Of course, the general direction was basically the same, and this path did not need to go around the Yuwang temple. It directly led to the path on the side of the temple. Mount Yu was very quiet at night, and only the sound of insects could be heard. The two of them walked quickly on the road under the moonlight. Xiao Ruofei reached out and pulled Song Wei from time to time. This path was much more difficult to walk than the one they had climbed the mountain during the day. After trekking for about 40 minutes, the two of them once again came to the place where they had stopped to observe during the day. Xiao Ruofei gently pushed aside the grass and looked over. He found that the guards at night did not loosen much. A small searchlight was installed on the roof of the prefab house where the security guards lived. It rotated from time to time, illuminating the surrounding dozens of meters as bright as day. There were still 3 groups of security guards patrolling along the fixed route. Xiao Ruofei quickly memorized the situation here, then raised his head to identify the direction. He whispered to Song Wei, this way. He brought Song Wei with him and ducked into the bushes beside them. There was no road at all. The two of them walked for more than 200 meters. The searchlight's light could no longer find this side, but it seemed that the sky in that direction was particularly bright. Xiao Ruofei carefully felt the heat of the jade leaf while leading Song Wei to continue to adjust the direction forward. Isn't it too far? Song Wei asked hesitantly. The distance between here and the entrance to the tomb was more than 200 meters. Although the experts speculated that the tomb was very large, Song Wei wasn't sure if they were still in the tomb's range. After all, everything was just the experts' speculation. Their investigation had just begun when they were forced to stop. No one knew how big the tomb was or how it was distributed. Compared to Song Wei's uncertainty, Xiao Ruofei was somewhat confident. Because at this location, the sensing jade leaf's heat was still very high, which meant that the boundary stone was nearby. There was no doubt that they were still in the tomb's range. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, my intuition tells me that there should be something here. Song Wei was speechless. Intuition again, my intuition is sometimes quite accurate. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. This location was a depression, and it was also quite far from the patrolling security guards, so the two of them were much more relaxed than before. Then did your intuition tell you how we should proceed? Song Wei asked with a smile. Xiao Ruofei stood up mysteriously and walked around a few steps. Then, he stomped his foot and said, "Let's dig from here." Song Wei was stunned. "It's that simple?" Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, "Of course. Since it's all based on luck, why don't we trust my intuition this time?" Song Wei was stunned for a while, then said with a bitter smile, "Okay." She was an archaeologist, so she had no clue in this kind of situation where there were almost no clues. Since Xiao Ruofei trusted his intuition so much, she might as well trust him this time. Otherwise, they couldn't just wander around in the wilderness in the middle of the night. The two of them took off their backpacks and put them aside. Song Wei took out a luoyang shovel from her bag and skillfully put it together. Xiao Ruofei stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "Leave this kind of physical work to me." Song Wei didn't stand on ceremony and directly handed the luoyang shovel to Xiao Ruofei. In fact, this luoyang shovel had two shovel heads. The small shovel head that was installed now was mainly used to explore the hole. It was used to pick up the soil below and determine if there was a tomb below based on the soil quality. Xiao Ruofei didn't say anything and started digging. Song Wei watched from the side and said with a smile, "Your movements are quite professional. You haven't robbed a tomb before, right?" "Yeah. And he even robbed the royal tomb," Xiao Ruofei said without raising his head. *T. Song Wei giggled. After a while, Xiao Ruofei brought up some soil. Song Wei took the flashlight and turned it on. He looked at it seriously and said with a surprised expression, "There really might be a tomb below." After saying that, Song Wei pointed to a piece of soil that Xiao Ruofei had brought up and said, "Look, this has obvious characteristics of ternary soil. And from the color, it's mixed with glutinous rice soup. The standard of this tomb is very high." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Do you believe in my intuition now?" Song Wei chuckled and said, "It's a blind cat that caught a dead mouse. And if we rashly dig down from here, it will be dangerous if the tomb collapses. People will really die." Tomb raiding was actually a high-risk business that required a lot of physical strength. It was common for people to accidentally lose their lives in tombs. In the archaeological excavations that Song Wei had participated in, he had seen fallen bones in tombs several times. These were basically the remains of tomb raiders. They had either died due to lack of oxygen or other unknown dangers. It was even possible that they had been killed by their accomplices due to unequal distribution of the loot. Xiao Ruofei said, "We just have to be careful. This tomb is so big. If there are no accidents, there should be a complete underground palace below. It won't collapse so easily." Song Wei nodded. She agreed with Xiao Ruofei's point of view, so she said, "Then, let's try to dig down." "Of course," Xiao Ruofei said. They had already come this far, and he could feel that the jade leaf was constantly emitting a scorching aura. Regardless of whether there was danger below, Xiao Ruofei had to continue. Song Wei didn't say anything. She took out another larger shovel and replaced it. Then, she silently handed it to Xiao Ruofei. This shovel was specially used to dig holes. It was much more useful than an ordinary shovel. Of course, with the development of technology, many tomb raiders now used technological equipment, such as a single backpack drilling machine, which was even more efficient. Xiao Ruofei took the luoyang shovel and began to dig at the location where the hole had been drilled. He was very strong and had good stamina. In addition, he had been trained to dig bunkers when he was in the army. There was no problem with his skills, so his speed was naturally very fast. After a while, a round hole about 70 centimeters in diameter appeared. Xiao Ruofei kept digging deeper, while Song Wei gave him a flashlight. The division of labor between the two was very clear. After digging about 2 meters, Xiao Ruofei was already in the hole. Song Wei was almost lying at the entrance of the hole, reaching out to light Xiao Ruofei. This hole was not completely vertical. First, it was dug straight down. When it was about half a meter deep, it began to dig diagonally downward. In fact, Song Wei's flashlight was not very useful. However, she felt that it was not good for her to be idle. She wanted to do something. At that moment, Song Wei heard a ding sound from below. It was obviously different from the sound of digging. She quickly asked, "Ruofei, what's wrong?" Xiao Ruofei said from below. Song Wei, pass me the flashlight. Because Xiao Ruofei was already quite deep, the sound was a little muffled. However, Song Wei was still quite clear. She quickly took out a rope from her bag, tied the flashlight, and went down. After a while, Xiao Ruofei retreated along the entrance of the hole. He supported himself with both hands and sat at the entrance of the hole. He said to Song Wei, I should have dug up the tomb brick. I want to change my tools. After that, Xiao Ruofei rummaged through the hiking bag next to him. He took out a bag of tools and put them in his pocket. There were small crowbars, shovels, and so on. They were all prepared for the limited space underground. He thought for a moment, then took out a roll of plastic cloth from the bag and stuffed it into his pocket. Then he said, I'm going down. Song Wei felt nervous for no reason. She grabbed Xiao Ruofei's arm. Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment and asked, What's wrong? Song Wei blushed and said, Nothing. You. Be careful. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Don't worry. I'm not a reckless person. If anything goes wrong, I'll immediately withdraw. By the way. Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei thought of something. He took out a black bag from his hiking bag and handed it to Song Wei. He said, I'll pull the rope later. You smooth the pipe down. For safety reasons, when Xiao Ruofei was working underground, a rope was tied to his waist. If anything happened, Song Wei could pull him up. Of course, whether the delicate Miss Song could pull Xiao Ruofei up was another matter. Song Wei opened it and looked at it. She showed a hint of surprise and said, Snakeskin. You're quite well prepared. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, Isn't it better to be prepared? Safety first. Song Wei was relieved when she saw this. She nodded and said, Then you go down. I'll wait for your signal. The industrial-grade snakeskin allowed people to see the situation inside the tomb without having to go down personally. It was equivalent to a second pair of eyes, which could avoid some unknown risks to a large extent. Xiao Ruofei grinned at Song Wei and went into the hole again. He soon came to the place where he had just dug. The soil here had been cleaned up by him. In front of him were slightly curved tomb bricks. The gaps between the bricks were tight, and the construction process was quite brilliant. Xiao Ruofei directly took out a military dagger from the ring-2 space, inserted it into the small gap, and then carefully pried it open. Gradually, the tomb bricks began to loosen. As the gap increased, Xiao Ruofei replaced it with a small crowbar and pried open a whole tomb brick. After taking out one, the rest was easy. Soon, all the tomb bricks in front of him were pried open. However, what surprised Xiao Ruofei was that the bottom of the tomb bricks was not a hollow tomb chamber. It was still compacted soil. This tomb chamber should be compacted from top to bottom with soil, and there was a layer of tomb bricks in the middle, similar to a sandwich biscuit. Xiao Ruofei did not know what was so special about this design, but he did not want to delve too deeply into it. Since it was still soil, he continued to dig. After digging for more than 40 centimeters, Xiao Ruofei finally felt the weight in his hand lighten. He suddenly showed a hint of joy. He knew that he had dug through. However, when he thought that the tomb chamber might be full of cold unknown toxins, Xiao Ruofei's expression became slightly serious. He immediately took out a plastic sheet that he had prepared beforehand and blocked the small hole that he had just dug. Then, he pulled the rope around his waist. Song Wei had been waiting for a long time. When she felt the rope shake, she quickly lowered the snakeskin. Xiao Ruofei put the snakeskin into the tomb chamber through the small hole, and then climbed out of the hole. How's it going? Song Wei asked. It's been dug through. Xiao Ruofei said, Let's take a look at the situation below first, and then decide whether to go in or not. Okay. Song Wei nodded heavily. Xiao Ruofei took out his laptop from his bag and the control terminal of the snakeskin. He skillfully connected it. The snakeskin was powered by a battery. Soon, the image below appeared on the laptop screen. Song Wei naturally came over to watch with great anticipation. The image captured by the infrared camera was colorless, but the situation below the tomb could still be seen clearly. The place that they had dug through seemed to be a passage about 2 meters high. There were 2 rows of sculptures on both sides of the long corridor, which looked a little eerie. Xiao Ruofei controlled the snakeskin to shoot at both ends of the passage. He did not see any danger. Although it felt eerie, it was very peaceful. So, he opened another interface on the computer. The top of the snakeskin was integrated with a sensor that could detect the air in the tomb. The data showed that everything was normal. Except for the low oxygen content, there was no excessive harmful gas. Song Wei and Xiao Ruofei looked at each other and asked, "Do you want to go down?" Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "I'm going down." "But if you go down, I'll go down too," Song Wei said before Xiao Ruofei could finish. Xiao Ruofei said helplessly, "Okay. I have some cleaning up to do, and then we'll go down together." Xiao Ruofei went down into the hole and put away the snakeskin. Then, he widened the hole to make sure that it was big enough for people to pass through. Then, he retreated and repaired the entire robber's hole until he was out of the hole. Then, Xiao Ruofei carefully moved the dug soil to a small pond not far away and threw it away. He also cleaned up the traces of the hole as much as possible. Then, he broke some branches and prepared to cover the hole after he went down. This place was originally a low-lying land, surrounded by dense forest and few people. In addition, there was a small mound next to the hole, which was covered by branches. Even if someone passed by, it would be difficult to discover that a hole had been dug here. Song Wei looked at Xiao Ruofei's work and couldn't help but laugh and say, "If I didn't know your resume, I would have suspected that you were a professional grave robber." Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, "At my level, I'm a professional in everything." Song Wei laughed and said, "Great expert. Shouldn't we go down now?" Xiao Ruofei said seriously, "There's one last thing." After that, he took out a climbing rope from his bag and tied it to a tree not far away. After testing its firmness, he slid the rope into the hole. Of course, he also used weeds and branches to cover the part of the rope that was on the ground. "This is our life rope," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "When the time comes, we'll have to rely on it to get out." "Let's go." Song Wei couldn't wait. "Don't worry," Xiao Ruofei said, "put on your equipment." After that, Xiao Ruofei took out 2 sets of protective clothing from his treasure chest-like bag. Although they weren't the most professional ones, they could prevent their skin from being exposed to the air. Together with the gas masks, they should be able to avoid most of the dangers. As for whether the gas masks could filter out the unknown toxins, Xiao Ruofei wasn't too worried. With him around, the toxins wouldn't be able to get close to them. The protective clothing and gas masks were, to a large extent, to make Song Wei feel more at ease. Song Wei also secretly admired Xiao Ruofei's attentiveness. The two of them quickly put on the protective clothing and gas masks. Xiao Ruofei first threw the climbing bag into the hole, then said to Song Wei, "I'll go down first. You follow behind me. Remember to cover the hole with branches." "Got it," Song Wei said calmly. Xiao Ruofei went into the hole. After a while, Song Wei heard Xiao Ruofei's voice from the headset, "Song Wei, come down." Because they were wearing gas masks, the two of them were also equipped with intercom equipment for easier communication. Song Wei also went into the hole, half of her body exposed. As she slowly went down, she used the branches that Xiao Ruofei gathered to cover the hole. Following the hole that Xiao Ruofei dug, Song Wei soon reached the bottom. Her feet had already touched Xiao Ruofei's shoulder. Xiao Ruofei said, "Hold on to the rope. I'll go in first. You can follow me. Don't worry, I'll catch you down there." "Okay." Song Wei held on to the rope tightly. Then, she felt Xiao Ruofei move below, and then heard a thump. It should be Xiao Ruofei jumping in. Song Wei didn't hesitate. She continued to go down along the rope. When she missed a step, she fell directly under the influence of gravity. She didn't panic at all, because she knew that Xiao Ruofei would definitely protect her down there. Feeling Xiao Ruofei's strong embrace, Song Wei blushed a little. However, after Xiao Ruofei helped her stabilize her body, he quickly let go of her. This made Song Wei feel a little disappointed. "Are you okay?" Xiao Ruofei's concerned voice came from Song Wei's earpiece. She came back to her senses and quickly said, "I'm fine." "Which way should we go?" This was a long corridor. There were statues on both sides of the corridor. Under the light of the flashlight, they looked like monsters. Even though Song Wei specialized in archaeology and was much braver than the average girl, she still couldn't help but feel scared. She subconsciously moved closer to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei looked around with the help of the flashlight and vaguely felt that the corridor was filled with a gloomy aura. The place where they came in happened to be in the middle of the corridor. The two ends were dark, and he didn't know where they led. However, Xiao Ruofei had a basic basis for judgment, and that was to sense the jade leaf. However, the changes in the jade leaf wouldn't be too obvious in a short distance, so Xiao Ruofei could only walk in one direction. If he was lucky, the jade leaf's reaction would become more intense, which meant that he had chosen the right direction. If not, he would have to turn back. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei said, "Let's go in one direction first." Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei walked side by side and carefully walked in one direction. In this empty and quiet underground palace, their footsteps were particularly loud. It sounded a little creepy. Song Wei couldn't help but pull on Xiao Ruofei's clothes, not daring to fall behind. Xiao Ruofei turned his head and asked with a smile, "Song Wei, are you afraid?" Song Wei was clearly scared, but she still said stubbornly, "Tsk. Have you forgotten what my major is? Would a timid person dare to enter this line of work?" Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Then can you be a little gentler? I'm afraid you'll tear my clothes." Song Wei immediately let go of Xiao Ruofei's arm in embarrassment, but she quickly grabbed his arm again. Fortunately, the gas mask covered her expression, otherwise it would have been even more embarrassing. The passageway seemed to be very long. The two of them walked for nearly 100 meters, but there were still no signs of turning. It was as if the passageway stretched on forever. Xiao Ruofei suddenly stopped. Song Wei asked nervously, "What's wrong?" "We might have gone in the wrong direction," Xiao Ruofei said. "Turn back." After walking so far, not only did the sensing jade leaf's heat not increase, it actually decreased slightly. Xiao Ruofei knew that he was even further away from the world stone, so he changed his direction without hesitation. "Is it your intuition again?" Song Wei asked with a smile. "It turns out that my intuition is very accurate," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. The two of them turned around and headed in the other direction. Soon, they arrived at the spot where they had just entered. When she saw the rope hanging down from the hole, Song Wei's heart calmed down slightly. As for how to climb up the 2-meter height, she wasn't worried at all. After all, with Xiao Ruofei around, there wouldn't be a problem. The two of them didn't stop. They went past their previous position and continued in another direction. Soon, a fork in the road appeared in this direction. Xiao Ruofei still relied on his intuition to choose a direction. Of course, he also expected the scale of this underground palace to be very large, and this passageway was unchanging. Therefore, to prevent himself from getting lost, he used a military dagger to carve a mark at the fork in the road. This time, they were lucky. The sensing jade leaf's reaction was much stronger than before. This meant that Xiao Ruofei had guessed the right direction. As Xiao Ruofei moved forward, he asked, "Song Wei, do the places we just walked through overlap with the area you entered during your archaeological expedition last time?" Song Wei shook her head and said with certainty, "Absolutely not. We didn't discover such a passageway back then. It seems like the scale of this underground palace is much larger than we imagined," Xiao Ruofei said. The two of them continued to go deeper. Along the way, they encountered many forks in the road. These forks looked exactly the same. They were 2-meter-tall passageways with sculptures standing on both sides. Xiao Ruofei also relied on the guidance of the sensing jade leaf to constantly correct the route. Of course, he didn't forget to mark every fork seriously. Along the way, the sensing jade leaf's reaction became stronger and stronger. Xiao Ruofei also felt some anticipation and excitement in his heart. If it was always like this, although it was a little creepy walking in it, there wouldn't be any danger. If they kept going deeper like this, they would eventually find the boundary stone. Although Song Wei didn't know the true purpose of Xiao Ruofei's trip, she didn't ask too much. She just followed Xiao Ruofei closely. Every time Xiao Ruofei made a decision or changed the route, she never asked the reason. She just treated it as Xiao Ruofei's intuition. However, as they walked, Xiao Ruofei suddenly stopped in his tracks. His expression became a little ugly. Song Wei didn't understand and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Ruofei's voice was a little strange as he said, "There might be trouble. Just a moment ago, Xia Qing, who had been using his divine sense to observe the situation outside, suddenly warned Xiao Ruofei that there seemed to be a problem with this passageway. He asked him to immediately turn back and check the route they had taken." "What trouble?" Song Wei asked with a trembling voice. "I'm not sure yet. Let's turn back first," Xiao Ruofei said. The two of them turned around and walked to a fork in the road they had just passed. Xiao Ruofei immediately shone his flashlight on the wall next to the statue. His heart trembled slightly. The mark he had made at this location earlier had disappeared. Song Wei obviously noticed this as well. Her face was slightly pale, and she felt even more uneasy. The two of them also searched the other two paths at the fork in the road but didn't leave any traces. Could it be that the mark disappeared on its own? Or did someone remove it from behind? No matter which possibility it was, it would make one's hair stand on end. Without those marks, the two of them would very likely get lost. In this intricate underground palace, Xiao Ruofei's expression was a little ugly. He used his divine sense to communicate with Xia Qing. "What's going on?" "Master, there might be an array formation in this underground palace," Xia Qing analyzed. "The range of these corridors isn't as big as you think. It's very likely that you've been walking in circles all this time." "A trapping array?" Xiao Ruofei asked. "Yes," Xia Qing said, "it's very likely. Master, you'll have to try to crack it yourself." Xiao Ruofei frowned and said, "But the place we just entered is gone. This means that we're not in the same place." "Master, you entered the array formation from the top. That part will definitely be blocked by the array formation." Xia Qing said, "Maybe that area is very close to you, but you'll keep walking in circles in another area. If you don't crack the array, you'll never be able to return there." This was also the reason why Xia Qing had strongly suggested that Xiao Ruofei obtain the Earth character Jade Talisman. In a tomb of this scale and with a world stone, which was an item from the cultivation world, it was very likely that there were all kinds of array formations. "What do we do?" Song Wei's voice trembled. As an archaeology student, she had naturally heard different versions of various supernatural stories. She had always prided herself on being bold, but when she encountered such a situation, her heart couldn't help but tremble. Xiao Ruofei said calmly, "Don't be afraid. Let's walk back according to our memories. We might be able to find the place we came in from." "That's the only way," Song Wei said helplessly. The two of them walked back for a while and realized that there was no need for the signs to tell them that the path was different from before. Where there was clearly a fork, it had become a straight path. This was the first time Xiao Ruofei had encountered such a situation. He forced himself to calm down and began to recall the knowledge he had learned about array formations. Inferring from various characteristics, there was no doubt that this was a trapping array. Since it was a formation, it was definitely not unsolvable. As long as they could find the core of the formation, which was the so-called array I, many problems could be solved easily. However, Xiao Ruofei was not very confident. After all, he only had theoretical knowledge and had not practiced it before. This time, he was forced to do something beyond his ability. However, when it came to this, Xiao Ruofei could not back down. He took a deep breath and began to release his mental strength to carefully sense the changes in the surrounding aura. Since it was a trapping array, it was impossible for the naked eye to discover any clues, especially in such a maze-like corridor. It looked the same no matter where one went, making it even harder to discover any changes. However, mental strength was different. It was much more sensitive than the human eye and could often see through illusions. Sure enough, after Xiao Ruofei released his mental strength, he immediately felt the subtle changes in the surrounding aura. It was as if there were invisible mysterious patterns lingering around his body. It was a good thing that there were changes. What he was afraid of was a pool of stagnant water. Xiao Ruofei showed a hint of joy and immediately began to analyze the patterns. The ancient books on array formations in the Earth Jade Talisman were indeed top-notch treasures. Gradually, the unchanging corridor seemed to reveal its true appearance in Xiao Ruofei's eyes. A smile gradually bloomed on his face. However, Song Wei could not see Xiao Ruofei's expression under the gas mask. She saw Xiao Ruofei standing there in a daze. She felt a little strange and anxious, but she did not dare to disturb Xiao Ruofei. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei turned to Song Wei and said, "This way." After that, he directly took Song Wei's hand and walked forward. Song Wei's heart was beating wildly, but she still held Xiao Ruofei's hand tightly and did not shake it off. In fact, Xiao Ruofei was worried that Song Wei would fall into the array formation after going the wrong way. If that happened, it would be even more troublesome, so he had to hold her tightly. Not far in this direction, there was a 90-degree turn in the corridor. However, Xiao Ruofei did not seem to see it and went straight to the wall. Song Wei could not help but shout, "Ruofei, you're going to hit the wall in front." Before Song Wei could finish speaking, Xiao Ruofei had already hit the wall. Song Wei subconsciously fell half a step behind. Just as she was about to scream, she suddenly found that Xiao Ruofei went straight through the wall, as if the wall in front of him did not exist at all. Xiao Ruofei's hand was still holding her tightly. Except for this hand, the rest of Xiao Ruofei's body could not be seen. It was a very strange scene. Then Song Wei felt a pulling force, and she involuntarily threw herself toward the wall. Seeing the wall rushing toward her, Song Wei closed her eyes subconsciously. However, the pain of hitting the wall did not come. There seemed to be no obstruction. When she opened her eyes again, she found that Xiao Ruofei was holding her hand, and the two of them were standing in the corridor. Although it looked exactly the same, there was number 90-degree turn. Moreover, the two of them had their backs to the wall, as if they had gone through the wall. Song Wei was a little dumbfounded and asked in surprise, "Ruofei, just follow me." Xiao Ruofei showed a confident smile. "This is just a simple camouflage. I didn't pay attention just now and almost fell into it." Song Wei's heart was like the four seas churning. This so-called camouflage was too realistic. Xiao Ruofei had seen through the operation of the trapping array. Then, he led Song Wei forward quickly. Although the reaction of the sensing jade leaf was sometimes stronger and sometimes weaker, Xiao Ruofei did not pay attention to it, because the most important thing now was to get out of the trapping array. The route he took seemed to have no pattern. Sometimes, there was a fork in the road, but Xiao Ruofei turned in the direction where there was no road. Sometimes, there was a straight corridor, but Xiao Ruofei led Song Wei straight through the wall. Sometimes, Xiao Ruofei even turned back for a while. Song Wei was now numb. Anyway, she followed Xiao Ruofei wherever he led her. As for whether it was a wall or a sculpture in front of her, she did not care at all, because she went straight through the wall time and time again without any accident. After walking for about 10 minutes, Song Wei saw a few bricks on the ground in front of her and a rope hanging down from the top of the cave. She was stunned for a moment, and then shouted with joy, "Ruofei, we're out." After saying that, Song Wei ran forward quickly. Xiao Ruofei was slightly relieved. Seeing this cave entrance meant that they had walked out of the trapping array's range. Regardless of whether they could get the realm stone, at least leaving the ancient tomb would not be a big problem. However, when his mental power probed forward, his expression suddenly changed. He shouted, "Song Wei, stop. Come back quickly." Under the probing of his mental power, this corridor was still within the trapping array's range, and he also found a trace of an extremely dangerous aura. However, the warning seemed to be a little too late. Song Wei had already run to the bottom of the cave entrance. When her foot stepped on a brick that had fallen from the tomb, something strange happened. Only a series of cracking sounds were heard, and Xiao Ruofei's expression changed drastically. He shouted, "Song Wei, get down quickly." At the same time, Xiao Ruofei also circulated his true qi to the extreme and rushed in Song Wei's direction as fast as lightning. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A series of heart-trembling sounds were heard. Xiao Ruofei rushed to Song Wei's side and directly pushed her to the ground. Almost at the same time, arrows were shot out from the gaps between the statues on both sides. With a tut, tut, tut sound, these arrows were all deeply embedded in the opposite wall. If she had been standing on the spot just now, she would have become a hedgehog now. It didn't take long for Song Wei to realize how intimate their position was. Although they were both wearing protective clothing, her delicate body was now completely pressed down by Xiao Ruofei. In order to protect her, Xiao Ruofei's body covered her as much as possible. At the same time, he pressed down very low. Her breasts were already deformed under the pressure of Xia Ruofei's solid chest. Song Wei blushed and whispered, "Ruofei, why don't you get up?" Xia Ruofei said without thinking, "I can't get up." Ah? Song Wei was stunned for a moment. He couldn't be thinking of something bad, right? Song Wei was very confident in his charm. In such a quiet and remote environment, and with the two of them hugging each other in such a position, it was normal for Xia Ruofei to lose control. Song Wei's heart couldn't help but beat a lot faster. He was a little nervous, but at the same time, there was a trace of excitement in his heart. At this time, Xia Ruofei continued, "I didn't expect it to be a trap and kill array." Song Wei realized that he might have misunderstood. His pretty face couldn't help but heat up. Fortunately, the gas mask covered his expression. "What trap and kill array?" Song Wei asked, holding back his shyness. "At first, I thought it was a trap array. I didn't expect the array to change." Xia Ruofei said in a low voice, "The killing intent of this array is hidden very deeply. If we hadn't sensed that something was wrong just now, the two of us would already be dead. Now we can't move recklessly. Otherwise, we might trigger an even more terrifying mechanism." In fact, Xia Ruofei's heart had just palpitated inexplicably. Then, he keenly sensed that the aura in front of him had changed. A huge killing intent was brewing in the calm. He didn't have time to think about it. He used all his strength to push Song Wei to the ground. Song Wei looked at the quivering arrows on both sides of the wall. Her heart couldn't help but tremble. If it weren't for Xia Ruofei risking his life to save her, her body would have been penetrated by these arrows. Xia Ruofei knew that he and Song Wei had already fallen into a trap and kill array. Once they took a wrong step, they would be doomed eternally. However, it was definitely impossible to maintain this position. It would not help him escape. Moreover, how could he not feel anything when a charming beauty was lying under him? If his body had even a little bit of primitive reaction, it would be really embarrassing. Therefore, Xia Ruofei tried his best to keep his mind clear. At the same time, he frantically released his mental power in an attempt to find a way out of this fierce killing intent. The surrounding aura had completely changed. Under the perception of Xia Ruofei's spiritual power, he could clearly sense the Tao patterns that were filled with murderous intent in the surroundings. Xia Ruofei used the knowledge he had just mastered to analyze these Tao patterns with all his might. Gradually, he entered a mysterious state. This state was a bit like when he was in school. He had just learned how to solve a linear equation of two variables. Then, he was faced with a very complicated equation and had to solve it step by step. Those extremely complicated Tao patterns gradually became clearer under Xia Ruofei's analysis. He gradually discovered the rules hidden in the chaos. For Song Wei, who was under him, it was a bit unbearable. This was the first time in her life that she was in such an ambiguous position with a boy. She couldn't suppress the shyness in her heart. The key was that Xia Ruofei was still like an old monk in meditation. He maintained this position without moving at all. At this moment, Xia Ruofei let out a long breath and muttered something. "Ruofei, how is it?" Song Wei asked softly. "I'll stand up first. Then, I'll pull you up." Xia Ruofei said, "Remember, don't touch the ground with your hands, and don't move your feet." "Okay." Song Wei said nervously. Xia Ruofei's eyes flashed. He slowly stretched out his hands and pressed on the two positions that he had calculated. Then, he supported himself on the ground and got up from Song Wei's body. Then, he reached out to Song Wei and slowly pulled her up from the ground. Xia Ruofei said, "Song Wei, from now on, you will follow behind me. Remember, you must step on the places that I have stepped on. Don't make a single mistake. Understand?" Song Wei also realized the danger in this ancient tomb. She quickly said, "Understood. Let's go." After Xia Ruofei finished speaking, he took a steady step forward. Song Wei's heart couldn't help but tremble. Fortunately, everything was calm as usual and nothing strange happened. Xia Ruofei's speed wasn't fast. Every step he took was steady on the ground. Song Wei didn't dare to be careless. She used a strong flashlight to shine on Xia Ruofei's feet. Step by step, Xia Ruofei stepped on Xia Ruofei's footsteps. Just like that, the two of them walked forward, one in front and one behind. Xiao Ruofei sometimes took 2 steps forward and then 3 steps back. He even turned around a few times in a very small area. It seemed that there was no pattern to it. But miraculously, the sudden shooting of arrows just now didn't happen again. Everything seemed to have returned to its original calm. After walking like this for a full hour, Xiao Ruofei let out a long sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "This time, we should be out." After that, Xiao Ruofei sat down against the wall. His back was soaked in sweat. The journey seemed easy, but in fact, it consumed a lot of energy. Just the calculation of solving the equation was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. If it weren't for the support of his mental power, he wouldn't have been able to complete such a large calculation. "Are we safe now?" Song Wei heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao Ruofei closed his eyes to rest. He nodded and said, "We can only say that we're safe for now. Song Wei, you should rest for a while too." "Okay." Song Wei sat down beside Xiao Ruofei and said softly, "I'm sorry. If I hadn't run around just now, I wouldn't have triggered that mechanism." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "It's nothing to do with you. In fact, as soon as we entered that corridor, we were already trapped in the killing array. It's just that the array has been brewing for a long time. Plus, I'm not very experienced, so I thought it was just a normal trap array. These formations you're talking about sound so magical." Song Wei said curiously. "This is the crystallization of the wisdom of our ancestors. It's not just a simple feudal superstition," Xiao Ruofei said. "Yes, I believe it," Song Wei said. "Many things that can't be explained by science are actually real. In the field of archaeology, they would more or less come into contact with some supernatural events. Moreover, there were also many rules and taboos in their field, which couldn't be generalized with feudal superstition. We can't find the entrance we used to enter." Song Wei continued, "What do we do now?" Xiao Ruofei naturally had to continue searching for the world stone. However, Song Wei had purely accompanied him in this trip, yet she had fallen into such a dangerous situation. This made Xiao Ruofei feel a little apologetic. He said, "We'll definitely find a way out. However, before that, I have to find something first." Song Wei also knew that Xiao Ruofei must have come in for something very important. Otherwise, there was no need for him to take such a risk. Therefore, she understood very well. She nodded and said, "Okay. I'll go with you." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Since we've already entered here, you must come with me. Otherwise, I'll be worried about your safety." At this point, Xiao Ruofei stood up and said, "We've rested enough. Let's continue going deeper." Xiao Ruofei continued to follow the guidance of the jade leaf and groped about in the dark underground palace. Of course, he was still on high alert. The probing of his mental strength did not stop either. This was to prevent himself from falling into the formation like before. The corridors of this underground palace were like a maze. It felt the same no matter where they walked. At first, Song Wei tried to memorize the route. However, after walking around for a while, she realized that such efforts were futile. She simply ignored it and followed Xiao Ruofei forward. In any case, the hole they had just entered was in the trap and kill array. Unless they really couldn't find another exit, they wouldn't want to walk through the array again. Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows. Song Wei also immediately noticed the abnormality. She couldn't help but open her eyes wide. At the end of the corridor in front of them, a green stone door appeared. It looked simple and heavy. The corridor ended at the stone door. There were no other forks in the road. This was the first time they had encountered a building other than corridors and statues after entering the underground palace. No matter what was behind the stone door, it was better than nothing. With the lesson learned from the trap and kill array, Song Wei didn't rush forward directly. Instead, she turned her head and asked, "Ruofei, is there any danger ahead?" "I don't think so." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Let's go and take a look." As they approached the green stone door, Xiao Ruofei also felt that the temperature of the jade leaf seemed to have increased quite a bit. He was secretly happy. It seemed that he was getting closer and closer to the boundary stone. However, Xiao Ruofei was also very vigilant at the same time. The unknown poison seemed to have been peeled off from the boundary stone. If there was a boundary stone behind the stone door, it was very likely that the unknown poison existed. When they arrived in front of the green stone door, Xiao Ruofei used the flashlight to carefully observe it. The stone door looked very ordinary. There were no decorative patterns carved on it. Furthermore, traces of being chopped and chiseled by axes could be vaguely seen. The style was very rough. This was the end of the corridor. It was like a dead end. Only by opening the stone door could they find a new path. Otherwise, they could only turn back. Xiao Ruofei came for the boundary stone. Now that the jade leaf was already scorching hot, he definitely couldn't give up at this time. We have to think of a way to open the stone door, Xiao Ruofei said. Song Wei also came to the side to observe. When he heard this, he asked, "How do we open it?" "Let's see if there are any traps on the side. Isn't that how it's written in wuxia novels? Maybe there's an inconspicuous protrusion. Press it and the door will open." Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, "It's not that easy." His eyesight was much better than Song Wei's. When he walked towards the stone door, he had already carefully observed it. He had basically ruled out the possibility of any hidden traps. Song Wei was still unwilling to give up. He held the strong flashlight alone and searched for the trap. Xiao Ruofei stood silently in front of the stone door and released his mental power to carefully investigate. At such a close distance, even the slightest clue would be exposed under the probing of mental power. Xiao Ruofei quickly noticed that the traces of being chopped and chiseled by axes on the stone door were not simple. There was a faint Taoist charm emerging. However, this charm was too illusory. Xiao Ruofei could not find any pattern. Of course, Xiao Ruofei was not completely unaware. Under the cover of his mental power, he discovered that there were 2 faint palm prints on the stone wall next to the stone door. These palm prints were very shallow. In addition to the years of grinding, it was very difficult to notice with the naked eye. Xiao Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. He stepped forward and pressed his hands on the palm prints. He just wanted to give it a try. After all, it was very unusual for 2 palm prints to appear on the stone wall. However, when his hands touched the palm prints, he felt a huge suction force that firmly sucked his hands on them. Then, he felt that the true qi in his body seemed to be a little uncontrollable. It was continuously sucked into the stone wall through his hands. Xiao Ruofei turned pale with fright. This palm print was too evil, however, it was impossible to withdraw his hands at this time. He could not do it even if he tried his best. He could only watch as the true qi in his body was sucked out. Xiao Ruofei's face became very ugly. At this rate, the true qi in his body would be exhausted in less than 5 minutes. If the suction force continued, he might be sucked dry. Song Wei did not notice Xiao Ruofei's abnormality. Because his whole body was covered by a protective suit and a gas mask, he could not see Xiao Ruofei's expression at all. She saw Xiao Ruofei pressing his hands on the stone wall and felt a little curious. However, Song Wei soon heard a creaking sound. The stone door seemed to tremble. Song Wei shone his flashlight and found that there seemed to be a small crack at the bottom of the stone door. Song Wei shouted in surprise, the stone door moved. Xiao Ruofei could not speak at this time. He really could not even open his mouth to speak. With the infusion of true qi, the stone door trembled and began to slowly rise. However, this speed was too slow. Xiao Ruofei did not know if his true qi could support the stone door until it was completely opened. He also did not know if the suction force would continue after the stone door was opened. He could only hold on for now. Song Wei looked at Xiao Ruofei in admiration. She had been looking for a long time but could not find any mechanism. She did not expect that Xiao Ruofei could open the stone door by gently pressing on the stone wall. She did not know that Xiao Ruofei was under tremendous pressure. The stone door slowly rose. Now, there was a gap of 20 to 30 centimeters at the bottom of the stone door. There was a faint light in the gap. Xiao Ruofei wanted to remind Song Wei to be careful. After all, it might be full of unknown toxins. However, he could not speak at all. Once his true qi was exhausted, even he could not resist the invasion of the unknown toxins, let alone protect Song Wei. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, the true qi in Xiao Ruofei's body was consumed at an extremely fast speed. The stone door was also slowly and steadily rising. Song Wei finally noticed that something was wrong with Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei's body had begun to tremble. Even though his expression couldn't be seen through the gas mask, it was obvious that Xiao Ruofei was in great pain. "Ruofei, what's wrong?" Song Wei asked with concern as she quickly walked to Xiao Ruofei's side. She wanted to reach out to support Xiao Ruofei, but before she could touch Xiao Ruofei's body, she felt a huge repulsive force push her away. She slammed into the stone wall and let out a painful groan. Xiao Ruofei couldn't even speak. Although he was worried about Song Wei's situation, he couldn't even protect himself and couldn't get out. There wasn't much true energy left in his dantian. Xiao Ruofei felt all the meridians in his body ache. This was a sign that his true energy had been overdrawn. However, the heavy stone door was still slowly rising. It seemed that it wouldn't be in place for a while. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but reveal a cold and bitter smile. Ever since he obtained the Spirit Map Scroll, everything had been smooth sailing. This time, he had entered the tomb too rashly. If he couldn't get out after exhausting his true energy, he wouldn't be far from death. And without his protection, Song Wei definitely wouldn't be able to walk out of the underground palace alone. This was also his own overconfidence that had harmed her. The stone wall was still tirelessly absorbing the true energy in Xiao Ruofei's body. Even though the true energy had turned from a majestic river to a trickle, the suction force didn't decrease. Xiao Ruofei felt as if his soul was being sucked out. His consciousness gradually became blurry. Countless images flashed in his mind. There were scenes of his service in Lone Wolf, the sweet moments he had with Ling Qingxue, and even the figures of Lu Yu, Feng Jing, Song Wei, and the others. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei suddenly heard Xia Qing's voice in his mind. "Master. Use the Spirit Heart Flower Petal." This voice was like pouring wisdom into him. Xiao Ruofei's mind instantly recovered. Like a drowning person grabbing onto a life-saving straw, Xiao Ruofei quickly reacted. In fact, Xia Qing had been paying attention to the outside world. It was just that he didn't notice anything strange at first. After all, the flow of true energy was in Xiao Ruofei's body. Xia Qing's divine sense couldn't keep an eye on his master. It was only when Xiao Ruofei's body started to tremble that Xia Qing realized something was wrong. At this moment, it was already very dangerous. Xia Qing even felt that the entire spiritual map world had started to tremble. In this situation, there was only one possibility. The host's life was in great danger. Xia Qing then realized that Xiao Ruofei was close to dying. He quickly reminded Xiao Ruofei. In fact, Xiao Ruofei had also entered the wrong path. He didn't think of using the Spirit Heart Flower Petal to recover his true energy. After he reacted, he quickly used his divine sense to explore the Ring 2 space. At this moment, Xia Qing had already opened the box containing the Spirit Heart Flower Petal. It was too late to use the diluted solution of the Spirit Heart Flower Petal. He could only use the whole petal. After more than a year of accumulation, there were already more than 100 Spirit Heart Flower Petal in the box. Xiao Ruofei didn't think too much. With a thought, an invisible force wrapped around the 2 Spirit Heart Flower Petal and disappeared from the Ring 2 space. This was the first time he was so extravagant. However, where there was life, there was hope. Even if he used up all the Spirit Heart Flower Petal, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't feel any heartache. The Spirit Heart Flower Petal directly appeared in Xiao Ruofei's palm. This petal was very special. As long as it came into contact with a person's skin, it would be quickly absorbed. However, it was different this time. When the 2 Spirit Heart Flower Petal appeared, the suction from the stone wall seemed to increase. A lot of the Spirit Heart Flower Petal was actually absorbed by the stone wall. Xiao Ruofei felt that at most half of the Spirit Heart Flower Petal was absorbed by him. After the Spirit Heart Flower Petal entered his body, the effect was immediate. Xiao Ruofei immediately felt a dull pain. His almost dried-up meridians were suddenly moistened. All the acupuncture points in his body seemed to have started to produce true qi. His empty dantian also started to slowly fill up. After the stone wall absorbed the Spirit Heart Flower Petal, the speed of the stone door's ascent increased by a large margin. Although the stone wall was still absorbing Xiao Ruofei's true qi, the Spirit Heart Flower Petal was also replenishing it at the same time. Before the efficacy of the spirit heart flower petal ran out, the income and expenditure were basically balanced. Xiao Ruofei secretly let out a sigh of relief. This time, it was really dangerous, he didn't hesitate. With a thought, he took out another 2 spirit heart flower petal. The stone wall also absorbed more than half of the spirit heart flower petal. The remaining spirit heart flower petal entered Xiao Ruofei's body to help him recover quickly. The stone door was still ascending at a much faster speed than before. Finally, the heavy stone door rose to the top. With the sound of a mechanism operating, the stone door slowly stopped. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei felt that the suction force on the stone wall suddenly disappeared. He quickly withdrew his hands and leaned against the stone wall, gasping for air. After recovering slightly, Xiao Ruofei quickly propped himself up and looked in the direction of Song Wei. "Song Wei, how are you?" Xiao Ruofei asked anxiously. Song Wei's weak voice came from his earpiece. "I'm fine. I just bumped into something and I'm a little out of breath." "Ruofei, what happened just now?" When Xiao Ruofei thought about what had just happened, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. He pretended to be relaxed and said, "Nothing, it's all in the past." "Song Wei, the stone door is open. Let's get ready to go in." "Are you really okay?" Song Wei asked with concern. "Why do I feel like you're very tired?" "I'm really okay," Xiao Ruofei said. "I'm just a little exhausted," Song Wei couldn't understand. Xiao Ruofei was just standing there with his hands pressed against the stone wall. How could he be exhausted? However, there were too many things that she couldn't understand tonight. For example, that mysterious and terrifying death trap array. She faintly felt that this was a domain that she had never understood before, and Xiao Ruofei definitely knew more than her, so she didn't insist on getting to the bottom of it. She just silently nodded her head. Xiao Ruofei wasn't stingy with the petals of the spirit heart flower. He once again took out 2 petals from the ring 2 space and directly placed them in his palm. Covered by the protective gloves, Song Wei naturally couldn't see any clues. The genuine qi in his body was quickly recovering, and his dantian was also full of vitality. Xiao Ruofei then took off his backpack and reached inside. He took out a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Song Wei. He said with a smile, "Drink some water." This was the solution of the spirit heart flower's petals that he had taken out from the ring 2 space, and it was the kind with a high concentration. Just now, Song Wei had been pushed out by the repulsive force of his body and hit the stone wall so hard. Xiao Ruofei's heart was full of guilt. After the intense and exciting scene just now, Song Wei also felt a little thirsty. He nodded and said, "Thank you. It should be okay if I take off the gas mask now, right?" Xiao Ruofei directly took off the gas mask he was wearing. At the same time, his genuine qi spread around the 2 of them, forming an invisible protective cover. Then he said, "It shouldn't be a big problem for a short time. I also need to take it off to get some fresh air." Song Wei also couldn't wait to take off the gas mask. Girls all like to look beautiful. After wearing the gas mask, she looked like a pig's head. If it wasn't necessary, she wouldn't be willing to wear it all the time. Song Wei drank more than half of the water in the bottle. The spirit heart flower's petals naturally began to heal the places where she had hit the wall. Even her overused physical strength began to slowly recover. Song Wei also felt that he had recovered a lot, so he tidied up his hair and said with a smile, "Let's go in." Xiao Ruofei glanced at the stone door, nodded and said, "Okay. Be careful and follow me closely." Song Wei was a little nervous, but at the same time, he nodded with a little expectation and said, "Understood." Just now, Song Wei had already noticed the faint light coming from the stone door. However, all her attention had been focused on Xiao Ruofei. Now that the stone door was completely open, she immediately noticed the faint yellow light coming from the stone door. The 2 of them looked in the direction of the stone door. There seemed to be something there, but they couldn't see it clearly. Xiao Ruofei had used several spirit heart flowers petals in a row. At this time, he had already recovered to his peak state. Moreover, he didn't know if it was because he had overused his genuine qi, but now he felt that his cultivation had improved by a lot. Originally, breaking through to the 5th level of qi refining wasn't too long ago. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least a few months to break through. However, he had already faintly felt that he had reached a bottleneck. It seemed that breaking through to the 6th level of qi refining was just around the corner. Could it be that extreme state was good for cultivation growth? Xiao Ruofei thought to himself. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't want to experience the feeling of almost dying just now. There was no harm in trying it under controlled circumstances. Xiao Ruofei released his mental strength and carefully explored the front. At the same time, he released his genuine qi to protect himself and Song Wei. The two of them stepped up the stairs and walked through the stone door. After walking in, Xiao Ruofei realized that this was a 6 to 7 meter long corridor. There were oil lamps on both sides of the corridor every 1 meter, emitting a dim yellow light. This? Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei both looked shocked. They didn't know how long this underground palace had existed. Even according to the experts' speculations, it was at least a building from the Ming dynasty. The oil lamps on both sides of the corridor were still lit. Could it be that there was an endless supply of oil? Moreover, how could there be so much oil in this underground palace that could be used for burning? These are eternal lamps, Song Wei said excitedly. I didn't expect eternal lamps to really exist. According to modern scientific explanations, eternal lamps were actually self-ignited when the later generations opened the tomb. When the tomb was closed, it would be extinguished due to the lack of oxygen. However, the oil lamps in the corridor were obviously not in this situation. Xiao Ruofei looked at the oil lamps and felt an indescribable sense of strangeness in his heart. In fact, this underground palace was full of strangeness. He couldn't help but be more vigilant. Let's go in and take a look, Xiao Ruofei said. He reached out and grabbed Song Wei's hand. In fact, this was a subconscious action of Xiao Ruofei when he felt danger. However, Song Wei's heart was beating like a deer. He quickly glanced at Xiao Ruofei, but he didn't withdraw his hand. The two of them walked through the corridor. The short 6 or 7 meters were quickly covered. When they got closer, they found that the corridor turned right. They didn't hesitate and continued to walk along the corridor. After turning this corner, the two of them walked another 10 meters or so. They stopped at the same time, their eyes filled with shock. In front of them, or to be exact, under their feet, there was a huge square. It was the size of 2 or 3 football fields. The corridor came to an abrupt end. The square was about 10 meters below the corridor. It was as if the ground had sunk. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei also found that there were many black tunnels on the opposite side of the mountain wall. It looked like there were many similar tunnels, and they all led to this huge square. Xiao Ruofei stood at the entrance of the passageway and looked up. He couldn't see how high the ceiling was, but he could vaguely see many sparkling spots of light, like stars in the sky, which also lit up the entire square below. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be speechless. The scale of this underground palace was beyond his imagination. Moreover, he had only walked 3 or 4 meters on the ground at most, and he had already reached the corridor where the death trap array was. Previously, he had felt that he was walking on flat ground, without any ups or downs. However, the top he saw now was a conservative estimate of at least a few dozen meters away. This was really too amazing. Could it be that we were unknowingly going deep underground? This thought popped up in Xiao Ruofei's mind. The sensing jade leaf he kept close to his body was already boiling hot. This meant that the world stone was very close to this place. Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate and immediately decided to go down to the square. The tunnel entrance to the square below was about 10 meters. If Xiao Ruofei was alone, he could easily go down. However, if he had to bring Song Wei along, it would be troublesome. He definitely wouldn't feel at ease leaving Song Wei in this tunnel. Xiao Ruofei untied his mountaineering bag and put it on the ground. He fumbled around inside and found a military dagger. Without saying anything, he started to dig into the stone wall of the tunnel. This stone was very hard, but Xiao Ruofei circulated his vital energy and quickly dug out a hole amidst the flying stone fragments. He continued to dig and soon chiseled out a hollowed-out area in the stone wall that looked like a doorknob. Then, he dug a deep groove below this hollowed-out area. After doing all this, Xiao Ruofei found another bundle of rope from his mountaineering bag. He threaded the rope through this hollowed-out area and tied a secure climbing knot. Xiao Ruofei tested it and confirmed that this structure could bear the weight of 2 people. Therefore, he said to Song Wei, let's go down and take a look. Song Wei stuck her head out and looked at the 10-meter drop. A trace of timidity flashed in her eyes, but she quickly nodded and said, okay. Xiao Ruofei took out a rope from her backpack and tied both of their backpacks to the end of the rope. Then, she slid down the rope first. He first wrapped the rope around his waist and then said with a smile, to ensure safety, I have to tie you to me. Don't worry, I'll take you to the ground steadily. Song Wei's pretty face blushed slightly. She walked up to Xiao Ruofei and said, tie me up. Xiao Ruofei carefully tied her to him with the rope. The two of them faced each other and their bodies were very close. Her soft and delicate body made Xiao Ruofei's heart skip a beat. He calmed himself down and sat down on the edge of the tunnel with Song Wei. He reached out and grabbed the rope and said, let's go. Xiao Ruofei gently kicked his legs, and the two of them rushed out of the tunnel. Song Wei was so scared that she hugged Xiao Ruofei's waist tightly and didn't dare to open her eyes. With the help of the rope, the two of them began to swing down after a while. Xiao Ruofei skillfully kicked the mountain wall and began to descend rhythmically. Soon, the two of them landed on the ground of the huge square. Standing in this huge square, Song Wei finally felt how small he was. The square was as big as 3 football fields. It was surrounded by smooth, circular stone walls. There were countless beehive-like holes on the stone walls, and each hole corresponded to a tunnel. Above them was a chaotic sky, and the light above was like stars. In such an environment, anyone would feel as if they were in a dream. Soon, Song Wei discovered that the ground of this huge square was as smooth as a mirror, and there were no gaps in the ground. It was as if it was a hole. He didn't know what material the ground was made of, but it had a gentle jade texture. If it was such a big piece of jade, it would be terrifying. Song Wei couldn't imagine where on earth such a big piece of jade could be produced. Compared to Song Wei, Xiao Ruofei's focus was different. He had always been on high alert, because the faint sense of crisis in his heart had never dissipated. As soon as they arrived at the square, Xiao Ruofei first noticed a stone platform in the center of the square. Visually, the circular stone platform was located in the center of the square. There were stone steps in all 4 directions, and 8 stone pillars stood on the stone platform. From afar, it looked like a boxing ring. Song Wei, let's go take a look. Xiao Ruofei said. After saying that, Xiao Ruofei naturally took Song Wei's hand and walked toward the stone platform. Song Wei seemed to be used to such intimate contact, and didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, he leaned closer to Xiao Ruofei. The two walked toward the stone platform step by step. Xiao Ruofei always released his mental strength, and used his vital energy to form an invisible protective shield around the two of them. He didn't dare to relax for a moment. He could sense that the atmosphere in this square was very chaotic, and he wasn't sure if there would be any traps along the way from here to the stone platform. He could only maintain the highest level of vigilance and deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. However, the accident that Xiao Ruofei was worried about did not happen. The two of them made their way through the spacious plaza without incident. Soon, they arrived at the bottom of the stone platform. It was only when he got closer that he could clearly see that the stone platform was about 10 meters in diameter. The material was the same as the ground of the square. Under the illumination of the sky, it appeared incomparably warm. Xiao Ruofei could feel the heat of the jade leaf, but he didn't find the invisible poison that had once infected Song Wei. So he said, Song Wei, take off your gas mask. Song Wei trusted Xiao Ruofei very much. Although she was still afraid of the terrible poison, she quickly took off the gas mask. Xiao Ruofei naturally took off his gas mask and stuffed it into his bag. Wearing a gas mask all the time was indeed a little stuffy. Let's go up and take a look. Xiao Ruofei said. Song Wei nodded and nervously held on to Xiao Ruofei's arm. The two of them walked up the steps side by side. Xiao Ruofei was very careful when he stepped down, but nothing strange happened. The two of them stood steadily on the steps. They looked at each other and continued to walk up the steps. Soon, they arrived at the stone platform. When they got closer, Xiao Ruofei saw that the 8 stone pillars surrounding the stone platform were carved with lifelike reliefs. Xiao Ruofei could see that the 4 corners were respectively an azure dragon, a white tiger, a vermilion bird, and a black tortoise. As for the other four corners, they were also carved with strange beasts. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't know much about them, so he couldn't tell what they were. In the middle of the stone platform, there was something that looked like an altar. 9 golden dragons were cast on it, and the 9 golden dragons were like stars surrounding the moon. They were holding a stone plate, and on the stone plate was a black stone. Xiao Ruofei's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Realm stone. After going through so much trouble, he finally saw the realm stone. No wonder he could sense that the jade leaf was burning hot. So the realm stone was here. Song Wei seemed to sense Xiao Ruofei's emotions. She turned to look at Xiao Ruofei and asked, "Is that what you are looking for?" Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes. That's why I'm here." With that said, Xiao Ruofei took a step forward and prepared to retrieve the realm stone. However, after taking a step, Xiao Ruofei stopped. He realized that something was amiss. He had analyzed the poison aura in Song Wei's body with Xia Qing and figured out that there was a realm stone in the tomb. However, their judgment at the time was that the realm stone had been contaminated by a colding object. However, the realm stone in front of him did not have any colding aura. Xiao Ruofei's mental strength did not detect any trace of poison. Xiao Ruofei's mind raced. He thought of many possibilities, such as the existence of other realm stones in the underground palace. However, in the end, he decided to take the realm stone first. No matter what, there was already a realm stone in front of him. How could he not take it? As for whether there were other realm stones or where the colding object was, he could explore further later. Xiao Ruofei thought of this and said to Song Wei, "Song Wei, stand here and wait for me. I'll go over and retrieve that stone." Song Wei subconsciously said, "I'll go with you, there might be danger over there." Xiao Ruofei said, "I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you when the time comes. It's just a few steps away. Just stand here and wait for me for 2 minutes." Song Wei thought for a moment and said, "All right then. Be careful." In the end, she still did not want to distract Xiao Ruofei. She also understood that she was basically a burden to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei nodded and let go of Song Wei's soft hand. He walked towards the altar in the center of the stone platform. He maintained a high level of vigilance. His mental strength was pushed to the limit and almost enveloped the entire stone platform. If there was any movement, he would be able to react immediately. From where he was to the center of the stone platform, it was only about 5 meters, 7 or 8 steps away. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, Xiao Ruofei's heartstrings were taut. Song Wei only clenched his fists and looked nervously at Xiao Ruofei's back. Finally, Xiao Ruofei arrived in front of the altar safely. The boundary stone was now in front of Xiao Ruofei. As long as he stretched out his hand, he would be able to easily obtain it. Xiao Ruofei carefully used his mental strength to repeatedly investigate the altar. He did not discover any danger, nor did he see any trace of a formation. He finally made up his mind. He took a deep breath and stretched out his hand to grab the boundary stone. Everything seemed calm and tranquil, but Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Just when his hand was a few centimeters away from the world stone, he abruptly stopped. However, an invisible whirlpool seemed to have appeared on the boundary stone. Xiao Ruofei's mental strength disappeared as soon as it came into contact with the whirlpool. It was as if it had been swallowed by a black hole. Immediately after, Xiao Ruofei felt as if a gentle breeze had brushed past him. He felt as if his body had been thoroughly scanned from the inside out by something. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Before Xiao Ruofei could react, the entire stone platform suddenly shook violently. Xiao Ruofei's expression changed drastically. He did not hesitate to give up on the boundary stone. He immediately turned around and ran in the direction of Song Wei. However, the tremors on the stone platform suddenly increased. Xiao Ruofei was forced to the ground by the tremors. Immediately after, the 8 stone pillars began to collapse. Shocking cracks began to appear on the smooth jade-like ground. These cracks were pitch black and emitted a terrifying aura. Xiao Ruofei only had time to glance at Song Wei from the corner of his eye. Then, the entire stone platform began to collapse inwards. He was immediately sucked in by the expanding cracks. Xiao Ruofei was burning with anxiety. Song Wei did not have any cultivation. Under such circumstances, she was in great danger. However, there was nothing he could do now. His body was falling uncontrollably. All he could hear was the whistling of the wind. The only thing Xiao Ruofei could do was to release his vital energy to protect his body. As for his spiritual power, he had already tried it. Just like the boundary stone earlier, as long as his spiritual power came out of his body, it would immediately be silently devoured. He could not investigate his surroundings at all. Xiao Ruofei kept falling in the pitch-black darkness. After an unknown amount of time, he finally landed on the ground. The moment he touched the ground, Xiao Ruofei instinctively reacted. He rolled forward to reduce some of the impact. However, even with his fast reaction and the protection of his vital energy, he still felt his internal organs shake violently. It was as if all of them had been displaced. He even tasted something sweet in his throat and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Ruofei knew that he was injured. His injuries were probably not light. However, he did not care about himself. He struggled to sit up and shouted, "Song Wei! Song Wei!" His voice kept echoing in the darkness. However, he was only answered by silence. Xiao Ruofei did not give up and released his spiritual power again. Just like before, his spiritual power could not be used here. As long as it came out of his body, it would be completely devoured. Xiao Ruofei gritted his teeth and struggled to stand up with both hands. Then, with a thought, he took out a Zippo lighter from the spirit map space and lit it with a chi sound. Since his spiritual power could not be used here, he could only look for him with his naked eyes. Xiao Ruofei judged that if Song Wei had fallen like him, he would probably be unconscious by now. After all, Song Wei did not have any vital energy to protect his body. He also did not receive such training for falling from a high altitude. With the help of the yellow light from the Zippo, Xiao Ruofei groped his way forward in the dark space, trying to find Song Wei. However, he found nothing. It seemed that there was only darkness here. The whole space was as silent as death. What Xiao Ruofei would never have thought was that Song Wei was still standing on the stone platform. She did not experience the earth-shattering scene just now. However, Song Wei was also panicking and helpless at this time because he saw Xiao Ruofei pause when he reached for the black stone. Then, without any warning, he disappeared into thin air. Being in such a spacious and quiet underground plaza and witnessing Xiao Ruofei vanish into thin air, one could imagine the helplessness in Song Wei's heart right now. Her delicate body trembled slightly. The light from the sky shone on the stone pillars and the altar, forming shadows. In her eyes, they were like monsters. Song Wei couldn't go back now. Not to mention the height of more than 10 meters, she couldn't climb up even if she had a rope. Even if she could climb up, how could she find the way out of the maze-like corridors? Moreover, Xiao Ruofei had disappeared without a trace. Song Wei couldn't leave him alone. Song Wei's silver teeth gently bit down on her lower lip. She was also having a fierce battle in her heart. There were 3 paths in front of her, and she had already rejected the option of going back at the first moment. The only remaining path was to wait in place. The second was to walk to the side of the altar like Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei had disappeared there. She wondered if she could also go to the place where Xiao Ruofei had gone if she walked over. However, Song Wei didn't know what kind of danger she would face if she did. She stood at the edge of the stone platform and hesitated for a long time. In the end, she made up her mind and slowly walked to the altar in the center of the stone platform. Instead of sitting here and waiting for death, she might as well take a gamble. She might even be able to meet up with Xiao Ruofei. She carefully walked to the side of the altar and looked at the black stone in the center of the stone platform. She gritted her teeth and stretched out her hand like Xiao Ruofei had done. Before her hand could touch the world stone, a ray of light flashed, and Song Wei disappeared from where she stood. Xiao Ruofei held the Zippo lighter and groped his way forward in the darkness. He communicated with Xiaqing with his divine thoughts. "Xiaqing, did you see how Song Wei is? Is she injured?" Xiaqing said in surprise, "Master, I only saw a flash in front of my eyes, and then you came here. I didn't see Miss Song's situation." Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows and said, "A flash before your eyes? Didn't the entire stone platform collapse and I fell into the crevice? I clearly saw Song Wei fall to the ground, but you didn't see anything?" This Xiaoqing also felt a little incredulous. I really didn't see anything. Xiao Ruofei fell into deep thought. Everything that happened tonight was strange. Now that he was separated from Song Wei, it could be said that the situation was out of his control. At this moment, Xiaoqing said, Master, the suppression of spiritual force here is getting stronger and stronger. Xiao Ruofei could also clearly sense that Xiaoqing's spiritual sense transmission had become somewhat empty, as if he was speaking from a very far place. His expression changed slightly, and he tried to use his mind to contact the Ring 2 space. After a try, he realized that his connection with the Ring 2 space had become much weaker. How can this be? Xiao Ruofei was a little anxious. Xiaoqing's voice also became urgent. Master, the suppression of spiritual power and divine sense in this place is too strong, and it seems to be getting stronger and stronger. I can't sense the situation in the outside world anymore. I'm worried that you will temporarily lose contact with the Ring 2 world soon. Xiao Ruofei's mind raced. He was already used to the existence of the Ring 2 space. Many things were placed there for him to use at will. If he temporarily lost contact with the Ring 2 space, then, without Xiaoqing's reminder, Xiao Ruofei quickly realized what his priority was. His mind moved slightly, and he immediately took out the box containing the spirit heart flowers petals from the Ring 2 space. At the same time, he also took out a military dagger and a pistol. When Luoyu was in danger at the bar, Xiao Ruofei went to save her. Master Luo took out this pistol from the bedside table. After Xiao Ruofei subdued Master Luo, he naturally put this unknown pistol into the Ring 2 space without hesitation. When he took things out, he clearly felt that it was much more difficult than usual. His connection with the Ring 2 space was also continuously suppressed. Xiao Ruofei took advantage of the fact that he could still communicate with Xiaoqing and said, Xiaoqing, take care of the space. You don't have to worry about the outside world. If I don't come in for a long time, Master, that won't happen. Xiaoqing said. With your current strength, you can definitely turn the danger into safety. I hope so. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly. He found that the connection with the Ring 2 space was getting weaker and weaker. He simply stopped talking and focused on the current situation. He inserted the military dagger into a position where he could access it at any time, and then stuffed a few loaded magazines into his jacket pocket. He then loaded the bullets with a click. Xiao Ruofei held the pistol tightly in his right hand, and held the Zippo lighter in his left hand. He continued to move forward. After walking for a while, Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt a sense of danger. He subconsciously moved to the side. A dazzling light lit up, and Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but squint his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he couldn't help but tremble. His whole body was like a statue, and he stood there dumbfounded. This was because he found that the place he was in had completely changed. Now he was standing in a tropical jungle. The scorching sun shone through the gaps in the leaves, and the air was filled with the familiar humidity. Xiao Ruofei was all too familiar with this environment. When he was in the Lone Wolf Commandos, he had carried out many missions in tropical jungles. However, he was clearly buried deep underground in an ancient tomb. How did he suddenly appear in a tropical jungle? Could it be that there was a space transmission in this strange place? Xiao Ruofei was so shocked that he almost couldn't think. It wasn't that he didn't think of the possibility of this being an illusion, but everything was so real, including the sunlight, the rainforest, and the snakes, insects, rats, and ants that could be seen everywhere in the jungle. Whether it was an illusion or not, he had to get out. Xiao Ruofei wanted to get out of this rainforest first before making any plans. So he held the gun in his hand tightly, pushed aside the thorns in the jungle, and walked forward. As a specially trained commando, Xiao Ruofei didn't feel uncomfortable in such an environment. Instead, he felt like a fish in water. He moved quite quickly. However, after only moving forward for about 100 meters, Xiao Ruofei suddenly stopped. His eyes were filled with vigilance. This was because he saw a person standing quietly in front of him. This person was dressed in Southeast Asian clothes. The key was that he was carrying a machine gun on his shoulder. 2 bullet belts hung on his body, one on the left and the other on the right. Xiao Ruofei quickly unlocked the gun safety, held the gun with both hands, and pointed it at the person. He said in a deep voice, "Don't move." Put the gun on the ground, and then slowly turn around. The person didn't seem to be surprised by Xiao Ruofei's appearance at all. He threw the machine gun on the ground very cooperatively. Then, he held the back of his head with both hands and slowly turned around. When the person faced Xiao Ruofei's eyes narrowed and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. He knew the person in front of him. To be more precise, this person had become the most unforgettable part of his memory. He might never forget him. This person's name was Mamba, a small drug lord in Southeast Asia. Of course, this was not the point. The reason why Xiao Ruofei had an unforgettable impression of this person was because he had once met Mamba during a mission. And that was the first time Xiao Ruofei went on an actual combat mission after joining Lone Wolf and going through strict training and assessment. This mission was to encircle and suppress the Mamba gang that came to the border of China to trade. At that time, Xiao Ruofei's performance was excellent. After the mission, there was an extra form of third-class merit in his file. And the reason why he was able to get the first military merit was that he killed a person with his first shot in this mission. This was also the first time Xiao Ruofei killed someone in his life. He clearly saw through the crosshairs that the target's head was directly shot through. At that time, he couldn't help but retch after shooting. And the person he killed was Mamba. A dead person suddenly appeared in front of him alive. The shock was simply indescribable. Xiao Ruofei even saw a bloody hole in Mamba's forehead in front of him. Blood and brain matter were flowing down. Mamba's eyes were dull and his face was pale. He stared straight at Xiao Ruofei and murmured, "I'm in so much pain, so much pain." Xiao Ruofei felt the hair all over his body stand up, but he quickly forced himself to calm down. It must be an illusion. Xiao Ruofei said in his heart, all of this is fake. Xiao Ruofei secretly gritted his teeth and said to himself, when he was alive, you killed him with one shot. Why are you afraid of him when he's dead? At worst, I'll just kill him again. After calming down, Xiao Ruofei did not hesitate to pull the trigger. The crisp sound of the gunshot rang out in the jungle. Mamba's chest bloomed with blood. He covered his chest and said, You're so cruel. As Mamba slowly fell to the ground, Xiao Ruofei felt dizzy and a strong wind blew in the jungle. When he opened his eyes again, he found that the scene had changed again. This time, he was in a desert. Not far in front of him, an all-terrain vehicle was burned to the bone. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ruofei didn't need to recall it all. He could immediately remember the scene from that year. That was his second actual combat mission with the team. In this mission, he accurately hit the fuel tank of the all-terrain vehicle that the terrorists were riding in while he was constantly moving. The vehicle caught fire and exploded on the spot. The 4 terrorists on the vehicle also died on the spot. Sure enough, he soon saw 4 figures appear in front of him. These 4 people were burned black all over. One of them had a section of his hand blown off and was hanging by his side, dripping with blood. They dragged their heavy footsteps and walked towards Xiao Ruofei with dull eyes, leaving 4 blood-red footprints in the desert. Xiao Ruofei's eyes were cold and he fired without hesitation. Bang! 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 The crisp sound of gunfire continued to ring out. The 4 terrorists fell to the ground without any suspense. Next, the scene kept changing and different people kept appearing in front of Xiao Ruofei. Some of these people were extremely vicious gangsters, some were cunning drug lords, and some were cold-blooded killers. They all had a common characteristic, which was that they had been killed or captured by Xiao Ruofei. Those who were captured alive could not escape the death penalty in the end. Therefore, these people were actually dead. Xiao Ruofei felt more and more ruthless in his heart. He clearly knew that all of this was fake, but the people he had killed with his own hands appeared in front of him one by one. Moreover, they were all in a miserable state after death. This was a huge psychological impact on him. The most important thing was that even if Xiao Ruofei knew that this was all an illusion, he didn't know how to break it. Was he going to keep repeating this indefinitely? How was he going to get out? With the change of the scene, Xiao Ruofei's face changed dramatically again. This time, he didn't see the enemies he had killed, but his own comrades. The Lone Wolf Commando team often carried out dangerous missions. Combat casualties could happen at any time. In Xiao Ruofei's career in the army, he had also experienced many deaths of his comrades. The first one to appear in front of him was the captain of a division at that time. In a border mission, a soldier of the 1st Division stepped on a triggered mine. In order to save the soldier, the captain of the 1st Division was seriously injured on the spot. He died before the rescue helicopter landed. Blood kept flowing out of the corners of the captain's mouth. He looked at Xiao Ruofei with a bitter smile and said, "Blood wolf, the taste of being blown up by a mine is really king unpleasant." Xiao Ruofei kept gasping for breath. The string in his head was so tight that it seemed that it would break at any time. In the face of the souls who had died under the gun, Xiao Ruofei could decisively shoot and kill them, but what about his former comrades? Even if he knew that everything was fake, it all looked so real. How could he bear to do it? Just when Xiao Ruofei didn't know what to do, one figure after another appeared beside him. He would never forget these people. There was Xiao Zheng, the sniper of the 4th Division. He was first discovered by the enemy sniper during a mission. When he was sacrificed, the powerful sniper bullet almost smashed half of his head. There was Xiao Mao, the signalman of the 2nd Division. He was shot in the face during a jungle battle and died on the spot. There was also the old Captain Luo, who sacrificed himself during a mission to the 3 Mountains last time. These people were all around Xiao Ruofei. Some of them talked about the old days with him, and some of them talked about how they felt at the moment of their sacrifice. Xiao Ruofei felt that his head was about to explode. He trembled slightly, kept gasping for breath, and his eyes turned blood red. At this time, Xiao Ruofei's eyes suddenly froze, revealing an extremely complicated look. Huzi appeared in front of him. Lin Hu's face still had his signature cynical smile. He used a very irregular posture to carry a 95 automatic rifle and raised his eyebrows at Xiao Ruofei. "Blood wolf, you're rich now. You're a big boss now," Lin Hu said to Xiao Ruofei with a smile. Lin Hu and Xiao Ruofei were in the same year. The two of them were selected as lone wolves together. They went through fire and water together. In the end, he sacrificed himself to protect Xiao Ruofei. Seeing Lin Hu in this situation, Xiao Ruofei's mood could be imagined. He clearly saw that although Lin Hu was talking with a smile, there were bullet holes in his chest and thighs. The forest camouflage uniform was soaked with blood. As he spoke, blood continued to gush out. Knowing that all of this was fake, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but tremble and said, "Huzi, it's all my fault. I didn't find the enemy's sniper, otherwise you wouldn't." Xiao Ruofei didn't call Lin Hu by his codename Wild Wolf. Lin Hu smiled and said, "Ruofei, we're comrades." "What do comrades do? Isn't it to block bullets on the battlefield?" Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but cry. He couldn't tell what was real and what was fake. He said, "Huzi, after you left, I contacted Auntie and Qiaoer. I treated them as my family and did my best to take care of them." I know. Lin Hu smiled and said, "Brother, you're so considerate." "No, I haven't done enough." Xiao Ruofei said, "I promised you that your mother will be my mother in the future." Lin Hu didn't let Xiao Ruofei continue. He waved his hand and said, Okay, Ruofei, it's time for you to do it." Xiao Ruofei was stunned. The corner of Lin Hu's mouth curled up as he said, "We are all dead people, did you forget? Shoot. Shoot us and you'll be able to walk out of here." No. Xiao Ruofei said with a trembling voice, "I can't do it." His hand that was holding the gun was trembling, and he was on the verge of breaking down. Lin Hu, Captain Luo, Little Zheng, Little Mao, and the team leader all tried to persuade Xiao Ruofei to shoot. A burst of noise entered his ears. Xiao Ruofei felt like his head was about to explode. If Xiao Qing could still sense the situation outside, he would find that Xiao Ruofei was standing in the same place. His hands were holding his head. His whole body was trembling and his mouth was muttering something. He was very emotional. In fact, Xiao Ruofei was in a very dangerous situation. This illusory matrix was quite powerful. From a single enemy at the beginning to multiple enemies, and finally to Xiao Ruofei's sacrificed comrades, everything happened step by step. No matter how calm Xiao Ruofei was, at this moment, his emotions were on the verge of collapse. This was the best time for the heart demon to take advantage of the situation. Just as Xiao Ruofei was about to lose control and fall into a dangerous situation, the Tao formula in his body suddenly started to operate on its own. Halos of light intertwined on Xiao Ruofei's body. Xiao Ruofei, who was in the illusion array, suddenly felt a chill in his head. All the noise seemed to disappear. Then, Xiao Ruofei saw a flash in front of his eyes. He was back in the darkness. Although it was pitch black, Xiao Ruofei felt a sense of security. He shined the Zippo lighter on himself and found that he had been standing in the same spot all this time. There were more than a dozen bullet shells scattered around his feet. It was obvious that he had shot the enemy in the illusion just now, and in reality, he had also fired a shot. Xiao Ruofei felt that his clothes were soaked in sweat. This illusion array was too real and too scary. He didn't even know how he got out of it at the last moment. He also didn't know that the Tao formula in his body would operate on its own at the most critical moment. Regardless, he finally got out of the illusion array. Xiao Ruofei composed himself. He held the Zippo lighter and continued to walk forward. He only took 5 or 6 steps forward when he suddenly stopped. He saw a white figure appear in the range of the Zippo lighter's light. The white figure had its back to him. It stood quietly not far in front of him. From the back, it should be a woman because she had shoulder-length hair. Perhaps she heard Xiao Ruofei's footsteps. The woman slowly turned around. She turned around very slowly and silently. It gave people a strange feeling. Xiao Ruofei looked at the white figure vigilantly. He secretly clenched the gun in his hand. Soon, Xiao Ruofei used the light from the Zippo lighter to see that the white figure had completely turned around. It was a pale face. The woman in white was Song Wei, whom Xiao Ruofei had been very worried about. The moment he saw Song Wei, Xiao Ruofei's tense heart suddenly relaxed. He took a few steps forward and walked up to Song Wei. Xiao Ruofei said, "Song Wei, I finally found you. You don't know how worried I was about you just now." Song Wei's face was very pale. She looked straight at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Why did you do this to me?" Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment and said embarrassedly, "Well, I'm sorry, Song Wei. I didn't know that the altar would change like that just now. I was caught off guard and fell in here. I didn't mean to leave you behind." "Well, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about you. Why are you here? What happened outside just now?" In the face of Xiao Ruofei's questions, Song Wei's expression was cold. She said, "That's not what I'm talking about." "Ah?" Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Wei in confusion. Under the flickering light of the Zippo, he couldn't see clearly. He just felt that Song Wei's face was very pale. She must have been frightened. Song Wei stared into Xiao Ruofei's eyes and asked, "I'm asking. Why did you shoot me?" Xiao Ruofei was suddenly confused. Could it be, he thought of a possibility. Just now, when he was trapped in the illusion, he kept shooting at the enemies that appeared in the illusion. In reality, he also found the bullet shells on the ground, which meant that he was actually shooting at random in the same place. Song Wei was so close to where he was trapped just now. The possibility of being hit by a stray bullet in the dark was very high. Xiao Ruofei suddenly became very flustered. He quickly asked, You're hurt? Where are you hurt? Are you all right?" At this moment, Song Wei released his hand that had been covering his waist. Xiao Ruofei immediately saw a shocking patch of dark red. Xiao Ruofei's expression changed. He hurriedly took off his backpack and took out the box containing the spirit heart flowers petals without hesitation. As he opened the box, he said, "Song Wei, don't be afraid. I'm sure I can heal your injuries." When Xiao Ruofei opened the box, he glanced at Song Wei's feet out of the corner of his eye. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. He picked up a petal with a pair of tweezers and said, "Don't be angry with me. I didn't mean to hurt you. I was trapped in an illusion array just now and encountered some enemies in the array. That's why I opened fire. With our relationship, how could I shoot you on purpose?" Song Wei snorted and said, "That's hard to say. Maybe you met another vixen?" Xiao Ruofei smiled embarrassedly and said, "How could that be possible? Don't think too much. I'll apply medicine for you." After that, he picked up a spirit heart flowers petal and put it close to Song Wei's wound. Song Wei's eyes flickered, and he secretly gathered strength in his hands. However, just as she was about to make a move, Xiao Ruofei, who had just bent down to apply medicine for her, suddenly stepped aside and put a military dagger on Song Wei's neck. Song Wei's expression changed. He looked aggrieved and scared as he said, "Ruofei, what are you doing?" The corner of Xia Ruofei's mouth curled up slightly. "You're not Song Wei. What nonsense are you talking about?" Song Wei's eyes flickered. "Don't you even recognize me? It seems that you still don't understand the principle of speaking too much. We'll make mistakes." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I tested you a little, and you really gave yourself away." "I don't understand what you're talking about." Song Wei still said. "Okay. Song Wei and I are not in a relationship." How could she say what she said just now? Xia Ruofei said, "Are you still going to act? Tell me. Who the hell are you?" When Song Wei heard this, the aggrieved look disappeared. He sneered and said, "I didn't expect you to be so vigilant. I'm just curious. When did you start to suspect me?" "It's not good to be too curious." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "But since you want to know, I can tell you. Song Wei is an ordinary weak girl. If she was hit by a stray bullet, even if she didn't fall to the ground, she wouldn't be able to stand as steadily as you did just now. Her feet didn't tremble at all. Even a well-trained special forces soldier can't do that." After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Song Wei showed a ferocious look and said, "So what if you saw through me? Since you dared to come in, don't think about leaving alive." As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly retreated, and a wisp of yellow smoke came out of her body. Xia Ruofei looked calm and unruffled, but in fact, he was already on high alert. Just as Song Wei moved, he immediately followed her like a shadow, and at the same time, the dagger in his hand slid across her neck without hesitation. Song Wei groaned, rolled on the ground, and turned into a yellow little beast. It looked a bit like a weasel, but strangely, it had 3 tails. There was a wound on the yellow little beast's body. It was made by Xia Ruofei just now, but it wasn't at the fatal part of the neck. It seemed that when it transformed into a human, it deliberately avoided the fatal part. The yellow little beast was as fast as lightning, trying to escape into the darkness. Xia Ruofei's movements were also very fast. The military dagger in his hand flew out like lightning towards it. With a poochie sound, the military dagger stabbed into the yellow little beast's hind leg, causing its body to stagnate. It wasn't that Xia Ruofei's dagger lost its aim, but the yellow little beast's speed was too fast. It was very difficult to kill it in one shot. When Xia Ruofei threw the military dagger, he didn't hesitate to pull out the loaded pistol from his waist. Without saying anything, he continuously fired at the yellow little beast's direction. The bullets hit the ground, forming little sparks. The yellow little beast's body kept changing, and there was no pattern to its movement. Xia Ruofei could only keep firing based on his intuition until all the bullets in the magazine were used up. The Zippo lighter had fallen to the ground, but its good performance ensured that it continued to provide light. Xia Ruofei used the weak light to see that he should have hit the yellow little beast at least twice. Moreover, one of the bullets hit the yellow little beast's neck. It should have been heavily injured, and its footsteps were a bit slow. Unfortunately, although Xia Ruofei's speed of reloading was very fast, the yellow little beast still managed to escape into the darkness, and took his military dagger along with it. Xia Ruofei understood the principle of not chasing a cornered enemy. Moreover, he was in a completely unfamiliar and strange environment. Naturally, he wouldn't rashly chase after it. Xia Ruofei stood in place, panting heavily. It was too dangerous just now. The yellow little beast could actually transform into someone he was familiar with, and there were almost no flaws. After experiencing the mental torture in the illusory matrix, he finally got out of it. It was the moment when his mind was at its most relaxed. At this time, the little yellow beast changed into Song Wei's appearance and Xia Ruofei almost fell for it. Just as Xia Ruofei was feeling scared, Xia Qing's surprised voice suddenly sounded in his mind, "Phantom Beast?" Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, and then he said in surprise, "Xia Qing, you can use your telepathic thoughts?" While he was asking, he quickly felt it and found that he could use his telepathic thoughts to contact the Ring 2 space again. His heart suddenly calmed down a lot. Xia Qing replied, "Master, I have been trying to use my telepathic thoughts to communicate with the outside world, but it has always been suppressed. Just now, I felt that the suppression disappeared." That's a good thing, Xiao Ruofei said, and then asked, what phantom beast did you say just now? What the hell is that? Xia Qing said, it's the yellow little beast that escaped just now. I released my telepathic thoughts to the outside world and found that it had escaped. So that thing is called a phantom beast. Xiao Ruofei cried, it can actually transform into Song Wei's appearance. That's too scary. Xia Qing said, this is the innate ability of the phantom beast. It can transform into any appearance. This phantom beast only has 3 tails. If it evolves to 9 tails, it will be terrifying. It can set up an illusory array with a wave of its hand and trap a gold core master. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned. This phantom beast was so powerful. He counted with his fingers. Qi refining, foundation establishment, gold core. He was now at the 5th level of Qi refining. He was still thousands of miles away from gold core. The 9-tailed phantom beast could actually trap a gold core master by casually setting up an illusory array. Fortunately, it was only the 3-tailed phantom beast today, Xiao Ruofei said in his heart. Xia Qing continued, Master, the phantom beast's innate skill is illusion. In addition to being able to change its appearance, it is also a natural expert in illusory arrays. Moreover, it is the core of the illusory array, which is equivalent to a moving array eye. It is difficult for ordinary people to break it. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, I understand. I experienced a terrifying illusory array before. It must have been made by that little bastard. When it saw that the illusory array couldn't do anything to me, it came out personally and turned into Song Wei's appearance to confuse me. It wanted to attack me when I was unprepared. Xia Qing said, that should be the case. So after the phantom beast was seriously injured by Master, the illusory array enchantment it set up was naturally broken. That's why my divine sense was no longer suppressed. This thing is too scary. Xiao Ruofei felt a little incredulous. Xia Qing said, Master, this also shows that either the phantom beast had already discovered you before you came in, or Miss Song also came in here. Otherwise, it couldn't have changed into Miss Song's appearance. Xiao Ruofei said strangely, that's not right. I met many former enemies and comrades in the illusory array, but the phantom beast had never seen them before. Xia Qing explained, everything in the illusory array is actually Master's imagination. Those people originally existed in your mind. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are your inner demons. The illusory array only stimulates these negative things. However, the illusory beast has no way of reading your memory. It can transform into Miss Song's appearance, so it must have seen her. Xiao Ruofei's expression changed slightly and said, oh no, Song Wei doesn't have any cultivation. If that's the case, she's in danger. Maybe the phantom beast could sense the scene on the stone platform at that time. Xia Qing comforted him, Master, you don't have to worry too much, Xiao Ruofei said, no matter what, we must find this beast and destroy it first. Otherwise, I won't be at ease. Xia Qing said with a smile, I agree with this point. Destroying the phantom beast is also good for Master. Oh? What's the benefit? Xiao Ruofei asked. You'll know when you find it and destroy it. Xia Qing said with a smile, the phantom beast's biggest threat is its ever-changing appearance. However, it's injured now, and it can't change into someone you know to confuse you. As long as you can find it, it shouldn't be difficult to kill it. You're still keeping me in suspense. Xiao Ruofei muttered. Then he picked up the Zippo lighter that was still emitting flames. Previously, he was a little worried that he would completely fall into darkness after the lighter ran out of oil. However, now that he had regained his connection with the Ring 2 space, there was no such problem. There was a whole bottle of oil in the space. Xiao Ruofei first put the box containing the petals of the spirit flower, as well as the backpack and other things into the Ring 2 space. Then he held the gun in one hand and the lighter in the other and groped his way forward. There were still strange blue bloodstains left behind by the phantom beast on the ground. Xiao Ruofei directly followed the bloodstains and chased forward. Now that he had the Ring 2 space and Xia Qing's assistance, Xiao Ruofei felt more confident. He walked in the darkness for more than 10 minutes and didn't encounter any danger along the way. Perhaps the phantom beast was seriously injured and couldn't come out to cause trouble. The blue bloodstains continued to extend forward. Xiao Ruofei said to himself, it's pretty good at running. It was shot twice and stabbed with a knife, but it could still hold on for so long. He continued to walk for more than 10 meters, and the blue bloodstains disappeared into a dark hole. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned. The diameter of the hole was only about 20 to 30 centimeters. Of course, there was no problem for the phantom beast to enter, but he was a living person. No matter what, he couldn't enter. Xiaqing. This is the nest of the phantom beast, right? Xiao Ruofei said to Xiaqing through telepathy. What should we do? If it hides in this rat hole and doesn't come out, we can't do anything to it. Xiaqing pondered for a while and said, Master, please wait. I might have a way. Okay, you think of a way as soon as possible. I'll keep watch at the hole. Don't let it run away again. Xiao Ruofei said. After a while, Xiaqing said, Master, I prepared something for you. You can take it out first. Xiao Ruofei's telepathy reached into the ring 2 space and saw Xiaqing carrying a bag. He directly took the bag out. Xiao Ruofei opened the bag and saw that there were some dried herbs inside. Master, this is a thorny root, said Xiaqing. Didn't you store some herbs in the Archean realm? Coincidentally, there are still some thorny roots left. This thing can lure the illusion beast out? Xiao Ruofei asked in disbelief. After Xiaqing's reminder, he also remembered that among the herbs he had stocked up in the past, there was indeed a thorny root. However, this was just an ordinary herb. Could it be used to lure the illusion beast out obediently? Xiao Ruofei felt that it was a little unreliable. Xiaqing said with a smile, Master, it's not luring it out, it's forcing it out. The illusion beast hates the smoke from the burning thorny roots. If you ignite the thorny roots and let the smoke enter the cave, it will definitely not be able to withstand it. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, Since there's no other way, this is the only way. Let's hope there's no other exit. With that said, Xiao Ruofei poured all the thorny roots out of the bag and piled them up in the small cave entrance. Then, he used a Zippo lighter to ignite them. The thorny roots were very dry and almost ignited upon contact with the fire. These intertwined wild vines quickly emitted smoke after burning. Xiao Ruofei sniffed it and did not feel any difference from the smoke of ordinary firewood. However, he was still very confident in Xiaqing's judgment, so he didn't care too much. He directly added a Zhenqi cover on the pile of burning vines, not allowing a trace of smoke to leak out. Then, he used his Zhenqi to force all the smoke into the hole. Master, be careful not to let it escape. The illusion beast's speed is still very fast, reminded Xiaqing. Xiao Ruofei grinned and said, Understood. After the illusion array failed, Xiao Ruofei felt that the suppression of his mental strength was not as strong as before. Therefore, after forcing the smoke into the cave, he had already released his mental strength and focused on the situation in the cave. In less than a minute, Xiao Ruofei felt some movement in the cave. He regained his spirit and concentrated on guarding the entrance of the cave. As long as the mirage beast dared to come out, he would make sure it would not be able to return. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Ruofei felt a blur in front of his eyes as a yellow phantom jumped out of the hole. Subconsciously, he reached out his hand and accurately grabbed the phantom beast's hind leg. Then, without thinking, he swung the phantom beast and smashed it heavily onto the ground. With a muffled sound, the phantom beast was pushed to the ground by Xiao Ruofei. Master! Use your hidden weapon. Xiaqing said, The phantom beast's skin is rough and its flesh is thick, this won't hurt it. Sure enough, before Xiao Ruofei's voice fell, the phantom beast had already rolled up from the ground. Without hesitation, Xiao Ruofei took out a pistol from the ring 2 space. Releasing the safety, loading, firing. Xiao Ruofei's movements were as smooth as flowing water. A second later, the bullet was accurately shot at the phantom beast. The phantom beast quickly fled forward while changing its movement trajectory left and right, hoping to avoid Xiao Ruofei's hidden weapon. Unfortunately, after it was injured, there was no way to set up the illusion array. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei's mental strength was not suppressed by the array. Under the cover of his mental strength, its movement trajectory could not be hidden at all. Even in this short second, the phantom beast had already escaped into the darkness. However, with the help of his mental strength, Xiao Ruofei could still clearly see the phantom beast's figure. His bullets had been chasing the phantom beast's figure. Soon, a bullet hit the phantom beast's leg, causing its speed to drop by a lot. Xiaoruofei struck while the iron was hot. He was not stingy with his bullets and shot at the phantom beast. "Master, don't hit the head," Xiaqing hurriedly reminded. Xiaoruofei's muzzle lowered slightly. The bullet that was supposed to enter the phantom beast's head directly drilled into the phantom beast's neck. This shot was fatal. After the phantom beast's legs kicked a few times, it died in a pool of blue blood. "After plotting against me, you still want to run?" Xiaoruofei muttered as he carefully approached the phantom beast with his gun. At the same time, his mental strength almost wrapped around the phantom beast. If the phantom beast really faked its death or had some other conspiracy, it would be difficult to escape Xiaoruofei's detection. The phantom beast was really dead. Xiaoruofei came closer and found that the phantom beast was motionless. He stretched out his leg and kicked a few times, but there was no movement. Xiaoruofei finally relaxed, but she still held the gun tightly in her hand. "Master, the phantom beast is completely dead," Xiaqing said. "There is a tuft of hair under its neck. Now it has completely turned white. This means that its vitality has completely dissipated." Xiaoruofei observed for a moment and found that there was a tuft of white hair under the phantom beast's neck. Before this phantom beast was yellow. Xiaoruofei felt that it was very fresh, but he knew that Xiaqing would definitely not lie to him, so he was completely relieved. This illusion array was the most dangerous one for Xiaoruofei since he obtained the spirit map scroll. Especially when the phantom beast changed into Song Wei's appearance. Xiaoruofei almost fell for it. Therefore, he also hated the phantom beast to the bone. Now that he finally killed the phantom beast with his own hands, he felt quite relieved. Since the phantom beast was eliminated, Xiaoruofei was ready to find Song Wei. In this dangerous underground palace, Song Wei, who had no cultivation at all, was definitely in a very dangerous situation. Xiaoruofei was also very anxious at the moment. However, just as Xiaoruofei was about to leave, Xiaqing said, "Master, don't be in a hurry to leave. The treasure on the phantom beast has not been taken yet." Xiaoruofei was stunned and said, "There is still a treasure on the phantom beast? Why didn't I see it? But I can't find my military dagger anymore." Xiaoruofei's military dagger was the trophy of his mission. It had been with him for many years. When the phantom beast came out of the cave, it did not bring the dagger with it. It must have been taken by the phantom beast after it returned to the cave. That cave was so small that Xiaoruofei would definitely not be able to retrieve the dagger. Thus, he felt that it was a pity. Xiaqing said with a smile, "Master, if there is no treasure on the phantom beast, why would I ask you to come and kill it? Isn't it for revenge?" Xiaoruofei asked with a smile, "I remember, just now you said that killing the phantom beast would be good for me. Now that the phantom beast has been killed, what is the benefit? Don't keep me in suspense." "Yes, Master," Xiaqing said, "didn't I just remind Master not to hit its head? The treasure of the phantom beast is in its head. Master, cut its head open first." "Okay," Xiaoruofei said. He took out a knife from the ring-to space. Although the military dagger was lost, there were still a few knives in the space. After the phantom beast died, its body was not completely stiff. Xiaoruofei easily cut open its head. "Master, now you have to find a skull." Xiaqing said, "It is very different from ordinary skulls. It is easy to distinguish. There are many natural Dao patterns on this skull. It is a pity that this phantom beast has only reached the three-tailed realm. If it had 9 tails, the Dao patterns would be more precious." Xiaoruofei rolled his eyes and said, "If it had 9 tails, would I still be alive now?" "That's true," Xiaqing said with a smile. With Xiaqing's guidance, Xiaoruofei's efficiency was naturally very high. Of course, because the skull was very obvious, he quickly found the skull with the natural Dao patterns. In order to find it, Xiaoruofei also searched for a while. His hands were also stained with blue blood. He put the phantom beast's Dao bone aside and took out a bucket filled with spiritual pond water from the space. He first washed his hands, then put the Dao bone in the bucket and washed it. After pouring the water and putting the bucket back into the space, Xiaoruofei held the Dao bone and asked, "Xiaqing, what is the use of this skull? It can be called a treasure by you. Xiaxia said with a smile, Master, you will know if you use your spiritual power to sense the Tao patterns. So mysterious. Xiao Ruofei muttered as he released his spiritual power. Eh? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. When his spiritual power came into contact with the natural Tao patterns, he immediately felt a mysterious aura rushing towards him. He couldn't help but indulge in these mysterious patterns. After a long time, Xiao Ruofei came out of this mysterious state. He suddenly realized that his realm had increased by another level. He was very close to the 6th level of Qi cultivation. So magical. My cultivation has increased significantly. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but exclaim. He wasn't in the state of cultivation at all. He was just sensing the Tao patterns, and it could actually increase his cultivation. This was really unheard of. Master, the increase in cultivation is only a small part of it. Xiaxia said with a smile, this phantom beast's Tao bone is naturally passed down. Looking at it often will be very helpful for your understanding of array Tao. Xiao Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. He quickly realized that his understanding of array Tao had increased by a lot, especially his understanding of illusion array Tao. It was simply a lot higher than before. The knowledge of array Tao was instilled into Xiao Ruofei's mind through the inheritance jade talisman. Although he didn't need to spend too much effort to digest all these insights, he now felt that his understanding of array Tao had always been very shallow. Many parts that he didn't understand before suddenly became clear. Xiao Ruofei even felt that he could easily set up an illusion array now. If the array's materials were good enough, the power would definitely not be low. It's really a treasure. Xiao Ruofei said. Master, you can take out this phantom beast's Tao bone often to comprehend. Xiaxia said, not only is it helpful to your array Tao cultivation, but it's also a natural Tao pattern. It's also very beneficial to your comprehension of cultivation. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, I know. Xiaxia, it's all thanks to your profound knowledge. Otherwise, I would have really missed out on this great treasure. Xiao Ruofei had the urge to sit down and comprehend it again. The feeling of being immersed in the natural Tao pattern was very wonderful. However, he also knew that the most important thing now was to find Song Wei. Therefore, he endured his reluctance and stored the Tao bone in the Ring 2 space first. This trip to Xiangnan province was full of twists and turns. However, after obtaining this phantom beast's Tao bone, Xiao Ruofei didn't even find a single realm stone. He felt that this trip was worth it. Xiao Ruofei continued to grope his way forward in the darkness. This corridor was different from the previous one. Although it was pitch black, there weren't so many forks and turns. Xiao Ruofei just kept walking in one direction. Unknowingly, Xiao Ruofei felt that the surrounding darkness seemed to have faded a little. At first, he thought that it was an illusion. When he put away the lighter and closed his eyes for a while, he opened his eyes and slowly raised his hand. Sure enough, he found that he could see a faint outline. It was the kind of complete darkness just now. He couldn't even see his fingers when he stretched out his hand. Xiao Ruofei didn't use the lighter to illuminate the way and just continued walking forward. Because the suppression of his mental strength was much weaker now, he could still release his mental strength to explore the way. It wasn't to the extent that he couldn't see the way clearly. After moving forward for a while, Xiao Ruofei found that the darkness had been diluted a lot. Now, he could faintly see his legs. Although he didn't find where the light source was, Xiao Ruofei felt that it was getting brighter as he walked. This meant that he should be out of this dark environment soon. In this way, Xiao Ruofei walked forward for a full half an hour. Now, the environment was basically not dark. It was a bit like the environment in the evening. He could see the road clearly, but it wasn't the kind where the sun was high up in the sky. Just as Xiao Ruofei quickened his pace, he suddenly felt a strong wind. At the same time, Xiaxia immediately warned, Master, be careful. In fact, Xiao Ruofei had already foreseen the danger, so he immediately moved sideways. A blade flashed past his eyes. If his reaction was half a second slower, he was afraid that his head would have been separated from his body. Only then did Xiao Ruofei see clearly that a burly man in ancient clothing was holding a demon-headed blade. He didn't know where he came from, but he launched a fierce attack as soon as he saw him. Master, that's a puppet. Xiaoqing warned, you have to be careful. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but look serious. Fortunately, Xiaoqing warned him. Otherwise, this puppet that could pass off as a real one would really be dangerous. After all, if it was a human, certain attacks could be fatal, such as the heart. However, a puppet was different. Its chest wasn't necessarily a fatal part of its body. If Xiao Ruofei let out a sigh of relief after hitting its heart, the danger of death might come in the next moment. Xiao Ruofei didn't dare to be negligent. He held a dagger in a reverse grip and rushed forward. Compared to a human, a puppet's flexibility was still inferior. Xiao Ruofei fought with it with ease. The burly puppet's attack seemed sharp, but it couldn't even touch the corner of Xiao Ruofei's clothes. Xiao Ruofei, on the other hand, quickly found an opportunity to stab the puppet in the heart. If it was an ordinary person who was stabbed in this area, they would definitely die on the spot. However, the puppet seemed to be fine. It didn't feel any pain, nor did it feel any fear. What was even more strange was that the puppet's chest was deeply stabbed, but not a single drop of blood flowed out. There was only a ghastly wound. Master, try to smash its head. Xiaoqing said. Understood. Xiao Ruofei said calmly. He continued to fight with the puppet, relying on his agile movement skills to move around the puppet. In the blink of an eye, the puppet had been stabbed many times, but its combat strength didn't decrease at all. Just as Xiao Ruofei swung the dagger at the puppet for the 5th time, a pistol suddenly appeared in his hand when he was close to the puppet. With a thud, the puppet fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Xiao Ruofei looked up and saw that the puppet's head had been smashed by a bullet fired at close range. Although there was still no blood flowing out, its core was probably destroyed, so it naturally lost its ability to move. Xiao Ruofei felt a lot more at ease now that the pistol could deal with the puppet. Although he cultivated a top-notch cultivation method like the Great Dao technique, he didn't dabble in cultivation methods for fighting between cultivators. Just like when he fought with the puppet just now, he relied more on his strong physical fitness and the fighting skills of the special forces. In this case, it wasn't a big problem to protect himself, but it was also difficult to cause damage to the rough skin and thick flesh of the puppet. In contrast, Xiao Ruofei was more confident that guns could solve the problem. After being in the special forces for a few years, Xiao Ruofei was proficient in using all kinds of guns. Now, this standard pistol was even more so. In addition, there were still a lot of bullets stored in the space. Even if he encountered multiple puppets, he was confident that he could escape unscathed. Xiao Ruofei checked the bullets in the clip and then squatted down to examine the puppet. The more he looked, the more familiar he felt. He couldn't help but say to himself, why does this puppet look so much like the sculptures on both sides of the corridor? Could it be that those sculptures? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart when he thought of the densely packed sculptures on both sides of the corridor when he first entered the underground palace. If these sculptures were all puppets that didn't fear death, then what a terrifying force it would be. This underground palace felt more and more mysterious to Xiao Ruofei. As for what Song Wei said before, the experts speculated that this was a tomb of the Ming dynasty. Xiao Ruofei also had a trace of doubt in his heart. Not to mention the ordinary tombs of the Ming dynasty, even the tombs of the princes and nobles, or even the imperial tombs, couldn't possibly have the existence of phantom beasts and puppets, right? At this time, Xiao Ruofei felt another gust of wind. At this time, he was still squatting on the ground to examine the puppet. He hurriedly rolled forward and at the same time quickly glanced around from the corner of his eyes. Sure enough, he saw another puppet appear. This time, the two puppets attacked him together, one from the front and one from the back. Xiao Ruofei looked at the costumes and faces of the puppets. The more he looked at them, the more he felt that they were the sculptures on both sides of the corridor. However, they were usually in a petrified state. He didn't know what triggered them, but they woke up and started attacking the people who invaded the underground palace. Xiao Ruofei used his nimble movements to deal with the two puppets while thinking quickly in his mind. If all the statues were to awaken, Song Wei's situation would be even more dangerous. Xiao Ruofei was a little anxious. He didn't want to continue fighting, so he took advantage of the opportunity when he passed by the two puppets and rushed forward. Obviously, these two puppets were not as advanced as Xiaoqing, who had a certain degree of self-consciousness. When they saw Xiao Ruofei running away, they immediately chased after Xiao Ruofei without saying anything. As Xiao Ruofei rushed forward, he saw two more puppets appear in front of him. They formed a pincer attack with the previous two puppets. Xiao Ruofei frowned. It seemed that he couldn't just keep dodging. If he did, he would attract more and more puppets. Even if he had a pistol, he might not be able to deal with them. Xiao Ruofei made up his mind. Since that was the case, he would kill them one by one. If two came, he would kill a pair. After he made up his mind, he no longer hesitated. As he ran, he raised his hand and fired 2 shots in front of him. Although Xiao Ruofei fired while running at a high speed and did not aim at all, how could her marksmanship be so simple after being fed with tens of thousands of bullets every year? One of the 2 bullets directly exploded a puppet's head, while the other one was slightly off target due to the puppet's accidental pause, directly hitting its neck. The puppet whose head had been blown off fell to the ground, while the puppet who had been shot in the neck was unscathed. What would have been a fatal injury to a normal human did not affect the puppet at all. His eyes glowed red, and together with the 2 puppets behind Xiao Ruofei, they surrounded Xiao Ruofei. At this time, the 2 puppets behind him had already caught up. Xiao Ruofei could even feel the fierce murderous intent behind him. He was very calm. He didn't even look back. He raised his hand and fired a shot behind him. At the same time, he moved his body sideways. The puppet in front of Xiao Ruofei was rushing toward him. After losing its target, it couldn't change its direction. The puppet behind him just happened to pause after being shot, so the 2 puppets collided and fell to the ground at the same time. Although they didn't cause any damage, Xiao Ruofei wanted this fleeting opportunity. The 2 puppets fell to the ground, and the path of the other puppet was blocked. Xiao Ruofei won a few seconds. For a special warfare elite like him, a few seconds was enough to do a lot of things. Xiao Ruofei raised his gun and aimed at the only puppet standing. He aimed and fired decisively. Bang! The bullet accurately drilled into the puppet's forehead and flew out from the back of its head. There was only a small hole in the puppet's forehead, but a big hole in the back of its head. The puppet still maintained its charging posture, but its upper body involuntarily leaned back under the impact of the bullet. It fell to the ground on its back. After Xiao Ruofei fired, he didn't care about the puppet anymore. He was 100% confident in his marksmanship. He directly turned the muzzle and aimed at the 2 puppets that were clumsily getting up from the ground. Bang! Bang! Without any suspense, the 2 puppets were killed by Xiao Ruofei's gun before they could get up. Xiao Ruofei blew on the muzzle. He ignored the puppets that were completely destroyed and continued to move forward. The surrounding environment was getting brighter and brighter. Xiao Ruofei found that this was a passage about 10 meters wide. It stretched straight ahead, and he didn't know where it led to. Now he couldn't find the way out, and he didn't know where Songwei was. He could only move forward along this passage. Along the way, Xiao Ruofei encountered many puppets. Fortunately, his marksmanship was good enough, and he had enough bullets for the time being, so he easily passed through them. In just 10 minutes, he destroyed at least 40 to 50 powerful puppets. Without exception, they were all headshots. As he walked, Xiao Ruofei keenly sensed that something was approaching. He subconsciously raised his gun. However, unexpectedly, the other party was extremely fast this time. Xiao Ruofei saw a flash of white light. He didn't have time to shoot and could only instinctively dodge to the side. Xiao Ruofei felt a gust of wind blow past his face. Then, 2 more puppets appeared in front of him and rushed toward him. Xiao Ruofei didn't have time to think about what the white light was. He quickly raised his gun and fired twice. This time, the puppets chasing him seemed to be much more agile than the ones he had encountered before. They dodged at the same time. One of the bullets was slightly off target, brushing past a puppet's face and blowing off one of its ears. The other bullet missed. Xiao Ruofei was stunned. At this time, the 2 puppets were already in front of him. Xiao Ruofei quickly lowered his body and swept his leg. With a bang, Xiao Ruofei felt as if he had kicked an iron plate. The puppet only swayed and didn't fall. F***ck. Xiao Ruofei cursed silently. At this time, the two puppets were waving their hard fists at him at the same time. Xiao Ruofei's center of gravity was very low. He took advantage of the momentum and rolled on the ground to avoid the fierce attack. At the same time, he fired another shot. One of the puppets lost its center of gravity and staggered forward. Xiao Ruofei's bullet arrived just in time and accurately drilled into its forehead. Poof! There was a hole in the puppet's head. However, what shocked Xiao Ruofei was that the puppet wasn't completely dead. Its movements were just a little slower. Moreover, it seemed to have changed its behavior and directly attacked its companion next to it. Xiao Ruofei didn't have time to think. While the two puppets were fighting, he fired a few more shots. This time, he wasn't stingy with his bullets and fired several shots in a row. After the gunshots stopped, the two powerful puppets finally lay on the ground and stopped moving. Xiao Ruofei stood up with some lingering fear. He glanced at the two puppets that were obviously much stronger than the other puppets. If the next puppets he encountered were all this strong, it would be difficult to deal with them. At this time, Xiao Ruofei thought of the white light that appeared just now. He couldn't help but look in the direction of the white light. With one glance, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but open his eyes wide. He saw a pure white little beast staring at him with its black eyes. This pure white little beast looked a little like a civet cat. It was a little afraid of Xiao Ruofei's gun. There was a trace of fear in its eyes. Xiao Ruofei held the gun tightly and looked at the little beast vigilantly. At the same time, he asked Xia Qing with his spiritual sense, "Xia Qing, what animal is this?" He almost fell into the illusion beast's trap before. Therefore, he didn't dare to let his guard down when facing such a small and cute animal. Xia Qing said with some uncertainty, "Master, I can't recognize what kind of animal this little beast is." Xiao Ruofei didn't feel the little beast's killing intent. He relaxed a little and walked toward the white little beast. The white little beast quickly retreated. There was a look of fear in its eyes. As long as Xiao Ruofei had the intention to hurt it, it would probably run away without hesitation. Xiao Ruofei noticed that its hind legs seemed to be injured. There were some dark red bloodstains on its white fur. Moreover, it was limping a little when it retreated. After the white little beast was injured, its speed was still so fast. Xiao Ruofei didn't see anything at all. He only saw a white light pass by in front of his eyes. This made Xiao Ruofei secretly speechless. Feeling the white little beast's fear, Xiao Ruofei showed a gentle smile and said, "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you." Xiao Ruofei's affinity was very strong. In addition, the white little beast's intelligence wasn't low. It could feel that Xiao Ruofei didn't have any hostility toward it. Therefore, its vigilance gradually disappeared. Xiao Ruofei continued to say, "You seem to be injured. If you don't mind, I can help you treat your injuries," Xiao Ruofei said as he walked toward the white little beast. Soon, he arrived in front of it. Being so close to Xiao Ruofei, the white little beast began to show a scared expression. Xiao Ruofei squatted down and comforted it, "Don't be afraid. I don't have any evil intentions. I just want to take a look at your injuries." After saying that, Xiao Ruofei took out a small box of ointment from the ring-2 space. This was an ointment made from the spirit heartflower's petal. It was very effective for external injuries. After examining it closely, Xiao Ruofei found that there were 3 claw marks on the white little beast's hind legs. Each of the claw marks was very deep. The skin at the root of its hind legs was already lacerated. Dark red blood was constantly seeping out from inside. Xiao Ruofei comforted the white little beast with words. At the same time, he used a clean bamboo to pick out some black ointment and carefully smeared it on the white little beast's wounds. The white little beast slightly trembled for a moment. Following that, its vigilance completely disappeared. It revealed a comfortable expression. The ointment made from the spirit heartflower's petal had an immediate effect. It already felt that the pain on its wounds had lessened a lot. The blood was also no longer flowing. Furthermore, it also felt very cool. The white little beast also confirmed that Xiao Ruofei really didn't have any evil intentions toward it. The way it looked at Xiao Ruofei also became a bit more intimate. Xiao Ruofei smiled and earnestly smeared the ointment all over the white little beast's wounds. After that, he took out some medical gauze and tape from the space and skillfully bandaged it. Very soon, Xiao Ruofei stood up and said in a relaxed manner, "All right, little guy. After a while, your injuries should be fine." GGGG. The white little beast looked at Xiao Ruofei and called out a few times. It seemed to be thanking Xiao Ruofei for his help. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, "No need to thank me. It's fate that we met. Moreover, the enemy of my enemy is my friend." Just a moment ago, he saw the white little beast being chased by the puppets. Moreover, the white little beast's wounds were obviously left by the puppets. He didn't know if the white little beast understood or not. He saw it raise its two front legs together and bowed towards Xiao Ruofei. It looked very much like a person bowing with their hands clasped in front of their chest. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. He waved his hand and said, "I already said that there's no need to thank me. Little guy, you should go. If you encounter those puppets again, be a bit smarter and quickly run. Your speed is so fast, they shouldn't be able to catch up with you." Finished speaking, Xiao Ruofei stored the ointment and gauze into the space and prepared to leave. He didn't notice that when Xiao Ruofei stored away those things, the white little beast seemed to have felt the space fluctuate. Its eyes suddenly revealed a trace of light. Xiao Ruofei took 2 steps forward and discovered that the white little beast actually followed him. It even bit his pants and pulled him in a direction. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but ask, "What's the situation?" "Master, it seems to want to take you somewhere." Xia Qing said, "Why don't you follow it and take a look? I don't think it has any evil intentions." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said with a smile, all right, stop pulling. I'll go with you, okay?" The white little beast was indeed very intelligent. After listening to Xiao Ruofei's words, it let go of Xiao Ruofei's pants and began to lead the way. Soon, they passed through the straight passage. In front of them was a bit like the trap and kill array when Xiao Ruofei first came in. There began to be a lot of forks, and there was no pattern to them. However, the white little beast seemed to be very familiar with the environment. It led Xiao Ruofei through many twists and turns, and walked for a full 20 minutes. Along the way, they also encountered a lot of puppets, including the 2 puppets that were as strong as the one that chased after the white little beast. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei had a powerful weapon like the pistol, so it could be considered a daunting experience without any danger. Finally, they arrived at a place. Xiao Ruofei didn't guess wrongly, the complex patterns on the smooth stone wall was a formation, and it was a very high-level formation. With Xiao Ruofei's current level of formation Dao, he didn't even have the slightest clue after careful observation, let alone decipher it. The little white beast chirped a few times, then stretched out its front legs and gestured towards the stone wall. Xiao Ruofei asked half-guessed, "You want me to decipher this formation?" The little white beast could actually understand Xiao Ruofei's words, it immediately nodded like a chick pecking at rice. However, its body was so small, it was like a miniature leopard cat, making such a human-like action was very cute. "Decipher this formation will benefit you greatly?" Xiao Ruofei asked again. The little white beast nodded even faster, and its eyes revealed a sense of urgency. Xiao Ruofei joked, "But what benefit will this bring me? I'm in a hurry to find my friend. How can I help you decipher this formation?" With that, Xiao Ruofei was about to leave. Seeing this, the little white beast hurriedly scuttled over and bit Xiao Ruofei's trousers, its eyes revealed a pleading expression, at the same time, it cried out and gestured towards Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei barely understood its meaning, and asked, "You're saying that decipher this formation will benefit me greatly?" Chirp chirp chirp. The little white beast hurriedly nodded. Actually, Xiao Ruofei wanting to leave was half true. On one hand, he was really worried about Song Wei's safety, and wanted to find him quickly, but on the other hand, he was also very curious about this stone wall, because this formation was indeed not simple. Most importantly, the sensing jade leaf hanging on his chest was burning terrifyingly. This meant that if he deciphered this formation, he might be able to find the world stone he needed. Rather than leaving this mysterious stone wall and going to find Song Wei without any clues, he might as well try to decipher this formation first. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Then I'll try. However, I can't take too long. If I really can't crack it, then I can only tell you that it's a pity. My friend is separated from me. I have to find her as soon as possible." The little white beast nodded as it gestured towards the stone wall. Xiao Ruofei's expression froze as he anxiously asked, "You're saying that if I break the array formation, I might be able to find my friend?" That white little beast shook its head and shouted while gesturing. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't understand what it meant. However, according to the little white beast's intentions, if he wanted to find Song Wei's whereabouts, it would be best for him to break this formation first. Regardless of whether what the little white beast said was true or not, Xiao Ruofei was already prepared to stay and try. Therefore, he did not hesitate and immediately focused his attention on the stone wall. The lines on the stone wall were crisscrossing, and dazzling light dots were moving quickly on the lines. It looked more beautiful than the computer's special effects. When Xiao Ruofei's mental power covered it, he immediately felt that the complexity of this formation could be described as hellish. After deciphering the Earth Jade Talisman, Xiao Ruofei specialized in learning about formations. The formation books that could be sealed in the Jade Talisman were undoubtedly the best of the best. There were many classic formation patterns in these books, but in terms of complexity, none of the classic examples that Xiao Ruofei had seen could be compared to this formation pattern on the stone wall. Xiao Ruofei tried to analyze the formation pattern from the notes one by one. At first, he felt that he gradually had an idea, but as the number of nodes increased, he began to come to a completely different and contradictory conclusion. All the previous analysis seemed to be useless. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. He rubbed his temples. Facing this formation, he couldn't help but feel helpless. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but say, "I don't believe this. How can there be an undecipherable formation?" After a short rest, he focused his attention on the stone wall that was overflowing with light. The little white beast was quietly lying on the ground. Its gaze fell on Xiao Ruofei from time to time, revealing a trace of anticipation. Xiao Ruofei effectively overcame his impetuous mentality and gave up the idea of taking shortcuts. He began to calm down and study this complicated formation. He began to analyze the most basic structure of the formation. He started from the function and principle of each formation pattern, then he slowly combined more formation patterns. Soon, he was immersed in the wonderful world of the formation. He even forgot about the passage of time. Xiao Ruofei entered a very mysterious state. He didn't even realize that in such a deep immersion, his formation skills were also unknowingly increasing. Reverse 5 elements. Nesting. Coup and shift. Xiao Ruofei analyzed while muttering. The little white beast had been quietly waiting. Xiaoqing in the Ring 2 space seemed to have realized that Xiao Ruofei was wholeheartedly analyzing the formation at this moment. Therefore, it also kept quiet. They had already cleared the nearby puppets on the way here. Therefore, during the entire process, no puppets came out to interrupt Xiao Ruofei's comprehension. Time passed silently. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours. An entire 4 hours had passed. Xiao Ruofei didn't even move his feet. Other than his pair of quick-witted eyes moving from time to time, he stood motionless in front of the stone wall like a sculpture. Unknowingly, the formation on the stone wall became clearer and clearer in Xiao Ruofei's eyes. Those seemingly messy and complicated formation patterns also gradually became organized. It had to be said that the formation knowledge he obtained from the Earthward Jade Talisman was incomparably precious. Perhaps the formation involved in it wasn't as high-end as the formation on the stone wall. However, it allowed Xiao Ruofei's formation skills to be incomparably solid. It was because of this solid foundation that Xiao Ruofei had the capital to analyze the formation. Otherwise, even if he looked at it for 100 years, he wouldn't be able to see through it. Xiao Ruofei's eyes became brighter and brighter. He even started to simulate the construction of this formation in his mind. The Great Tao was simple. After analyzing the essence of those complicated formation patterns, everything seemed to become simple. After more than 5 hours, Xiao Ruofei finally moved. His eyes emitted a confident radiance. He took a step forward and directly came in front of the stone wall. He stretched out his hand and pressed on the stone wall. Seeing this, the little white beast couldn't help but close its eyes. It seemed like it couldn't bear to look at it. It had tried many times. It couldn't even touch the stone wall every time. As long as it got close to a certain distance, it would be blocked by the formation. This formation was like a mirror. If one tried to break it with brute force, the rebound force would be very strong. The little white beast had even been injured because of this. It felt that Xiao Ruofei would definitely suffer if he rashly went up. However, it didn't hear Xiao Ruofei's scream. The surroundings were still quiet. The little white beast couldn't help but open its eyes curiously. It instantly revealed an expression of disbelief. It saw that Xiao Ruofei's hand had already passed through the layer of brilliant and colorful formation patterns. It directly sank into the formation as if it was pressed on the stone wall without any obstruction. The little white beast's eyes revealed a bright light. It stared at Xiao Ruofei without blinking. Xiao Ruofei's palm turned into a finger. He quickly drew on the stone wall. Streams of true qi were transmitted to the stone wall through his fingertips. It actually formed a flowing light pattern. These flowing light pattern quickly integrated into the original formation patterns. In an instant, the formation patterns on the entire stone wall emitted a dazzling light. The little white beast couldn't help but squint its eyes. Streams of flowing light flowed quickly in the formation patterns. The light on the surface of the stone wall became brighter and brighter. The flowing light kept accelerating. In the end, even the formation patterns couldn't be seen clearly. The 7 colors on the surface of the stone wall began to merge and converge. Xiao Ruofei finally revealed a satisfied smile. He easily withdrew his hand. This was the first time he had truly deciphered a complex array. Although he hadn't realized that his array skills had risen to another level in just a few hours, the sense of accomplishment he felt after deciphering such a difficult array was still incomparable. After the 7-colored flowing light on the surface of the stone wall had completely converged, a crack actually appeared in the middle of the stone wall. Following that, the stone wall split into 2 and slowly opened to both sides. The crack also became bigger and bigger. The little white beast cried out happily. Its figure flashed and drilled into the crack. Unfortunately, extreme joy begets sorrow. The 7-colored flowing light that had converged together was like a tough protective cover. After the little white beast crashed into it, it was as if it had hit a trampoline. It immediately bounced back at an even faster speed. Then, it crashed heavily into the mountain wall behind it. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. He said, "Little guy, haste makes waste. This formation hasn't been completely opened yet." The little white beast squeaked a couple of times, and a gloomy look appeared in its eyes. Xiao Ruofei also liked this little white beast that was full of intelligence. He walked over with a smile and stroked its smooth fur. He asked, "Are you hurt?" The little white beast raised its head and revealed a proud expression. Then, it shook its head. It seemed to be saying, "How can I be hurt by such an impact?" Xiao Ruofei laughed. He picked up the little white beast and walked to the front of the stone wall. The little white beast was also very close to Xiao Ruofei. It didn't reject Xiao Ruofei's embrace. It only looked at the hole formed by the stone wall with a hint of eagerness. Finally, both sides of the stone wall disappeared into the mountain wall. Xiao Ruofei shot a stream of genuine qi at the 7-colored flowing light across the air. It accurately hit a node of the formation pattern. Then, the 7-colored flowing light burst like a soap bubble and turned into specks of light that disappeared into the air. As soon as the protective flowing light broke, Xiao Ruofei immediately felt that the jade leaf in front of his chest seemed to tremble. The little white beast couldn't wait to get out of his arms. Its figure shot out like lightning and rushed into the hole in the blink of an eye. Xiao Ruofei also couldn't wait any longer. He quickly followed it in. Rather than calling this a cave, it would be better to call it a stone room. After Xiao Ruofei stepped in, his eyes first landed on the platform in the middle of the stone room. Then, he couldn't shift his gaze away. There was a pile of black stones neatly placed on the stone platform. A conservative estimate was that there were more than 10 of them. Without exception, these black stones were all world stones that Xiao Ruofei couldn't find anywhere. No wonder the sensing jade leaf was so hot that it seemed like it was about to explode even through the array. Now that he had entered the cave, the sensing jade leaf was even hotter than before. Xiao Ruofei had no choice but to use his mental power to completely isolate it from the outside world. Xiao Ruofei's heart was trembling. With so many world stones, how many levels could the Ring 2 space level up this time? What would the space look like after it leveled up? However, his excited mood only lasted for 2 seconds before his expression changed. That was because the white little beast that had entered the cave before him had also come for the pile of world stones on the stone platform. How astonishing was the white little beast's speed! Xiao Ruofei didn't even have time to react. He only saw a flash of white light. Then, the white little beast pounced on the pile of world stones. The next scene made Xiao Ruofei's heart turn cold. The white little beast impatiently used its forelimbs to pick up a world stone and stuffed it into its mouth. Then, it started to chew. While Xiao Ruofei was still in a daze, it had already eaten the entire world stone at an incomparably fast speed. Down, down, down. Just as the white little beast unhesitatingly picked up the second world stone, Xiao Ruofei finally came back to his senses. He cried out in heartache, "Stop! No! Shut up!" Xiao Ruofei ran over and pounced on the pile of world stones. His posture was extremely inelegant. He looked extremely like a dog protecting its food. It wasn't that Xiao Ruofei didn't think of directly taking the world stone into the Ring 2 space, but when he tried it, he realized that the space around the world stone seemed to be locked down. He couldn't take it out through space. And at this time, the little white critter had already started to eat the second world stone. That was why Xiao Ruofei lost his composure. The little white beast was enjoying the delicious food when it was startled by Xiao Ruofei, who suddenly pounced on it. When it saw Xiao Ruofei's actions, it realized that Xiao Ruofei wanted to snatch the world stone from it. Immediately, all the fur on its body exploded. It bared its fangs at Xiao Ruofei and looked extremely fierce. However, the little white critter had seen Xiao Ruofei's powerful battle strength on the way here. Those puppets that had chased it into a sorry state were often killed by Xiao Ruofei with a raise of his hand. The little white critter weighed the pros and cons. It felt that it wasn't a match for that pitch-black hidden weapon. So, its fierce expression immediately changed into an aggrieved look. It squeaked while gesturing at Xiao Ruofei. Of course, even if it was seriously negotiating with Xiao Ruofei, it still didn't forget to chew on the second world stone. This was the delicacy it had been looking forward to for a long time. For these world stones, it had wandered around this underground palace for more than a month. It was almost killed by the puppets several times. Even so, it couldn't bear to leave. Now that it had finally entered the cave, how could it bear to give these world stones to Xiao Ruofei? Xiao Ruofei glared at the little white critter. No way. I spent so much effort just to find these world stones. You actually want to eat them? Isn't this a waste of natural resources? Right at this moment, Xiaoqing in the Ring 2 space suddenly cried out in surprise. Master, I know what this little white critter is. It's a world raccoon. Right now, only the space around the world stone had been locked. Xiao Ruofei's connection with the Ring 2 space was still normal. World raccoon? What the hell? Xiao Ruofei said unhappily. I don't care what kind of raccoon it is. In short, it can't steal my world stones. Xiaoqing explained. Master, the world raccoon is an extremely rare mutated beast. Their race is naturally very sensitive to the power of space. I think this world raccoon must have been attracted by the world stone's aura. You're saying, this little guy is an enlarged version of the sensory jade leaf? Xiao Ruofei asked hesitantly. Under Xiao Ruofei's covetous gaze, the little white critter didn't dare to touch the third world stone. That was why Xiao Ruofei had the leisure to ask. Xiaoqing said, Master, the world raccoon's favorite food is the world stone. They are very sensitive to the world stone. Even if it's thousands of miles away or buried underground, they can still discover it. That's because they rely on eating spatial attribute things to grow. All world raccoons have spatial inheritance. This world raccoon should still be a cub. That's why it's only outstanding in speed. If it continues to evolve, it might even be able to grasp the ability to teleport. This is their innate talent. In other words, this world raccoon was also attracted by these world stones and didn't originally live in the underground palace? Xiao Ruofei asked. The possibility is very high. Xiaoqing said. When the white world raccoon saw Xiao Ruofei talking to himself, it couldn't help but stealthily extend its forelimbs towards another world stone. However, the sharp-eyed Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate to push its forelegs away and said, Little guy, don't be greedy. You've already eaten 2 pieces, at least leave some for me. This pile of world stones was conservatively estimated to be at least 10 to 20 pieces. However, these things were too important to the Ring 2 Space's upgrade. Even if there was one less piece, Xiao Ruofei would still feel heartache. That white world raccoon chirped a few times in protest and gestured towards Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei was half guessing and half confused. He could barely understand what it was trying to say. Xiao Ruofei was both angry and amused as he said, "You're saying you discovered these world stones first? Damn. Do you still have any shame? If I didn't spend so much effort to break the formation, would you be able to enter? I think even if you wandered outside for 100 years, you would only be able to look at these world stones and drool." The white little beast felt that Xiao Ruofei's words were somewhat reasonable. It indeed relied on his help to enter this cave. Otherwise, forget about coming in, those puppets outside would be enough to make it suffer. However, these world stones were all top-quality delicacies in its eyes. How could it be willing to give them to Xiao Ruofei just like that? This white world raccoon pitifully gestured towards Xiao Ruofei. This time, Xiao Ruofei understood. He smiled and said, "You're saying that we should split this batch of world stones together? I'll reluctantly agree to this. However, you already ate 2 pieces. I feel that according to the amount of effort you put in, it's not bad for you to get 2 pieces. Therefore, the remaining world stones belong to me." Speaking until here, Xiao Ruofei emphasized, "Don't think that without you leading the way, I wouldn't be able to find this place. I came here this time to find the world stones. Moreover, with such a close distance, I have a way to sense the location of the world stones. Therefore, even without you, I would still be able to find them. On the other hand, if I didn't break the formation, you wouldn't even be able to enter the door." Xiao Ruofei didn't lie to the white world raccoon. Although the range of the sensing jade leaf couldn't be compared to the world raccoon's sensing ability, with the help of the sensing jade leaf, Xiao Ruofei would be able to find this place sooner or later. It's just that he might take some detours. When the white world raccoon saw that Xiao Ruofei proposed such a harsh distribution plan, it naturally wouldn't be willing. It stretched out its forelimbs and gestured while chirping. It looked as if it was arguing for what was right. At this moment, Xiaoqing suggested in the space, "Master, why don't you give it a few more world stones? The world raccoon is very sensitive to things with the spatial attribute. If it's willing to follow you in the future, then it'll be much easier for you to find the world stones." After Xiao Ruofei heard Xiaoqing's words, he secretly muttered to himself for a moment and said, all right. How do you want to distribute it? Little guy, don't ask for too much." The white world raccoon immediately gestured. Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows and said, 30-70? Although 30% is a bit too much, who told us to have fate? Let's split it 30 to 70 then. Let me calculate. There are a total of 21 world stones here. 30% is 6. You just ate 2, so I'll give you 4 more. The white world raccoon became anxious when it heard this. It struggled to gesture a few times. Xiao Ruofei saw this and shouted, "What? You take 70 and I take 30? Why don't you just rob me?" Impossible. The white world raccoon gestured again. 50-50? No. Xiao Ruofei said, "You didn't do anything at all. What right do you have to take half?" Just like that, a man and a beast wrangled and haggled in the cave. In the end, both sides agreed to a 40-60 split. The white world raccoon got 40% and Xiao Ruofei got 60%. Although Xiao Ruofei felt a bit of heartache for the world stones, since Xiaoqing suggested to give the white world raccoon some benefits, then he might as well be generous. 40-60 it was. After reaching an agreement, the white world raccoon immediately pulled 7 world stones in front of it. It looked at the remaining world stones for a long time reluctantly. Then, it tightly guarded the 7 world stones, afraid that Xiao Ruofei would come and snatch them. Xiao Ruofei calculated a little and couldn't help but laugh and scold, "Damn, isn't 40% 8? 4 world stones? According to the rounding calculation, you should get 8 world stones. Including the 2 world stones you ate, you can only get 6. That white world raccoon didn't care about the rounding. It tightly guarded its world stones and wasn't willing to give out another one. Seeing this, Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, forget it, forget it. I'll give you one more. Who asked me to be so kind? But the remaining world stones all belong to me. The white world raccoon looked at the remaining 12 world stones and almost drooled. However, it still nodded unwillingly. Xiao Ruofei immediately grabbed those 12 realm stones. He was extremely excited in his heart. This time, he really had a great harvest. Although he lost 9 world stones for no reason, this was still the greatest harvest he had ever obtained from the ring to space. He wondered how many levels these world stones could raise the space. Xiao Ruofei said in her mind. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the spatial seal around the world stones had disappeared. With a thought, he quickly put all 12 world stones into the ring to space. Now, Xiao Ruofei's control over the ring to space was far better than before. Without Xiao Ruofei's command, even if these world stones were put into the space, they wouldn't be immediately absorbed. Now that Xiao Ruofei was in this underground palace that was filled with danger, he could use the ring to space at any time. Therefore, he didn't immediately let the ring to space absorb those world stones. After all, the process of leveling up might take time. During this period of time, he couldn't use the ring to space. After Xiao Ruofei put away all 12 world stones, the white world raccoon also impatiently gathered the small pile of world stones that belonged to it together, and then chewed with big mouthfuls. Just like how the world raccoon felt when it saw Xiao Ruofei put away the world stones, Xiao Ruofei also felt heartache when he saw the world raccoon eat the precious world stones. However, since both sides had agreed, Xiao Ruofei would not be so tasteless as to snatch the world raccoon from its mouth. The world raccoon ate the world stones like it was chewing ice, and Xiao Ruofei began to size up this small cave. When Xiao Ruofei entered the cave, all of his attention was attracted by the pile of world stones on the stone platform. Now that he looked around carefully, he found that other than the most conspicuous stone platform, there was also a sculpture in the innermost position of the cave. This sculpture was about 3 meters tall, and it was the image of a middle-aged man with a beautiful beard. This middle-aged man was wearing red armor, and he held a halberd in his hand. His entire body was emitting a majestic aura. Especially those eyes, no matter which angle you looked at it from, there was a soul-stirring feeling. It was as if this was not a sculpture, but a real person. In front of this sculpture, there were 2 boxes, one big and one small, side by side. Xiao Ruofei tried to use his mental power to investigate, but he found that the moment his mental power touched the surface of the box, it was immediately repelled. It seemed like this box had the ability to block mental power. Xiao Ruofei was immediately interested. He carefully used his mental power to investigate the surroundings of the sculpture, but he did not find the existence of any formation, not even the most basic formation patterns. Thus, Xiao Ruofei walked in front of the sculpture, and squatted down in front of the slightly bigger box. The box was made of wood, but he could not tell what kind of wood it was. The dark brown surface of the box was suffused with light, and it looked very sturdy, giving people the feeling that it was made of ironwood. The box was not locked, and Xiao Ruofei carefully reached out to grab the handle, and then gently lifted it. Without any accidents, this box was directly opened. What entered Xiao Ruofei's eyes were pieces of neatly arranged crystal-like objects. Each of them had a standard rhombus structure, and they looked sparkling and translucent. Xiao Ruofei was slightly disappointed at first, because new world stones did not appear as he expected. However, on second thought, if there was a boundary stone here, then the realm raccoon would not be so indifferent until now. Even when he walked over, the realm raccoon did not even lift its eyelids and continued to enjoy the delicacies that belonged to it. Then, Xiao Ruofei became interested in these diamond-shaped crystals. To be able to be stored in a box and protected by such a complex array, these crystals should not be ordinary. Xiaoqing, who was in RN space, could not help but exclaimed. Of Xia. 2. Spirit crystals. Xiaoqing was clearly just a spiritual puppet, but Xiao Ruofei seemed to be able to feel the strong surprise in his words. Spirit crystals? Xiao Ruofei asked in confusion. Xiaoqing, what is a spirit crystal? Is it a spirit stone? Xiaoqing said, Master, how can spirit stones be compared to spirit crystals? Let's put it this way. Spirit stones are only stones that contain a certain amount of spirit energy, and are helpful for cultivators' cultivation. Although they are relatively rare, spirit stones with a slightly lower amount of spirit energy can still be found. Then what about spirit crystals? Xiaoruofei asked. Spirit crystals can be said to be spirit stones with 100% spirit energy, Xiaoqing said. In fact, spirit crystals are formed when the spirit energy is extremely dense. Now, the spirit energy in the RN map world has reached the level of fog. On this basis, if the density continues to increase, it will form liquefied spirit energy, so, spirit crystals are the product of extremely dense spirit energy, causing spirit energy to solidify? Xiaoruofei's voice could not help but tremble. Yes, Xiaoqing said excitedly. After spirit energy solidifies, it will definitely form a rhombus shape. Every spirit crystal contains a huge amount of spirit energy. Let me give you a simple example. If we extract all the spirit energy in the RN map world and compress it, we can only form 1 or 2 spirit crystals at most. Xiaoruofei could not help but be dumbfounded. He was very clear about the density of spirit energy in the Ring 2 space. Every once in a while, he would go to the space to cultivate. The reason was that compared to the barren environment outside, the density of spirit energy in the space was too high. He had once dreamed that one day, he would be able to cultivate in such an environment. Then, his cultivation would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. He did not expect that such dense spirit energy would only form 1 or 2 spirit crystals when all of it was gathered. However, the box in front of him was filled with spirit crystals. With a casual glance, he could tell that there were at least 100 spirit crystals inside. This was simply an incomparably enormous amount of wealth. In fact, it was even greater than the 12 world stones he had just obtained. Xiaoqing, are these spirit crystals beneficial to the RN map world? Xiaoruofei asked with a trembling voice. Xiaoqing said, Master, the RN map world cannot directly absorb spirit energy from the outside. However, it is extremely beneficial to Master's cultivation. Now that the cultivation environment is extremely poor, even if Master cultivates at midnight and dawn, the effect is not obvious. If you hold a spirit crystal while cultivating and directly extract the spirit energy contained within to cultivate, the effect will naturally be different. Furthermore, this way, you don't have to wait for midnight and dawn every day. With spirit crystals in hand, you can cultivate at any time. I understand. Xiaoruofei's breathing became a little chaotic. He was extremely excited. He subconsciously turned his head to look at the white world raccoon. The little fellow was eating happily. Perhaps it felt Xiaoruofei's gaze, it also turned its head to look in his direction. Its gaze even swept past the box of spirit crystals. However, it revealed a disdainful expression. It was not interested in them at all. Xiaoruofei also let out a long sigh of relief and said, Looks like this trip was right. The harvest this time is too great. After saying that, Xiaoruofei prepared to put all of these spirit crystals into the Ring 2 space. At this moment, Xiaoqing reminded, Master, I suggest that you put this box in as well. If I'm not wrong, this box should be made of 1,000-year-old ebony. It can block mental strength and can be considered a good treasure. Furthermore, the spirit crystals are stored in the 1,000-year-old ebony box, which can prevent the loss of spirit qi. Understood. Xiaoruofei said. Then, he closed the box and put the entire box into the Ring 2 space with a thought. His divine telekinesis sensed that the box had appeared out of thin air in the Ring 2 space. Only then did he completely relax. These precious spirit crystals truly belonged to him. There were no complications. Xiaoruofei then cast his fervent gaze on another slightly smaller box. This slightly smaller box was also made of 1,000-year-old ebony. The large box had already given Xiaoruofei such a huge surprise. What kind of treasure would this small box contain? Xiaoruofei was filled with anticipation. He reached out and opened the similarly unlocked box. He could not wait to take a look. What's this? Xiaoruofei couldn't help but mutter to himself. In this small box, there were 8 small flags lying quietly. Each flag had a different pattern drawn on it. These patterns were a little like array runes. The seemingly messy lines formed mysterious patterns. Xiaoruofei said with some uncertainty, could these be array flags? He had just learned about array formations. Furthermore, when he cracked the stone wall's array formation, his array formation skills had improved by leaps and bounds. Therefore, he immediately thought of array flags. Array flags were also a kind of array formation tool. They were specially refined by array formation experts to set up special array formations. However, this method was relatively ancient and had gradually been lost in the future. Therefore, the array formation manuals Xia Ruofei came into contact with only mentioned them, but did not introduce them in detail. Therefore, Xia Ruofei could only guess. The array formation manuals in the Earth Jade Talisman did not introduce them in detail. Therefore, Xiaqing naturally did not know what these small flags were. Everything depended on Xia Ruofei to figure it out himself. He picked up one of the small flags and looked at it. There was no doubt that it was an array rune. However, this array rune was different from all the basic array runes that Xia Ruofei had learned. It seemed to be a completely different system. Therefore, Xia Ruofei did not know where to start studying it. The small flag's material was neither silk nor cloth. It was slightly rough to the touch, but it was very tough. It was definitely not an ordinary item. Xia Ruofei picked up another small flag. At this moment, his gaze focused slightly. He reached out and put down both small flags. Then, he searched the box. Next, a jade talisman appeared in his hand. It turned out that this jade talisman was placed at the bottom of the box. It was covered by the 8 small flags. Xia Ruofei did not notice it at first. Just now, when he picked up the second small flag, a corner of the jade talisman was exposed. Xia Ruofei only saw it. Xia Ruofei was no stranger to this kind of jade talisman. In essence, it was no different from the human and earth jade talismans. They were all used to store information. It was equivalent to a portable hard drive in the cultivation world. The difference was that this jade talisman did not have any runes on it. Xia Ruofei tried to penetrate the jade talisman with his spiritual energy. He immediately read the information inside. It seemed that this jade talisman was the standard version. The human and earth jade talismans that he came into contact with before were probably the customized version. The purpose was to prevent people with insufficient spiritual energy cultivation from encountering danger when accepting the inheritance. Those runes were equivalent to a threshold. Xia Ruofei read the information in the jade talisman. The joy on his face grew stronger. Through the introduction in the jade talisman, Xia Ruofei found out that these 8 small flags were a set of array flags. They could be used to set up a very magical array. The array's only use was to change the flow of time. Such an array formation that could change the flow of time was extremely profound to Xia Ruofei. In fact, the Ring 2 Space's Archean realm was a sealed space with a time array formation. With Xia Ruofei's current array formation skills, he could not even understand the basic runes of such an array formation, let alone successfully set it up. However, with these 8 array flags, Xia Ruofei only needed to set up the array flags according to the Jade Talisman's instructions. Naturally, he could set up a time array formation. This array formation could at most achieve 100 times faster time flow. Xia Ruofei even wondered if the effects could be stacked if he used these 8 array flags in the Archean realm. If it was possible, it would be too terrifying. The Archean realm already had a time flow that was 30 times faster. If it was stacked with a time array formation that was 100 times faster, the time flow would reach a terrifying 3,000 times faster. In other words, a day in the outside world was nearly 10 years inside the array formation. Of course, this was only the limit of what 8 array flags could achieve. In fact, using this set of array flags to set up a time array formation was inversely proportional to the array formation's range. The time array formation set up by these 8 array flags could cover a radius of 1 kilometer at most. Of course, under such circumstances, the time flow within the array formation could only be 10 times faster. If the array formation's range was as small as 3 feet, it could basically reach the limit of 100 times faster time flow. This was very, very useful to Xia Ruofei. First of all, if he planted any spirit herbs that needed a large amount of time to grow, this time array formation would be a super maturing agent. In addition, this time array formation could be used in the outside world. This was even more extraordinary. What was even more magical was that if the 8 array flags were slightly changed in position and setting up method, they could instantly become a timed deceleration array formation with the opposite effect. It could be said that if used properly, the effects of this set of array flags were simply too great. Treasures. Xiao Ruofei's eyes lit up. He unceremoniously put the array flags and jade talismans into the wooden box. Then, with a wave of his hand, he put the wooden box into the Ring 2 space as well. Using array flags to set up an array formation required a certain amount of practice. However, Xiao Ruofei clearly didn't have time to familiarize himself with it now. It was better to put it away first. It wouldn't be too late to slowly study it after leaving this underground palace. Xiao Ruofei didn't expect that other than the realm stone, he would gain so much this time. He cast his gaze toward the statue holding the halberd. He even had a slight thought of taking this statue away as well. However, Xiao Ruofei subconsciously felt that this statue was extremely dangerous. Especially that pair of eyes that seemed to be able to see through one's soul. If one stared into those eyes, even one's soul would be sucked away. Taking a step back, the 2 boxes that Xiao Ruofei obtained today should be related to this statue. After obtaining such a great benefit, Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't be disrespectful to this statue. He respectfully bowed 3 times in front of the statue and said, "Thank you, Senior, for your generous gift. This junior will definitely cherish these cultivation resources and work hard to pursue a higher realm." After speaking, Xiao Ruofei looked at the white realm raccoon again. The remaining realm stones had all been eaten by it. Xiao Ruofei really didn't expect that this realm raccoon looked like a kitten. How could its stomach hold so many things? After eating all the realm stones, the realm raccoon's stomach only slightly bulged. It didn't look like it was full at all. Furthermore, after eating so many realm stones, the white realm raccoon didn't show any signs of evolving. It just smacked its lips as if it wanted more. The white realm raccoon looked at Xiao Ruofei with a confused expression. Xiao Ruofei's expression was slightly bitter as he said, "You couldn't have been tricking me before. Right? Didn't you say that if I broke the formation, I might be able to find my friend? Now that the formation has been broken and you've eaten so many realm stones, where's my friend? Where is he?" The white realm raccoon seemed to have indigestion after eating too much. After it burped, it was stunned for a moment, as if it had just understood what Xiao Ruofei meant. It lazily stretched out its forelimbs and gestured a few times, indicating that Xiao Ruofei should follow it. Then it jumped off the stone platform and walked out of the cave unhurriedly. Xiao Ruofei opened his eyes wide and said, "So breaking the formation has nothing to do with finding my friend. You're too cunning." The white realm raccoon turned around and glanced at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei could clearly see a bit of disdain in its eyes, as if it was saying, "Didn't you also get so many benefits?" Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he quickly followed. He really couldn't do anything to this realm raccoon, and since the white realm raccoon had been in this underground palace for a longer time than him, it must be very familiar with the environment here. Furthermore, its speed was so fast, maybe it really knew where Songwei was. After the white realm raccoon was full, its movements became slower. It walked in front at a leisurely pace, and Xiao Ruofei didn't dare to urge it too much. He was afraid that this little ancestor would give up, and then he would have to go around and try his luck again. Following behind the white realm raccoon, Xiao Ruofei kept thinking in his heart. This underground palace was full of strangeness. He was clearly in that huge plaza, and then inexplicably came here after the sky fell and the earth cracked. Then where was he now? Was it below the plaza? Or did he go to another space? Xiao Ruofei faintly felt that this underground palace seemed to be extremely dangerous. Now that he had obtained the realm stones and had gained a lot, he was in a hurry to leave this place. However, the most important thing now was to find Songwei. Just as Xiao Ruofei was deep in thought, the white world raccoon suddenly stopped. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly stopped and looked in the direction the white realm raccoon's forelimbs pointed. Suddenly, his whole body trembled. About 10 meters ahead, there was a stone room. The door to the stone room was ajar. Through the door, they could clearly see a woman lying quietly on a stone bed. Although they couldn't see her face from this angle, judging from her clothes, she should be Songwei. Xiao Ruofei's heart was burning with anxiety. Could it be that Song Wei was already in danger, or even had an accident? He exerted force on his feet and dashed toward the stone room like a bolt of lightning. The white-winged raccoon chirped twice, wanting to stop Xiao Ruofei. However, Xiao Ruofei's speed was beyond its expectations. It couldn't stop him at all, and Xiao Ruofei had already swept past it. After rushing into the stone room, Xiao Ruofei saw even more clearly that the woman lying on the bed was Song Wei. Moreover, as soon as he entered the stone room, Xiao Ruofei could clearly feel a cold aura permeating the entire room. He could also sense the unknown poison that contained a trace of the realm stones. The concentration of this cold poison was also very high, and most of it was blocked in the stone room. Only a small amount of the poison leaked out. He was anxious and shouted, "Song Wei, what's wrong?" As Xiao Ruofei spoke, he had already rushed to the stone bed. He reached out and grabbed Song Wei's wrist, wanting to check her pulse first. Xiao Ruofei had dealt with this poison before and knew that it could cause people to fall unconscious. Now, it seemed that this stone room was the source of this unknown poison. Song Wei and her archaeological team partners had only been infected by a small amount of the poison that had leaked out from here. Thinking that Song Wei had been in such a toxic environment for who knew how long and was still unconscious, Xiao Ruofei's heart was burning with anxiety. At the same time, he was filled with guilt. If he hadn't insisted on walking to the altar alone, Song Wei might not have been separated from him. He could imagine how helpless Song Wei must have felt when he disappeared from the altar. Xiao Ruofei prayed that Song Wei's vitality hadn't completely disappeared yet. At the same time, he sent his mental power out of his fingers, wanting to check on Song Wei's condition. However, something happened that left Xiao Ruofei dumbfounded. When his mental power came into contact with Song Wei's wrist, it was immediately repelled. The huge repulsive force even repelled Xiao Ruofei's hand. He didn't even have the ability to resist. "What's going on?" Xiao Ruofei released his mental power again. Just like before, when his mental power came into contact with Song Wei's body, a huge repulsive force immediately isolated his mental power. Xiao Ruofei became even more anxious. This strange situation definitely wasn't good for Song Wei. Just as Xiao Ruofei was about to take out the spirit heart flower's petals from his space to see if he could wake Song Wei up, Song Wei's eyelids suddenly moved, and she slowly opened her eyes. Although Xiao Ruofei didn't know why Song Wei suddenly woke up, he still cried out in surprise, "Song Wei, you're awake." Song Wei's gaze fell on Xiao Ruofei, causing Xiao Ruofei's heart to tremble slightly. Song Wei's eyes emitted an icy chill, as if they didn't have the slightest bit of emotion. For a moment, Xiao Ruofei almost thought that the Song Wei in front of him was still an illusion created by the phantom beast. However, Xiao Ruofei also knew that since the White Realm Raccoon had brought him here, the Song Wei in front of him shouldn't be fake. However, why did Song Wei's eyes suddenly become so strange and terrifying? Moreover, she didn't seem to recognize him at all. Xiao Ruofei was puzzled. The White Realm Raccoon seemed to be very afraid of this stone room. It stood at the door and didn't dare to enter. It only anxiously chirped at Xiao Ruofei, waving its forelimbs constantly, indicating that Xiao Ruofei should quickly retreat. Unfortunately, Xiao Ruofei's attention was completely focused on Song Wei. How could he care about what the Realm Raccoon was doing? Moreover, even if Xiao Ruofei saw it, he couldn't just retreat like this. Song Wei's situation didn't seem good. How could he leave Song Wei alone? "Song Wei, I'm Ruofei." Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Wei and said, "You don't recognize me?" Song Wei's eyes didn't have the slightest emotion. She stared at Xiao Ruofei for a few seconds, then slowly sat up from the stone bed. Xiao Ruofei suddenly had a premonition of extreme danger. Almost at the same time, Xiaqing also shouted in the space, "Master! Be careful!" Even Xiaqing, who was inside the space, could feel the extremely dense killing intent. Xiao Ruofei saw a blur in front of his eyes. Song Wei, who was sitting on the stone bed just now, seemed to have turned into a white light. Xiao Ruofei could be considered to have reached a higher level of cultivation, but he couldn't see Song Wei's movement at all. He didn't even have time to think of a way to parry when he felt a huge force hit his chest. His entire body involuntarily flew to the side and crashed heavily into the stone wall. Xiao Ruofei felt as if his internal organs had been displaced. There was a sweet taste in his throat, and a stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. In fact, the moment he hit the stone wall, his instincts as a special forces soldier made his whole body full of vital energy. Even with such protection, he was still injured and spat out blood, which showed how terrifying the power of this blow was. "Master! Get out of this stone room!" Xiaoqing shouted wildly in the space. Xiao Ruofei also knew that the crisis wasn't over, so after he hit the stone wall, he almost subconsciously rolled over, and then rushed out of the stone room with all his strength. However, Song Wei was faster. Xiao Ruofei only felt that the dangerous breath was behind him in an instant. Xiao Ruofei gritted his teeth and used all his strength to push against the ground. He spat out vital energy under his feet, and under the reaction force, he sped up a little. Even so, Song Wei's palms still landed heavily on Xiao Ruofei's back. Xiao Ruofei couldn't hold it in any longer. He opened his mouth and spat out blood. Fortunately, he also used the force of this blow to increase his speed quite a bit, and finally left the stone room in a sorry state. "Run!" Xiao Ruofei roared at the White Realm Raccoon. However, he felt his legs go soft, as if most of the strength in his body had disappeared, and he couldn't exert any strength at all. Xiao Ruofei looked at the White Realm Raccoon again. Although it was looking at the stone room with a fearful expression, it didn't run away. Xiao Ruofei looked back thoughtfully. Song Wei was standing at the door of the stone room, as if there was an invisible barrier blocking her. She just stood at the door of the stone room and looked coldly at Xiao Ruofei. Then, as if nothing had happened, she turned around and went back to lie down on the stone bed. "She doesn't dare to come out, or she can't come out?" Xiao Ruofei muttered in his heart. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei was slightly relieved. At least his safety was temporarily guaranteed. He didn't dare to imagine what kind of situation he would face if Song Wei could leave the stone room and chase after him. Anyway, no matter how he thought about it, Xiao Ruofei felt that if that happened, he definitely wouldn't be able to survive. But how did Song Wei become like this? Xiao Ruofei looked at the White Realm Raccoon and asked, "Little guy, what's going on?" The White Realm Raccoon cried and gestured. Unfortunately, Xiao Ruofei didn't know what it was trying to say. Instead, he thought of a possibility, and his expression changed dramatically as he asked, She couldn't have been taken over by someone, right?" After saying that, Xiao Ruofei stared at the White Realm Raccoon. The White Realm Raccoon nodded first. Just when Xiao Ruofei's heart sank to the bottom, it immediately shook its head. Xiao Ruofei was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. "Is it true or not? Give me a definite answer." If Song Wei was really taken over, then he would really feel guilty for the rest of his life. Moreover, he didn't know how to face Song Qiming and his wife. The White Realm Raccoon cried a few times, then pointed at Song Wei in the stone room and gestured. Xiao Ruofei, who was upset, didn't understand what it meant at all. "Master, Miss Song's situation shouldn't be a case of possession," Xiaoqing said. Xiao Ruofei seemed to have grasped at a life-saving straw as he hurriedly asked, "Xiaoqing, do you know what's going on?" Xiaoqing pondered for a moment before saying, "According to my judgment, a spirit must have entered Miss Song's body and seized control of her body." "Isn't that possession?" Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but cry out anxiously. "Possession isn't that easy," Xiaoqing said calmly. "Furthermore, it's impossible for an external spirit to completely merge with a body that doesn't belong to it. This requires a very long process. From what I see, Miss Song's situation is more like her soul is being suppressed." Then Xiaoqing changed the topic and said, "Of course, the current situation is also very dangerous. We have to drive that spirit out as soon as possible, otherwise Miss Song's soul will die sooner or later." Xiao Ruofei stared fixedly at Song Wei, who was lying quietly on the stone bed, his heart full of guilt. Song Wei was in such a dangerous situation because she wanted to accompany him to this underground palace. Furthermore, if he had been by her side to protect her, she might not have fallen into this trap. He took a deep breath and dragged his feet towards the stone room. The White World Raccoon quickly came over and bit Xiao Ruofei's trousers, wanting to stop him from moving forward. Xiaoqing also cried out anxiously, "Master, you can't go in. What's the difference between going in like this and suicide?" Xiao Ruofei roared, "Am I supposed to just watch Song Wei's soul be devoured and consumed? You, at least wait until your body recovers." Xiaoqing sighed and said, "Master, you're seriously injured now. Even if you go in, you won't be able to help Miss Song. Only then did Xiao Ruofei realize that every inch of his body was in great pain. Song Wei's two merciless attacks had shaken his internal organs violently. Moreover, several of his bones had been broken when he hit the mountain wall. If it was someone else who had suffered such a serious injury, they might have fainted. Only Xiao Ruofei, who was as strong as an ox, could hold on. Xiao Ruofei thought about it and knew that Xia Qing's words were reasonable. He was so weak that he might not even be able to defeat an ordinary person. If he were to rush in like this, it would be no different from courting death. Xiao Ruofei nodded and took out the petals of the spirit heart flower from the ring to space. It was too slow to use the diluted solution of the petals to heal such a serious injury. Now that Song Wei was in such a critical condition, Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't care about a few petals. 1 petal, 2 petals, 3 petals, a total of 5 petals of the spirit heart flower were used. Xiao Ruofei's injuries were also quickly recovering. The broken bones were reset one by one, and the injured internal organs that were bleeding were also quickly recovering. Some of the other external injuries were also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The white realm raccoon was watching in a daze from the side. It couldn't help but come over with a fervent look in its eyes. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Go away. You're not injured. Why are you joining in the fun?" The white realm raccoon immediately looked like it was dying, as if it would die at any time. Xiao Ruofei was angry and amused at the same time. He wasn't in the mood to joke with the realm raccoon. He directly picked it up and put it aside, then walked toward the stone room. The white realm raccoon got up from the ground and wrinkled its nose at Xiao Ruofei with a dissatisfied look, as if it was saying that Xiao Ruofei was a stingy person. Xiao Ruofei didn't pay attention to the realm raccoon. He walked toward the stone room without hesitation and said to Xia Qing, "Do you have any suggestions to deal with this kind of spirit body that has taken over other people's bodies?" Xia Qing pondered and said, "Master, I don't have any good ideas. In theory, if you attack Miss Song's body, you can also injure the spirit body. After the body is injured to a certain extent, the spirit body may be forced out." Xiao Ruofei immediately shook his head and said, "How can that work? This is Song Wei's body. Now that Miss Song's soul is suppressed, the one controlling this body is that powerful spirit body." Xia Qing said, "There's no other way. If your spiritual power is far beyond this spirit body, you can attack it directly. But the current situation is that you can't even break through the defense of its body." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "I understand. I'll give it a try." If he wanted to attack Song Wei's body, he would definitely have to use a gun. If he used other means, Xiao Ruofei would definitely not be her opponent. In terms of gun control, Xiao Ruofei also had a certain degree of confidence. Basically, it could be said that he could shoot wherever he wanted. Not only could he cause serious damage, but it wouldn't be fatal. More importantly, Xiao Ruofei still had hundreds of spirit heart flower petals, which gave him a certain degree of confidence. Even if Song Wei was seriously injured, as long as he could expel the spirit body, he was confident that he could save Song Wei. Xiao Ruofei took out the pistol from the ring to space and loaded it with bullets. Then, he held it tightly in his hand and gritted his teeth as he stepped into the stone room. As soon as Xiao Ruofei entered the stone room, Song Wei, who was lying quietly on the stone bed, suddenly stood up. That cold gaze was directed at Xiao Ruofei, revealing a murderous intent that was almost tangible. Song Wei spoke for the first time, and his tone was like a 10,000-year-old iceberg. "I let you go just now, and you still dare to come in? It seems that you're tired of living." Xiao Ruofei grinned and said, "The body you're occupying belongs to my friend." "So what?" Song Wei said coldly, "It's her honor to be chosen by me." "Honor my ass." Xiao Ruofei suddenly cursed. Then, without any hesitation, he raised his hand, and without even aiming, he fired a shot straight at him. To be honest, Xiao Ruofei's heart was still trembling when he fired the shot. After all, the person standing in front of him was clearly Song Wei. Even if he knew that this body was now occupied by the soul of a 1,000-year-old demon, it still felt strange. Moreover, if this shot was not accurate and directly hit the heart or other vital parts, then even if Xiao Ruofei had great abilities, he would not be able to save the situation. This was equivalent to Xiao Ruofei killing Song Wei. This kind of pressure could be said to be quite great. Of course, Xiao Ruofei's ability to withstand pressure was also very strong. The training of the Lone Wolf Commandos gave him a strong heart, so even if there were some fluctuations in his heart, his hand was still very steady when he fired the shot. Even if he did not aim, the bullet still flew accurately towards Song Wei's abdomen. The spirit that occupied Song Wei's body had obviously never seen a modern firearm like a pistol. She did not dodge at all and just looked at Xiao Ruofei quietly. She even had some doubts in her heart. What was this person trying to do by gesturing with this black piece of iron at her, firing at such a close distance? The bullet almost reached the target in an instant. Even if a person's reaction was fast, it would be very difficult to dodge, not to mention that the spirit was stunned. With a pu sound, the bullet accurately hit Song Wei's abdomen. Her body trembled, and a look of disbelief appeared on her face. She stared at Xiao Ruofei for a moment, then slowly reached out her hand to cover her abdomen. Xiao Ruofei's spirit was lifted. When he first entered the stone room, the other party did not make a move, giving him a chance to shoot. He did not expect to injure the other party so easily. However, a scene that made Xiao Ruofei dumbfounded happened. The spirit that controlled Song Wei's body slowly raised her hand. Her thumb and index finger pinched a bullet that was still stained with blood. She held it in front of her eyes and observed it repeatedly. Xiao Ruofei could not help but be shocked. He knew very well that if anyone was shot at such a close distance, the bullet would definitely have drilled into the abdomen. A bullet spinning at such a high speed would even cause great damage to the internal organs. However, the scene in front of him clearly showed that the bullet had only pierced through the surface of the body and was quickly stopped. Could this spirit be able to block a bullet with her body? Xiao Ruofei could not help but feel a sense of despair. If even the pistol couldn't do anything, then he had no other way to deal with this powerful spirit. Ding! The spirit threw the copper bullet on the ground, then slowly turned her head to look at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei noticed that the wound on her abdomen was indeed very small, and there was not much bleeding. It had completely stopped. This meant that the shot just now did not cause any substantial damage to her. Xiao Ruofei looked at the spirit warily, on guard against her sudden attack. At the same time, his mind was spinning rapidly, thinking of countermeasures. Unless he shot her directly in the head, Xiao Ruofei did not dare to do so. Even if he could expel the spirit, Song Wei would basically be dead. Just as Xiao Ruofei was thinking of countermeasures, the spirit moved. Xiao Ruofei felt a white light shoot toward him. Without thinking, he quickly retreated. At the same time, he raised his hand and fired a shot in the direction of the white light. The spirit was prepared this time. With a small change of direction, Song Wei's body drew a beautiful arc and easily dodged the shot. Furthermore, his speed did not decrease as he continued to pounce towards Xiao Ruofei. In a hurry, Xiao Ruofei could only madly circulate the Dao formula. True Qi poured into his palm, and he gritted his teeth to meet the attack. With a loud bang, Xiao Ruofei's figure was sent flying. Just like before, he was sent flying and crashed heavily into the stone wall. Xiao Ruofei spat out a mouthful of blood. His spirit was also greatly weakened. F***ck. I broke a few more bones. Xiao Ruofei cursed in his heart. Master! Run! Xia Qing roared. I can't leave. Xiao Ruofei gritted his teeth and stood up. If I leave, Song Wei will be finished. The spirit that controlled Song Wei's body did not immediately attack. She felt that Xiao Ruofei's true qi seemed to be a little strange. She could not help but take a deep look at Xiao Ruofei. However, that little bit of fear was quickly tossed to the back of her mind. Even if the cultivation technique she practiced seemed to restrain her, Xiao Ruofei's cultivation was still too weak after all. This kind of absolute difference in cultivation was simply impossible to make up for. Therefore, she only hesitated for a moment before she immediately flew in the direction of Xiao Ruofei with a biting cold-killing intent. Xiao Ruofei's eyes also revealed a hint of madness. He circulated the Dao formula with all his might. The true qi in his body rapidly flowed through his meridians. The originally calm river suddenly became a roaring river with countless true qi surging through it. Xiao Ruofei waved his right hand, and 8 small flags accurately flew in 8 different directions, directly inserting themselves into the hard stone floor. At the most critical moment, Xiao Ruofei's mind flashed with inspiration, and he thought of using the time formation. His understanding of formations had already reached a very high level, and the operation of the formation flags was not complicated. With the help of his powerful spiritual power, setting up the formation was only a matter of seconds. The moment all the formation flags were in place, Xiao Ruofei immediately saw Song Wei, who was shooting toward him, suddenly slow down. Originally, he could not see her figure and movement trajectory clearly, but now, she was as slow as a movie's slow motion. Xiao Ruofei had set up a timed deceleration formation. Moreover, he had tried his best to reduce the range of the formation. This formation only covered a small area where he was, so the effect was almost maximized. Now, the flow of time inside the formation was at least 80 to 90 times slower than outside the formation. In other words, 1 second inside the formation was equivalent to 1 or 2 minutes outside. Therefore, no matter how fast the spirit occupying Song Wei's body was, in Xiao Ruofei's eyes, she was as slow as a snail. Xiao Ruofei did not have time to use the spirit heartflower's petals to heal his injuries. He directly took out the pistol from the ring to space, aimed at Song Wei's knee, and fired. When the spirit saw Xiao Ruofei throw out the formation flags, she did not take it to heart at first. However, when the formation flags were in place, she was shocked to find that Xiao Ruofei's movements were many times faster. Even with her cultivation, she could only see a few after images. Her heart could not help but tremble. Following the sound of a gunshot, the spirit did not even think about it and accelerated to dodge. However, when Xiao Ruofei fired the gun, he had already predicted the spirit's movement trajectory. In his eyes, the spirit's speed was very slow, so it was not very difficult to determine the trajectory and trend of the spirit's movement. Therefore, it was fine if the spirit did not dodge. When she dodged, it was as if she sent herself to the front of the bullet, and the bullet accurately hit Song Wei's knee. The spiritual body's speed suddenly slowed down. Even though the bullet did not have the killing effect that Xiao Ruofei had hoped for due to her powerful cultivation, it still caused her kneecap to be shaken and damaged. After all, this was only the body of an ordinary person, and its strength could not be compared to the body of the spiritual body when it was alive. As a result, the spirit's speed was even more affected. She was extremely angry, and her eyes were filled with undisguised murderous intent as she looked at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei did not give the spirit a chance to catch her breath. The gun in his hand kept firing, and the spirit tried her best to dodge. However, with the help of the time formation, Xiao Ruofei took the initiative. Whether it was the speed of his firing, the speed of the gun's muzzle, or the prediction of the trajectory, they were all unimaginable to the spirit. After a while, the spirit had been shot several times. Under Xiao Ruofei's control, the parts of the body that were shot were her hands, feet, lower abdomen, and other areas. In addition, the spirit's powerful cultivation did not cause any serious damage. However, this still caused a lot of trouble for the spirit. She could not get close to Xiao Ruofei for a while. After all, she had not really reached the level of invulnerability. When Xiao Ruofei fired, she still had to dodge. Every time she was about to get close to Xiao Ruofei, she would be forced back by Xiao Ruofei's gun. The spirit suddenly stopped and said coldly, "It seems that you don't care about your friend's body." Xiao Ruofei stared into the spirit's eyes and said, "If you leave, I will naturally stop attacking." The spirit sneered and said, "I've waited for 200 years for a suitable body. Do you think I'll leave just because you want me to?" Xiao Ruofei snorted and said, "Then I'll beat you until you leave." The spirit laughed and said, "Little guy, do you really think I'm afraid? I don't mind telling you that if you use that strange hidden weapon to attack me again, I won't dodge or resist. At worst, this body will be destroyed, and I won't lose anything. I'll just have to wait for a few more days. But I'm afraid your friend will." "You don't have to worry about that," Xiao Ruofei said coldly. Then he raised the pistol again and fired another shot at Song Wei's body without hesitation. At this time, the spirit had already retreated to a relatively far position. Logically speaking, she should have had time to react, but just as she said, she did not dodge at all. With a trace of a playful smile on her face, she stood in place and endured the spear. This time, Xiao Ruofei still aimed at the leg. After the gunshot, Xiao Ruofei's eyes narrowed because he saw that the spirit did not resist. Song Wei's calf was hit by the bullet, and a bloody bullet hole appeared. Soon, blood flowed out. Xiao Ruofei's heart could not help but tremble. Although he had always wanted to hurt the spirit, he could not help but tremble when he saw Song Wei's body bleeding. At this time, Song Wei's lips curled into a mocking smile as he said, "Next time, I won't stand still." Xiao Ruofei was a little puzzled, but the other party's next words made his expression change drastically. This was because the spirit said, "I'll put a vital part of my body up, such as here." The spirit pointed at Song Wei's heart and said mockingly, "If this place is hit by your hidden weapon, do you think your friend will still be alive?" Xiao Ruofei's expression turned very ugly. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Once the spirit did not care about Song Wei's body, he would have to hold back from taking action. In addition, the spirit's cultivation was much stronger than Xiao Ruofei's. If it were not for the help of the time formation, he would not be a match for it at all. The situation now seemed even worse. After the spirit finished speaking, she approached Xiao Ruofei with a murderous look on her face. Xiao Ruofei's expression changed slightly. If the spirit rushed over without a care, it would be really difficult for him to deal with it. If he rashly opened fire, it might really cause fatal damage to Song Wei's body. Even if the spirit could not accurately put a vital part of her body up, if she dodged completely without any pattern, Xiao Ruofei could not guarantee that there would not be an accident. And if he did not open fire, once the spirit rushed into the formation, Xiao Ruofei would have almost no ability to resist. Xiao Ruofei's mind raced as he decisively waved his hand to retrieve the formation flag. Then, he rushed toward the stone room's door. Based on his previous experience, the spirit did not seem to dare to leave the stone room's vicinity. In a situation where there was no other way, Xiao Ruofei could only ensure his own safety first. Otherwise, he would not be able to save Song Wei. The spirit's lips curled into a mocking smile as she said, "Don't you think it's too late to leave now?" After saying that, her figure flashed and blocked Xiao Ruofei's escape route with absolute speed. She stood between Xiao Ruofei and the stone room's door. Xiao Ruofei could feel the spirit's undisguised murderous intent. His heart sank. He couldn't leave, and he couldn't fight. He felt a deep sense of helplessness as if he was at a dead end. The spirit's eyes emitted a cold light as she slowly approached Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei secretly sighed as he madly circulated the Tao formula, preparing to fight to the death. At this moment, a heavy sigh suddenly sounded in the stone room. The spirit's footsteps paused as she approached Xiao Ruofei. Her expression suddenly changed as she turned her head and stared in a certain direction of the stone room. Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment before he followed the spirit's gaze. He saw that the smooth stone wall was slowly parting to both sides, revealing a square cave that was about 2 meters long and wide and 3 to 4 meters deep. A huge copper coffin was placed in this cave. The copper coffin was engraved with complicated patterns and patterns. One look at it and one couldn't help but feel a chill. "Old man. You're not dead yet," the spirit said hatefully with a hint of fear in her voice. "Even a scourge like you isn't dead. How can I die?" This voice seemed to come from all directions. Although it sounded very old, it contained a bit of a sharp aura. It actually caused Xiao Ruofei's eardrums to ache. The spirit snorted and said, "So what if you're not dead? Do you think you can stop me?" The old voice calmly said, "After so many years, you still can't let go of the obsession in your heart. Your physical body has already been destroyed. Why force it? It's none of your business." The spirit said sternly. "If it weren't for you, old fart, I wouldn't have fallen into such a plight. You should know that the reason your spirit can survive until now is because I showed mercy," the old voice said. The spirit sneered and said, "Is that so? If I remember correctly, you were also seriously injured at that time. You couldn't even leave that coffin. If you had the ability to completely kill me, would you have let me live for another 200 years? The old voice sighed and said, "Leave that woman's body and let go of the young man in front of you. You can still keep your spirit from being destroyed." *T, the spirit scolded. "Living like that is worse than death. It's better for my spirit to be destroyed. It wasn't easy for me to find a suitable body. You want me to give it up with just a few words? You're dreaming. And this kid, he's ruined my plans time and time again. If I don't kill him, where will my face go? stubborn, the old voice said. It seems that I can only enforce justice on behalf of the heavens again. As soon as this voice fell, the copper coffin began to creak. This sound was very frightening, making people feel as if the roots of their teeth were sore. Xiaoruofei watched as the lid of the copper coffin was slowly pushed open. Then, a bone-like pale hand reached out from the copper coffin. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Is this a human or a ghost? It wouldn't be a zombie, would it? The spirit's expression changed drastically. She subconsciously took 2 steps back. Staring at the copper coffin, she asked, Have your injuries been suppressed? She knew how terrifying this opponent was. The reason why she was so fearless just now was because she also knew that the opponent had been seriously injured in the Great Battle 200 years ago. He had to suppress his injuries in the land of extreme Yin. This stone room was originally a place where cold Yin Qi gathered, and the copper coffin was set up with a powerful Yin gathering array. If the opponent recovered from his injuries and could even leave the copper coffin, she might not be a match for him. The old voice directly answered the spirit's question with action. The other hand reached out from the copper coffin. Then, a person, or more accurately, a mummy, slowly came out of the copper coffin. Xiaoruofei couldn't help but take a deep breath. Is this really a person? The mummy in front of him was dressed in ragged clothes. It was the kind of person who was literally skin and bones. From a distance, it was basically no different from a skeleton. If it weren't for the pair of turbid eyes and the deep eye sockets that occasionally revealed some spirit, Xiaoruofei would really think that it was a skeleton. He was quite shocked. Listening to the conversation between the mummy and the mummy should have been lying in the copper coffin for 200 years. It was actually still alive after 200 years. Moreover, it had been 200 years in the copper coffin without eating or drinking. Even the current Xiaoruofei, who had come into contact with cultivation, still found this somewhat inconceivable. Compared to Xiaoruofei's curiosity and surprise, the spirit was even more shocked. There was a trace of fear in her eyes, and she subconsciously took a few steps back. I don't believe that you dare to leave the copper coffin, the spirit said in a threatening manner. Do you want to die? The upper body of the mummy had already come out of the copper coffin. He cracked a smile, and this smile was somewhat terrifying in Xiaoruofei's eyes. The mummy said indifferently, You know my strength. It won't be a problem for me to kill you before I die. The spirit gritted her teeth and asked, Old man, what's the relationship between these 2 people and you? Is it worth it for you to risk your life to protect them? The mummy said, No matter whose body you've taken over, I won't let you succeed. We've already spent 200 years together. How can I just watch you succeed in taking over the body and continue to wreak havoc in the world? Don't give me these high-sounding words. The spirit said disdainfully. I don't believe that an old man like you would give up your life for the so-called righteousness. The mummy gave Xiaoruofei a meaningful look, and then said, Believe it or not, won't you know if you try? I know that you're constantly eroding that woman's soul, so don't try to stall for time. I'll give you 10 breaths to consider. If you don't leave that woman's body after 10 breaths, I'll kill you even if I have to give up my life. The spirit trembled slightly and stared at the mummy. She said, Old man, you're being too nosy. Even if I succeed in taking over a body, I won't be able to leave here. Your reason isn't valid at all. The mummy said indifferently, You have 7 breaths to make your choice. How about we make a deal, said the spirit. If you don't stop me from taking over a body, I'll tell you the whereabouts of that thing. The expression in the mummy's eyes changed obviously, and Xiaoruofei also looked nervous. He knew that this was a very critical moment. Xiaoruofei didn't know why the mummy wanted to help him in some way, but Xiaoruofei knew very well that the mummy was obviously tempted. If he didn't care about this matter, then it would be difficult for him and Song Wei to escape. You still have 3 breaths of time. The mummy said calmly. Xiaoruofei let out a long sigh of relief, but the spirit body's expression changed drastically. She hurriedly said, 2 breaths. The mummy interrupted the spirit body's words and said without any emotion. The spirit body's face revealed a conflicted expression. Clearly, her heart was in turmoil. At this moment, the body of the mummy sitting in the copper coffin began to glow. Its withered hands, in particular, began to emit a metallic luster. The spirit body's expression changed as she shouted, Stop. I give up. Clearly, the spirit body had realized that the mummy was accumulating energy. She had no doubt that the mummy would jump out of the copper coffin without hesitation once the time was up. When that happened, it would be a battle to the death. Furthermore, there was a high chance that both of them would end up dead. The spirit body had endured in this cold stone room for 200 years. Furthermore, she had lived in torment as a pure spirit. It could be seen that she cherished her life very much. Under such pressure, she ultimately didn't dare to take the risk. The mummy seemed to have expected this outcome. He smiled faintly and said, "Don't try to stall for time. Leave that woman's body immediately." The spirit body glared at the mummy before turning back to glare at Xia Ruofei with murderous intent. Then, she nodded with extreme reluctance. Xia Ruofei stared fixedly at Song Wei's body. He saw a black fog emerge from her forehead. Then, it quickly escaped into an 8 trigrams diagram in the corner of the stone room. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. After the spirit body left, Song Wei's body collapsed. Her eyes were tightly shut as she fell to the ground. Xia Ruofei hurriedly went over to support her. At the same time, he raised his head and said to the mummy in the copper coffin, "Senior, thank you for saving me." The mummy's turbid eyes stared at Xia Ruofei for a long while before he grinned and said, "You are his successor." "I definitely can't sit by and do nothing." Xia Ruofei's heart trembled slightly. He hurriedly asked, "Senior, may I ask who is this he you are talking about?" The mummy wasn't surprised at all. He chuckled and said, "That guy is still the same as before. He likes to be mysterious and keep people in suspense. However, since he didn't take the initiative to reveal it, I won't expose him. It's better for you to slowly discover it yourself in the future." This? Xia Ruofei's mind was filled with thoughts. Alright. This mummy in front of him seemed to have some sort of relationship with Xia Ruofei. However, Xia Ruofei was not sure who this mummy was referring to. Could it be the previous owner of the spirit map? If that was the case, how could he tell? The mummy seemed to have guessed Xia Ruofei's thoughts. He smiled and said, "Kid, stop guessing. Your lineage's cultivation method is very special. I could clearly sense it even when I was hiding in the copper coffin. That crazy woman didn't have much contact with your lineage, so she only felt a little afraid and didn't discover anything." Xia Ruofei immediately understood that the mummy was probably talking about the Dao arts. However, the Dao arts was recorded in the inheritance jade talisman. He didn't know if it was the previous owner of the Ring 2 space or if he had collected it from somewhere else. From the mummy's tone, it seemed that the lineage that inherited the Dao arts was not simple. Xia Ruofei had too many doubts in his mind. However, the mummy didn't seem to want to delve into this topic. He said directly, "Alright, kid. Your cultivation level is too low. There are many things that you don't know. When it's time for you to know in the future, you will naturally know. Also, I can't open the copper coffin for too long. This place is still too dangerous for you. It's not somewhere you can come now. I'll send you away now." Xia Ruofei hurriedly said, "Senior. My friend, she's fine," the mummy said directly. "However, her soul will definitely be damaged. I don't know if that crazy woman did anything when she left. Your lineage is very good at nourishing souls. You should be able to handle it yourself." Xia Ruofei was at a loss. Was he good at nourishing souls? Why didn't he know? How could he wake up Song Wei? This mummy's words made Xia Ruofei feel like she was in the clouds. However, before he could continue asking, the mummy said, "You should leave." As soon as his voice fell, Xia Ruofei felt a flash in front of him and closed his eyes subconsciously. Then he felt a pulling force, as if the world was spinning. Even with his cultivation level, he had no room to resist. Xia Ruofei heard the voice of the mummy, "Remember, don't come here again before you break through to the nascent soul stage. Otherwise, your life will be in danger." Xia Ruofei's heart trembled. In fact, he knew that this underground palace was full of unknown dangers. What he and Song Wei had seen might only be the tip of the iceberg. He naturally listened to the senior's reminder. This time, he had already gotten what he wanted. He had also unexpectedly obtained a lot of spirit crystals and time formation flags. It could be said that he had completed the task beyond expectations. Therefore, before his cultivation level broke through to the nascent soul stage, he would definitely not take the risk to go to the underground palace again. Soon, after the voice of the mummy faded, Xiao Ruofei felt that the pulling force suddenly disappeared, and the feeling of space disorder also disappeared. Then he felt a dazzling light and couldn't help but squint his eyes. The light felt warm on his body. Xiao Ruofei immediately understood that he had been directly sent outside by the senior in the bronze coffin. This was the sunlight outside. Xiao Ruofei entered the underground palace in the middle of the night. He didn't know how long he had been inside, but at least it had taken him 5 or 6 hours to crack the formation on the stone wall. Therefore, it should be the next day now. Xiao Ruofei felt that there was someone lying next to him. He squinted his eyes and turned his head to look. It was Song Wei, who was unconscious with his eyes closed. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei heard a heart-wrenching voice in his ear. Ghost. Feng Laosan was a farmer in Gan province. Over the years, he had been working for a security company in Yuezhou. 2 months ago, he was arranged by the company to be stationed at Mount Yu. Feng Laosan heard that this used to be an ancient tomb. Later on, some problems occurred and it was sealed off. The government paid for the security company to send people to guard it. His hometown was near Mount Longhu. Since he was young, he had heard a lot of stories about strange powers and gods. He was actually a little afraid of this mission. However, the security company also considered the harsh environment in the wilderness, so they gave extra bonuses to the people they sent here. Plus, there were a few other colleagues working with him. Feng Laosan didn't go back home for the spring festival. He wanted to earn more money to demolish his old house and rebuild it at the end of the year. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, he mustered up his courage and came to Mount Yu. After a period of guarding, nothing happened. Feng Laosan's fear gradually dissipated. They were now patrolling alone during the day. They only patrolled together at night. Today, it was his turn to patrol around the ancient tomb. He had just turned a corner when he saw 2 pale people lying at the entrance of the sealed ancient tomb. Their bodies were stained with blood. Feng Laosan had goosebumps all over his body. He felt his blood rushing to his head. Even though it was broad daylight, Feng Laosan was still scared out of his wits when he saw the scene. He had just patrolled this area 3 minutes ago, and he didn't even see a shadow. How could 2 people appear out of thin air after he had just circled around? Moreover, they were at the entrance of the ancient tomb. Moreover, their faces were pale. They looked like ghosts no matter how he looked at them. Feng Laosan let out a howl and frantically ran away, rolling and crawling. Those security guards who were not patrolling heard Feng Laosan's wailing and howling. They hurriedly rushed out of the temporary housing. They saw the pale Feng Laosan and went up to him to ask about the situation. Feng Laosan, on the other hand, couldn't even utter a complete sentence. He just kept muttering, "What the hell, what the hell?" Finally, under the comforting and questioning of the security guards, Feng Laosan told them what he saw with lingering fear. They didn't believe him. They thought Feng Laosan was being paranoid. Therefore, they proposed to go and check it out. Feng Laosan didn't want to go there even if he was beaten to death. Those security guards had no choice but to ask about the location. They went to the small call together. As expected, they didn't even see a ghost. Therefore, they believed that Feng Laosan was being paranoid and hallucinating. The security guards thought it was a farce and returned to the temporary housing. What they didn't expect was that Feng Laosan had already packed his luggage. He directly called the head of security and asked to change his position. If he couldn't change his position, he would resign directly. He even didn't want his salary for these days. The security guards watched Feng Laosan leave with his luggage without looking back. They couldn't help but look at each other and feel a little scared. Xiao Ruofei didn't know that he had been regarded as a ghost. Moreover, it was a ghost that could appear in broad daylight. After he was discovered by the security guard, he immediately carried the unconscious Song Wei on his back and quickly escaped into the forest. Xiao Ruofei watched from afar as a group of security guards came over to check on the situation. After they left empty-handed, he carried Song Wei on his back and circled to the entrance of the underground palace that they had dug out last night. The rope was still quietly hanging down the hole. Xiao Ruofei looked at the dark hole, but he didn't have the courage to go down again. He placed Song Wei under a tree and let her lie flat on her back. Then, he untied the rope and threw it into the hole. He took out a shovel and quickly filled up the hole. Finally, he found some branches and weeds to cover up the traces one by one. He believed that as long as there was a heavy rain in a few days and the weeds grew back, even if someone came here again, they wouldn't be able to find any clues. After dealing with all this, Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Wei, who seemed to be sleeping soundly. He was worried. The senior in the bronze coffin didn't say anything. He didn't know how to wake up Song Wei. Xiao Ruofei knew that the damage to the soul was very difficult to recover. Even if he went to the best hospital and checked with the best equipment, there wouldn't be any problems with the body. However, the person would remain unconscious. The senior said that their branch was very good at nurturing the soul. However, he only practiced the Tao formula. How would he know how to nurture the soul? Just as Xiao Ruofei was scratching his head, he heard a jiji sound. Xiao Ruofei turned his head and found that the white realm raccoon was following him. He guessed that the little guy was sent out of the underground palace with the senior. However, Xiao Ruofei was discovered and he was in a hurry to take Song Wei away. In addition, the realm raccoon was very small, so he didn't notice it at all. Xiao Ruofei didn't expect that the little guy was still following him. Xia Qing also reminded Xiao Ruofei that the white realm raccoon was born to be favored by space. Moreover, it had a unique ability to find realm stones. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be moved. He asked, "Little guy, you were sent out as well? If you don't have anywhere to go, why don't you follow me?" The white realm raccoon stared at Xiao Ruofei with its black eyes for a while. It liked the aura that Xiao Ruofei inadvertently emitted after practicing the Tao formula. More importantly, there seemed to be a very profound spatial fluctuation on Xiao Ruofei's body. It couldn't help but want to get close to him. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, the white realm raccoon nodded. Xiao Ruofei was surprised that the realm raccoon agreed so straightforwardly. Previously, in the underground palace, when it came to dividing up realm stones, both sides didn't budge an inch. This realm raccoon didn't seem to be so easy to talk to, therefore, Xiao Ruofei probed again, "Then you'll be in charge of searching for realm stones in the future. We'll go and get them together. How about, we split the harvest 50-50? The realm raccoon chirped twice, but still nodded straightforwardly. Xiao Ruofei felt that it was a little inconceivable. He knew how attractive realm stones were to this white realm raccoon. It actually agreed to the 50-50 suggestion so easily. One had to know that without the realm raccoon's scouting ability, Xiao Ruofei wanting to find realm stones was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, not every place that had realm stones would encounter such a large obstacle like the underground palace. Based on this, the realm raccoon would suffer a great loss if they split 50-50. "You're not plotting something, are you?" Xiao Ruofei looked at the realm raccoon and asked. A hint of disdain flashed through the realm raccoon's eyes. It chirped twice, turned around and was about to leave. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly shouted, "Wait. Wait. I was just saying. Why are you so angry?" The white realm raccoon stopped and turned to look at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei laughed dryly and said, "Then you'll follow me from now on. If we find realm stones, we'll work together to excavate them. We'll split 50-50 according to the agreement just now." Only then did the white realm raccoon nod with a look of disdain. It walked to Xiao Ruofei's side and lazily laid on the ground. After Xiao Ruofei and the white realm raccoon reached a gentleman's agreement, they started to worry about Song Wei's situation. A thought flashed through Xiao Ruofei's mind. The spirit pregnancy soup that he had consumed many times might be beneficial to Song Wei's recovery. This was because consuming the spirit pregnancy soup to aid one's spiritual power cultivation was essentially a form of nourishment for one's soul. Xia Qing, quickly brew a portion of the spirit pregnancy soup. Xiao Ruofei communicated with Xia Qing using his spiritual sense. In the space, Xia Qing said with a hint of difficulty, "Master, to brew the spirit pregnancy soup, we're still lacking one ingredient. How can we be lacking one ingredient?" Xiao Ruofei asked in confusion. "Didn't I prepare a lot of these commonly used ingredients?" Whether it was the body-tempering soup, spirit pregnancy soup, heart-nourishing soup, or jade skin ointment, Xiao Ruofei had purchased them in large quantities and stored them in the space. Furthermore, as his cultivation deepened, the spirit pregnancy soup's effect on his spiritual power cultivation became less and less. Therefore, he hadn't consumed much recently. Why was there suddenly a shortage of ingredients? Xiao Ruofei was also very puzzled. Xiaqing smiled bitterly. There were enough ingredients, but, last night in the underground palace, they were all used up. Xiao Ruofei immediately exclaimed, "You're talking about the thorn vines." He immediately recalled that when the mirage beast was hiding in the narrow cave, Xiaqing had thought that the smoke from the burning thorn vines could force the mirage beast out. Therefore, he had taken out a lot of thorn vines for him to use. Xiao Ruofei also knew that the thorn vines were one of the ingredients needed to brew the spirit pregnancy soup. However, he hadn't expected Xiaqing to be so honest as to take out all the thorn vines he had in his storage, not leaving a single one behind. Xiaqing said somewhat embarrassedly, "Master, I was also worried that there wouldn't be enough ingredients to force the mirage beast out. Therefore, I gave you all the thorn vines stored in the Archean realm." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "It's fine, it's fine. Anyway, the thorn vines aren't any expensive ingredients. Such common ingredients can be bought at any pharmacy." "Yes, Master." Xiaqing said, "Miss Song's soul injury shouldn't worsen in a short period of time. Instead, it's better for Master to treat your own injuries as soon as possible to prevent any lingering effects." Just now, in the underground palace, Xiao Ruofei had entered the stone chamber for the second time and was severely injured by the spirit body. He didn't even have time to treat his injuries before he hurriedly set up a time array and used the array formation to deal with the spirit body. Xiao Ruofei had been in a very nervous state during the whole process when the senior in the bronze coffin appeared. It was only now that Xiaqing reminded him that he felt pain all over his body. There was no doubt that at least a few of his bones were broken, and his internal organs were displaced. Xiao Ruofei didn't dare to let his guard down. He immediately took out 2 spirit heart flower petals from the space and directly absorbed them into his body with his palm. Then, he took out a bottle of spirit heart flower petal solution and gulped it down. The main reason was that he was a little thirsty, so he might as well treat the spirit heart flower petal solution as a drink. It could also speed up the recovery of his injuries. If this small bottle of highly concentrated spirit heart flower petal solution was poured into the farm's water tower, it could at least guarantee the farm's irrigation needs for a month. Xiao Ruofei directly drank it as a thirst-quenching drink. Only he had the guts to be so extravagant. After all, there were still over 100 spirit heart flower petals in the space. Xiao Ruofei didn't notice that when he took out something from the ring 2 space, the white world raccoon, which was originally lying lazily at the side, immediately became spirited. It raised its head and looked at him with a burning gaze. The white world raccoon felt the familiar spatial fluctuation. This was also an important reason why it was willing to stay by Xiao Ruofei's side. Xiao Ruofei didn't feel it at all. After drinking the petal solution, he casually put the bottle back into the space. The white world raccoon was originally lying on the ground, but now it couldn't help but stand up. Xiao Ruofei looked at the world raccoon strangely, but he didn't take it to heart. At this time, Xiaqing suddenly said, "Master, this world raccoon should have sensed the existence of the spirit map world." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be shocked. He quickly asked with his spiritual sense, "It can't be, right? I've never taken out a scroll before." Xiaqing said, "The world raccoon is very sensitive to spatial fluctuations. I noticed that every time Master took something from the spirit map world, this world raccoon would react." "Damn. I was careless," Xiao Ruofei said. Then he asked, "Xiaqing, will the spirit map world be in danger of being exposed?" Xiao Ruofei knew that although the world raccoon looked like a raccoon, it was actually very intelligent. Moreover, if it could speak human language after evolving in the future, there was indeed a possibility that it would leak the secret. The Ring 2 space was Xiao Ruofei's top secret. He couldn't even reveal it to his closest relatives, so he was quite concerned about this secret. Xiaqing thought for a moment and said, "As long as the world raccoon is always by Master's side, there shouldn't be a problem. The world raccoon is very sensitive to spatial energy. The spirit map world is a space of its own. I think the reason why it's willing to stay is very likely because of the spirit map world." Xiao Ruofei glanced at the world raccoon and revealed a malicious expression. He asked with his spiritual sense, Xiaqing, is there a contract that makes spirit beasts recognize their master and never betray them for life? For example, if the master wills it, the spirit beast will bleed to death from all 7 orifices. Xiaqing couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then he smiled bitterly and said, Master, how can there be such a domineering contract? It's not impossible for spirit beasts to recognize their masters, but it must be voluntary. Moreover, this kind of soul contract only makes the spirit beast extremely loyal. The master of the spirit beast can't decide the life and death of the spirit beast at will. Xiaqing also felt that it was very strange. Where did master hear about such a messy contract? Moreover, a spirit beast that could recognize its master was the most important partner of a cultivator. How could the master bear to? Xiao Ruofei was a little disappointed. He laughed dryly and said, It seems that the rumors are wrong, he said in his heart, it's all those cultivation novels' fault. Then Xiao Ruofei glanced at the world raccoon with a strange expression and asked with his spiritual sense, since there's no chance for it to recognize its master, and if we let it go, I'm afraid there's a danger of leaking the secret. Should we? Xiao Ruofei and Xiaqing had been communicating with their spiritual sense the whole time. They didn't speak, but during this period, they glanced at the white world raccoon several times with malicious eyes. This made it show a trace of vigilance and intentionally or unintentionally pulled away from Xiao Ruofei. Xiaqing, who was in the ring 2 space, hurriedly said, No. No. Master, the world raccoon is a rare beast, and it's very sensitive to the world stone. It will definitely be a great help to master. Xiao Ruofei said gloomily, This won't do, that won't do, what should we do? Xiao Ruofei didn't expect this little guy to become a hot potato. Xiaqing pondered for a moment and said, Master, actually, it's not convenient for you to bring this world raccoon with you. You can also put it into the Lingtu world. Before Xiaqing could finish speaking, Xiao Ruofei said loudly, No. He didn't use his spiritual sense to transmit his voice in a hurry. Instead, he said it directly. This also shocked the white world raccoon and it subconsciously hid a few steps to the side. Xiao Ruofei calmed down and continued to transmit his voice with his spiritual sense. Didn't you say that this little guy is extremely talented in space? If you put it into the space, what if it destroys it inside? Xiaqing smiled and said, Master, you're underestimating the Lingtu world too much. Although the world raccoon is favored by space, the space of the Lingtu world was, personally constructed by that person. Not to mention that this world raccoon is still a child, even if it evolved into an adult, it wouldn't be able to destroy the stability of the space. Xiaqing paused for a moment before continuing, Furthermore, Master's current spiritual power cultivation is already enough to have a high degree of control over the spirit map world. As long as the realm raccoon is in the spirit map world, Master can control it with a single thought. What is there to worry about? Really? Xiao Ruofei asked. Then, he noticed a key message in Xiaqing's words and immediately asked, Who is the person that constructed the Lingtu world? Xiaqing hesitated and said, Master, this, you'll naturally know in the future. Forgive me for not being able to reveal it now, it's that damned rule again? Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly. Xiaqing said, Please forgive me, Master. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, It's not your fault. Xiaqing, continue. Yes, Master. Xiaqing said, The world raccoon shouldn't be able to resist the temptation of the Lingtu world. The space structure of the Lingtu world is brand new and there's also a time formation. It will definitely be willing to go in. Also, even in the Lingtu world, it won't stop the world raccoon from searching for the existence of the world stone. If the world stone appears within its range of ability, it will still sense it in the Lingtu world. After Xiao Ruofei heard this, he muttered to himself and said, In that case, there's only benefits and no harm? Yes, Master. Xiaqing said. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, Understood. With that, Xiao Ruofei turned his gaze to the world raccoon and his gaze became much gentler. The white world raccoon became even more vigilant. As it retreated, it chirped twice at Xiao Ruofei and even waved its forelimbs threateningly. However, looking at its posture, it could be seen that this little guy was just putting on a brave front. It was prepared to quickly escape into the forest if something went wrong. Although the true qi emitted by the young man in front of it was very attractive to it and there was also that mysterious space aura, how could all of that be more important than its life? Xiao Ruofei revealed a gentle smile at the world raccoon and said in a seductive tone, "Little guy, are you very curious about the space fluctuation on my body?" The white world raccoon was stunned for a moment and cast a puzzled look at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei smiled and summoned the spiritual map scroll from his palm. Before this, he had already checked the surroundings. There was not even a shadow in the surroundings, so he did not have to worry about others spying on him. When the link to painting appeared in Xiao Ruofei's hands, the world raccoon's gaze suddenly froze and its pink little mouth involuntarily opened. It looked at the link to painting and could no longer look away. As a natural space pet, the world raccoon almost immediately sensed the strange fluctuation hidden in this seemingly ordinary painting. It was different from any fluctuation it had grasped before, but it could be sure that it was a kind of space fluctuation. When Xiao Ruofei saw the world raccoon like a strange uncle who was coaxing kindergarten children, he struck while the iron was hot and said, "Do you want to go inside and take a look? The space inside is very different from the outside world. And I can even allow you to live inside." "Who asked us to be fated?" When the world raccoon heard this, it immediately nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Sure enough, as Xiaoqing said, the temptation of this brand new space fluctuation was something it couldn't resist. It didn't even consider whether its own safety was in danger. Of course, it could also be that the world raccoon was very confident in its attainments in space. Xiao Ruofei's evil plan had succeeded and he didn't care what the world raccoon was thinking. With a gentle smile on his face, he said, "Then I'll let you in. Remember, don't resist." The world raccoon nodded repeatedly. Therefore, with a thought from Xiao Ruofei, the world raccoon completely relaxed its resistance and Xiao Ruofei easily moved it into the Ring 2 space. Ring 2 space Archean realm. As soon as the world raccoon appeared here, it immediately revealed an overjoyed expression. The spiritual chi here was extremely dense, so much so that it had already formed a mist in the sky. Even though it did not rely on absorbing spiritual chi and instead relied on eating world stones to grow, living in this kind of environment was still much more comfortable than living in the outside world where spiritual chi was scarce. In addition, the space fluctuation here was indeed very mysterious. It was different from all the space rules it had come into contact with, but it was also very stable. At the same time, the world raccoon was also keenly aware that the flow of time here was different from the outside world. For the world raccoon who was obsessed with the space rules, this was undoubtedly an excellent place. Therefore, as soon as it came in, it couldn't wait to close its eyes and quietly comprehend the rules of this space. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei's voice sounded in the space, "Oh, I almost forgot about the problem of the flow of time. Little guy, this place isn't suitable for you. I'll change places for you." As soon as Xiao Ruofei's voice fell, the world raccoon immediately felt an irresistible pulling force. It was involuntarily pulled into the invisible space vortex. Just now in the outside world, if the world raccoon resisted, it would have been very difficult for Xiao Ruofei to successfully put it into the space. However, now that it was in the Ring 2 space, Xiao Ruofei was the only master of this space, so it was naturally easy. The next moment, the world raccoon found that it had been teleported to another independent space. The world raccoon waved its forelimbs towards the sky in protest, but it didn't get any response, so it could only give up gloomily. Of course, the most important thing was that the space rules here were basically the same as the previous space. The only difference was that there was no superimposed time formation. For the world raccoon, just comprehending the space rules was unfathomable. It didn't matter to it whether there was a time formation or not. Xiao Ruofei mainly considered that the flow of time in the primordial realm was too fast. He didn't know how long the world raccoon's lifespan was. If it died after a few days, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Even if the world raccoon's lifespan was long enough, Xiao Ruofei didn't want it to use the time formation to improve rapidly before he truly established a close cooperation with it. Although Xiaoqing said that with the world raccoon's strength, even if it evolved into an adult, it wouldn't be able to cause any waves in the space, it was better to have less trouble. When it came to the core interests of the Ring 2 space, Xiao Ruofei had to do his best to ensure that nothing went wrong. The world raccoon symbolically protested and began to comprehend the construction rules of the Ring 2 space. Attention Lamake 666 Xiao Ruofei instructed it not to touch anything in the space. He also instructed Xiaoqing to keep an eye on the realm raccoon, especially not to let it come into contact with his precious realm stones. In fact, these realm stones were all in the Archean realm. Even if the realm raccoon had the ability to overturn the heavens, it was impossible for it to travel back without Xiao Ruofei's permission. Xiao Ruofei was also worried. After successfully abducting a precious realm raccoon, Xiao Ruofei began to worry about the unconscious Song Wei. Xiao Ruofei wasn't sure if the spirit pregnancy soup would be effective. The biggest problem now was that they were in the wilderness. Furthermore, one of the herbs needed to brew the spirit pregnancy soup was missing. He had to return to the city to buy the herbs. However, the problem was that he couldn't carry such an unconscious beauty down the mountain, right? Although they were in the wilderness, they were in the scenic area as they walked down the mountain. Even if there weren't many tourists, there were still some surveillance cameras by the roadside. Furthermore, it was inconvenient to bring Song Wei along. There was no way to explain staying in a hotel. He might even be treated as a criminal and reported to the police. With this in mind, Xiao Ruofei asked with his spiritual sense, Xia Qing, Song Wei shouldn't be able to wake up on her own in her current condition, right? Xia Qing said, Master, it's very difficult to heal a damaged soul. At the very least, Miss Song shouldn't wake up in a short period of time. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, I understand. He had already made up his mind. With a thought, he brought Song Wei into the Ring 2 space. Song Wei naturally couldn't be placed in the Archean realm where time flowed 30 times faster. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei directly sent her into the cave in the Mountain Sea realm. There happened to be a stone bed there. Xiao Ruofei mobilized the invisible power of space and gently placed Song Wei on the stone bed. At the same time, he moved the jade praying mat over and placed it under Song Wei's head. This jade praying mat was very helpful for the recovery of spiritual power. It should be able to nourish her soul more or less, or at least prevent the damage to her soul from worsening. After doing all this, Xiao Ruofei checked his condition. His injuries were almost healed, at least 60 to 70% of his usual strength. Unless Xiao Ruofei encountered the spirit in the underground palace last night or an abnormal expert like Senior Bronze Coffin, his current state was enough to deal with anything. Xiao Ruofei looked back at the direction of the underground palace and took a deep look. Then, he turned around and flew into the forest. Half an hour later, Xiao Ruofei found the off-road vehicle he had parked in the bushes last night at the foot of the mountain. Although only one night had passed, Xiao Ruofei felt like a lifetime had passed. After driving to the city, Xiao Ruofei first found a Chinese medicine pharmacy. Thorny vine was a common herb, so Xiao Ruofei easily bought it. Although the shop assistant found it very strange that Xiao Ruofei only bought one herb, and in such a large quantity, there was no reason not to do business. Besides, thorny vine wasn't a special herb, nor did it have anything to do with synthetic drugs. It wouldn't be a problem to sell a truckload of it to Xiao Ruofei. Why not make money when there was money to be made? Therefore, Xiao Ruofei successfully bought almost all the thorny vine in the pharmacy's inventory. After he returned to the car, he sent the big bag of thorny vine into the space, and asked Xia Qing to immediately start brewing the spirit-pregnant soup. Of course, he also specifically asked Xia Qing to brew the spirit-pregnant soup in the Mountain Sea territory. Xia Qing also needed to keep an eye on the world raccoon to prevent it from causing any damage. Xiao Ruofei also couldn't separate a strand of his spirit to pay attention to the situation in the space at all times. After buying the thorny vine, Xiao Ruofei drove to the Tianhao Hotel and booked the presidential suite again. As soon as he entered the room, Xiao Ruofei immediately covered the whole room with his spirit power and thoroughly checked it. After confirming that there were no monitoring devices, he went straight into the bedroom, locked the door, and drew the curtains. Xiao Ruofei took out the spirit map scroll and entered the space. With a thought, he went directly to the Mountain Sea territory. Xia Qing was concentrating on brewing the spirit-pregnant soup at the entrance of the cave. Not far from Xia Qing, the world raccoon seemed to be lying there lazily. In fact, it was comprehending the rules of the Ring 2 space. Even when Xiao Ruofei suddenly appeared out of thin air, it just raised its eyelids and then closed its eyes to comprehend. Seeing the world raccoon like this, Xiao Ruofei's worries were a lot less. He was afraid that the world raccoon would run around in the space. There were a lot of treasures in the space, such as precious caterpillar fungus, truffles, abalones in the sea, and medicine gardens. These were all in the mountain sea territory. Now it seemed that the world raccoon didn't have time to make trouble at all, so he was relieved. Xiao Ruofei didn't disturb Xiaqing, who was concentrating on brewing the medicine. He went straight into the cave and walked into the stone room. Song Wei was still lying quietly on the stone bed. The expression on her face was very calm, as if she was sleeping peacefully. However, Xiao Ruofei knew that if he didn't repair her damaged soul, she would continue to sleep like this. If she couldn't maintain her body's functions, she would soon die. Xiao Ruofei sighed. He walked closer and reached out to grab Song Wei's wrist. He naturally didn't want to take advantage of Song Wei's coma to do anything improper. Instead, he wanted to help Song Wei check her body. After Song Wei's body was occupied by the spirit with terrifying cultivation, she had been in the stone room of the underground palace. That stone room was filled with a cold aura and an unknown poison that caused the death of the archaeological team. Song Wei didn't know how long she had been in there, so it was very likely that the poison would take advantage of the situation and enter her body. Sure enough, after Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power penetrated into Song Wei's meridians, he quickly found the poison in her body. He was already very familiar with this poison, and it also had the aura of the world stone. It could be said that he found it very accurately. Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate to use the Dao formula and transferred his true qi into Song Wei's body. With the help of his spiritual power, the poison naturally had nowhere to hide. It was quickly burned into nothingness by the true qi. Just as Xiao Ruofei was using the Dao formula, the white world raccoon outside the cave seemed to have sensed something. It opened its eyes and looked into the cave. However, it didn't get up. It wasn't that it wasn't interested in the true qi that was full of affinity, but it had already sensed that there was an invisible space barrier at the entrance of the cave. Only Xiao Ruofei could pass through it at will. If other people didn't have Xiao Ruofei's permission, they couldn't enter the cave at all. Even the space pet, the world raccoon, couldn't do it. The world raccoon quickly closed its eyes and began to comprehend the strange space rules. Xiao Ruofei used his true qi to cleanse Song Wei's body. He also used his spiritual power to check repeatedly to make sure that there was no fish that had escaped the net. When Xiao Ruofei used his spiritual power to check Song Wei, he faintly felt that something was wrong. However, he didn't find anything after checking. Xiao Ruofei shook his head in confusion and said to himself, "Maybe I'm too sensitive?" He let go of Song Wei's hand and walked out of the cave with a trace of exhaustion on his face. "Master, the spirit-pregnant soup is ready," Xiaqing immediately said respectfully. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work." He picked up the bowl of medicinal soup with the fragrance of the spirit heart fruit and walked back to the stone room. He first put the spirit-pregnant soup aside, then went to help Song Wei up and let her lean against the bed. After Xiao Ruofei tested the temperature of the spirit-pregnant soup, he used a spoon to feed Song Wei spoonful by spoonful. Originally, a person who had completely lost their mind couldn't be fed medicine like this because in such a situation, they wouldn't swallow. However, Xiao Ruofei naturally had a way. He only needed to release a small wisp of true qi to wrap the medicinal soup and send it directly into Song Wei's stomach. After feeding the medicine, Xiao Ruofei carefully laid Song Wei flat and then observed her situation intently. Song Wei was still lying motionless on the stone bed. After drinking the bowl of medicinal soup, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no movement at all. All Xiao Ruofei could do was wait. The concept of the soul was illusory, but after cultivating for so long, Xiao Ruofei knew very well that the soul existed. When one's cultivation reached a certain level, even if the physical body was damaged, the soul could still survive independently under certain conditions. For example, the soul that tried to take over Song Wei's body. Unfortunately, Xiao Ruofei's current cultivation was too low. He couldn't even check the situation, let alone help Song Wei recover her soul. According to the common knowledge of the cultivation world, a person's soul existed in the sea of consciousness. As an ordinary person without any cultivation, Song Wei's sea of consciousness was relatively weak. Now that her soul was damaged, if Xiao Ruofei rashly checked, it was very likely that an unpredictable accident would happen. If the spirit-pregnant soup didn't work, Xiao Ruofei really didn't know what else to do. He sighed and walked out of the cave. "Master, how's the situation?" asked Xiaqing. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly. "There's no change. Xiaqing, other than the spirit-pregnant soup, do you know of any other methods to help recover the soul? The spirit-pregnant soup could only be taken once every 7 days. Xiao Ruofei didn't dare to take the risk of letting Song Wei take it continuously. After all, the main ingredient of the spirit-pregnant soup, the spirit heart fruit, was highly toxic when taken alone. Who knew what would happen if it was taken continuously instead of every 7 days? However, to let Xiao Ruofei wait foolishly for 7 days and then try his luck with a bowl of spirit-pregnant soup, he found it somewhat difficult to accept. Song Wei's school was about to start soon. She had left home in the name of traveling. If she didn't contact her family for a long time, Song Qiming and his wife would definitely notice that something was wrong. The power of a deputy governor couldn't be underestimated. Once Song Qiming mobilized all his connections to find Song Wei's whereabouts, there was no way to hide the fact that he and Song Wei had appeared in Xiangnan province together. Even Song Jingping knew about this, there was no way to keep it a secret. At that time, the situation would become difficult to deal with. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei couldn't accept letting Song Wei remain in a half-dead coma. Xiaqing looked troubled. Master, the spirit-pregnant soup is already very effective in nourishing the soul. The main reason is that we have enough raw materials. As for other methods, soul-nourishing elixirs are very rare. Now that the outside world continues to deteriorate, I'm afraid it's even harder to find them, Xiao Ruofei revealed a hint of disappointment. So, there's no better way? Xiaqing said, Master, actually, the spirit-pregnant soup should be effective. It's just that Miss Song's soul injury might be a little serious. 1 or 2 doses of medicine definitely won't be enough, that's the problem. Xiao Ruofei said. The spirit-pregnant soup can only be taken once every 7 days, but Song Wei definitely can't leave home for too long. There's not enough time now. At this point, Xiao Ruofei suddenly stopped and muttered, not enough time. Then, he suddenly slapped his head and said, how could I forget about this? If there wasn't enough time, time could be accelerated, the Archean realm could accelerate time by 30 times. Putting Song Wei in there for more than 5 hours, outside time, meant that she had already spent 7 days in the Archean realm. Then, she could continue to take the spirit-pregnant soup. There wasn't even a need to enter the Archean realm. Xiao Ruofei still had an array flag that could accelerate time even more. If he only enveloped the small area Song Wei was in the time array, time would be accelerated by at least 90 times. That would only take slightly more than an hour. Xiao Ruofei said to Xiaqing, immediately brew another spirit-pregnant soup. Yes, master. Xiaqing hurriedly replied. Xiao Ruofei turned around and returned to the cave. With a thought, he teleported the array flag over from the Archean realm. At the same time, he brought a few bottles of flower petal solution. Song Wei's body definitely couldn't last 7 days without food or water. Therefore, she still needed to use the flower petal solution to maintain her vitality. Xiao Ruofei first fed Song Wei half a bottle of flower petal solution. Like before, he wrapped the flower petal solution with quintessential qi and sent it directly into her stomach. After waiting for a while, he checked Song Wei's condition and discovered that her vitality was still relatively strong. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate any longer. With a thought, he appeared on a flat grassland outside. Beside him were the array flags and the porcelain bottle containing the spirit heart flowers flower petal solution. Song Wei was also teleported out of the cave and carefully laid flat on the grass. Following that, Xiao Ruofei reached out and grabbed the array flags. With a wave of his hand, 8 array flags immediately occupied 8 positions around Song Wei and accurately stabbed into the soil. In the next moment, Xiao Ruofei immediately felt the difference in time flow. He kept an eye on Song Wei's situation outside the array formation. After about 15 minutes, Xiao Ruofei directly teleported Song Wei out of the array formation. 15 minutes in the outside world was more than a day for Song Wei in the array formation. Xiao Ruofei needed to replenish Song Wei's energy. He carefully fed Song Wei half a bottle of Spirit Heart Flowers flower petal solution. After waiting for 2 minutes for the Spirit Heart Flowers petals to be completely absorbed, he sent Song Wei back into the array formation. Just like that, Xiao Ruofei teleported Song Wei out of the array formation every 15 minutes to replenish the Spirit Heart Flower's flower petal solution before sending her back into the array formation. Although it was very cumbersome, Xiao Ruofei did it very seriously. Unknowingly, more than an hour passed. Xiao Ruofei did some calculations. Song Wei had actually been in the array formation for at least 7 days, or even 8. Lingtu realm, Mountain Sea realm. Xiao Ruofei's expression was very ugly. Song Wei was lying quietly on the grass, showing no signs of waking up. It had been more than 8 hours since Song Wei had taken the spirit pregnancy soup for the first time. In these 8 hours, Xiao Ruofei had not rested at all. He had continuously sent Song Wei into the time formation. Song Wei had taken a total of 7 bowls of the spirit pregnancy soup. However, after taking so many bowls of the spirit pregnancy soup, there was no effect at all. If it was not for the fact that the spirit pregnancy soup was filled with the essence of medicinal herbs, which would be absorbed by the body immediately after taking it, Song Wei's stomach would probably explode. Fortunately, Song Wei's metabolism was extremely slow when she was unconscious. In addition, she had not eaten anything other than the Spirit Heart Flower's petals. Therefore, although she had been unconscious for 40 to 50 days, she did not need Xiao Ruofei to take care of her. Otherwise, it would be really awkward. Although a person aged for more than 50 days compared to normal conditions, it wouldn't have much of an impact. But the key question was, when would this end? After taking so many bowls of the spirit pregnancy soup without any effect, would it be effective if she continued to take it, let alone Xiao Ruofei? Even Xia Qing's tone became uncertain. Xiao Ruofei wanted to curse at this moment. The senior in the bronze coffin definitely had a way to wake Song Wei up, but he was unwilling to explain it clearly. This made Xiao Ruofei feel helpless. Were all experts so arrogant? Xiao Ruofei frowned and asked, Xia Qing, is there really no other way? Xia Qing hesitated for a moment and said, actually. Xiao Ruofei's eyes lit up. He grabbed Xia Qing's shoulder and said anxiously, you must have a way, right? Tell me. Xia Qing revealed a very awkward expression. Xiao Ruofei immediately understood. Like a deflated balloon, he asked weakly, is it that damn rule again? Xia Qing nodded silently. Xiao Ruofei loosened his grip. He knew that Xia Qing was bound by the rules. No matter how he ordered or pleaded, Xia Qing would never be able to go against the supreme rules. This was like the famous 3 laws of robotics. After a long while, Xiao Ruofei still didn't give up and asked, Xia Qing, I know you can't say it, and I won't force you. But, can't you give me a hint? Just a little will do. Xia Qing also revealed a conflicted expression. He lowered his head and muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruofei looked nervously at Xia Qing. Xia Qing didn't immediately refuse, which meant that there was still hope. Finally, Xia Qing raised his head and said, Master, I really can't say. But, you've obtained so many boundary stones this time. Why don't you let the spirit map world absorb them first? I don't have the mood to care about the boundary stones now. Xiao Ruofei suddenly stopped mid-sentence. He stared intently at Xia Qing's eyes and said, I understand. Then let's try and see if we can upgrade the space. Xiao Ruofei knew that Xia Qing wouldn't speak without thinking. They were clearly discussing Song Wei's soul injury earlier, but Xia Qing suddenly mentioned the boundary stones. This change in topic was too abrupt and illogical. The only explanation was that there might be an opportunity to heal Song Wei after the space was upgraded. Xia Qing couldn't say it directly due to the rules, so he could only hint at it. After all, since Xiao Ruofei had obtained the boundary stones, it was normal for Xia Qing to suggest that he upgrade the space. This wasn't against the rules. However, if he told him that there would be some benefits after the space was upgraded, and that this benefit might be helpful to Song Wei's soul injury, then it would be against the rules. That must be it. Xiao Ruofei was certain. At this moment, the White Realm raccoon, who had been concentrating on comprehending the rules of space at the entrance of the cave, suddenly opened its eyes. Then, its figure flashed and it directly flew down from the mountain slope, running in the direction of the herb garden. The White Realm raccoon's speed was too fast. In addition, Xiao Ruofei and Xia Qing were discussing how to heal Song Wei's soul injury, so they didn't notice it for a moment. Therefore, by the time Xiao Ruofei reacted, the White Realm raccoon had already run into the herb garden. Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment. He saw the White Realm raccoon's two forelimbs waving a few times. Immediately, several herbs were uprooted. Everywhere it passed, it was simply a mess. Xiao Ruofei was shocked and angry. He quickly shouted, "Stop!" This herb garden was painstakingly opened up by Xiaoqing bit by bit. A large portion of the herbs planted here were provided to the pharmaceutical factory to produce heart-nourishing soup and jade mussel ointment. Many of them were very expensive Chinese medicine. Seeing these herbs being destroyed by the realm raccoon, Xiao Ruofei felt his heart ache. After he shouted, he immediately used the invisible power of space without hesitation to directly imprison the White Realm raccoon. The realm raccoon wanted to struggle, but with its current insignificant cultivation, it couldn't compete with the power of the entire Ring 2 space. It was as if it had been immobilized. It couldn't even move a toe. Only a pair of black eyes revealed a look of fear. Xiao Ruofei's mind moved, and the White Realm raccoon was held up by the invisible power of space and came directly in front of him. "Little guy. Are you crazy?" Xiao Ruofei asked. "Do you know that those herbs are very precious?" The White Realm raccoon had an innocent expression. In fact, it was just comprehending the rules of space. It wanted to go to one of the space nodes to verify it, and that space node happened to be in the herb garden. In its eyes, precious Chinese medicine was no different from ordinary weeds. Since it blocked its way, it naturally destroyed it. It didn't expect Xiao Ruofei to have such a big reaction. "Do you still dare to run around?" Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows and asked, "You still dare to ignore me? It seems that you're unrepentant." Xiaoqing said weakly on the side, "Master, it's been imprisoned by you. It can't move at all. I'm so angry that I'm confused." Xiao Ruofei patted his head and then relaxed the imprisonment a little. However, he still limited the White Realm raccoon to a certain range. "Do you still dare to run around?" Xiao Ruofei asked with a fierce look. The White Realm raccoon shook its head quickly and cupped its two forelimbs, looking pitiful. Seeing the White Realm raccoon acting cute, Xiao Ruofei couldn't get angry even if he wanted to. However, he still said with a straight face, "Remember, it's okay for you to comprehend the rules of space here, but you can't destroy a single grain of sand, stone, grass, or wood here. Otherwise, don't blame me for imprisoning you. Do you understand?" The White Realm raccoon shook its head out of habit. Then, it immediately came to its senses and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "Go." Only then did Xiao Ruofei let go of the White Realm raccoon. "Remember, you're not allowed to destroy those herbs." The White Realm raccoon ran towards the medicine garden as if it had been pardoned. This time it didn't dare to barge around and carefully avoided the herbs. Soon, it arrived at a spatial node that it found and began to close its eyes to comprehend. Xiao Ruofei shook his head helplessly and asked, "Xiaoqing, when the spirit map world absorbs the world stone, do you need to bring that little guy out first?" Xiaoqing said, "Master, every time the spirit map world unseals the seal, the spatial fluctuations are the most intense. You should let it stay inside. This is very beneficial for it to comprehend the rules of space." Then, Xiaoqing said, "Don't worry, I'll take good care of it." Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "All right. However, I have to bring Song Wei out." With so many world stones this time, if nothing unexpected happened, the Ring 2 space would definitely be able to level up. Xiao Ruofei didn't know what would happen when the space leveled up. With Xiaoqing and the realm raccoon's cultivation levels, it wouldn't be a problem for them to stay inside. However, for safety's sake, it was better to let Song Wei leave the space. With a thought, Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei left the Ring 2 space. He first placed Song Wei on the bed in the bedroom before picking up the ancient spirit map painting. He used his mind to establish a connection with the space. Ring 2 space's primordial realm. A box containing 12 world stones automatically opened. One of the world stones slowly floated up. An invisible force enveloped the world stone. As it faintly emitted a light, the world stone slowly shrank before turning into nothingness. Following that, the second world stone slowly floated into the air and soon emitted a dazzling light. The third stone, the fourth stone, the fifth stone, the White Realm raccoon, who was immersed in comprehending the spatial laws in the Mountain Sea realm, suddenly opened its eyes. Even though it was in a completely independent space, it could still keenly sense the aura of the world stones. Furthermore, it could easily discover that the world stones were disappearing one by one. The White Realm raccoon revealed a pained expression, but its expression soon changed slightly. This was because it sensed that the spatial fluctuations in the entire spirit map realm had suddenly become active. The spatial laws, which were originally somewhat obscure, became clearer at this moment. The White Realm raccoon didn't know what had happened, but it naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity to comprehend the laws. Therefore, it immediately focused and began a new round of comprehension. In the hotel room outside, Xiao Ruofei also sensed that the Ring 2 space had finally begun the process of leveling up after absorbing 5 world stones. He didn't let the Ring 2 space continue absorbing the world stones. Instead, he put the spirit map painting into his palm and cast his gaze at Song Wei, who was lying quietly. The Ring 2 space's leveling up required a process. Once it was completed, Xiaqing would naturally inform him. Looking at Song Wei, who seemed to be sleeping soundly, Xiao Ruofei felt a deep sense of guilt. He also secretly decided that no matter what price he had to pay, he would make Song Wei recover. Hopefully, after the space leveled up, he would be able to find an opportunity to cure Song Wei. Xiao Ruofei secretly said in his heart. The sky outside the window had already darkened. Xiao Ruofei came out from the underground palace in the afternoon. On the way, he bought medicine and checked into a hotel. After that, he stayed in the space for more than 8 hours. At this moment, it was already night time. During this entire day, Xiao Ruofei could be said to have not eaten or drunk anything. However, he didn't have the slightest intention to eat. In fact, at his level of cultivation, not eating for 1 or 2 days wouldn't affect him at all. Xiao Ruofei stayed by Song Wei's side until more than an hour later. Xiaqing finally informed him that the Ring 2 space's leveling up had been completed. Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate to take out the spirit map scroll and enter the space with a thought. In the Ring 2 space's Archean realm, the density of the spirit energy had increased once again. Clouds appeared in the sky. These clouds were all formed by the liquefied spirit energy. When these clouds gathered to a certain size, they would form spirit liquid that fell to the ground like rain. This was pure spirit rain. One could imagine that anything planted in such an environment would definitely grow extremely well. There were still no other changes to the Archean realm. It had stopped expanding a long time ago. Xiao Ruofei flashed to the Mountain Sea realm. As expected, the Mountain Sea realm's area had expanded significantly. Now, Xiao Ruofei's control over space was much stronger than before. He didn't even need to patrol. With a thought, every blade of grass and tree in the entire Mountain Sea realm would be under his control. As for the size of the space, there was naturally no need to measure it. Xiao Ruofei already had an idea. 8,000 mu. The entire Mountain Sea realm's land and sea area had reached 8,000 mu. It had doubled from before. Now, the Mountain Sea realm was even larger than the entire Paradise Farm in Australia. The sea was also expanding outwards. Now, it was no longer a spatial membrane that could be seen at a glance. It already felt as vast and boundless as the outside world. Of course, with Xiao Ruofei's eyesight, he could still easily see the spatial membrane at the end of the sea. The land area had also more than doubled. The Mountain Sea realm, which originally had a large number of herb gardens, hornet breeding grounds, and caterpillar fungus cultivation gardens, had become empty again. The mountain peak with the stone cave had doubled in height. It had turned from a small hill to a steep peak. Looking from the foot of the mountain, the cave had become a small black dot. A waterfall had appeared on the mountain peak. It was like a white chain descending from the sky and converging into the surging river that had also become much wider. Xiao Ruofei wasn't too interested in the changes in space for the time being. His thoughts were more focused on Song Wei's soul injury. Therefore, after a brief inspection, he turned his gaze to Xiaqing. Xiaqing's expression was somewhat awkward. He said weakly, "Master, it seems that the world stones we obtained this time haven't been used up yet." Xiao Ruofei was stunned. Xiaqing's meaning was very clear. This space hadn't been upgraded by 1 level. It might need to be upgraded again. He was stunned for a moment before he said, "I understand." Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate at all. With a thought, he left the ring to space. After returning to the outside world, he didn't want to waste any time. He immediately connected with the ring to space with his mind and let the space, which had just been upgraded, start absorbing world stones again. This time, the space had used 5 world stones to upgrade, and this was on the basis that it had plenty of space energy after the previous upgrade. According to Xiao Ruofei's experience, the difficulty of upgrading the ring to space would increase every time. Thus, whether the remaining 7 world stones could upgrade the space again, Xiao Ruofei actually had no idea. He could only pray to the heavens for protection. The Jade Emperor, Tathagata Buddha, Taisheng Laojun, Guanyin Pusa. Xiao Ruofei prayed to all the gods he could think of, and very soon, the 7 world stones were completely absorbed. When the last world stone was absorbed by the space and directly turned into nothingness, Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment. Then, his heart sank. The ring to space didn't have any movement. Very obviously, 7 world stones weren't enough to upgrade the space by another level. This was awkward. Ring to space, mountain sea realm. Xiao Ruofei and Xiaqing stood at the foot of the mountain. In the medicinal garden in the distance, the White Realm raccoon was greedily comprehending the mysterious rules of space. Must it upgrade by another level? Xiao Ruofei asked. Xiaqing silently nodded. He couldn't say too much, but his meaning was very clear. Xiao Ruofei nodded. He directly stretched out his hand, and a huge invisible power of space instantly enveloped the White Realm raccoon that was seriously comprehending the rules of space. It was directly pulled out of the medicinal garden and flew in front of Xiao Ruofei. The White Realm raccoon had an angry expression. It was immersed in the mysterious rules of space, and was suddenly interrupted by Xiao Ruofei. It was naturally very displeased. Xiao Ruofei asked, "Little guy, do you have a way to find a new world stone in the shortest time possible?" The White Realm raccoon was stunned for a moment. Then, it repeatedly shook its head. It was disdainful of Xiao Ruofei. "You think world stones are cabbages? If they could be found so easily, why would I stay in that dark place for over a month and not be willing to leave? Aren't you very sensitive to world stones?" Xiao Ruofei asked with wide eyes. "Hurry up and sense it. I need it urgently." The realm raccoon chirped a few times and gestured at Xiao Ruofei with a bit of contempt in its eyes. "What does it mean?" Xiao Ruofei turned around and asked. Xiaqing smiled bitterly and said, "Master, world stones are extremely rare in any era. To be able to obtain so many world stones at once is already very lucky. Even the world raccoon wouldn't be able to find them just because it wanted to. Then what do I need you for?" Xiao Ruofei looked at the white boundary raccoon and said, "I provided you with such a good place to comprehend the spatial laws for free, but at the critical moment, you were lazy and couldn't help at all." The White Realm raccoon showed a hint of panic, fearing that Xiao Ruofei would drive it out of the ring to space. The space rules here were extremely attractive to it, and it was impossible to come into contact with them in the outside world. Xiao Ruofei glanced at the White Realm raccoon and said, "Little guy, don't pretend to be pitiful in front of me. I won't fall for it. I really need world stones right now. Hurry up and help me think of a way." The White Realm raccoon showed a struggling expression, as if it was undergoing an intense mental struggle. People under the eaves had no choice but to lower their heads. In the end, the White Realm raccoon opened its mouth with great pain and spat out a black stone. Xiao Ruofei's eyes couldn't help but light up. He was extremely familiar with this aura. It was undoubtedly a world stone. "You actually still have stock?" Xiao Ruofei said. "Master, the world raccoon can't absorb all the world stones for the time being. They are all stored in its body first." Xiaqing explained. "But I clearly saw it bite those world stones to pieces," Xiao Ruofei said. Right now, what was in front of them was a complete world stone. Xiaqing thought for a moment and said, "It probably can't absorb that much for the time being, so it swallowed all the world stones and stored them in its body." The White Realm raccoon hurriedly nodded. It was also very depressed in its heart. It hadn't been long since it came in, and it already had to pay a world stone as a protection fee. It was truly too expensive. Xiao Ruofei only needed world stones. He didn't care if it would be disgusting if the world stone was spat out from the realm raccoon's body, Nor did he care how the world stone was left behind. He directly picked up the world stone and tossed it into the air. Then, he moved his mind. The invisible power of the Ring 2 space immediately enveloped this world stone and rapidly began to absorb it. The White Realm Raccoon looked at the continuously shrinking world stone in the air with great heartache. It immediately closed its eyes and began to comprehend, when the space was absorbing the world stone, the spatial fluctuations would also become clearer. This was a good opportunity that couldn't be missed. Xiao Ruofei directly stayed in the space and stared at the world stone that was gradually being absorbed. He was somewhat expectant, but also somewhat apprehensive at the same time. The speed at which the space absorbed the world stone was extremely fast. The black world stone was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a short while, it was completely absorbed. Xiao Ruofei's eyes that were filled with anticipation immediately dimmed. The space still didn't show any signs of upgrading. A world stone was like a small stone thrown into the sea. It didn't cause any ripples at all. Xiao Ruofei immediately turned his gaze to the White Realm Raccoon. The White Realm Raccoon was so scared that it jumped a few steps away. It looked at Xiao Ruofei with a vigilant expression. "Hee, little fellow, do you still have any world stones?" Xiao Ruofei looked at the White Realm Raccoon with ill intentions and said, "Take out another 8 or 10 world stones for me to deal with this emergency? Just treat it as me borrowing it from you. The next time I get a world stone, I'll return it to you." The White Realm Raccoon crazily shook its head. What a joke. That was the last world stone just now. It was only saved because it was living frugally. Where would it go to get another 8 or 10 world stones now? You really don't have any? Xiao Ruofei narrowed his eyes and asked, "The upgrading of the space is also beneficial to you. You'll be able to better comprehend the laws of space, right?" GG. The White Realm Raccoon looked as if it was facing death calmly. It firmly expressed that it didn't have any extra world stones left. Since the temptation didn't work, Xiao Ruofei tried to threaten it. He said that if it really didn't have any world stones, he would throw it into the outside world so that it wouldn't be able to come into contact with such profound laws of space. Even Xiaoqing couldn't stand it anymore. Facing such a cute exotic beast, Master was really ruthless. However, the White Realm Raccoon was still unmoved. Xiao Ruofei was at his wit's end. He couldn't really throw the White Realm Raccoon out. Not to mention that he wasn't such a ruthless person. Even if he was, he couldn't bear to throw away an exotic beast that could help him find world stones. It seemed like the White Realm Raccoon really didn't have any more world stones, and the space still hadn't upgraded. Xiao Ruofei was at his wit's end. "Master, why don't you try the spirit pregnancy soup again?" Xiaoqing asked carefully. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Forget it, the spirit pregnancy soup isn't effective. I'll think of another way to upgrade the space." Following that, Xiao Ruofei asked again, "Xiaoqing, one more upgrade should be enough, right?" Xiaoqing hesitated for a moment, but still nodded in the end. Xiao Ruofei was confident. If one more upgrade wasn't enough, then he really had no other way. Since it wasn't realistic to find another world stone in a short period of time, he could only use another method. Back then, before world stones appeared, the Ring 2 space relied on absorbing jade materials to upgrade. Now, Xiao Ruofei could only use this stupid method. Although the Ring 2 space had developed to its current scale, if it relied on this method to upgrade, it would require a huge amount of jade materials. But now, healing Song Wei's soul injury was the most important task for Xiao Ruofei. Nothing else was important. Even if he had to spend a large amount of money, Xiao Ruofei didn't care. Moreover, the space had already absorbed 8 world stones. Perhaps it had already reached the critical point of upgrading. Perhaps it didn't need too much jade materials to upgrade. Xiao Ruofei's figure flashed and left the Ring 2 space. Xiaoqing sighed and turned to walk towards the herb garden. He had a lot of daily maintenance work to do. The White Realm Raccoon let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that this fierce-looking guy wasn't too bad. At least he didn't really chase it away. The White Realm Raccoon's figure flashed and flew towards the spatial node in the herb garden. It seized the time to comprehend the spatial laws. After Xiao Ruofei returned to the outside world, he checked on Song Wei's situation and then sent her into the space. He directly placed Song Wei in the cave stone room. There was a natural space barrier here. Without his permission, even Xiaoqing couldn't enter. Moreover, the jade futon in the stone room was more or less helpful for nurturing the soul. Then Xiao Ruofei tidied up his things and threw them into the space. He took the car key and went downstairs to check out. It was already midnight. Xiao Ruofei checked in the afternoon. Checking out at this time made the hotel's front desk a little surprised. But since it was the guest's request, they had nothing to say. After checking that there were no problems with the room, they checked out for Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei drove the rented off-road vehicle out of the hotel and drove directly in the direction of Xiangnan's provincial capital, Tanzhou. Although the rental car could be returned in other places, Xiao Ruofei still had to go back to Tanzhou first because there was an airport in Tanzhou. No matter where he went, it was the most convenient transit station. The car sped on the highway. Xiao Ruofei took out his mobile phone while driving. This time, he wanted to buy a lot of jade, but he had no channels. The best way was naturally to ask the Ma family for help. After all, they started in the jewelry and jade industry and had a lot of resources in the industry. Although it was already midnight, Xiao Ruofei didn't bother to disturb people's rest. He directly dialed Ma Jiming's phone. Hong Kong. Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin had just fallen asleep. After Ma Jiming's unspeakable pain was cured by Xiao Ruofei, he was abstinent for a period of time and had just been released not long ago. Only when you lose something, you know how to cherish it. During this time, the frequency of Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin going to bed early had significantly increased. They left Xiao Huanhuan to the nanny early in the morning and then returned to their bedroom. Today, the two had just finished their lovemaking. They took a shower and lay in bed. Not long after they fell asleep, Ma Jiming's mobile phone on the bedside rang. In fact, Ma Jiming's work mobile phone was turned off at night. Only a few relatives, trusted subordinates, and a few important friends had this phone number. Ma Jiming opened his tired eyes and impatiently fumbled to turn on the bedside lamp. Then, he picked up the phone in a daze. After seeing the name of the caller ID, the dissatisfaction and sleepiness on Ma Jiming's face disappeared without a trace. He glanced at Tian Huixin, who was sleeping soundly, carefully got out of bed, took the phone to the study next door, and then answered. "Hello, Xia Sheng." Xiao Ruofei said with a hint of apology, "Mr. Ma, I'm sorry to disturb you so late." No, Xia Sheng, you're too polite." Ma Jiming quickly said, "Is there anything I can do for you?" Ma Jiming's gratitude and respect for Xiao Ruofei came from the bottom of his heart because Xiao Ruofei's kindness to his family was too great. He pulled his father back from the brink of death and cured his baby daughter's autism. Even he himself relied on Xiao Ruofei's miraculous hands to restore his masculinity. No matter which one of these things was mentioned individually, it was enough to make Ma Jiming grateful, not to mention so many things. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei's Taoyuan company was now a relatively important partner of the Ma family's Hengfeng group. Therefore, it could be said that Xiao Ruofei's matter was definitely on the top of Ma Jiming's list of priorities. "Mr. Ma, I'm in urgent need of a batch of jade materials now," Xiao Ruofei said. "No problem." Ma Jiming said without thinking, "I'll check the company's inventory right away and transfer it to you from the nearest warehouse. Mr. Ma, I may need a larger amount this time, and it's urgent." Xiao Ruofei said, "So. I want to ask if you have any reliable channels in the raw material production area. I hope to buy it directly from the production area." The Ma family's jewelry and jade industry was very big. Their company certainly had a lot of raw materials in stock, but the demand was also very large. They needed to constantly carve various grades of raw materials into finished products. If too much was taken from them at once, it would inevitably affect their normal business. "I see." Ma Jiming pondered for a moment and said, "No problem, Xiaoxing needs jade materials, right? I'll contact them first and get back to you later." "Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Ma." Xiao Ruofei said, "I'm now in Xiangnan province. If it's convenient, I hope to settle down as soon as possible so that I can buy a ticket." "No problem." Ma Jiming said, and then asked, "Is Xiaoxing in Xiangnan's Tanzhou city?" "Yes." Xiao Ruofei said, "My phone is always on. If Mr. Ma has any news, please call me at any time." "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei turned the volume of the mobile phone to the maximum and then put it in front of the dashboard. Then, he separated a part of his divine thoughts to check the situation of Song Wei in the space. Then, he focused on driving the off-road vehicle to Tanzhou City. There were not many cars on the highway in the second half of the night. Xiao Ruofei had been driving under the speed limit. Xiao Ruofei quickly put on his Bluetooth headset and answered the phone. Mr. Ma. Xiaosheng, I'm sorry. I've kept you waiting. Ma Jiming said, it's a little late, so it's not convenient to contact my friends. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, I should be the one saying sorry. It's so late and I'm still bothering you and your friends. Xiaosheng, don't be an outsider. Ma Jiming quickly said, Xiaosheng, I've contacted a few good friends. One of them is participating in a public jade bid in Ruizhou City in Dian Province. Ruizhou is close to the China-Myanmar border, so it's very convenient to buy jade materials there. My friend is quite popular in Ruizhou, so he'll help you with the jade materials. Thank you so much. Xiao Ruofei said, Mr. Ma, thank you so much this time. To be honest, Xiao Ruofei was really touched that Ma Jiming could be woken up by a phone call in the middle of the night, and then he immediately spared no effort to find a friend for help. You're welcome. Ma Jiming said with a smile, my friend's contact information will be sent to you later. It just so happens that there's a large-scale public jade bid in Ruizhou these days. If Xiaoxing is interested, you can also go and play. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said, then I'll fly directly to Chun City tomorrow. Ma Jiming quickly said, Xiaoxing, the nearest airport to Ruizhou City isn't in Chun City, it's in Hangzhou. I just checked the flight for you. There's a direct flight from Tanzhou to Hangzhou at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. I've already booked a ticket for you. You can go directly to the airport tomorrow. This? Xiao Ruofei was so touched that he didn't know what to say. This service is too considerate, Ma Jiming explained again, our family's plane just happens to be in use by the old man. Otherwise, I would have transferred directly to Tanzhou to serve you tonight. No, Mr. Ma, this is already very embarrassing. Actually, I can book a ticket myself. Xiao Ruofei said. Ma Jiming said with a smile, Xiaosheng, you don't have to be so polite with me. Right, do you have any friends who want to go with you? I'll help you book the tickets. No, it's just me. Xiao Ruofei quickly said. Alright, I will send you my friend's contact information later. Ma Jiming said. Alright. Mr. Ma, you should rest early too. Xiao Ruofei said. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei took off his Bluetooth headset and threw it in front of the dashboard. He sighed in his heart. The Ma family really treated him well. Whether it was to repay a debt of gratitude or for other reasons, Xiao Ruofei was indebted to them. When Xiao Ruofei drove to Tanzhou City, it was already 2:30 in the morning. He didn't even bother looking for a hotel. Instead, he drove the car to a nearby car rental store and parked it there. Then, he took out a blanket from the spirit map space and crawled into the back seat to sleep for a while. The main reason was that Song Wei had already been placed in the Ring 2 space by him. He didn't need to go through so much trouble alone. Speaking of which, such conditions were already very good. When Xiao Ruofei was a soldier, he often slept soundly in the wilderness wrapped in a raincoat. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Ruofei woke up. He took out toothpaste, a toothbrush, and a towel from the space. He also fetched a basin of Lingtan water and got out of the car to wash up simply by the roadside. Then Xiao Ruofei packed up his things and put all the things in the car into the Ring 2 space. Xiao Ruofei looked at the time. The car rental agency should be open for business, so he drove over and returned the car as fast as he could. After finishing the formalities, Xiao Ruofei directly took a taxi at the door of the car rental agency and went straight to Tanzhou Airport. The flight that Ma Jiming booked for him took off at 10:35. When he arrived at the airport, it was only 9:30. There was plenty of time. Xiao Ruofei went directly to the check-in counter to change his boarding pass. As expected, Ma Jiming booked a first-class cabin for him. Soon, a special waiter led Xiao Ruofei through the security check through the VIP passage and took him to the VIP lounge. There was still some time before boarding. Xiao Ruofei habitually took out his mobile phone to check the news. Just as he turned on the screen of his mobile phone, he suddenly thought of something. It had been more than a day since Song Wei entered the underground palace. During this long time, it was very likely that her family and friends would contact her. If she didn't reply, it would inevitably make them worried. If Song Qiming found out that his precious daughter was missing, he would definitely mobilize his connections to search for her. At the thought of this, Xiao Ruofei couldn't sit still. He frowned and pondered for a moment. Then he made a decision and probed into the Ring 2 space with his divine sense. In the cave of the Mountain Sea territory, a mobile phone slowly appeared from Song Wei's pocket and then floated beside Song Wei. Then, an invisible space force touched the power button and the screen of the mobile phone lit up. Xiao Ruofei thought to himself, fortunately, Song Wei's mobile phone has good battery life. Of course, what made Xiao Ruofei even happier was that Song Wei's mobile phone had a fingerprint unlocking function. If it had been a simple password unlocking function, he could only stare at it helplessly. Xiao Ruofei thought to himself, Song Wei, this is an emergency. Don't blame me for taking your mobile phone without permission. As he thought, he manipulated the invisible space force. In the cave, Song Wei slowly raised her left hand and then moved the mobile phone to one of her fingers. After several attempts, the mobile phone was successfully unlocked when it reached the index finger of her right hand. Xiao Ruofei put his hand into his trouser pocket and then took the mobile phone out of the Ring 2 space. He then took his hand out of his trouser pocket. He first glanced at the battery and found that there was only a little more than 10% left. Fortunately, Song Wei also used an iPhone, which was the same as his mobile phone charger. This way, Xiao Ruofei did not have to go through the trouble of rummaging through Song Wei's luggage to find the charger. Xiao Ruofei directly put his hand into a small backpack that he was wearing and then took out his mobile phone charger from the Ring 2 space. There was a charging socket next to every seat in the VIP lounge. Xiao Ruofei plugged in the charger and checked Song Wei's mobile phone while charging it. Sure enough, there were more than 10 new messages in Song Wei's WeChat. Xiao Ruofei opened it and quickly browsed through it. Some of the messages were probably from friends or classmates, but he did not click on them. It was not a big problem to reply to such messages a few days later or even not reply at all. There were also 3 messages from a person with the nickname Mother. Xiao Ruofei could not help but raise his eyebrows and click on the chat window. Wei Wei, be careful when you are traveling outside. Also, the cold air is coming south these 2 days. Don't catch a cold. This girl, she is playing outside and not even replying to her mother's WeChat? Wei Wei, why aren't you replying? The 3 messages were sent at different times. The first one was sent at 10 o'clock in the evening the day before yesterday, the second one was sent at 9 o'clock in the morning yesterday, and the last one was sent at 8 o'clock last night. Judging from the text, Song Wei's mother was already a little worried when she sent the last message. Xiao Ruofei's thoughts were still quite meticulous. He flipped through the previous chat records and realized that Song Wei had mischievously called her mother Mother Empress in WeChat. Fortunately, he did not reply rashly. Otherwise, he would have made a fool of himself and aroused Song Wei's mother's suspicion. Xiao Ruofei could not help but break out in a cold sweat. He imitated Song Wei's tone and replied on WeChat. The general idea was that he was in Xiangnan province with his college classmate, Su Yuanyuan. He had gone traveling in the mountains yesterday and there was no signal on his phone. Song Wei's mother replied in a second, complaining that Song Wei was having too much fun outside and asked her to come home early. Xiao Ruofei had no choice but to reply that he was traveling to Yunnan with his classmate. The plane was about to take off, and the stewardess asked him to turn off his phone. Xiao Ruofei's message was half true and half false. Even if he used the phone's location, there would not be any flaws. After replying to this message, Xiao Ruofei prepared to turn off Song Wei's phone. He sighed. This was not a long-term solution. He had to help Song Wei recover from his soul injury as soon as possible. Otherwise, in a few days, Song Wei's family would be suspicious. Just as Xiao Ruofei was about to turn off his phone, his hand accidentally touched the icon of a notepad on the phone's home screen. Before Xiao Ruofei could react, the notepad had opened. Xiao Ruofei quickly reached out to turn it off. After all, it was very likely that this was Song Wei's private message. It was very inappropriate for him to open it without permission. However, from the corner of his eye, he saw the content recorded on the notepad. His finger, which had reached out to the home button, could not help but pause. He did not press it. It seemed to be Song Wei's diary. This entry was written 3 days ago. It should be the most recent entry. I'm going to Yuezhou with that guy tomorrow. He actually found out the location of the ancient tomb from Su Yuanyuan's husband. He's really smart. But, he's so smart. Why can't he see my feelings for him? Do men become slow when it comes to this kind of problem? Sigh, no matter what, I'm looking forward to going on an adventure with him. Xiao Ruofei could not help but be stunned. No matter how slow he was, he knew what the girl's secret was hidden in this short paragraph. He was stunned for a few seconds. Then, he hurriedly turned off the notepad and quickly cleared the background. He did not even bother to charge the phone. Like a child who had accidentally caused trouble, he sent the phone back into the ring 2 space. Then, Xiao Ruofei sat on the sofa in a daze. His mind was a mess. Whether it was Lu Yu, Song Wei, or even Lu Yu's cute best friend, Jiang Yu, they were all rare beauties. However, for Xiao Ruofei, they represented a debt of love. Especially for Song Wei. If it was like before, when the two of them did not have much interaction, perhaps Xiao Ruofei would not have any psychological burden. However, the current situation was that Song Wei had gone through so many dangers with him in the underground palace. In the end, because he did not take good care of him, the two of them were separated, and Song Wei's soul was damaged. Xiao Ruofei was already full of guilt. Now that he had accidentally spied on Song Wei's secret, he felt even worse. Xiao Ruofei sat there in a daze. He did not even hear the announcement that the flight to Hangzhou had begun to board. It was only when a waiter in the VIP lounge came to remind him that he woke up from a dream. He quickly got up and walked to the boarding gate. Soon, Xiao Ruofei boarded the plane through the covered bridge. When he sat down in the first-class cabin and waited for the plane to take off, he was more anxious than ever. Xiao Ruofei secretly made up his mind. No matter how much jade he needed to upgrade the space, he would buy it at all costs. Even if his assets were to be wiped out, he would not hesitate to buy it. The Airbus A320 he was on was finally allowed to take off. After smoothly taxiing to the end of the runway, it stopped for a while and quickly accelerated to take off. After about 2 hours of flight, the plane landed smoothly on the runway of Hangzhou Airport at around noon. Xiao Ruofei carried a simple backpack and walked out of the domestic departure hall alone. As soon as he walked out of the restricted area, Xiao Ruofei saw a man in his 30s with a crew cut holding an A4 paper with his name printed on it. Xiao Ruofei quickly walked over. Before he could speak, a middle-aged man with a big belly beside the crew cut smiled and asked, "You must be Mr. Xiao Ruofei." "I am." Xiao Ruofei glanced at the middle-aged man and asked, "You must be Mr. Yu." "I am Yu Mingdong. Please take care of me, Mr. Xia." The middle-aged fat man smiled like a Maitreya Buddha and handed over his business card with both hands. Xiao Ruofei took the business card and smiled gently. He said, "You flatter me. I decided to buy a batch of jade at the last minute. I have troubled you, Mr. Yu." "It's nothing. Mr. Ma personally ordered it. It's just a small matter." Yu Mingdong quickly said politely, "Mr. Xia, let's go to Ruizhou first. The car is just outside." "Okay, I will listen to Mr. Yu's arrangement when we are here," Xiao Ruofei said. Thus, the three of them walked out of the airport lobby together. On the way to the parking lot, Xiao Ruofei and Yu Mingdong had a simple chat. She found out that the crew-cut man with the name tag was called Shirley. He was Yu Mingdong's driver and bodyguard. He was also a retired Special Forces soldier and had good skills. Yu Mingdong smiled and said, "This area is close to the border. The customs here are quite tough, and some places are quite chaotic. I will feel more at ease if I bring Lei with me." In fact, almost all the jade bosses who came to Dian province brought bodyguards. On the one hand, rich people cherished their lives. On the other hand, Ruizhou and Hangzhou were quite chaotic. Yu Mingdong brought a Mercedes-Benz business car over. After the three of them got in the car, Yu Mingdong smiled and said, "Mr. Xia, it's time for dinner. I have booked a table at the Juanhao Hotel in Hangzhou. How about we have a meal before going to Ruizhou? Xiao Ruofei didn't want to entertain these people, but it was indeed almost 1 o'clock. He couldn't let Yu Mingdong and Shirley accompany him on the road with an empty stomach. So he nodded slightly and said, "Thank you, Mr. Yu." Yu Mingdong's face suddenly showed a trace of embarrassment. He said carefully, "Mr. Xia, it's like this. The public jade bid in Ruizhou will officially start this afternoon. This public jade bid is very important to me." Yu Mingdong carefully looked at Xiao Ruofei again, and then quickly said, "Mr. Xia, don't worry. I've contacted the supplier. You can get the goods by tomorrow morning at the latest. If the public jade bid goes well, you can even get it tonight." It was obvious that Ma Jiming was very important to Yu Mingdong. He even had some respect for him, so Yu Mingdong didn't dare to neglect the things that Ma Jiming entrusted to him. He was also a little careful when talking to Xiao Ruofei. Although Xiao Ruofei was anxious, he didn't want to force Yu Mingdong. He nodded and said, "Yes, Mr. Yu, it's important to do your own thing." "Thank you, Mr. Xia, for your understanding." Yu Mingdong then explained, "In fact, the supplier also has to participate in the public jade bid, so even if I don't go to the public jade bid this afternoon, we may not be able to buy jade. Mr. Yu, you don't have to explain." Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, "I've already caused you a lot of trouble this time. How could I delay your business any further?" "You're welcome, Mr. Xia." Yu Mingdong breathed a sigh of relief and then said, "It's Mr. Xia's first time in Ruizhou, right? In fact, the public jade bid is very interesting. Mr. Xia can go with us in the afternoon. By the way, I've hired a very good stone gambling consultant this time. I'll ask him to give me some advice. Mr. Xia, you can also buy a few stones to play with. It's just entertainment." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Okay. Then I'll go with you to broaden my horizons." The car soon arrived at the Juanhao Hotel in the downtown of Hangzhou City, which was the most luxurious hotel in Hangzhou City. Because they still had to rush to Ruizhou to participate in the jadeite public plate in the afternoon, this was really a simple meal. Yu Mingdong had already ordered a few local signature dishes in advance. As soon as everyone arrived, the dishes were served immediately. The three of them did not drink. They quickly finished their lunch and continued to drive. The journey from Hangzhou to Ruizhou was more than 90 kilometers. The three of them arrived in Ruizhou in just over an hour. It shouldn't be the first time Shirley accompanied Yu Mingdong here. He was also very familiar with the roads in Ruizhou. He skillfully drove the Mercedes-Benz business car through the streets and alleys of Ruizhou and soon arrived at a street intersection. There was a large parking lot near the street. After the car drove in, Xiao Ruofei saw that there were already many luxury cars parked in the parking lot. Yu Mingdong said, "Mr. Xia, that's Feitsue Street in Ruizhou. The Feitsue public bid is in the middle and back of Feitsue Street. We have to walk there." After Shirley parked the car, the three of them got out of the car and walked into Feitsue Street in Ruizhou. This was a pedestrian street. Without exception, the shops on both sides of the street all sold jade, and most of them sold raw stones. Many of the shops had signboards with the word stone gambling outside. Although stone gambling had the word gambling, in fact, it was legal. The essence of stone gambling was actually the trading of raw jade stones. Because the surface of the jade was covered by a layer of weathered skin, the internal situation could not be seen, and no instrument could detect it. Therefore, people could only infer that there was a supreme jade inside by the external characteristics of the skin. Most of the raw jade stones were traded in this way, which was also commonly known as stone gambling. Yu Mingdong saw that Xiao Ruofei was very interested in the raw stones placed in front of the shops, so he said with a smile, "Mr. Xia, these shops are small and have a lot of tricks. It's okay to play occasionally, but there's a jadeite public bid in these 2 days, so there's no need to waste time in these small shops." Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "It seems that the scale of this jadeite public bid is not small." Yu Mingdong said, "The annual jadeite public bid is naturally not small, but jade is also a non-renewable resource. In recent years, jade has been relatively hot, and Myanmar has been a little overexploited. The size and quality of the raw stones have decreased a lot compared to previous years." Speaking of this, Yu Mingdong sighed again and said, "The competition this year must be very fierce. I don't know how much the price will be raised." This business is getting more and more difficult. Xiao Ruofei had seen Yu Mingdong's business card and knew that he was the boss of a jade company. Hearing this, he couldn't help but ask with a smile, Mr. Yu, isn't the high price a good thing for you? Yu Mingdong said with a wry smile, in theory, the price of raw stones is high, so is the price of jade products. But for a small company like us, the financial pressure is a bit big. Furthermore, if we really make a mistake, we might lose everything. Xiao Ruofei sighed with emotion, it seems that no business is easy. That's right. Yu Mingdong looked at the shop next to him and said, these raw stone transactions are stable. As long as there is a channel to get the goods from Myanmar, they will definitely make a profit. The two of them chatted as they walked forward. Shirley quietly followed behind them and didn't interrupt easily. Soon, they arrived at the site of the Ruizhou public jade bid. It looked more like a big warehouse, and it looked a little simple. There was no gorgeous decoration, and the roof was made of colored steel tiles. It looked like a simple warehouse, which was very different from Xiao Ruofei's imagination. The only thing that could make people feel a trace of a local tyrant was that there were constantly well-dressed people walking into the warehouse. In addition, there were 7 or 8 escort vehicles parked side by side at the door, and there were even a few armed sentries. Yu Mingdong explained with a smile, these are all people with gun licenses. The organizer of the event invited them from a security company. After all, some of the raw stones are very valuable. At this time, a silver-haired old man in a dark red tang suit walked towards Yu Mingdong from not far away. There was a trace of dissatisfaction on his face. Mr. Yu, the public jade bid is about to start. Why are you only here now? Yu Mingdong smiled and said, Mr. He, I'm sorry. I was delayed on the way. Then Yu Mingdong immediately introduced, Mr. Xia, let me introduce you. This is He Ping, the honorary director of the Dian Jade Association. He is the stone gambling consultant that I specially invited. He is very experienced in identifying raw stones. Yu Mingdong said to He Ping, Mr. He, this is Mr. Xiao Ruofei. He is a friend of Mr. Ma from Hong Kong. Originally, He Ping didn't pay much attention to young people like Xiao Ruofei. Seeing Yu Mingdong introduce him so seriously, he didn't think much of it in his heart. However, when he heard Yu Mingdong say that Xiao Ruofei was a friend of Mr. Ma from Hong Kong, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. The expression on his face softened a little, and he nodded slightly at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei also smiled gently and said, Mr. He, please advise me. He Ping said faintly, Mr. Xia, you are too polite. Even if he was Ma Jiming's friend, He Ping wouldn't show as much enthusiasm as Yu Mingdong. He just said a few words, then immediately said to Yu Mingdong, Mr. Yu, let's hurry up and enter the venue. The deadline for the first batch of raw stones today is 5 o'clock in the afternoon. We don't have much time left. Okay. I'll leave it to you later, Mr. He. Yu Mingdong said with a smile. He was a businessman, and he paid attention to harmony to make money. He also knew that experts like He Ping, who had rich experience in stone gambling, were somewhat arrogant. Naturally, he wouldn't care about the other party's attitude. A group of people came to the door. After He Ping showed the invitation letter for the Jade public bid, he went through a strict security check before he was allowed to enter the public bid site. After entering the door, Xiao Ruofei realized that this simple warehouse actually covered a very large area. It was much larger than the parking lot at the end of the street. In addition, although the roof was made of colored steel tiles, a lot of lighting equipment was installed. The entire public bid site was as bright as day. Looking around, there were rows of black and yellow raw stones of different sizes densely packed together. It felt like there was no end in sight. These raw stones were placed in different positions according to their size and appearance. The smaller ones were placed on display shelves, while the bigger ones were placed directly on the ground. Every raw stone had a number, and there was a bidding box with the same number in front of them. When they entered the door, everyone received a stack of pre-prepared double sheets. Each double sheet had a unique number printed on it. If they liked a raw stone, they just had to write down the price they gave on the first page of the double sheet and put it into the bidding box. After the bidding deadline, the sheets in these bidding boxes would be counted immediately. The one with the highest bid would naturally be qualified to buy the raw stone. At that time, as long as they paid the purchase price with the second page of the double sheet, they could directly receive the raw stone. The rules were very simple, but in the face of such a vast amount of raw stones, it was natural that everyone's eyesight would be tested. Of course, it was different from a public auction. This kind of auction also involved a psychological game. They needed to guess how much their competitors might pay, and at the same time, calculate their own affordability to give a suitable price. Of course, each bidding box also had the starting price of the corresponding raw stone. Anything lower than this price was naturally invalid. There were so many raw stones here that it was impossible to count them. Of course, many of them could be cut with jade. After all, the raw stones that could be put on the jade public plate were also screened. However, being able to cut out jade didn't mean that they could definitely make money. Some of them might not even be worth the starting price, and there were even many that didn't have jade at all. In the end, it still depended on one's eyesight. This was also the reason why those experienced stone gambling consultants were so popular. Xiao Ruofei just fell behind and secretly asked Shirley. Yu Mingdong asked Tiping to help him with the appraisal. The reward for 3 days was 2 million yuan. If the price of the raw stone increased greatly, there would be an additional bonus. Perhaps Ma Jiming's reputation was big enough, but Yu Mingdong still attached great importance to Xiao Ruofei. After entering the public plate, he had been introducing the situation to Xiao Ruofei. After all, when Xiao Ruofei came in, it was like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. At first glance, it was obvious that it was the first time that he had come to the jade public plate. He was also worried that if Xiao Ruofei was affected by the atmosphere of the scene, he would be impulsive and lose a lot of money. If that happened, it would be difficult for him to explain it to Ma Jiming. Mr. Xia, although there are many people coming and going here, in fact, there aren't many people who really come to stone gambling. Yu Mingdong said with a smile, most of the people here are in the domestic jade industry. Everyone comes to the public plate because they want to stock up as much raw materials as possible. After all, the price of jade has been rising in recent years. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, that is to say, even if the price is high, most of the jade that is cut out will be kept for themselves. Yes. Yu Mingdong said with a smile, it's the same for my company. The raw materials have always been very tight. I'm counting on Mr. He's help this time to buy a few more pieces of good material. Otherwise, we'll be out of stock soon. When he was chatting with Xiao Ruofei, he didn't forget to flatter He Ping. The silver-haired He Ping looked quite a bit like a master, and he was still indifferent to Yu Mingdong's flattery. The group of people passed by many raw stone display shelves, but they didn't stop. Xiao Ruofei asked curiously, Mr. Yu, there are so many raw stones here. Won't you be dazzled by the selection? Although he didn't know much about stone gambling, he had seen it once in the Three Mountains. Those stone gambling people could turn a raw stone over and over for a long time. Even if they were experienced drivers, they probably wouldn't be very efficient. This batch of raw stones has been on display for 2 days. Today is the deadline for the bidding. It can be said that everyone basically knows which raw stones they want. Yu Mingdong said with a smile, this afternoon is just the final confirmation, and also to weigh the bidding strategy. No wonder. Xiao Ruofei thought to himself. Yu Mingdong must have preliminarily determined which pieces to compete for, so he and He Ping went straight to the target. Mr. Yu, I think the price of these raw stones isn't low. How do the people who win the bid trade? Xiao Ruofei asked again. After the bid is opened, the winning bid will be kept for half an hour. The organizers of the public bid have a special payment point. Cash, credit card, transfer, and check are all accepted. Yu Mingdong said, every public bid is supported by the local government. The bank will send people to work on the spot, and the precious raw stones can be directly entrusted to a security company to escort them. Even the hospital will send doctors and ambulances. Every year, there are people whose hearts can't stand the excitement. Speaking of this, Yu Mingdong couldn't help but laugh. This wasn't a joke. Stone gambling was known as a knife to the poor, a knife to the rich, a knife to wear linen. It could turn a poor person into a millionaire in the blink of an eye, and it could also evaporate tens of millions of funds in an instant. The excitement was no less than real gambling. In fact, when Xiao Ruofei learned that there was a large-scale jadeite stone trading public bid in Ruizhou, his heart had already moved slightly. Although there was no equipment that could see through the stone and detect the jadeite content inside the stone, Xiao Ruofei had a way to determine whether there was jadeite in a stone and how much jadeite it contained. He could even roughly determine the quality of the jadeite. This method was naturally to use the spiritual map scroll. Xiao Ruofei had used this trick when he was in the Three Mountains. As long as he touched the jadeite stone with his hand, if the stone contained the jadeite that the spiritual map scroll needed, the spiritual map scroll would tremble slightly. The more jadeite there was and the higher the quality, the more intense the reaction of the spiritual map scroll would be. In fact, at that time, Xiao Ruofei had accidentally obtained the boundary stone, which was also the most intense reaction of the spiritual map scroll. He didn't even need to touch the boundary stone, and the spiritual map scroll trembled on its own. It seemed to be very urgent. As the saying went, even an immortal can't judge an inch of jade. Even an experienced stone gambling consultant like Yiping could at most make an estimate based on his experience by looking at the appearance, color, cracks, or the window of the raw stone. At most, he would have a slightly higher probability of hitting the jackpot than ordinary people. Even the best stone gambling consultant wouldn't dare to pat his chest and guarantee that he would hit the jackpot 100% of the time. If it was really so magical, who would be a consultant for others? Wouldn't you be rich if you bought it yourself? And Xiao Ruofei had the spiritual map scroll, which was like a cheat. Even if he knew nothing about stone gambling, he could still hit the jackpot 100% of the time. Those stone gambling experts and consultants couldn't be compared to him. Take a good gamble. This thought became even stronger after Xiao Ruofei entered the public bid site. Buying jadeite was the same as buying raw stones. In comparison, the raw stones that had already been opened were much more expensive. And it was very likely that one would get a good deal when gambling on raw stones. Perhaps with a small amount of money, she would be able to obtain enough jade materials to upgrade the spiritual map dimension. Xiao Ruofei's mind was still filled with thoughts of upgrading the dimension. After all, Songwei was still unconscious. There were still more than 2 hours before the bidding deadline. Although there were countless raw stones on the site, Xiao Ruofei didn't need to think about it repeatedly. As long as he touched the raw stones with his hand, he could get the answer immediately. A raw stone didn't even need a second to be appraised, so there was still enough time. As for using their hands to touch the raw stones, naturally, no one would care. Those stone gambling experts had spray bottles, wet cloths, and strong flashlights. They all wanted to lie on top of the raw stones. In order to appraise a piece of raw stone, it was inevitable that they had to touch the raw stones. These raw stones were not expensive antiques. As long as they were not taken away secretly, the security personnel at the scene would never interfere. The only problem now was that these raw stones were not auctioned. Instead, everyone wrote their own prices and put them in the bidding box. There was a lot of chance in this. It was very likely that the raw stones that Xiao Ruofei liked were also liked by many people. It was hard to say whether they would win the bid. After all, Xiao Ruofei knew nothing about this industry. He didn't know anything about the people in the industry. He couldn't judge the price at all, and he couldn't guess what price others would probably offer. If Xiao Ruofei also had a stone gambling consultant, it would be fine. After all, there was someone who knew the industry to provide professional advice. But now he was alone, and he couldn't ask Yiping to help him. Yu Mingdong's time was a little tight. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei quickly thought of a solution, and this problem was easily solved. He stood in front of a bidding box and tried to use his spiritual power to spy on it. He immediately showed a trace of joy. The list in the bidding box was all visible, and the price written on it naturally couldn't be hidden from Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power. This was equivalent to activating another cheating device. There was nothing that could stop Xiao Ruofei from stirring up trouble in today's jadeite public bid. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said to Yu Mingdong, "Mr. Yu, I'll help you. I'll just take a look." Yu Mingdong's mind was also full of the raw stones that Yiping liked, so he immediately nodded and said, "Okay. Mr. Xia, if you want to buy a few pieces to play with, don't bid so easily. I'll ask Mr. He to help check." There's no need. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "You're so busy. Even if I want to buy some, I'll just play with them. I won't bother Mr. He." Yu Mingdong and He Ping really didn't have time, so he said straightforwardly, "Okay, but you'd better not compete for the stones that are too expensive. The water in this industry is very deep." Xiao Ruofei knew that Yu Mingdong was being kind, so he nodded and said with a smile, "I know, Mr. Yu." Yu Mingdong then said, "Mr. Xia, if there's really a stone that you like, you should bid. The organizer of the double list has registered it. I've already paid the deposit. You just need to fill it in and put it in the bidding box, and it will definitely be valid." In fact, to participate in the public jade bid, one had to pay a certain amount of deposit. This was also to prevent people from bidding maliciously and disrupting the trading order. Yu Mingdong was very thoughtful. When he entered the door just now, he deliberately took an extra double list and registered it under his name. It was prepared for Xiao Ruofei. Anyway, even if Xiao Ruofei couldn't afford it, Mr. Ma from Hong Kong wouldn't let him suffer a loss. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Understood. Then, Xiao Ruofei didn't walk with Yu Mingdong anymore. Instead, he strolled in another direction. Yu Mingdong looked at Xiao Ruofei, who was walking away. He saw that Xiao Ruofei was indeed like a rookie participating in the public jade bid for the first time. Along the way, he touched the stones in front of him from time to time with curiosity in his eyes, but he never stopped in front of a stone for a moment. Yu Mingdong smiled and said to Yi Ping, "Mr. He, let's continue." After leaving Yu Mingdong and the others, Xiao Ruofei wasn't very conspicuous in the crowd. As he strolled along, he couldn't help but be secretly speechless. Along the way, there was almost no reaction from the spirit map scrolls. Only a few of them would tremble slightly. This meant that in those unresponsive stones, there must be very little jade content, or even no jade at all. Xiao Ruofei also stood in front of a stone that didn't respond for a moment and used his mental power to look at the situation in the bidding box. Because the starting price of this stone wasn't low, it was 80,000 yuan. As a result, Xiao Ruofei found that there were already more than a dozen orders in the bidding box. The highest price among them was 200,000 yuan. In other words, if no one offered a higher price, then this guy who bid the highest price was equivalent to buying an ordinary stone with 200,000 yuan. Even if this stone came from the old pit, it was too much of a scam, and there were many such stones, which showed how high the risk of stone gambling was. Xiao Ruofei shook his head with a smile and continued to stroll around the public bidding site as if nothing had happened. Every stone he passed by, he would consciously or unconsciously reach out and touch it. Occasionally, Xiao Ruofei would stop and record in a small book. There were many people like him in the field, so his behavior was inconspicuous. The stones that could make Xiao Ruofei stop were naturally the ones that had a bigger reaction from the spirit map scrolls. He mainly recorded the numbers of the stones, their positions, and the highest bid price. Although the public bidding site was very big and there were many stones, it couldn't stop Xiao Ruofei's efficiency. It took him about an hour to appraise all the raw stones. Although there were occasionally people who noticed Xiao Ruofei who had been strolling around, they only thought that Xiao Ruofei was a young man who came out with his family elders to see the world, so they didn't care. No one knew that right now, Xiao Ruofei's little notebook was already filled with several pages of notes. Xiao Ruofei also couldn't see the situation inside the stones. He compared and judged based on the reaction of the spirit map scrolls in his body. Therefore, in these records, there were many special symbols that only Xiao Ruofei could understand. These symbols represented different priorities. In addition, Xiao Ruofei was now an expert whose spiritual power had reached the spirit throbbing stage, so his brain was naturally far more developed than ordinary people. Even if he couldn't have a photographic memory, he wasn't far off. If the brain of an ordinary person was an ordinary home computer, then Xiao Ruofei's brain's calculation and analysis ability was at least a large server, or even an ordinary supercomputer. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei quickly sorted out the data in an orderly manner. In a short while, Xiao Ruofei had already determined 8 targets, and this was the result of Xiao Ruofei's continuous screening. After all, there were too many raw stones on the public plate, and there were naturally many that contained jade. No matter how big Xiao Ruofei's appetite was, it was impossible for him to eat all of them in one go. Whether or not he had enough money was secondary. The key was that if he did this, then the raw stones that others bought would all be a pile of useless stones. Once such a strange situation happened, even a fool would know that there was a problem. Even if he bought the raw stones and didn't open them on the spot, the organizers would have a record. When the time came, other than him buying a large number of raw stones, everyone else would lose. It would definitely be noticed by people with ulterior motives. Therefore, it was naturally not good to be too greedy. In addition, to be honest, Xiao Ruofei didn't have enough money. Xiao Ruofei could be considered to have some assets, but on this jade public plate, the starting price of the few giant raw stones with the potential to be the king was easily tens of millions. Even if his appetite was too big, it was impossible for him to eat all of them. Therefore, there had to be a trade-off. First of all, although those that would definitely have jade, but the jade content was not high, were eliminated by Xiao Ruofei in the first step. Secondly, although some of the Lingtu painting scrolls had a very strong reaction, they had already opened a skylight. Their performance was quite good, and the starting price was ridiculously high. They were also eliminated by Xiao Ruofei reluctantly. The reason was very simple: the price-performance ratio was not high. Xiao Ruofei bought the raw stones for the space to absorb and upgrade, not to gamble and sell them for money. He definitely wouldn't open them on the spot, so in the case of many choices, the ones that cost too much were naturally excluded by him. Xiao Ruofei mainly stared at the raw stones that were not favored by the organizers and the stone gamblers, but in fact, they were of quite high quality. To put it bluntly, he was picking up scraps. Naturally, there weren't many chances to pick up scraps, but with the support of a large number of people, Xiao Ruofei still found a few pieces. Out of the 8 raw stones that he finally decided on, 7 of them were the kind that didn't seem to be obvious, and some of them were even ignored, but the reaction of the Lingtu painting scrolls was very obvious. The most important thing was that these 7 raw stones were all quite cheap. Xiao Ruofei used his spiritual power to spy on this situation in the bidding box, and added up the highest price of the 7 raw stones so far. It was only a little over 3 million. In other words, as long as he grasped the right timing, he could get it for more than 3 million. Even if Xiao Ruofei didn't want to be too obvious, and just happened to suppress the highest price of others, the total price wouldn't exceed 3,500,000. As for the jade contained in these 7 raw stones, although Xiao Ruofei couldn't calculate the specific value, but from the reaction of the Lingtu painting scrolls, compared to the situation of the other raw stones, it was probably more than 10 times more expensive. It was definitely a profitable business. As long as he operated it well, Xiao Ruofei could spend only 3 million and get jade worth 30 to 40 million, or even 40 to 50 million. With so much jade, it might be enough for the Ring 2 space to upgrade. Xiao Ruofei was now wholeheartedly thinking about upgrading the space, so his heart was also restless. As for the last raw stone that he chose, the price was not low. The starting price of this raw stone reached 5 million. Although it didn't have any skylights and was a raw stone that was all gambled, it was still very popular. First of all, the size of this raw jade stone was quite large. From the size, it could at least be ranked in the top 15 of the public jade plate. It was almost the size of a square table, and a conservative estimate of its weight was more than 500 kilograms. It would probably require a forklift to move it. In addition, it might be that its appearance was better. Xiao Ruofei didn't know much about this, but there was no lack of stone gambling experts in front of this raw stone, which was already very clear. This raw stone numbered 1896, when Xiao Ruofei just walked by, there were already dozens of bids in the bidding box. Xiao Ruofei paid attention to check, and the highest price had already reached 3 million. There was still an hour before the bidding deadline, and this price might be refreshed. Although this raw stone was very popular and the price was frighteningly high, Xiao Ruofei still couldn't bear to cross it off the book after much consideration. The reason was very simple. This raw stone could make the spirit map scroll tremble violently, and the intensity of the reaction could at least be ranked in the top 3 of all the raw stones present. As for the other 2 raw stones that had a stronger reaction, Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate to give up. Those 2 raw stones were all gambled materials, and the starting price was higher, so the competition was more intense. There were at least 200 to 300 bids in the bidding box for the first raw stone, and the highest bid was 70 to 80 million. If nothing went wrong, that raw stone would be the king of the bids today. In fact, from the reaction of the spirit map scroll, the jade contained in this king of the bids would definitely not be 10 times that of the raw stone that Xia Ruofei finally left behind. Not to mention 10 times, even 2 or 3 times would be difficult. Therefore, the raw stone that might cost 8 or 9 million to buy was actually the most cost-effective. Xia Ruofei thought for a long time, and felt that he wasn't willing to give up any of these 8 raw stones. In the end, he made up his mind to try his best to get them all. The 7 raw stones that Xia Ruofei chose first were still okay. Because they were relatively unpopular, there were fewer bidders. Xia Ruofei constantly paid attention to the situation in these raw stones bidding boxes while he was strolling. The big raw stone with the lowest starting price of 5 million was more popular. There were always people looking at it carefully, especially when the bidding deadline was approaching. From time to time, people would put in their written lists. Therefore, Xia Ruofei's main energy was on this raw stone. Yu Mingdong and Yiping were also nervously paying attention to the few targets they had chosen. Some of them had not made up their minds about the final price, so naturally, they had no time to pay attention to Xia Ruofei. Time passed by minute. When the live broadcast announced that there were 10 minutes left until the bidding deadline, Xia Ruofei began to act. He quickened his pace and came to the first raw stone he had chosen with a clear goal. After probing it with his mental power, he quickly wrote down a price, tore off the first line and put it in. After that, Xia Ruofei did not stop and continued to walk towards the other raw stone he had chosen. After a while, Xia Ruofei had put in all the first 7 raw stones. If he could get all 7 of these raw stones as he wished, Xia Ruofei would have to pay about 3,300,000. In the end, Xia Ruofei returned to the largest raw stone. Of course, he had also been paying attention to the 7 raw stones in front of him. Whenever someone passed by the raw stones, he would be a little nervous. Fortunately, these 7 raw stones were really very unpopular. In the last few minutes, no one had bid on them. Xia Ruofei was most concerned about this big raw stone. In the last few minutes, there were still people putting in new lists. Therefore, Xia Ruofei's main attention was still focused on this. Fortunately, this bidding model was not a public auction. Everyone had their own judgment of the raw stone's value and the bidding strategy of potential competitors. Therefore, although there were many people participating in the competition, the highest price would not be raised too much. Xia Ruofei was standing next to the raw stone. His spiritual power had been covering the bidding box the whole time. He was clear about everyone's bid. It was equivalent to other people fighting a battle of wits and courage in this bidding mode, while Xia Ruofei was facing a completely open and transparent card. There were still 3 minutes before the bidding deadline. At present, the highest bid for this raw stone was 8.52 million. Without hesitation, Xia Ruofei wrote a bid of 8.6 million yuan, tore off the first page, folded it in half, and stuffed it into the bidding box. There was no rule that only one bid could be made, so Xia Ruofei first wrote down a price that was guaranteed to win the bid. In case someone offered a higher price in the last 3 minutes, he would raise the price at the last minute. After Xia Ruofei finished casting, he stood near the raw stone and paid attention to the 8 raw stones he had chosen. No one was interested in the other 7 raw gemstones. In the last few minutes, someone still came to bid for the largest one. This raw stone's performance might be good. There were quite a few people who were optimistic about it. However, people in the industry had a rough evaluation standard. In addition, this was an all-in raw stone, so no one's bid was too outrageous. Until the bidding deadline, no one bid higher than 8.6 million yuan. Hearing the broadcast in the venue, the staff began to come over to maintain order. Xia Ruofei finally breathed a sigh of relief. If nothing unexpected happened, all 8 raw stones would be won. The staff of the organizer began to clear the venue. They needed to put all the bidding boxes together and count the bids under the supervision of the notaries. Xia Ruofei soon found Yu Mingdong and the others. Yu Mingdong had a relaxed smile on his face. He looked very confident. "Mr. Xia, let's find a place to have dinner first," Yu Mingdong said with a smile. "The bidding results will be announced at 7:30 p.m. We'll come back then." "Okay, I'll follow Mr. Yu's arrangement," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Except for the organizers' cars, escort cars, ambulances, and other special vehicles, cars were not allowed to enter Jadeite Street. Therefore, the billionaires all walked outside. Xiao Ruofei and the others chatted as they walked. Yu Mingdong asked with a smile, Mr. Xia, how do you feel about the public jade bid? It's my first time here. I can't describe how I feel, but the scale is really big, Xiao Ruofei said. Of course. This is one of the largest public jade bids in Dian province. Basically, all the jewelry and jade businessmen in the country are gathered here. Yu Mingdong said with a smile. Then, he asked casually, did Mr. Xia put in a few pieces for fun? Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, I did put in a few orders for fun. Yu Mingdong asked with some interest, oh? How much did Mr. Xia put in? Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, more than 20 million. I didn't calculate the specific number. He had considered that the 8 raw stones that he had spent around 12 million yuan on would definitely be able to win the bid, so he had reported a little more. Otherwise, if he said that he had put in more than 12 million and won the bid for every one of them, it would be a bit difficult to explain. Xiao Ruofei didn't expect that the number he reported would give Yu Mingdong a big shock. More than 20 million. Yu Mingdong was speechless. He had put in less than 40 million today. After all, a small jade businessman like him definitely couldn't compare with Hengfeng Group. Hengfeng Group of the Ma family had stable supply channels. Their purchases were often in the hundreds of millions. For example, they didn't even send anyone to participate in the public jade bid in Ruizhou. For Yu Mingdong, more than 40 million was not a small number. After all, this was a gamble. If his luck was bad, more than 40 million might be wasted. The possibility of losing everything was not high, but it was normal for the funds to shrink by 10 or 20 times. He didn't expect that Xiao Ruofei, a person who knew nothing about stone gambling, would dare to put in more than 20 million just to watch the fun. Yu Mingdong was even a little worried for a moment. After all, Xiao Ruofei's bid was registered under his name. If Xiao Ruofei really won the bid and couldn't pay, then he wouldn't be able to get back the deposit he paid. However, this was just a fleeting thought in Yu Mingdong's mind. As soon as he thought about how Ma Jiming personally called in the middle of the night to help Xiao Ruofei purchase jade materials, the uneasiness in his heart disappeared. Birds of a feather flocked together. How could a person who had such a close relationship with Mr. Ma from Hong Kong not be able to pay 20 million? What's more, even if Xiao Ruofei really didn't have the money to pay and his deposit was deducted, Mr. Ma would definitely not ignore it. However, Yu Mingdong still felt that Xiao Ruofei was too bold. He couldn't help but say, Mr. Xia, the risk of stone gambling is still very high. You don't know much about this industry, so rashly investing so much. He Ping couldn't help but secretly shake his head. In his opinion, Xiao Ruofei was a rich young master. He didn't know anything about this industry, but he still dared to spend so much money. He was really ignorant and fearless. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Mr. Yu, it's just a bid. I don't even know if I can win it. That's true. Yu Mingdong nodded and said. He felt a little relieved because he knew that the price of raw stones was difficult to grasp even for insiders, and the starting price might not necessarily be meaningful. The final winning price was several times the starting price, which was not surprising. After all, this was not a public bidding. Xiao Ruofei had put in more than 20 million, so it was hard to say how much he could win in the end. If Xiao Ruofei had only bid with the starting price as a reference, the probability of winning the bid would have been very low. However, Yu Mingdong still reminded him and said, Mr. Xia, you still have to be careful in this kind of situation in the future. In fact, you can ask for Mr. He's and my opinion. In the stone gambling industry, it's very difficult to figure out the ropes without a lot of experience. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, okay, thank you for the reminder, Mr. Yu. Yu Mingdong saw Xiao Ruofei's casual look and guessed that Xiao Ruofei was probably not short of money at all. He didn't care about 10 or 20 million at all, so he didn't say anything more. Since the bidding results would be announced at 7 o'clock, the group of people didn't go far after picking up the car. They found a well-decorated restaurant nearby and ordered a few dishes. After eating, they hurried back to the Jadeite public bid site. In just 2 hours, the layout of the public bid site had been changed. The area where the raw stones were originally placed was separated by a belt. A long service desk was set up at the front, and all the staff were in place. The huge screen in the most eye-catching position of the site was also turned on. In a while, the bidding results would be announced on the big screen. Due to the large number of raw gemstones being traded this time, the bidding results would be posted at the venue. In addition, the organizer provided several computers so that customers could check the bidding results of a certain number of raw gemstones through the computers. When Xiao Ruofei and the others arrived at the site of the public bid, many people had already arrived in advance. Everyone was waiting anxiously. Many people stretched their necks to look at the big screen, which was still empty. After a while, there was a commotion in the crowd. "It's out! It's out! It's out in order of number. I have a raw stone with a number near the front. Hurry up and compare it. Guanyin Bodhisattva bless me. You must let me win a few. There's no rice in the factory." Xiao Ruofei also looked up at the big screen. Sure enough, the latest bidding information began to appear on it. The information was in the form of a table. There were 3 simple columns: the raw stone's number, the winning bid price, and the corresponding number of the winning bid. Yu Mingdong also looked at the big screen nervously. From time to time, he took out his notebook to look at it. Among the 8 raw stones that Xiao Ruofei selected, 2 of the numbers were relatively near the front. They were in the top 100. At this speed, the bidding information would appear in the next few screens. However, Xiao Ruofei was very confident. He was not very anxious. Instead, he looked at the reactions of the people around him with interest. Although stone gambling was a legal raw stone transaction, the people who participated in the raw stone transaction were really like gamblers at this moment. They all widened their eyes and stretched their necks, staring at the big screen without blinking. More accurately, these people were more like the stock investors who paid attention to the market in the stock exchange before the internet was popularized. "I won one. Awesome. Sigh. I wrote 20,000 less, and someone took it away. I looked at raw stone number 36 for more than an hour. I bid too conservatively." The people around him cheered or sighed from time to time. Xiao Ruofei looked at Yu Mingdong next to him and found that he was also very nervous. He held the small notebook tightly in his hand and stared at the big screen without blinking. Soon, the winning bid for the 2 raw stones with the smallest numbers that Xiao Ruofei bid for that day came out. Without any suspense, Xiao Ruofei won the bid. He had already memorized the raw stone's number and the bidding list's number in his heart. He did not need to look at the small notebook from time to time like Yu Mingdong and the others. Someone had already walked to the service desk and showed the second page of the bidding list to start the transaction. In the area where the raw stones were placed, the staff also began to get busy. They shuttled back and forth, picking up a raw stone from time to time and returning it to the service desk. Some small forklifts also passed through the area where the raw stones were placed. They forked the larger raw stones and drove them to the service desk. Xiao Ruofei was not in a hurry. He decided to wait for all 8 of his raw stones to be opened before settling the bill together. The largest raw stone was numbered 1896. It was also the one with the largest number among the 8 raw stones. It would take a long time for more than 1,000 raw stones to be opened. At this time, Xiao Ruofei found that Yu Mingdong, who was next to him, clenched his fist hard and showed a hint of joy on his face. "President Yu, you won the bid?" Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. "Yes." He was very optimistic about this raw stone. "I paid 10% more than the normal estimate. I finally won it successfully." Yu Mingdong said happily. There were 2 raw stones in front that were missed. "Congratulations," Xiao Ruofei said. Yu Mingdong laughed and said, "I hope it will be a good result after it is opened." Xiao Ruofei asked casually, "President Yu, which one is it?" Yu Mingdong said with a smile, "Number 633. This raw stone is not small. Its appearance is also very good." As soon as Xiao Ruofei heard this, he remembered that he had some impression of the number 633 raw stone. It was about the same size as the number 1896 raw stone that he had chosen in the end. At that time, the spiritual map scroll also had a reaction to the number 633 raw stone, but the reaction was much smaller than that of the number 1896 raw stone. It was even about the same as the wash basin-sized raw stone that he had chosen before. The price-performance ratio was too low, so Xiao Ruofei quickly excluded the number 633 raw stone. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei could not help but look at the big screen. At this time, the information on the screen just happened to roll to the screen of the number 633 raw stone. He glanced at the winning bid. It was 21.35 million. Xiao Ruofei's face could not help but twitch. It was actually so high, he was sure that the value of the jade contained in this raw stone was definitely not comparable to the number 1896 raw stone that he was about to buy with 8.6 million. At best, it was about the same as the other small raw stone that he had bought. As for the washbasin-sized raw stone, Xiao Ruofei had only spent 350,000 yuan, which was just a fraction of the price of the number 633 raw stone. Although he did not know the jade market, Xiao Ruofei still had basic judgment. He glanced at the happy Yu Mingdong and said in his heart, this guy might fail today. However, it was not good for him to say this, and he did not know how to help Yu Mingdong recover his loss, so he could only silently wish him good luck. Soon, Xiao Ruofei focused his attention on the big screen again. After a while, the results of the raw stones that Xiao Ruofei had chosen came out one by one. Number 708, 1, number 836, 1, number 992, 1. After waiting for more than half an hour, the winning bid for the number 1896 raw stone finally came out. Winning bid, 8.6 million Huaxia dollars. Xiao Ruofei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had spent less than 12 million yuan and won all 8 raw stones. For Xiao Ruofei, all the results had been revealed. He took out the second page of a small stack of bidding slips from his pocket and stepped toward the service desk that had begun to bustle with noise and excitement. Yu Mingdong, who was next to Xiao Ruofei, saw this and quickly asked, Mr. Xia, where are you going? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, I was lucky and won a few pieces. I'm going to pay for them. Mr. Xia, how many did you win? Yu Mingdong asked with a smile as he walked. Until now, he still treated Xiao Ruofei as a complete newbie who didn't know anything about stone gambling. This newbie might be rich, but in this public market where experts were as numerous as the clouds, even if he won, it would be a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Or perhaps, it would be 1 or 2 stones that performed poorly that others didn't want. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, let me count. If I remember correctly, it should be 8. Oh, 8, not bad. Yu Mingdong said casually. Then, he opened his eyes wide and shouted, what? 8. You actually managed to hit 8. Then, Yu Mingdong asked nervously, how much in total? Not much, about 12 million. Xiao Ruofei said casually, there are still a few good raw stones that I didn't win. In fact, Xiao Ruofei only won 8, but he had to say that. Yu Mingdong was a little confused and worried. Many of the raw stones in the public bid were not accurate, and even he didn't dare to make a decision easily. That was why he hired He Ping as a consultant with a high salary. It was no exaggeration to say that even a jade merchant like him who had been in the business for many years could lose everything if he wasn't careful. Previously, when Xiao Ruofei said that he had won more than 20 million, Yu Mingdong was just a little surprised. After all, he might not win, so he didn't say much. But now that he had actually hit the jackpot, he would have to pay the price. That's 12 million renminbi. Yu Mingdong thought that most likely Xiao Ruofei didn't know the ropes, so he bet a ridiculously high price. That was why he won among so many experts. If Xiao Ruofei lost a few million in the public bid, then Yu Mingdong would have a hard time explaining it to Ma Zhiming. Yu Mingdong suddenly felt a headache coming on. He asked urgently, Mr. Xia, how many raw stones did you win? Although it was too late to say anything now, Yu Mingdong still wanted to understand the situation. To be precise, he wanted to assess Xiao Ruofei's losses. Xiao Ruofei reported the serial numbers of the raw stones that he had won the bid. Among these 8 raw stones, the first 7 were very inconspicuous. There were thousands of raw stones of various sizes in the entire public bid. Yu Mingdong naturally had no impression of these numbers. However, when Xiao Ruofei reported the number of the 8th raw stone, 1896, his eyes couldn't help but shine. So, no. 1896 was won by you. Yu Mingdong said, if I remember correctly, the winning bid was 8.6 million. This raw stone was also the focus of Yu Mingdong's attention. However, after he compared it with Yiping many times, he felt that the possibility of a huge increase was not high. Yiping believed that number 633 had greater potential. Although the starting price of number 633 was higher and the competition was more fierce, in the end, Yu Mingdong decided to take a gamble. In the end, he got his wish and won the raw stone at the price of 21.35 million. As for whether it was a profit or a loss, only Xiao Ruofei knew in his heart. Yu Mingdong thought about it. Number 1896 was not bad. The price of 8.6 million was much higher than he expected. At that time, after he and Yiping discussed it, he felt that 7 million was the upper limit. Any higher and there would be no profit. In addition, the competition was fierce, so he gave up. However, in any case, it was unlikely that this raw stone would make a big loss. Even if his luck was not very good, according to the current performance of this raw stone, it should be possible to get 3 or 4 million worth of jade. Thinking of this, Yu Mingdong heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao Ruofei said that he had won 8 raw stones, which totaled 12 million. However, number 1896 had already cost 8.6 million, which meant that the other raw stones were very cheap. Even if he lost all of them, he would not lose much. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "Yes. I thought this raw stone was good at first glance, and I saw that a lot of people were interested in it, so I simply raised the price. I didn't expect to win." Yu Mingdong was speechless for a while. This was more than 8 million, not just 800 pieces. He didn't understand stone gambling at all and just casually bid. However, it was a foregone conclusion, and it seemed that Xiao Ruofei was quite happy. He probably wouldn't go back on his word. Even if he lost, he wouldn't lose much, so Yu Mingdong didn't say anything more. Xiao Ruofei didn't know that in Yu Mingdong's heart, he had become a stupid rich second generation with a lot of money. The two of them walked to an empty service desk together. At this time, a lot of people who had won the bid had already come to pay for the handover. The staff was also busy shuttling back and forth in the raw stone display area. When Xiao Ruofei came over, a pretty staff member immediately greeted them with a smile. Xiao Ruofei first showed the second page of the 8 bidding forms. After the staff checked it on the computer, she immediately smiled and said, "Sir, congratulations on winning the bid, and I also wish that the price of the raw stone you bought will be greatly increased." "Thank you," Xiao Ruofei said, and then asked, "Can I swipe my card?" "Of course, please wait a moment," the staff member said. She quickly calculated the total transaction number, then took the bank card from Xiao Ruofei and swiped it quickly. Xiao Ruofei entered the password and signed. 12 million yuan was spent without blinking an eye. "Please wait for a moment. Our staff will send your raw stone over soon." Xiao Ruofei nodded. He suddenly had an idea and asked, "Right, I have a relatively large raw stone. I want to leave it with you temporarily. Is that okay?" "Yes." "May I ask which one it is?" the staff member asked. "Number 1896. "Okay, please wait a moment." The staff member first operated on the computer and changed the status of the raw stone from "pick it up immediately after the transaction" to "temporarily stored." Then she sent a deposit receipt to Xiao Ruofei. She said, "Sir, please keep this receipt. The public jade bid will end in 3 days. We will keep it for you for free for 3 days. You can pick it up at any time during these 3 days. I need to remind you that we only recognize the receipt, not the person. Don't lose the receipt." "I know, thank you," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Yu Mingdong still had several raw stones that had not been bid, so he was not in a hurry to trade. He just waited aside. After a while, 2 staff members pushed a small cart to the service desk. The small cart was filled with the 7 raw stones that Xiao Ruofei had his eyes on. Yu Mingdong looked at them. They were all small raw stones, and their appearance was ordinary. He was even more sure that Xiao Ruofei did not know how to identify jade raw stones. These 7 raw stones cost more than 3 million yuan. Yu Mingdong estimated that the 3 million yuan might have been wasted. If he was lucky, he might have gotten a jade worth 1 million yuan. If he was unlucky, he might have bought 7 pieces of waste stones with 3 million yuan. However, Xiao Ruofei was so excited at this time that he did not want to pour cold water on him. The staff member said, "Sir, these are the 7 raw stones you just bid for. Please check them." Xiao Ruofei remembered the appearance of these 7 raw stones clearly, but he still took each of them in his hand and looked at them seriously. He also used the Lingtu scroll to verify them. Although it was unlikely that there would be any tricks in such a big public jade bid, Xiao Ruofei was still very cautious. The Lingtu scroll's reaction was still strong, which meant that the stones had not been swapped. Xiao Ruofei nodded with satisfaction and said, "No problem." The staff member said enthusiastically, "There is a stone cutting equipment provided by our conference for free next door. You can go there directly to cut the stones." Xiao Ruofei said, "I don't plan to cut these raw stones for the time being. I want to take them away directly. By the way, I saw people from the escort company at the door. Can you ask them to help me transport them to the hotel?" Yu Mingdong listened to Xiao Ruofei say that he did not plan to cut the stones immediately. He was slightly relieved. He was also worried that there would be no green at all. The raw stone number 1896 was fine, but he was not optimistic about these black raw stones. The staff member said, "Yes. If you need it, I can help you contact them, but you have to pay for it yourself." "Okay, then I'll have to trouble you," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then he turned to Yu Mingdong and said, "President Yu, I plan to take these raw stones to the hotel first. I have a friend in Spring City. He can help me find a channel to transport them back to the southeast." Yu Mingdong was also a little surprised. Logically speaking, a young master like Xiao Ruofei would definitely be eager to cut the raw stones after buying them. He did not expect that Xiao Ruofei was not in a hurry to cut them today, and even wanted to take the raw stones back directly. Xiao Ruofei had also guessed Yu Mingdong's thoughts. He smiled and explained, "I have a friend at the 3 Mountains who is very interested in the mysterious stone gambling. Coincidentally, these raw stones aren't big, so I wanted to bring them back and cut them with her to satisfy her curiosity." After saying that, Xiao Ruofei winked at Yu Mingdong. Yu Mingdong suddenly understood and said with a smile, "Mr. Xia, it must be a female friend, right?" Xiao Ruofei smiled but did not say anything. Yu Mingdong consciously guessed Xiao Ruofei's thoughts. He just wanted to show off in front of a woman. How domineering was it to buy a few stones for a few million yuan to cut them for fun? If there was some jade in them, he could give it to the woman directly. Maybe he could get close to her. This was mainly because Yu Mingdong had a preconceived notion that Xiao Ruofei was a rich young master, so he was unknowingly misled by Xiao Ruofei. He laughed and said, "I understand. I understand. Anyway, these raw stones are not very big. If your friend has connections in the civil aviation industry, it's very convenient for him to fly them back." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Yu Mingdong said again, "Mr. Xia, before you came, I had already booked a hotel room for you in advance. I still have to keep an eye on things here, so I can't go back with you." After saying that, Yu Mingdong waved his hand and called Lei, who was not far away, over. He said, "Lei, accompany Mr. Xia back to the hotel." Xiao Ruofei quickly said, No, just give me the room card." "Isn't there someone from the escort company here?" Yu Mingdong was a little hesitant. The people from the escort company were only responsible for sending things to the place, they would not always help you guard it. In fact, Ruizhou was also quite chaotic. No matter how much the raw stones were worth, they had cost more than 3 million yuan. However, he thought about it again. There shouldn't be any open robbery in a 5-star hotel. In addition, Xiao Ruofei said that he had contacted his friends in Spring City in advance, and they would soon come to transport the raw stones. He also needed Lei to follow him. If anything happened, Lei could protect him, so he agreed with Xiao Ruofei's suggestion. Yu Mingdong asked Lei to give the room card to Xiao Ruofei, and the people from the escort company had received the notice and had already arrived at the service desk. 5 or 6 escorts, all armed with guns and carrying boxes similar to cash boxes, swiftly packed all 7 raw stones into boxes. It was at most 3 or 4 kilometers from here to the hotel, and the escort fee was 3,000 yuan. Fortunately, this fee was also collected by the organizer of the jadeite public bid. Otherwise, Xiao Ruofei would not have prepared so much cash. After he swiped the card, he said goodbye to Yu Mingdong and Lei, and walked out of the public bid site with the escort. Xiao Ruofei took the escort car of the escort company and arrived at the Wuzhou hotel that Yu Mingdong had booked in advance in less than 10 minutes. It was a smooth journey, and no accidents happened. The escort carried the box and directly sent Xiao Ruofei to the hotel room. After taking out the raw stones, he politely said goodbye. It was only 15 minutes, and he got 3,000 yuan. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but sigh. This money was too easy to earn. After the escort left, Xiao Ruofei immediately locked the door. This was a small suite. In addition to the bedroom, there was a small living room. Xiao Ruofei went directly to the bedroom, locked the doors and windows, and drew the curtains. Then, he immediately released his spiritual power to check the entire room without any blind spots. After confirming that there was no problem, Xiao Ruofei summoned the spiritual map scroll in his palm. He prayed silently in his heart, and then with a thought, he put all 7 raw stones into the ring 2 space. Although the jadeite in the raw stones was not opened, it did not affect the absorption of the ring 2 space. It must be upgraded, Xiao Ruofei said to himself. The jadeite contained in these 7 raw stones was more than all the jadeite materials that he had absorbed for the ring 2 space. In addition, he had absorbed so many boundary stones before. If the ring 2 space still couldn't be upgraded, then Xiao Ruofei could only go and take back the largest raw stone. His mind went into the ring 2 space, and the space's invisible force wrapped around the first raw stone. Soon, the jadeite essence inside the raw stone was quickly absorbed by the space. In less than a minute, the raw stone turned into a pile of dust. The jadeite contained within it had been completely absorbed before it could even display its peerless beauty to the world. There was still no reaction from the ring 2 space. Xiao Ruofei's face was very calm, and he continued to target the second raw stone. 2 pieces, 3 pieces, 4 pieces. Soon, he had absorbed the 7th raw stone, but there was still no reaction from the ring 2 space. Just as a trace of disappointment appeared on Xiao Ruofei's face, he suddenly felt that the space seemed to tremble slightly. Xiao Ruofei's eyes suddenly lit up. He knew that the space had reached the critical point of upgrading. At this time, the 7th raw stone had not been completely absorbed. The ring 2 space was still greedily absorbing the jadeite essence in the raw stone, although at this time, the space was definitely not a problem to upgrade. Xiao Ruofei did not expect that there would not be enough jadeite at the last moment. In this case, he would have to go to the jadeite public plate again and bring back the largest raw stone, which would add a lot of trouble. End of chapter 898. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.